Game of the World Tree Chapter 150 to Chapter 208. The night was getting darker, but the elf town was still brightly lit under the illumination of illumination spells and torches. However, because the elves had strong night vision, Nightingale was able to see everything clearly even without any lights. Under the lead of Limu, Nightingale and her siblings passed through the teleportation portal and arrived at the square of the elf town. As soon as they arrived, they were stunned by the wonderful city in front of them. At this moment, the elf town had changed quite a bit. With the addition of the second beta gamers, the scale of the elf town had expanded. Now, it could no longer be called a town, but it had become a city. Not only that, but the gamers had fully unleashed their imaginations, and the architectural styles in the town had become more colorful. As if to compete, they had added almost all the Blue Star architectural styles that they could think of. Although the styles were different, the buildings were connected by greenery and gardens. The greenery weakened the visual impact of the different architectural styles and gave the entire city a different flavor. Especially the gamers' own small homes in the city. Building a beautiful home was a hobby of many online gamers. And this point was vividly reflected in Elven Nation. Perhaps the first beta gamers had set the tone for the city construction at the beginning, so the second beta gamers started to compete with each other in the construction of their homes. With the addition of the Main Committee's construction team, this phenomenon was pushed to a climax. No one knew who started it, but every gamer was full of enthusiasm for the construction of their homes. They fully unleashed their talents and designed their own homes according to their own preferences. Then, with the help of the Main Committee's construction team, they started the construction. In order to build their homes, the life profession gamers even developed various new ways of playing with magic skills. They used magic to accelerate the growth of builder wood, petrification to harden the paving. Some people even used indigenous methods to create cement. Of course, the overall style of the city was still based on nature. That was the rule set by Eve. When a building was built, it had to be blessed by the goddess. To put it bluntly, Eve used a little power to animate the wood in the building. It couldn't be helped. Eve had obsessive-compulsive disorder too. Since he had activated the other buildings when he was revived, if the new architectural style was not uniform, he would feel uncomfortable looking at it. The city was right under his feet, and he could see it when he lowered his head. He did not want the new buildings to be like a village in the city. Shameful, no, shameful. With the development of the players, the elf town became more and more prosperous, and the fantasy became more and more intense. If your house was too shabby, you would be too embarrassed to say that you were a player from the Elven Kingdom. Apart from this, there were also several tall buildings in the town. These were the guild residences of several large player guilds. Among them, the Main Committee's encampment was the most spectacular. It was a garden palace they had built in imitation of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon on the Blue Star. These projects were huge. If they were to be done in the Blue Star, it would be quite difficult. At the very least, it would take a long time. But in the world of seekers with magic, everything was possible. Here, because of the existence of magic, as long as you could imagine a building, you could build it with some effort. Not only that, many players even took videos of their own homes and uploaded them to the Blue Star network. And this kind of DIY urban home construction that was close to reality and with magic naturally caused a sensation on the Blue Star network, especially after the players built their own homes. They held banquets together in the garden, living room, or played games together in the video, which made the netizens even more envious. That kind of realism, that kind of freedom and happiness, could be felt through the screen. Unlike other games, although the virtual reality games in the Blue Star were gradually becoming more developed, and virtual simulation games such as Minecraft and SimCity were emerging, the construction in the Elven Kingdom was more free and more realistic. More importantly, this was not a simulation game, but it allowed you to have the fun of playing a sim, and the ratio of game time to reality was 4:1, and it was said that you could still put your consciousness into the game when you were sleeping, and the realistic 5 senses, realistic food, and beautiful forest scenery around made the life and fantasy in the game even more intense. This was simply a dreamy paradise. Not to mention, the essence of the Elven Kingdom was an MMORPG. Massively multiplayer online role-playing game. The main dish of this game was adventure, and simulation management was only a small part of the game. The netizens were completely jealous. Unfortunately, the Elven Kingdom had been in closed beta for almost 2 months in Blue Star, and the official website still had not announced the date of the open beta. A group of netizens could only watch the official website every day, waiting for the official website to release the news of the open beta. While they were at it, they also watched the videos posted by players on major video websites to satisfy their cravings, then they would be jealous in the bullet screen and comments. And the news of a group of Chinese players building a fantasy city in a virtual MMORPG game gradually spread on the internet. Immersed in this dreamlike city, Nightingale was completely shocked. This is the city of heaven's chosen? She couldn't help but murmur. She swore that she had lived for more than 100 years and traveled to many places, but she had never seen such a wonderful city. It wasn't that the cities of the indigenous races in the world of Seekers weren't spectacular. The elven Rivendell was spectacular, and so were the ruins of the Titans, but their magnificence was completely different from the cities built by the players. What really shocked Nightingale was the unprecedented architectural style of the City of Heaven's Chosen. This was actually an effect brought about by the collision of different cultures in the two worlds. When the players saw Rivendell, they also felt that this city of elves was very shocking. Nightingale saw the city full of blue star characteristics and felt that it was wonderful and magnificent, which was normal. Of course, Eve's power made the buildings built by the players come to life, so they were full of a rich natural aura, which was one of the reasons why Nightingale felt wonderful and shocked. After all, the elves loved nature. Although the style was unprecedented, it catered to the elves' preferences. In addition to the city, Nightingale also saw the legendary World Tree. It was really a towering giant tree. Standing in the town, Nightingale couldn't even see the complete crown of the tree, she could only see the huge and thick trunk that seemed to go straight to the sky, but what surprised her was that the World Tree looked withered and withered, without a trace of vitality. Didn't they say that the World Tree had recovered? The elven girl's heart was full of doubts. As if noticing her doubts, Limu explained with a smile, when you return to the faith of nature, you can see the true appearance of the World Tree. In order to prevent being discovered by the enemy, the goddess applied a disguise on her body. Only the believers and the chosen ones could see her true appearance. The players and believers already knew about this true appearance. Nightingale's heart skipped a beat, and she had some guesses. She lowered her head and stopped looking at the World Tree in the distance. Instead, she looked around the city. With a glance, she saw even more players. Like before, Nightingale recognized at a glance that they were different from the traditional elves. Their clothes, temperament, were all different. However, compared to the crazy guys she saw the first time, the elves in the city at this moment were generally dressed more simply. Occasionally, there were some gorgeous ones, but they were just passing by or busily doing their own work. As for what they were doing, Nightingale took a closer look. Building a house? She was slightly stunned. What she saw was actually the construction team of the Mengmeng Committee. As long as there were players who needed it, the construction of the Mengmeng Committee would not stop. After all, it was all contribution points. Moreover, the players who joined the construction team were originally serious fans of simulation management. As for the other elves in the town, they were players with slightly lower levels or lifestyle players. As for the high-level players and those war maniacs, as early as after the teleportation array was built, they swarmed to Rivendell to explore the new world. When they saw Limu, Nightingale, and the others, the players also greeted them one after another. Yo! Brother Mu! Good evening, Brother Mu. Do you want some fruit? I just picked it this afternoon. Huh? Is this a new NPC? Hello, little sister. Limu also responded to them one by one. Good evening. I'm not eating. The guild just held a barbecue in the evening, and I'm full. Well, this is the NPC boxed lunch and the others rescued. I'm taking them to see Alice. These players did not bother too much. After knowing that they had a mission, they left to do their own things. Looking at their backs, Nightingale nodded. These elves seemed to be more normal. As she walked, she looked around curiously. Finally, under the guidance of Limu, she arrived in front of a temple. Like the other buildings Nightingale saw, the temple was still not in the traditional elven style, but it was somewhat similar to the style of a human temple. But it was more delicate and full of a natural aura. She took a deep breath and stepped into the temple. The temple was not very big, but it was solemn. As soon as she arrived, Nightingale saw a holy goddess statue erected in the center of the temple, and in front of the goddess statue, a blonde elf knelt on the ground and silently prayed. She was wearing a sacred priest's dress, and her whole body was surrounded by holy light. Feeling the solemnity of the temple and listening to the whispered prayers, Nightingale's heart calmed down a lot. Gradually, she became somewhat unconsciously reserved. "Lady Alice, I brought them," Limu said. Hearing his words, the prayers came to an abrupt end. "Thank you for your hard work. Your mission is complete, you can leave first." Nightingale heard a sweet voice. Limu nodded. His eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He bowed to the blonde elf and slowly retreated. But, his steps seemed to be lighter. In the blink of an eye, only Nightingale and the others were left in the temple. Nightingale saw the other party stand up and turn around. It was a female elf who looked slightly older than her. She had a smile on her face, and her emerald eyes were shining with the radiance of faith. She reached out and pinched the corner of her priest's dress. She gave a standard elf etiquette to Nightingale and introduced herself. "Miss Nightingale, hello. I'm Nature Saintess, Alice Gale." She turned out to be from the Gale tribe. Nightingale was in awe. As a famous priest tribe, the Gale tribe had always been respected by other elf tribes. Their status was second only to the royal family. Nightingale pursed her lips and unskillfully returned the greeting. "Hello, hello." Alice smiled and said, "That's right. I know you have a lot of questions in your heart. Don't worry. I called you here to answer them one by one." Nightingale was relieved when she heard the other party's words. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Has the true God really returned?" Alice nodded. Her expression showed a hint of fanaticism. "Of course." After that, she gently raised her hands. A dazzling light was released from her body, a silver priest. Nightingale's pupils shrank when she felt the holy power. At the same time, she no longer had a trace of doubt in her heart. A silver priest, only a believer of the true God could reach that level. Nightingale was relieved. Then, she felt joy and excitement in her heart. The return of the true God. "I'm afraid the future of the elves will change." However, although she was excited, Nightingale was not as fanatical as the Flame tribe. She was just a little happy and excited. She thought for a moment and asked again. "Then, the strange people I saw, they are the Chosen," Alice said. "The Chosen are warriors summoned by the Mother Goddess from another world. They came to this world in the form of the first elves. Their purpose in coming here is to assist us in reviving the elven race." After that, she smiled. "Looking at your expression, you might be frightened by some of their actions. But don't be afraid. Although they have more or less shortcomings, they have no malice towards us. They are the true warriors of the Mother Goddess." So, it was like this. After listening to Alice's explanation, Nightingale's doubts were finally answered. "That's right, they are also amazing creators. The magnificent city you just saw was built by them." Alice continued with a smile. "From nothing to something, they used less than 4 months." She stretched out 4 fingers. 4 months? Nightingale's eyes widened and her expression was filled with disbelief. You mean to say that they only used 4 months to build this city? Is it this unique city outside?" "That's right. So, don't underestimate them. Although they have shortcomings, they also have strong points. They have strong creativity and learning abilities. I think this is one of the reasons why the Mother Goddess chose them as the Chosen." Alice sighed. Nightingale was speechless after hearing her words. Underestimate them? To be honest, after seeing the crazy slaughter of the players, she would never underestimate them again. But, when she learned that the Chosen City was also built by the players, her heart was still filled with shock. So, apart from fighting, Blockhead and the others also had strong construction abilities, so powerful. Looking at Nightingale's emotional expression, Alice asked sincerely, "Miss Nightingale, the Mother Goddess has returned. Are you willing to stay in the Elven Forest, pick up your faith again, and rebuild the Elven civilization with us?" After listening to Alice's words, Nightingale fell into silence. After a moment, she sighed and said, "Saintess, forgive me for being blunt, the return of the true God really made me excited, but I don't think that the future of our elven race can be reinvigorated with the return of the true God. The departure of the true God was the reason for our decline, but it was definitely not the only reason. Our tribe's stubbornness and bottomless benevolence were the root of our rapid decline in the past 1,000 years. If our tribe doesn't change our original beliefs, I'm afraid that what awaits us is still decline. I think this also applies to our true God. From what I know, the true God from 1,000 years ago seemed to have fallen because of excessive benevolence. Her voice was very serious. This was what Nightingale had wanted to say for a long time. But the elves she knew all thought that this idea was simply deviant. Benevolence and kindness were the traditions of the elves, the beliefs of the mother goddess and the elves. How could they abandon it? After saying this, Nightingale's heart was a little nervous. She did not know if she would anger the saintess and the statue of the true God if she denied her original beliefs in front of him. But, to her surprise, Alice only smiled after hearing her words. "You're right, we should make some changes," she said. "In fact, by summoning the chosen ones whose personalities and beliefs are completely different from ours into this world, the mother goddess also had the idea of relying on them to change our beliefs." It was actually like this? Nightingale was stunned. At this moment, she seemed to understand why the chosen one's personalities were so strange. Speaking of this, Alice sighed. Benevolence to the enemy is cruelty to ourselves. It was only when our race was on the verge of extinction that we truly realized this truth. Hearing this, Nightingale nodded. She agreed very much. Then, Miss Nightingale. At this time, Alice spoke again. Are you willing to stay and fight for the elven race's new future and new beliefs? She asked sincerely again. This time, Nightingale was silent. Suddenly, the hopeful eyes of the raging flame tribe flashed across her mind. Then, she thought of those strange elves, thought of their madness during battle, and thought of the wonderful and beautiful city outside. Finally, she thought of the lunchbox that she was locked up with. For some reason, Nightingale was a little moved. She looked at her thin and weak siblings beside her, then looked at Alice, who was looking at her with a smile. Perhaps, she could really usher in change. Moreover, she also needed to find a comfortable environment for her siblings. After a moment, she sighed. If that's the case, I'm willing. After saying this, she came in front of the statue and respectfully knelt down. At the same time when Nightingale knelt down, the lunchbox team far away in Xianxia received the mission completion notification. Ding, hidden mission, receive new companions completed. Mission objective, receive the recognition of the rescued elven NPCs and bring them back to Xianxia. Completed. Additional mission objective, reawaken the elven NPCs' faith in the goddess. Completed. All players who participated in the mission will receive 1,000 experience points, 300 contribution points. All players who participated in the mission will receive an additional mission reward, the exclusive title Nature's Preacher. The mission is completed? Looking at the system notification floating by, all the team members' eyes lit up. Haha, the exclusive title is in our hands. Nature's Preacher. But the contribution points reward isn't that much. Be content. This time we didn't do much. It was Miss Saintess who took the initiative. They looked at their own status bars and discussed with each other. Miss Nightingale's favorability has also been unlocked? Someone's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Let me see. Damn. How come I only have 20 favorability points? Didn't we save them? Isn't this too low? Ha 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 ha. Who told you to get close to her when your face was covered in blood? Let me see mine. Damn, I only have 25. Pfft, big brother, don't laugh at second brother, sigh. It's a bit low. I wanted to get more favorability points to learn skills, but I heard from Mr. Lunchbox that Miss Nightingale's lockpicking skills are maxed out. By the way, Captain, how much favorability do you have? It shouldn't be high, after all, Mr. Lunchbox is always silent and looks a bit scary. And he killed a lot of people. Yeah. I remember that elven NPCs don't like killing. At this point, the team members turned around and looked at Lunchbox, who was looking at his status bar. Mr. Lunchbox, how much favorability do you have? They asked. Lunchbox was silent for a moment and closed his status bar. Captain? The other players asked. Lunchbox hesitated for a moment and said, 100 points. The rest of the team members. With the completion of the boxed lunch team's hidden mission, the new map, Rivendell, officially entered the players' sights. A large number of players flooded into the manufacturing capital of the Elf Kingdom from 1,000 years ago to explore, hoping that they could be as lucky as Limu and Demacia in the past and find some good treasures in the new ruins. After all, the best meditation technique in the exchange shop was still the only purple epic grade elemental meditation technique that Limu and Demacia found. Elemental meditation technique could train magic power and elemental affinity, and could be used up to the peak of silver upper level, level 70. Elves were magical creatures, and magic power was not divided into spellcasting and strength-based. Even a warrior would have a small amount of magic power and could learn one or two common zero-circle tricks, such as appraisal and illumination. Therefore, in order to increase their magic power level, almost all players saved up money to exchange for this meditation technique. But even with a discount, this meditation technique still required 5,000 contribution points to exchange. Not only did Limu and Demacia not have to exchange for it, but they also each received a 0.5% commission when other players exchanged for it, and the effect lasted for a year in the game. In other words, within a year in the game, every time someone exchanged for this meditation technique, Limu and Demacia would each receive a commission of 25 contribution points. Although it was not a lot, it was still quite scary when accumulated. Elemental meditation technique had been on the shelves for 2 months, and Limu and Demacia had each received more than 10,000 contribution points just by using this meditation technique, in addition to the commission from the other skill books, meditation, and training manuals that they found in the same batch. The contribution points they received were enough for them to exchange for a piece of gold legendary equipment in the shop. Gold legendary equipment, almost every one of them was unique to the entire server. Not only that, but they also had unique appearances and special effects. Some even had backstories, such as the Devil's Staff, the Space Ring of the Night Roamer, and so on. Even when the players' levels increased, gold legendary equipment could still be used as a collection. While chatting, players could take it out from time to time to show it off. It was like a limited edition accessory in some online games. However, even though the server had been open for more than a month, Blue Star time, there were only a few players who had exchanged for golden legendary equipment in the entire Elven Kingdom server. Only Salty Meow could wear a full set of gold equipment, and he had cheated with his money. This was a nouveau riche, and he couldn't be described as a normal person. He had even built a hanging garden of Babylon and a private estate with money. Although in the end, the private villa was almost reduced to a gathering place for the Mang Mang committee and other players to sightsee and take photos, becoming a famous scenic spot in the city of Heaven's Chosen. The dream of most civilian players was to be able to collect enough purple epic equipment. Even Limu and Demacia did not have a single piece of gold legendary equipment. Instead, they wore purple epic equipment. Of course, they did not exchange for gold legendary equipment not because they did not have money, but because they planned to wait until they reached the maximum level and directly exchange for gold legendary equipment. Limu and Demacia had completely made a fortune through the contribution points from exchanging ancient books. Even if they did not work, they would still have some contribution points in their account every day. The other players were envious to death. Therefore, when the new map was opened, a large number of players rushed into the ruins, hoping to replicate the success of the two. Of course, there were also many high-level players who planned to go through the entrance of Rivendell and go to the underground world to take a look. Especially some players who were eager to level up quickly. Although the NPCs could provide missions, and the rewards of experience and contribution points were quite considerable, there were still many players who preferred to take risks and fight monsters rather than doing missions honestly. There was no other reason. It was exciting. At the same time, all players noticed the changes in the game system's leaderboard. The leaderboard was a new function added by EVE after the NPC mission system was opened. There were a total of 5 leaderboards, which were the player's level ranking, contribution ranking, combat rating ranking, quest ranking, and reputation ranking. Among them, the player's level ranking, as the name implied, was based on the player's level from high to low. Players of the same level would be ranked from high to low according to the amount of experience points they had. This leaderboard dominated the leaderboard for a long time. The contribution ranking was based on the player's contribution points. The more contribution points a player had, the higher their ranking. Because contribution points could be traded, the players jokingly called it the Tycoon Leaderboard. Salty Meow was almost always first. And when she was not first, the players knew that there would be one less gold legendary equipment in the exchange shop. The combat rating ranking was based on the player's level, equipment, the number of battles, and the amount of experience gained through battles. The players were ranked from high to low according to the rating score. On this leaderboard, the first place was still the boxed lunch, while the fried tomatoes and salty meow were second and third. The quest ranking was based on the number of quests the players had completed. The players were ranked from high to low according to the overall rating of the quests. The first place on this leaderboard was the captain of the Meng Meng Committee's construction team, Gugu Niao. She had been taking construction quests all year round and had an extremely high rating. As for the reputation points ranking, it was based on the overall evaluation of the player's favorability with the NPCs, ranking them from highest to lowest. As the player who was the best at bootlicking, Limu deserved to be first. And this time, the two leaderboards that had changed were the player's level ranking and combat rating ranking. It was not a big change in the rankings, but in the numerical values. The players noticed that Boxed Lunch's level on the first place was no longer 20, but 21. Boxed Lunch had become the first player in Elven Nation to be promoted to the middle level of Black Iron. Level 20 was the peak of the lower level of Black Iron, and level 21 was the middle level of Black Iron. Although there was only a difference of one level, the difference between the lower level of Black Iron and the middle level of Black Iron was one level. All of the body's abilities had been greatly improved. When Boxed Lunchbox reached level 21, his score on the battle ranking list instantly tripled, reaching 10,000 points. He was far ahead of the second place with 1,500 points. This discovery made the players envious and amazed. As expected of Boxed Lunch, he was promoted to the middle level in such a short time. Oh my god. 10,000 points in combat rating. I'm only 233 points. I'm level 15, is the difference that big? You're a lifestyle player, right? You don't fight much, right? If you fight monsters, your score will increase. I'm also a combat player, but my score is only around 800, with Boxed Lunch's combat rating. He can probably wipe out the players, right? It's not just the players. I heard that when he was doing a hidden mission, he killed more than 10 lower-level Black Iron human mercenaries. Hiss, scary. When Boxed Lunch was promoted, Eve also noticed it. In fact, when Boxed Lunch was fighting, she paid special attention to the whole process. It had to be said that Boxed Lunch was indeed a combat genius. Among the 1,200 players in the closed beta test, Eve could not find a second person as fierce as him. He had rich experience in scouting, combat, and rescue. However, considering Boxed Lunchbox's occupation in real life, Eve was relieved. The 1,200 players in the closed beta test were not randomly selected. They were selected by Eve according to the player's time in Blue Star. In addition, she specially selected streamers, professional players, and even some highly educated talents. Of course, Eve also knew the personal information of all the selected players. After all, the internet in Blue Star was very developed. Eve could find all the information she wanted through the internet. As for Boxed Lunch, his real identity was a retired narcotics police officer. His personal resume was quite interesting, so rich that it could be written into a novel. Like Limu, Eve also listed Boxed Lunch as a key observation target. She planned to focus on training him in the future if there was a need. After Boxed Lunch was the first to reach the middle level of Black Iron, Eve also planned to update the contribution store. Many high-level players have already accumulated a full set of purple epic grade equipment. Boxed Lunch was the first to be promoted. Now that there's a new map, I think the players will gradually usher in a new wave of promotion. In order to give them more motivation, it's time to update the exchange content. After pondering for a moment, Eve took out the batch of middle-level Black Iron equipment that she had already prepared in the Kingdom of God. These were once the scrap metal that the players sacrificed. City of Heaven's Chosen, Temple of Nature. The side hall of the temple was as lively as ever. Many players gathered here and prayed to the statue of the goddess in the side hall. praises for the goddess rose and fell one after another. Along with the prayers, a bright holy light would flash in front of the players from time to time. After the holy light passed, a gorgeous piece of equipment would appear in front of them out of thin air. After that, the praying players would quickly put on or pick up the equipment and leave happily. Of course, there were also players who didn't have any equipment appear in front of them after praying. Instead, they were surrounded by the holy light and their eyes fell into a daze. After a moment, when they woke up, they would excitedly leave while checking their own state. This was the place where players entered the game exchange system. Whether it was exchanging for equipment, skills, meditation techniques, or training techniques, they all needed to come here. Although players could view the various items and skill books in the exchange shop in the game system interface, they could only view them. When they actually exchanged for them, they had to pray to the statue of the goddess to get a response. In addition, players also needed to come here when changing classes. Only by praying to the statue of the goddess could players return to the class change interface. After the return of the Inferno tribe, players could also change classes through the skills taught by the NPCs. However, players didn't like that kind of mode. Because the skills taught by the NPCs and the class change had to be learned bit by bit, it took too long. However, the skills learned in the exchange shop and the class change in the temple were directly imparted. Therefore, apart from the civilian players, very few players would choose to change classes or learn ordinary skills from the NPCs. After all, most players were impatient. When there was a faster, better, and more convenient way to increase their strength, they wouldn't choose to suffer. As a result, apart from the NPCs that could give out quests or provide special skills to learn, the Temple of Nature was the most lively place in the entire elf forest. When the class change function and exchange function first appeared, the Nature Temple in the City of Heaven's Chosen was almost overcrowded with players who needed it. In order to change classes and exchange, the players even queued up for a very, very long time. Because of this, not only did the players complain, but it also gave the nature saintess Alice a headache. The temple was a sacred place and needed to maintain a solemn atmosphere. The group of unruly chosen ones made a ruckus, which made Miss Saintess very angry. In the end, it was Eve who issued a system quest for the players to construct a few side halls around the shrine. Alice then created a few statues of Eve and enshrined them. As usual, there were many players visiting the side hall of the nature shrine today. After completing the Orc tribe main storyline quest, most of the high-level players who participated in the battle became rich. After that, many people immediately chose to change their equipment to a full set of purple epic equipment. This was especially true for spellcasters. In the current version of Elven Nation, spellcasters were recognized as a pay-to-win profession. This was because spellcasters had too little equipment, so they could only rely on exchanges. For the majority of strength-type players, they could seize a lot of useful equipment in the process of fighting against the orcs, but spellcasters could not. There were very few priests among the orcs, and only a few lucky ones could pick up the equipment they dropped. Although the elves of the Inferno tribe could also make some good magic equipment, it was far from enough. For most of the mage and druid players, they could only rely on completing quests and accumulating contribution points to obtain equipment from the exchange shop. Through this quest, the mage and druid players also seized a lot of orc equipment. By sacrificing to the goddess, they had finally accumulated enough contribution points to exchange for the equipment they wanted. Of course, it was not only spellcasters who chose to exchange for equipment. Most strength-type players also chose to exchange for equipment in the exchange system, even if they already had a full set of orc equipment. This was not only because the orc equipment was not suitable, but also because the equipment in the exchange system was indeed better. The special effects made by Eve were not only beautiful, but they were also the work of a true god. At the same time, the quality of the equipment was indeed improved. Demacia, the #1 tanker in the entire server and the first civilian player to collect a full set of purple epic equipment, had once discussed the issue of equipment on the forum. He compared the quality of the gold legendary, purple epic, blue rare, and white normal low-level iron sets and the effects after equipping them. He then evaluated the required contribution points, and finally, with the player's leveling speed, he came to a conclusion that civilian equipment was suitable. In the early version, the rate of equipment updating was slow. Collecting a full set of purple epic low-level iron equipment could be used for a long time, and the combat effect was very good. There was a reason for this. Although it was only a low-level iron purple epic, it was still a purple epic, and there was a big difference between it and other equipment. Xianxia compared the orc equipment with the strength of the upper-level iron orcs and found that the quality of their equipment was actually similar to the low-level iron purple epic equipment in the exchange shop. Of course, the orc equipment was almost all white normal equipment after being appraised by the system, and the quality was not good. The orcs' forging skills were not high, and their equipment was almost all bought from humans. Humans would usually sell them some defective products, so it was normal for the quality to be poor. The equipment that the box team had seized from the human caravans was on a completely different level from the orcs. After appraising it, they found that the equipment was at least blue rare, and a few brand new magic equipment were even evaluated as purple epic. In the end, Xianxia's post became a wind vane for the future. At the moment, a full set of purple epic low-level iron equipment had become recognized by the players as high-end civilian graduation equipment. At this moment, in the side hall of the Nature Temple, a few more players who had accumulated enough contribution points had completed their last set of purple epic equipment. Looking at their combat rating that had suddenly risen by a notch, they were very excited. Great, I've finally graduated with equipment. Ha ha ha. Now we don't have to think about equipment for a long time, just leveling up is enough. Sigh, now the Rivendell Exploration Group requires at least level 15 to graduate. I guess we'll have to level up later, we have to work hard. The Liver Emperor is too scary. I heard that the average level of Boxed Lunch's team is already level 17, sigh. In another month, maybe the lowest level will be level 20. Scary, they're really full of liver. Good, good, the equipment update is slower, we can relax a little and focus on leveling up. I heard from Boss Xianxia that purple epic low-level iron equipment is comparable to white normal high-level iron equipment. This set of purple epic equipment should be enough for us to use until level 30. Products from the shop must be the best. Sigh. It's just a little expensive. You get what you pay for. This equipment can last us for a long time. But just as they were happy, a new system message suddenly floated across everyone's vision. Frowny face ding. Player Boxed Lunch has leveled up to level 21, becoming the first middle-level iron player in the game, received 3,000 contribution points as a reward. Middle-level iron exchange item activated, related equipment has been placed on the exchange shop. Ding, middle-level iron equipment has been placed on the exchange shop. Middle-level iron equipment has been placed on the exchange shop. Middle-level iron equipment has been placed on the exchange shop. Players, damn, the lousy producer has released new equipment. How did new equipment come out so quickly? The players looked at each other. Is it because of the bento box boss's level up? Damn. Is the equipment exchange in this game tied to the player's level up? New equipment will be released when the player levels up? Damn, I just exchanged for epic equipment, and my contribution points are all empty. Oh no. My liver hurts again. Why are the lousy producers in such a hurry to update the equipment? Why don't they let us take a break? Let's see what the new equipment is like. They cursed the lousy producers as they opened the exchange store in the system. Sure enough, in the equipment exchange column, there was a new batch of equipment. There were strength-type equipment, and there were spell-type equipment. From shoes, to armor, to robes, to weapons, there was everything. All of them were marked as middle-level dark iron equipment. However, there were only white normal, blue rare, and purple epic equipment. The gold legendary equipment was not on the shelves. From the looks of it, there was not much difference between the quality of these equipment and low-level dark iron equipment. However, in the evaluation of the equipment information, their ratings were much higher than low-level dark iron equipment of the same quality. The weapons and equipment in Elven Nation did not indicate specific attribute information. For example, there were no damage +5, armor penetration +10, defense +20, and so on in normal online games. This was because Elven Nation was full of uncertainties. Pure data sometimes could not explain anything, and it was not suitable to classify equipment with specific attributes. Yes. This was what the players thought. However, although there were no specific values, blue rare equipment and above would have some special effects. These special effects were not only reflected in the appearance, but also in the characteristics. For example, toughness. Equipment with the toughness effect would look brighter and be more durable when used. For example, the blue rare human equipment seized by the bento box team had been evaluated by the system as having the toughness effect. Generally speaking, the rarer the equipment, the more special effects it had, and at the same time, the more powerful it was. For example, the gold legendary level dark iron low-level devil's staff exchanged from Salty Meow even had 3 enviable characteristics: spell casting speed, spell enhancing effect, and spell enhancing meditation. It was not only the equipment that had their values blurred, although players still had HP, MP, and even physique, strength, dexterity, and mana in their status bar, they still had their HP, MP, and other stats. However, in actual combat, the players realized that these statistics could only be used as a reference and couldn't be used as actual combat strength. If you were unlucky, someone might stab you in a vital spot, and your HP bar would be emptied. This made the players feel that this virtual reality game was more realistic and interesting. After all, reality was often full of uncertainty. Equipment did not have specific attributes. Instead, it was replaced by an equipment rating. Generally speaking, the higher the rating, the better the quality of the equipment. The rating of the equipment would be included in the individual's combat rating. After the gamers looked at the new batch of equipment, they realized that their ranking was similar to the previous batch of equipment. White black iron lower level. The number of contribution points required to redeem the item was similar to the ranking. It was roughly as follows: white black iron lower level. Seeing that the purple epic level black iron lower level equipment was still at the top of the rankings, the redeeming players were slightly relieved. At least, this ensured that their redemption was not meaningless. However, when they saw that the same amount of contribution points could be redeemed for the blue rare black iron middle level equipment with a higher rating, they suddenly felt that they had suffered a loss. Damn it, if I had known, I would have redeemed it later. I would have just gotten the blue rare black iron middle level equipment with a higher rating, some of the players sighed. It's okay, at least, our purple epic level equipment has 2 special effects, and the blue rare equipment only has 1. Another player comforted himself. Characteristics were still very important. Equipment with good special effects were often more popular among the gamers. However, when Eve added special effects to equipment back then, it was almost all done at random. Well, it was definitely not because she was lazy, but to make the game more interesting for the gamers. Before the exchanged equipment was taken out of the system, the shop only showed that the equipment had a few special effects. Only when the equipment was taken out would one know what the special effects of the equipment were. In other words, whether the special effects of the exchanged equipment were good or not depended on one's looks. Well, it was a European game. Of course, the gold legendary equipment was an exception. All the gold legendary equipment had the best special effects, and it was also indicated in advance what the special effects were. At this time, some people also noticed that among all the equipment on the shelves, the highest rating was still the gold legendary equipment of the black iron lower level. This made them sigh. The gold legendary equipment is the gold legendary equipment after all. Even the black purple equipment can't compare to the black gold equipment. After all, it's a toy for the rich. When can I have a gold legendary equipment too? It's too expensive. One piece costs tens of thousands of contribution points. It can be exchanged for 2 or 3 full sets of purple equipment. Speaking of which, only Salty Meow has a full set of gold equipment now, right? That's a nouveau riche. We can't compare. I heard that when she was piking with someone before, she turned on the magic shield on her robe. No one could hit her even if she stood still. Awesome. Box Lunchbox also has a gold dagger. I heard that it was exchanged for a limited edition in the shop, and it's an especially powerful one among the gold equipment. They're all powerful people. We'd better wait for the black-purple equipment at the back. There's a big gap in the ratings. Looking at the new equipment on the shelves, the joy of having just graduated completely disappeared in their hearts. When they saw the contribution points required for the purple legendary equipment of the black iron lower level, they felt their legs go weak. damn, a purple legendary equipment of the black iron lower level actually costs 20 to 30,000 contribution points. Why don't we rob them? Oh no, my liver hurts again. Don't mention it. Let's continue to work. The players shook their heads and sighed as they exited the side hall of the Divine Nature Temple. Although the gold legendary equipment still had the highest rating, the few civilian players didn't consider it. Because, you get what you pay for. Even if there was a higher level equipment, the contribution points required for the gold legendary equipment was still nearly twice that of the purple legendary equipment. There was no gold legendary equipment with less than 50,000 contribution points. That's it for now. The gold legendary equipment can wait. After all, the gold ones are the most precious. Let the players get used to the others first. After putting the equipment on the market, Eve was quite satisfied with the players' reactions. Although they scolded the lousy game producer, the players still obediently went to work on their quests. After putting the equipment on the shelves, Eve began to consider the future development. This time, the demigod oracle of Ullr will definitely not let this go. But, with my warning, I'm afraid he'll retaliate in the form of a war of faith. A war of faith was a common mode of battle for the true gods. To sum it up, the true gods didn't make a move, but relied on the battle between believers to decide the outcome. This was a rule to protect the prime material plane where the believers lived. After all, the true gods were too powerful. If they went all out in the prime material plane, the damage caused would be quite terrifying. In the worst case, it could even destroy the plane. The divine power of the true gods came from faith, and faith came from believers. It could be said that believers were the cornerstone of the true gods. When the true gods of faith lost all their believers in a war of faith, their cornerstone would be gone. The petitioners who ascended to the divine kingdom would gradually become one with the true gods over time. In other words, the petitioners weren't eternal, and there would always be a time when they would die. It was just that this time was relatively long for ordinary creatures. When the believers fell to zero and the petitioners died, the true gods of faith would completely lose their source of divine power. At that time, what awaited them was only death or deep sleep. For the new gods, believers were even more important. Experienced true gods had countless petitioners, and they themselves had a lot of divine power. Even if they lost their believers, they could still struggle at death's door for a while and seek opportunities to restore their faith. However, the new gods were different. Their foundations were shallow, and many did not even have divine kingdoms. Even if they did, the petitioners were limited, let alone divine power. Generally speaking, as long as their believers were destroyed, the new gods wouldn't be far from death. Therefore, Eve guessed that Ullr would definitely choose to start a war of faith. Eve's disguise was the new god. In the eyes of ordinary people, as long as their forces in the elf forest were destroyed, they would definitely die. And this was also what Eve wanted. War would bring death. And a large-scale war would give them a chance to devour life force. The number of Ullr's believers wasn't small. Eve could use the players as shields and spears to start a war with Ullr's believers. Logically, she could use the war sacrifice to steal their life force. Many a little makes a mickle. It was quite terrifying. In fact, this was also a way for many evil gods to strengthen themselves. Most evil gods also started wars and carried out blood sacrifices to obtain power. However, they didn't just absorb life force, but also souls. Therefore, they were viewed as enemies by the other gods. Of course, Eve would never admit that she was an evil god. Well, she only took back the life force lost in the war of faith. She didn't touch the souls of others. How could she be considered evil? Besides, was there such a good-looking evil god, anyway? Even if she didn't take back the life force, it would dissipate anyway. It was better to let her absorb it. However, a war of faith needed time to prepare. Ullr couldn't send an army to attack so soon. Therefore, Eve now had a precious period of development. She could use this time to develop her forces. After all, with the current strength of the players, they definitely couldn't win the war of faith if Eve didn't take action. Although they could revive, they couldn't withstand the strength of the enemy, and when the gap in strength was big enough, there was no point in reviving infinitely. Eve could make a move once in a while, but if she did it a few more times, people would be suspicious. Therefore, increasing the strength of the players and developing the forces of the elf forest was imperative. I can consider using this time to farm. Rivendell has been found. Exploration is definitely necessary. It would be good if we can find some ancient books. Also, although the elf forest is rich in resources, the mineral resources are relatively poor. I can consider letting the players rebuild Rivendell like Xianxia and look for mineral veins. However, I don't have enough manpower now. I can wait. I can also explore the underground world. I can stay out of it. The players are very curious. They definitely can't help but enter. I can make other decisions based on their feedback. Maybe, the monsters in the underground world can provide me with a certain amount of life force. After exploring the underground world, I can consider starting the open beta. However, it's still too early to start the open beta because the foundation of the elf forest isn't solid yet. If too many players enter at once, it will definitely be messed up. Moreover, I don't have so much divine power to waste. If it really doesn't work, I can limit the number of people. Or I can just stop the open beta and continue the closed beta with more people. As for the specific number of people, it should be between 5,000 to 10,000. At most, I will need to spend 30 points of divine power. With this number and the player's revival ability, if it's a defensive battle, there's also the potential for a war of faith. Now that Eve had close to 400 points of divine power and was rich, a mere 30 points of divine power was acceptable. However, it's still early. There's no rush. At this stage, there's still another matter to deal with. Eve sighed and recalled the players' behavior when they attacked the orc tribe and the human trade caravans. Some of the players' behavior is still too. I have to think of a way to make them pay attention to their table manners, or rather, their image. At least, it's acceptable on the surface. Otherwise, it's not conducive to the cooperation between the players and the native elves. When more players arrive, it will definitely be messed up. Although during the closed beta, Limu's game evaluation changed the players' perception of NPCs, it was obvious that the effect was limited. In fact, this was also Eve's fault. After all, a game was a game. No matter how strong the immersion was, it was impossible to force the players to treat the game like reality. In fact, there were pros and cons. Turning the world into a game would not only fill the players with passion and motivation, but it would also create many hidden dangers. The players would definitely be impatient and jumpy. After all, the reality was already so cruel. Couldn't they let go of themselves when playing the game? However, Eve didn't have high expectations for the players. When the players were passing the plot, it was fine as long as they could behave like humans. They shouldn't really scare the natives. Otherwise, it would really become a natural disaster. In conclusion, they had to make the players realize what they should do to improve the native elves' impression of them and how they could truly integrate into the game world. As for how to do it, Eve already had an idea. Among the players, there was already an excellent example of doing well in this regard. That was Limu. Limu was almost completely role-playing. He was learning the behavior of the elves in all aspects. Of course, except for the stubborn kindness of the elves. And the result was that all the elves he dealt with had a very good impression of him. This could be said to be a very successful case of players integrating into the native elves. And what Eve wanted to do was to let the other players take the initiative to learn Limu's attitude toward the game. To put it bluntly, the players just needed a guide to let them see the benefits of being more well-behaved. After all, role-playing had a different kind of attraction. In a small garden in the city of Heaven's Chosen, Limu was doing the daily task of taking care of the little elf Loli and the little boy. This task was assigned to him by Alice. In the beginning, this task was just to help Air take care of his sisters. But with the return of Nightingale, her younger brothers and sisters also joined in. These young elves would follow Alice and Phylacere to learn knowledge for half a day every day, and then they would have 2 hours of exercise time. During the exercise time, the chosen ones were responsible for taking care of the children. For the players, this was an idle task. Because they could take care of the children while also practicing their own skills. They could also farm the NPCs, especially the little elf's favorability. Unfortunately, this task was not something that anyone could accept. Only players who had the trust of the Saintess would be assigned this task. And as one of the few players who had raised Alice's favorability to 80, only Limu and Cuckoo Bird could accept this task. Alice was the only NPC in the entire server with a purple frame, and the richness of her task rewards was second only to the goddess. So, this was almost free experience and contribution points. In fact, it was not only Alice. Now that the favorability display had been opened, all the NPCs that Limu had dealt with had a high favorability. Even Nightingale, who had only seen him a few times, had a favorability of 40. As for Alice, Basaka, and the young elves he often took care of, many of them had a favorability of more than 60. As long as one was a believer of Eve, the favorability display would be opened for other players. Although Air and Nightingale's younger brothers and sisters were young, after their elder brothers and sisters accepted the faith, they also became believers of Eve, so their favorability would also be displayed. Of course, they were still only shallow believers, so they could not give out tasks. However, even if they could not give out tasks, the little lowly and the little boy's favorability had aroused the interest of the players. For most creatures, the cuteness of a child far surpassed that of an adult. As elves with outstanding appearance, they were even more adorable when they were young. Those pure big eyes, soft and tender skin, coupled with delicate and pleasant facial features, she was simply like a doll bestowed by the heavens. She was also like a little angel that had walked out of a fairy tale, unconsciously arousing a person's desire to protect her. Therefore, the popularity of the little elves soared among the players, quickly surpassing Alice and becoming in existence second only to the goddess Eve. Many players had come to join in the fun, trying all kinds of tricks to please the little elves in order to make them smile and then sweetly call them elder brothers and sisters. Well, while they were at it, they took a screenshot, recorded a video, and then posted it on the forum to show off. Of course, there were also some wacky guys who wanted to coax the little elves to coax them to say strange things. However, those players were quickly chased away by Limu and Coot, who were taking care of the children. One of the requirements of their quest was to prevent the young elves from being taught strange knowledge by the players. However, unlike the simple-minded and easily deceived naughty children, the little elves were very vigilant. If one could not be patient and calm down to communicate with them, it would be difficult to gain their friendship. What the players lacked the most was patience, unless there was a huge benefit. Unfortunately, except for some lifestyle players, the attraction of the little elves to them was limited to the level of mascot. After all, not everyone was as beautiful and good-looking as the goddess, who could also provide a huge reward for the mission. Therefore, many people gave up after their initial interest had worn off. Of course, Limu was not among them. He was the first player to gain the trust of the children. For this reason, the other players even gave him the nickname Friend of the NPC. In fact, there were many players who envied Limu's relationship with the NPCs. However, most people did not have the temperament to deal with the NPCs as equals. In other words, although gaining favorability could bring benefits to the players, it was also limited. If they had the time to gain favorability, they preferred to fight more monsters and do more missions. Except for some private missions, in fact, as long as the favorability with the NPCs was above a positive number, it was enough to accept their missions. For most players, the cost of time to gain a higher favorability with the NPCs was not proportional to the reward. Of course, there were also some introverted players who were really not good at communication and did not know how to deal with the NPCs. Not to mention the NPCs, this part of the players had a headache in the real world when it came to interpersonal communication. In addition, the elves were too honest. Even if they received the gift of the mission system from Mother Goddess, they were serious when issuing missions. They believed that the mission system was sacred and could not be based on their preferences. It should be relatively fair and just. In fact, this kind of thing was also very common in the Blue Star. Sometimes, the leader only said one sentence, and the subordinates would imagine a lot of things. In fact, the leader did not care about a lot of things and even said that it was unnecessary work. Sometimes, the results were even opposite. Just as Limu and Alice's agreed time to take care of the baby was about to expire, suddenly, a familiar heart-wrenching howl came from afar. Brother Moo, Brother Moo. Did you see it? New equipment came out. Dozens of sets came out. Oh my god. Limu turned his head and saw Demetia walking over with a sad face. He pondered for a moment and asked Cuckoo Bird to pick him up in the friend list. Then, he looked at Demacia and asked, I saw it. What's wrong? Demacia shook his head and sighed. It's over, it's over. A while ago, I promised on the official website that there would be no new equipment in the short term. In the end, I was slapped in the face in an instant. Limu was speechless. Who told you to pretend to be fat and play the equipment evaluation? He shook his head. Who knew that the equipment would be updated so quickly? Sigh. It seems that I have to work hard again. I originally planned to save up contribution points to exchange for a defensive gold equipment that could resist beatings. Demacia was heartbroken. After saying that, he looked at Limu in confusion. By the way, Brother Mu. Aren't you in a hurry to exchange for new equipment? Why do I feel that ever since you completed the half-orc main storyline mission, you have rarely worked? Why don't we go explore Rivendell together? A lot of people are running over there now. Now, the internet is full of Rivendell exploration videos. Oh. By the way, I remember you said a few days ago that you were short on money recently. Why don't we explore together? You can also make a video to earn some extra money? He said with some anticipation. Limu shook his head and replied, I have enough equipment. Enough for what? Brother Mu, didn't you see the system? The new purple epic level black iron level equipment. The equipment score is several times higher than the purple and black ones. Demacia mumbled. After saying that, he was a little puzzled. Besides, it doesn't feel like you are busy. You take care of Alice's child every day. I heard that yesterday you went to find the new Miss Nightingale. Are you trying to gain favorability? But is it necessary to increase your reputation so much? Limu was speechless. He thought for a moment and scratched his head. It's not what you think. It's still useful. I think it's just that the game officials haven't fully played the role of favorability. The theme of Elven Nation is the rise of the elves. We are not the only ones representing the elves, but also the NPCs. And this game focuses on immersion, so I think our relationship with the NPCs is still very important. Believe me, the game officials will make a move on favorability sooner or later. The sooner we get favorability, the better. When there are more players in the future, it might not be easy to get favorability. Demacia heard this and shook his head. Brother Mu, to be honest, I don't think the effect of favorability is very big. My reputation is still 0, but didn't I successfully accept missions? Besides, it's time for you to level up. You've been too lazy recently. Even I'm level 18. I'm 2 levels ahead of you. There's also equipment. With new equipment, shouldn't we update it? Demacia pointed excitedly at the exchange interface of the system and said. I already have the equipment. Limu shook his head. He took out a rough staff and showed his robe that had obviously been modified. I picked up the half-orc high priest's equipment before. I brought back his staff and priest robe. Here. I modified them and put them on. Demacia was speechless. Holy sh*t, so the one who picked up the half-orc boss equipment was you, Brother Mu. He widened his eyes. Limu nodded and said, the system has been verified. The system has appraised them. They are all white normal lower silver equipment. Although there are no special effects, the rating is about the same as gold equipment. So, I don't plan to exchange for better equipment before there is one. Demacia was speechless. Damn, why didn't I think of picking up the boss equipment back then? He was heartbroken and envious. While the two were talking, a system message suddenly floated across the vision of all the players. Ding, announcement, Elven Nation will be patched the next day. The estimated time is 10 minutes. All players, please prepare to go offline in advance. Patch update? The two of them were taken aback. Since the closed beta, Elven Nation had only undergone one major update and one minor update. Although players often found that the game system seemed to inadvertently update some small things, they were all fine details that did not affect the overall situation. It was a closed beta. It was understandable. However, it was the first time that a patch update was released in the form of an announcement. Limu and Demacia looked at the time and did not care. It was only 10 minutes, they could just go offline early. When Li Mu planned to enter the game again, it was already the second day in Blue Star. Taking advantage of this update, he completely disconnected from the game cabin and had a good sleep in reality. Previously, when he slept in reality, his consciousness entered the game. Although physical fatigue could be recovered through sleep, long-term gaming would still cause mental fatigue. Of course, some players found a solution to this problem. That was to let their consciousness sleep in the game when they entered the game in their sleep. However, Li Mu was still used to disconnecting from the game cabin every once in a while to have a good rest. Otherwise, he felt that sooner or later, he would not be able to distinguish between the game and reality. Elven Kingdom was too realistic. This game reminded Li Mu of a series of old movies, The Matrix, that he had watched before. As time went by, he became more and more suspicious that the game officials created this god-level virtual online game according to the Matrix's standards. It was really too much, they even made shit. He did not know whether to call it simulation or perverted. If it were not for the system and background music, he would have confused it with reality. In short, he could confirm that the technology used in Elven Nation should be different from other online games. Perhaps, this was the real stealth online game in the players' minds. Li Mu sighed in his heart. Coupled with the cheat-like accelerated thinking, if players stayed in the game for too long, they might be affected to a certain extent. Actually, if this game was real, it would be quite good. Unfortunately, a game is a game. Li Mu sighed and started the game cabin while scrolling through his phone to look at his Upmaster platform. It was already July, and the university was already on summer vacation. Therefore, Li Mu had more free time. However, as a streamer, he hadn't broadcasted for almost a month. For the past few days, he had been playing games in his room almost every day. Other than eating, bathing, and uploading videos regularly, he did almost nothing else. As for the video that was uploaded, it was naturally a video recorded in Elven Nation. The content mainly included Li Mu's recording of the game, as well as some of the techniques that he had learned in the game, such as how to quickly increase the favorability of NPCs and so on. As a game reviewer, Li Mu had been addicted to Elven Kingdom ever since. He hadn't touched any other virtual reality game since. Due to the existence of accelerated thinking, Elven Nation could not be streamed normally in Blue Star, so his live streaming room was abandoned. Fortunately, it was still possible to record the broadcast. Although Elven Nation was not in public beta, it had already attracted countless fans on the internet. Therefore, Li Mu took up a part-time job as a Upmaster. Relying on the traffic brought by the recorded broadcast, he could still manage to make a living. However, as a reviewer, Li Mu's gaming skills were not very good, and the recorded video of the game was not good enough. He was not the only Upmaster selected as a closed beta player by Elven Nation. There were many great players who were good at post-production. Therefore, although his videos had a lot of traffic, they were not considered popular among the related videos of Elven Nation. However, this time, he habitually opened his Upmaster platform and found that the number of views of his recorded videos had exploded. This was especially true for the series of videos that he had previously made on how to increase the favorability of NPCs in Elven Nation. In this series of videos, Li Mu summarized some of the characteristics of the Elven NPCs in Elven Nation. He combined the official Elven history with a detailed analysis of the elves' views, their personalities, their preferences, and so on, to help players better communicate with the NPCs. However, when this series of videos was first uploaded, the response was not very good. It was too slow to increase the favorability of the NPCs, and the benefits were limited. Even if one did not increase the favorability, as long as one was respectful when accepting a mission, the NPCs would still give one a mission. Although increasing the favorability of the NPCs to the extreme and gaining the trust of the NPCs might arrange some private missions, most players thought that it would be better to farm monsters with the time. Apart from the purple NPC Alice, they did not think that the other NPCs were worth farming. For real hard-working players, the fastest way to level up at this stage, apart from the main mission with huge rewards, was to farm monsters in groups. Therefore, Li Mu had already expected that the videos would be lukewarm. But, what was the situation now? Li Mu noticed that the traffic data of the series of videos he uploaded had suddenly increased by 10 times. When he went to bed yesterday, it was actually lukewarm. This made him a little confused. Why did the number of views and comments increase so much all of a sudden? He roughly browsed through and found that many of the comments were left by closed beta players. Congratulations on discovering the treasure of Elven Nation! This was the comment with the highest number of likes. Absorbing a wave of luck in the front row, Boss 666. This was the second comment. F***CK. Brother Moo is indeed Brother Moo. Take a look at the Prophecy Emperor in the front row. This was the third comment. The favorability of an NPC is not without reason. The officials will make a move on the favorability system sooner or later. Seeing this sentence in the video, Brother Moo, are you really not an official shill? Limu was speechless. What was going on? He was even more confused. Limu opened a certain chat app on his phone and was surprised to find that his chat list had also exploded. He had received many private messages, almost all of them from his friends in the offline chat group of Nature's Heart Guild. He glanced and opened the chat with Demacia. What greeted his eyes was a large exclamation mark. Brother Moo. Save me. Woo woo. I'm finished. I'm really finished this time. Please teach me the technique of building a relationship with an NPC quickly. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. Oh yes, also, after entering the game, you must help me draw equipment. It's too difficult for me. Limu was speechless. What kind of nonsense is this? Wait, the content of the update has something to do with favorability? Limu's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath, put down his phone, and eagerly entered the game cabin. Start the game, Elven Nation! When Limu entered the game, he finally saw the update description of the game. Limu did not hesitate and directly opened it. Elven Nation Favorability and Reputation Points Patch Update Description. Strengthen the favorability system. The player's NPC mission reward will be tied to the favorability of the NPC who issued the mission. Favorability will receive bonus. The highest bonus is 100%, double the reward. Negative favorability will be punished by the mission reward. The highest penalty is 50%, half the reward. Improve and strengthen the reputation points system. Based on the NPC's favorability evaluation of the faction's reputation points, based on the faction's reputation points, a total of 100 points. Based on the overall reputation points, the player will receive bonus for the main mission, side mission, and hidden storyline mission. The highest bonus is 100%, double the reward. Based on the overall reputation points, the player will receive a discount buff for the exchange of profession change, skills, books, and perfect resurrection times in the shop. When exchanging for the above items, the higher the overall reputation points, the greater the discount. The maximum discount is 50%, half the cost. Based on the overall reputation points, the player will receive a lucky buff in the shop. When exchanging for equipment, the higher the overall reputation points, the higher the chance of exchanging for equipment with rare special effects. The highest is 100% chance. This buff is effective once a day. Limu was speechless. Looking at the description of the system update, Limu's spirits were lifted. The favorability system has really been strengthened. Bonus rewards? There's even a shop discount and luck value? The bonus can actually be doubled? That means it's equivalent to double the mission experience in ordinary online games. The discount for skills, books, and resurrection times can be up to 50%. TSK. How many contribution points can this save? And luck value? This is good. The difference between good and bad special effects for equipment of the same level is really huge. Won't players with high favorability have their own lucky aura now? No wonder Demacia said he was finished. Once this system is released, the gap between players with high favorability and those with low favorability has been completely widened. Especially for the main storyline missions, the rewards for every main storyline mission are incomparably rich. Limu was extremely excited. One had to know that he was the happiest when this system was released. He was the man with the highest reputation in the entire server. Oh. Right, what's my overall reputation evaluation score now? Thinking of this, Limu hurriedly entered his personal information column. After the game update, there was an additional column in the player's personal information, which was the overall reputation evaluation score. And as expected by Li Mu, his score was 100 points. There was also a golden frame special effect that shone brightly. It looked like a VIP member, giving off a very high-class feeling. Not only that, but there was also a system comment below: as a famous chosen one, you have gained the admiration of the elves. Your overall reputation evaluation is respected. Yes. Li Mu couldn't help but clench his fist and burst out in English. Then, he eagerly opened the shop interface. The shop interface was slightly different from before, and the moment Li Mu entered, the system actually showed a sweet voice effect: "Welcome, respectable chosen one." Not only that, but along with the voice effect, there was also a cute cartoon version of a goddess cheering by the side with fireworks. Interesting. Li Mu's eyes lit up. He subconsciously took a screenshot and then checked the exchange shop. As expected, all the non-equipment items on the shelves had their exchange prices reduced by half. At the bottom right corner of the equipment exchange column, there was a golden icon of luck buff, 1-to-1. Below it was a description: "Congratulations, the revered chosen one. Your luck stat has reached 100. You will get a rare special effect if you exchange for equipment. Respectable. Guaranteed special effects." The corners of Li Mu's mouth gradually curled up. In fact, the reason why he did not change his equipment was not only because he had looted the equipment of the orc chief priest Zhu Shan, but also because he had always been unlucky in the game. Before this, he had exchanged for purple equipment once or twice, but unfortunately, all of them were trash special effects. Other people's magic staffs were either spellcasting speed or spell strengthening, while his was a useless spell attachment, illumination. Illumination, it was just a zero-circle cantrip, something that every player knew. The skill exchange in the shop only required 200 contribution points. Although it was commonly used, it was of little value. Of course, this was not the worst. The worst special effect was a special effect called Shine. The Shine special effect did not have any combat bonuses, it only made the equipment look better. Perhaps some lifestyle players would like it, but most combat players hated this kind of flashy and useless special effect. However, there were always unlucky people who would get such a trashy special effect, for example, Li Mu. But it was different now. Now I've become a European. Li Mu was delighted. Although he had looted Zhu Shan's equipment, he had only obtained a magic staff and a magic robe. The shoes he was wearing now were the purple and black with the Shine special effect that he had exchanged with his unlucky face. Thinking of this, he decided to give it a try. Li Mu jogged all the way to the side hall of the Temple of Nature, prayed to the statue of the goddess, and entered the exchange system. After that, he gritted his teeth and used the 30,000 contribution points that he had painstakingly accumulated to exchange for a pair of purple epic level dark iron level mage shoes. Looking at the contribution points that were instantly reset to 0, he felt a little heartache. It's a pity that the equipment can't be sold at half price, or else I could save half the contribution points. However, although it could not be sold at half price, it would be even better if he could get a rare special effect. A holy light flashed, and a pair of exquisite boots appeared in front of Li Mu. Li Mu could not wait to check it out. The purple iron level equipment was indeed black iron level. The rating was double that of what he was wearing now. And in the special effect column, it's actually acceleration. Li Mu sucked in a breath of cold air and was ecstatic. The acceleration special effect was very rare among mage shoes. It could increase one's movement speed by half. Don't underestimate this 50% increase. With the acceleration shoes and the skill, Cat's Elegance, a spellcaster's movement speed would be increased to a terrifying level. The players jokingly called them Hong Kong spellcasters. With the enhancement, a spellcaster's speed could even be comparable to a hunter of the same level, and the hunter profession had always been the profession with the highest agility. With this speed, a spellcaster's ability to protect himself would be increased to an unprecedented level. Therefore, for mage professions who were not strong in close combat, acceleration was simply a necessity for escaping. It could be said to be a very rare special effect, and although this special effect was powerful, it was very difficult to get. Out of the 1,200 beta testers, only a few people had gotten acceleration shoes, and most of them were from rare blue equipment. It could be said to be a very rare special effect. And Li Mu's purple iron level shoes with the acceleration special effect was the first in the entire server. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Li Mu was delighted. At this time, he also noticed that his luck buff had disappeared, it became 0 to 1, and there was a prompt below, 24-hour blue star will be restored in the future. 24 hours in real life? That means I can use it once every 4 days in the game? Li Mu was deep in thought. And after being happy, he would naturally share his happiness with others, then enjoy more happiness under the envious and jealous gazes of others. Li Mu grinned and looked left and right. At this time, he was surprised to find that the side hall of the temple, which was usually filled with players, was much less crowded today. And, the players who came to the side hall today were obviously like him, they were all here to see their luck or discount buffs. However, Li Mu would hear their laments from time to time. Sigh, poor, my score is only 20 points. The mission reward can only be increased by 20%. Be content, I only have 10 points. Right, actually, we are not the worst, did you know? Xianxia's score is 0 points, unique in the entire server. The system's evaluation is only indifferent, not even reaching neutral. Pfft, ha 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 ha. 0 points? How did he do it? I fight in the field every day, I basically have never dealt with NPCs, and the system also has 5 points, well. I'm neutral. Because his favorability with NPCs is almost all negative, except for Air Moonlight. If there is a negative score, he will be negative. Ha ha ha, this child is too pitiful. A few players who felt that their scores were too poor were instantly amused. Li Mu was speechless. No wonder Xianxia kept saying that he was done for. Once the favorability system was strengthened, his luck would be gone no matter how lucky he was. Li Mu sighed. This was what they meant by one would not die if one did not seek death. Xianxia was the only one who had the guts to mess with an NPC when he knew about the favorability. At this time, the others also noticed Li Mu. They all became excited. F***CK. Isn't this Brother Mu? Brother Mu. Brother Mu. Your reputation is so high, what's your evaluation score? Don't tell me it's 100 points? Hearing their words, the corners of Li Mu's mouth rose slightly. It's okay, I was lucky. I got 100 points. When the others heard this, they gasped, F***CK. It's really 100 points. I heard that the second in reputation, Cuckoo Bird's evaluation score is only 65 points. Amazing. Brother Mu, what's your evaluation? Evaluation? Well, it's admiration. Li Mu replied. TSK, admiration. That's really amazing. It's the highest level, right? I'm so envious. And 100 points. Doesn't this come with its own special effects? It's one lucky draw for equipment? Li Mu nodded. That's right, I just drew the acceleration purple and black shoes. The other players were speechless. F***CK. F***CK. The acceleration shoes are the best. Isn't this too enviable? Ah. Why didn't I make a good impression back then? By the way, Brother Mu, I saw your video. You're simply too strong. No wonder you've been making a good impression. Did you expect this day to come? A player asked curiously. Li Mu pondered for a moment and nodded. Of course, because Elven Nation focuses on immersion. Our main plot is to fight with the elves, help them rebuild their civilization, and help the goddess return to her peak. Therefore, this game will definitely strengthen our cooperation with the NPCs. Otherwise, why would they make the NPCs so realistic? It's enough to just use the tools of other games. So, it's still the same sentence. Although we know this is a game, we can't just treat it as a game when we're playing. We have to roleplay. Integrate into the plot. Integrate into the game. Integrate into our feelings. This is the real roleplay. This is the real MMORPG. Li Mu said. The other players listened and fell into deep thought. Seeing that the players had begun to think about his words, Li Mu was very satisfied. He looked around and asked with some confusion. By the way, why do I feel that there are fewer people today? Don't mention it. Once the favorability system was released, everyone rushed to Xianxia to make a good impression with the NPCs. It's so crowded over there now. A player answered. Limu was speechless. The elf blacksmith Carlos Blaze had been living a comfortable life recently. Ever since he had the mission system, he realized that he no longer needed to worry about the lack of apprentices to assist him in forging. Of course, the premise was that you had to keep your mouth shut and not reveal some secrets easily. Especially where there were rumors of treasures, relics, and the like. Otherwise, these chosen ones would definitely run away faster than rabbits if they heard it. They seemed to have an unparalleled interest in the legends of treasures and relics. Every day, they fantasized about digging for treasures and making a fortune. As long as they chatted with you, they would ask about these things. Even though some people left, more people showed their interest in smithing. Almost every day, new chosen ones would come to Carlos's forging shop and ask him to teach them forging skills. These chosen ones were very hardworking and enthusiastic. Many of them did not even want to be paid. As long as Carlos agreed to teach them forging skills, they were willing to help Carlos do anything. Whether it was in work or in life, there was even a female chosen one who stayed to learn and took the initiative to take care of Carlos's meals. Every day, she made different kinds of fruit banquets for him, which made Carlos's appetite even more picky. This made Carlos extremely satisfied. At the same time, he felt that Mother Goddess was really great. Mother Nature above, where did she summon these warriors from? They were really a group of good children who loved to learn and were passionate and selfless, although sometimes it was a little strange. Of course, the chosen ones did not always make Carlos very satisfied. They also had some shortcomings that Carlos did not like. Sometimes, they even made Carlos very angry. What made Carlos most dissatisfied was that they were too rash and gave up too easily. And, sometimes, they were too heartless. Almost every chosen one who came to learn would first mention how to make equipment. But, forging was a technical job. Without a solid foundation, learning how to make equipment directly was tantamount to building a castle in the air. How could one learn how to make equipment without a few years? For this, Carlos even reprimanded them. After learning that it would take at least a few years to completely learn how to make equipment, almost all the chosen ones chose to give up and asked to be taught how to repair equipment quickly. Repairing equipment was easier to learn. However, as an experienced blacksmith, Carlos still hoped that everyone could learn from the basics and work steadily to become outstanding elven blacksmiths. However, even with Carlos's earnest advice, these chosen ones were still unwilling to give up. After learning that repairing equipment was easier to learn, the majority of players stopped learning anything else. They were only willing to learn how to repair equipment in a simple way. This even made Carlos a little angry. Seriously. There were many things that could be done with forging techniques. If one was patient enough to learn for 10 years, they could even create powerful magic items. Why were these guys so obsessed with repairing equipment? Was it because he could learn it quickly? But, if he only knew how to repair equipment, what future did he have? Of course, in the end, he really couldn't dissuade these heaven's chosen ones and couldn't stand their incessant pleading. His heart softened and he agreed. Fortunately, there were still 2 or 3 people who listened to him and were willing to settle down and learn from the basics. When Carlos started teaching, he was surprised to find that these chosen ones were very talented. They could learn many things in one go, especially in forging techniques, many of which required long-term practice to form muscle memory. The chosen ones could easily master it after a few practice sessions. This was actually the effect of the player's physical talents. Although Eve's intelligence couldn't be changed, the potential of the body could. When players learned skills, they were much faster than the natives. After all, their aptitude was comparable to that of the ancient elves. However, what happened next made Carlos very disappointed, and his heart turned cold. Every time the chosen ones learned the ability to repair equipment, they wouldn't come back the next day. They basically learned to walk away one by one. The better ones would say thank you when they left. Those who were just a little bit closer would have slipped away happily. And as long as they left, no one would come back. This made Carlos feel that he was just a tool for teaching forging techniques. He would be thrown away after he was done. This made the old elf feel slightly wronged, why didn't they come back? In any case, they were master and disciple. Am I really that annoying? At least, they should have said goodbye before they left. At the same time, he didn't like such a heaven's chosen one. Of course, not all chosen ones were like this. Those who were willing to stay for a long time were very respectful to him. Carlos was old, but his senses were still very sharp. Many people respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Especially a female chosen one called Mangjihan. She had been learning seriously from him and really treated him as a teacher. So, to these chosen ones, he opened his heart and taught them everything. He really treated them as his disciples. Forget it, everyone has their own ambitions. Those who left without saying goodbye, so be it. Anyway, they don't like me, and I don't like them. You treat me as a tool, then I'll treat you as a tool too. Carlos shook his head. With this mentality, he pushed open the door of his house. As soon as he stepped out, Carlos was stunned. He realized that a group of heaven's chosen ones had gathered in front of his house. According to his impression, most of them were those who had learned skills from him. However, many of them left without saying a word once they learned how to repair equipment. They left a bad impression on him. What was going on? Why did they all come back? Carlos was confused. When these chosen ones saw Carlos come out, their eyes lit up. In an instant, their faces were filled with flattering smiles. They greeted Carlos and gave him fruits and other gifts. Ahaha, Teacher Carlos, good morning. Grandpa Carlos, I'm here to see you. This is a gift for you. Grandpa Carlos, thank you for teaching me skills. I left in a hurry a while ago and didn't say goodbye to you. I'm here to see you today. Grandpa Carlos, you look good recently. Carlos was speechless. Looking at the warm and smiling faces, he was a little dazed. Humph, they left, why did they come back? He blew his beard and said angrily. However, his expression softened a lot. Upon seeing Carlos's relaxed expression, all the players were overjoyed. They surrounded the old elf and opened the way for him while flattering him. You can't say that. We're very grateful for the skills you taught us. Yes. Yes. I'm really grateful to you. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Of course, I'll come back to see you often. Yes. Yes. Grandpa Carlos, please don't be angry with us. Hearing their words, a part of Carlos's heart softened. He looked at the players with a complicated expression, sighed, and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. I understand, you're all busy and have your own things to do. I'm not angry. Go do your own things. I've received your kindness. I still have work to do. After that, he called out to the other two chosen ones who had been humbly learning from him and continued to the forging shop. However, the surrounding players did not leave. They seemed to be in a daze for a while before continuing to flatter him. Grandpa Carlos, do you need help? Grandpa Carlos, I'll help you carry your things. Grandpa Carlos, are you really not angry with us? Carlos was speechless. What's wrong with these chosen ones? Didn't he say that he forgave them? Why? Is there no end to it? Suddenly, Carlos's heart skipped a beat as he realized something. He rolled his eyes and said, You guys didn't accept another mission, did you? The players were speechless. They were stunned for a moment before they smiled again. Ahem, no, no. We came back to see you sincerely. Yes, yes. We really want to be recognized by you. Yes, yes. We even want to be friends with you despite our age difference. Carlos was speechless. Hee hee. He sneered, squeezed out of the crowd, and left. Leaving behind a group of players staring at each other. Why, did it fail? Didn't you say that Carlos likes this kind of fruit very much? I even plucked a lot. After the apology, the favorability increased a little, but it dropped back down. Too bad. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left in such a hurry. Who knew that leaving without saying goodbye after completing the mission would decrease the favorability of the NPC? Isn't the favorability system too strict? The players wailed. Meng Han, who had been learning from Carlos, heard the complaints of the players and stopped. She looked at the old elf who was walking away and hesitated for a moment before she came to the players and sighed. You won't be able to save the favorability of the NPC. The players were stunned when they heard that. Why not? I watched Brother Moo's video. Catering to the NPC's preferences should increase the favorability. Yes. I remember that Carlos likes this kind of fruit the most. Meng Han shook her head. You've seen the video, but you've forgotten the most important thing. What is it? The players were stunned. Immersion and sincerity. Meng Han pointed at her chest. You should watch Brother Moo's video carefully and study the reason why he can increase the favorability of the NPC. After saying that, she turned around and left, following the old elf's footsteps. The players were left staring at each other. Similar things were happening all over Fei Ling Sui. Some players found the trick and successfully increased the favorability of the NPC. But even if they increased the favorability, it only increased a little. How could it be so easy to increase the favorability of the NPC unless it was a special situation? More players found that their last-minute efforts were of no use. They found that the favorability of the NPC was not as easy to increase as they thought. At this time, they realized how powerful Li Mu, who had a comprehensive reputation rating of 100 points, was. In the sky. Eve nodded in satisfaction as she watched the players hit a wall. It's time for them to hit a wall. Only by letting the players understand the importance of sincere communication with the elves can they restrain some of their bad habits and effectively strengthen their cooperation with the native elves. If this problem is solved, then the farming and expansion of forces will be much easier. Don't place your hopes on the overall quality of the players. If you wanted them to restrain their bad habits and interact with the NPCs according to Eve's idea, you could only use rewards and punishments at the beginning, but, after a long time, it would be different. Eve believed that once the players accepted the new favorability setting, their relationship with the NPCs and their attitude toward the game, there would be an unprecedented change. The improved favorability system was like a bowl of water thrown into a pot of oil. It immediately caused an uproar among the players. Some people were happy, while others were unhappy. While they were not used to it, some players even complained on the official website that they wanted to quit the game. Of course, in the end, it was just talk. Although the improved favorability and reputation evaluation were harsher, overall, the system gave more bonuses to the players than punishments. In fact, the players who could get huge bonuses under the new favorability system were the minority. The favorability of NPCs ranged from -100 to +100. Li Mu was the only NPC who had a favorability of more than 40 that he had come into contact with. The reputation rating was between 0 and 100-1200 players, and Li Mu was the only one who could get full marks. Li Mu was an exception. In fact, there were very few players who could get a reputation evaluation of more than 30. So, for most players, everyone's starting point was about the same. At least most people would not be too far apart because of this. However, those players with higher reputation did enjoy higher bonuses and leveled up faster. Therefore, how to increase the NPC's favorability and how to increase one's reputation became the direction that the players worked hard on. However, with further exploration, the players found that the starting point of everyone's reputation evaluation was not 0. The game system would regularly evaluate the overall reputation of the players and come up with an average score. This average score was the starting reputation evaluation of the players. It was similar to an NPC's overall impression of the chosen one. Even if you don't do anything, you can still get an average reputation rating. At present, the overall reputation evaluation of the players was 5, neutral. On this basis, according to the overall favorability of the players and the NPC, it would be added and subtracted. The lowest was 0, indifferent. This discovery made the players who were not used to gaining favorability feel relieved. At least, as long as they did not cause trouble, they could still enjoy the average reputation evaluation of the players. This meant that even if there were players who enjoyed higher bonuses, they wouldn't fall too far behind on average. Of course, those who were seeking death were really miserable. Not only were they unlucky, but they also enjoyed the supercilious looks of other players. After all, no one liked to be a burden. Humans were very adaptable creatures. As for the players, their ability to accept was stronger. After some initial discomfort, the players gradually accepted the reputation rating system. As for those with high ratings, they became the targets of the various large guilds. Just the fact that there was a high chance of drawing equipment with rare special effects was enough to make most of the players excited. While the players were getting used to the reputation points, Eve also issued a new main plot mission. Unlike the previous single missions, there were 3 main missions this time. They were, develop forces, explore Rivendell, and explore the underground world. Under each main storyline, there were many side quests. Some side quests were fixed in the form of daily quests that could be received every day. Players could repeat different missions according to their own needs and preferences. The main mission of Develop Faction included crop planting, livestock breeding, resource collection, main city construction, and many other side missions. Many of them were daily missions. The daily mission of building the City of Heaven's Chosen was also included in the side mission of main city construction. For the many daily missions of the main storyline, Eve also selected some native elves as the new daily mission NPCs and let them be responsible for issuing missions. The NPC for livestock breeding was the black dragon Merrill. Although the elf forest was rich in resources, the players had a huge appetite. Whether it was for the ecological balance or for the perception of the believers, it was necessary to develop the breeding industry. After knowing the goal of this mission, the little black dragon's eyes lit up, and he was instantly excited. He touched his conscience and swore to Eve that he would let the players do a good job. Well, as long as he could occasionally have a good meal after the mission was completed. The appearance of the Develop Faction series of missions immediately attracted the interest of many lifestyle players who didn't like fighting and killing. At the same time, because this series of missions was very safe, it became the first choice of the low-level players. In the side missions of this main storyline mission, many of the missions involved breeding gameplay, and this was what the lifestyle players liked. For a time, many players chose to stay in the elf forest and devoted themselves to the development of the elf forest. This was especially true for the Mengmeng Committee, which had a large number of lifestyle players. After completing the human caravan mission, the Salty Meow obtained some seeds that looked like crops. Some interested druid players took them and began to cultivate them. Some players began to go to various parts of the elf forest with the help of the black dragon Merrill too. Look for the cubs of magical beasts, especially those that grew fast, had a lot of meat, and were easy to raise. They planned to explore the breeding industry. And so on, the main storyline of Develop Faction attracted the lifestyle players, while Explore Rivendell and Explore the Underworld attracted the players who loved adventure and combat. This group of players was the largest out of the 1,200 players. They all accepted the missions and began their own adventures. Among them, the main storyline of Explore Rivendell was divided into Ancient Book Search, Mine Exploration, and so on. Explore the Underworld had map drawing, monster detection, and so on. Because there were no daily missions in the side quests of these 2 main storyline missions, Eve did not arrange for NPCs to accept these missions. Instead, she relied directly on the game system to accept them. Of course, the more important reason was that these missions involved the expansion of the faction, and the expansion in the early stages was accompanied by risks, so Eve had to control it personally. As the players explored, a corner of the mystery of Rivendell and the underworld was gradually unraveled. First, there was Rivendell. As the manufacturing capital of the elf civilization 1,000 years ago, there should be many treasures left behind by the elves. However, it was a pity that Rivendell seemed to have experienced the plundering of humans. When the players explored, they found that there were not many useful things that could be found. At least, the places that could be explored on the surface were almost emptied. However, as the players explored further, they gradually found a new world. Rivendell was built in a valley, and when it was split in half by an unknown force 1,000 years ago, part of the city was buried by the mountain rocks. 1,000 years had passed, and this part of the city had long been buried under the ground. When the players explored, they were delighted to find that these areas had not been plundered by humans. As they explored, they found a large number of abandoned equipment that was buried deep in the ruins. The players guessed that it might be because most of them were destroyed, so they were not taken away by human adventurers. In addition, the players gradually discovered more elven handicrafts and even some ancient forging equipment and tools. Although most of them were damaged after 1,000 years, there were still some that looked intact and were all transported back by the players. Those that could be used were used, and those that could not be used were sacrificed to the goddess to recover contribution points. In the process of exploration, the players finally encountered the monsters that lived in this place. Different from what the players imagined, they thought that Rivendell was connected to the underworld and that there should be many strange underground creatures. In fact, the players only encountered one type of monster, spiders. This was a type of spider that was covered in pitch-black scales. Its shell was very tough like metal, and its legs were covered with steel needle-like fur. They were of different sizes. The small ones were the size of a washbasin and had similar strength as a goblin. The big ones were almost as big as an adult and had ferocious sickle-like teeth. Their strength had even reached the dark iron level. They were entrenched in the depths of Rivendell, and the deeper they went, the more they encountered. After identification, the players learned that this spider was called a crypt spider. It was an underground creature with the dark attribute. It had extremely sticky spider silk and sharp fangs. The bigger spiders were also highly poisonous. They fed on other weak underground creatures or ores. Their entire skeleton was mineralized and extremely tough. They were different from the goblins. The goblins were considered half-intelligent creatures, but the spiders were magical beasts. Apart from their hard shells, their actions were all instincts. However, because of their hard shells, the players encountered a lot of difficulties when clearing them. Ordinary physical attacks were almost ineffective against them. Fortunately, after exploring, the players found that these spiders were afraid of light and fire. Then, the players found a good way to eliminate them. That was to lure them into a cave that was dug in advance, then throw a light to temporarily make them lose their mobility. After the players jumped out of the cave, they would throw fireballs down. Burn them. However, this method could only be used against small spiders. There was no way to deal with the big spiders. The big spiders were very fast and had poisonous stingers. Although they were afraid of light and fire, they also had a certain level of patience and tenacity. In addition, they could drive the small spiders to charge. A large spider would usually attract more than 10 small spiders. When encountering them, unless the players had a large number of people, they could only run. As the players continued to explore Rivendell, they encountered more and more spiders. This made the players wonder if the humans did not explore further because of the presence of the crypt spiders. However, this did not extinguish their enthusiasm. That was because killing spiders would also give a lot of experience points. There were experience points and treasures. Rivendell had completely become a carnival for adventure players. However, unlike Rivendell where the exploration mission was in full swing, the exploration of the underground world encountered setbacks. Rivendell had a huge cave that connected to the underground world. This was also the starting point of the players' exploration of the underground world. As soon as the players entered the cave, they encountered a big problem. They encountered a giant spider that was 5 to 6 meters wide. All the attacks were ineffective against it. Even the fireball only left a few scratches on its shell. On the other hand, it had the speed of the wind and powerful attack power. It could easily catch up to and kill a fully armed player. Even a small team of boxed lunches was completely wiped out when they attacked. The players guessed that this gatekeeper spider was very likely to have the strength of a silver. Not only that, this giant crypt spider also had 3 large spiders as subordinates and hundreds of small spiders. The players were no match for them at all. It seems that we can only ask the black dragon Meryl for help again. In the end, the players had no choice but to turn their attention to the little black dragon. However, when they found the black dragon who was leading a group of players all over the elven forest to look for a nest of magical beasts to rob their young, the little black dragon refused. Crypt spiders? A few meters big? Meryl's dragon face changed. I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm not going. If you want to die, go ahead. It shook its head and flew away. The always arrogant black dragon was actually scared. Only a group of players were left staring at each other. That big guy underground was even afraid of the black dragon? It shouldn't be, right? They felt that it was not as powerful as the stupid dragon. However, the little black dragon was not willing. and the players had no choice. In the end, they had no choice but to temporarily give up the exploration of the underground world and continue to explore Rivendell. Boxed Lunches also led his small team and no longer went to the cave. Instead, they went deep into the elven ruins. This time, he accepted the side mission, mine exploration. However, it was different from before. This time, he had a small tail behind him. Boxed Lunch led his combat team forward cautiously in the winding and deep mine tunnel. This was an abandoned mine road that led to the depths of the Gloom Mountain range. The entrance was an abandoned forge in Rivendell. The mine road was paved with tracks, similar to the railways in the Blue Star. However, if one looked closely, one could vaguely see some magic lines that had lost their effect. On both sides of the mine road were smooth rock walls. There was an old magic lamp at intervals, but it had been destroyed by the passage of thousands of years. Occasionally, one could see some skeletons on the road. They were still wearing tattered clothes. They were the elves who didn't manage to escape when Rivendell was destroyed overnight 1,000 years ago. These pitiful elven skeletons were not uncommon in Rivendell. And every time the players found the remains of elves, they would excitedly go forward and plunder the items on them. But today, Boxed Lunch's team was much more restrained. Even when they saw elven skeletons, they just collectively went to the skeletons and mourned for 3 minutes. Then they pretended to pray, and murmured a few words as if to themselves, "Rest in peace, partner. I will bring your remains back to the elven forest." And so on. Then, the players sorrowfully collected the elven skeletons and put them into the backpacks that the Inferno tribe's elves had woven for them. In short, the team members were much more disciplined, as if they were really elves. The entire mine road was dark and eerily silent. The players could only hear their own footsteps. The system's background music had been turned off under Boxed Lunch's command. This was because they were close to the deepest part of Rivendell. It wasn't safe, and small crypt spiders were often seen alone. "Boss Boxed Lunch, are you sure we can find the mineral vein if we follow this path?" While walking, the elven mage in the team, a player named Gord, asked curiously. "Of course. It's a mine road. The end must be connected to the mineral vein." Before Boxed Lunch could answer, another player answered. But the others thought so too. "If we follow the mine road, the end is either blocked or a dried-up mineral vein." "There's nothing." Gord continued to mumble. Boxed Lunch was silent for a moment and said, "There are many spiders in this vein. Will there be mines if there are more monsters?" The Gord asked again. This time, without waiting for Boxed Lunch to answer, a clear and somewhat disdainful voice rang out. "Stupid. Ores are also a type of food for crypt spiders. Since there are so many spiders here, there must be ore veins." Gord, the corners of his mouth twitched. The one who spoke was none other than the elf NPC they had rescued, Nightingale Shadow. After knowing that the Boxed Lunch team was going to explore Rivendell, the elven girl kept insisting on following them. It was also because of this NPC's existence that the players were afraid of losing their favorability, so they had no choice but to restrain themselves when plundering the elf's relics. "Alright, I understand." The Gord sighed. He looked at the lunchbox and then at Nightingale with a strange expression. "I understand, but why do you want her to follow us?" The Gord pointed at a certain person. "Tisk, it's my freedom to go wherever I want. Besides, you might need my help to explore Rivendell." Nightingale pursed her lips and proudly puffed out her chest. After accepting Eve's faith, the racial curse on her was also broken. Her strength had also increased by a notch in an instant, directly leaping into the middle rank of iron. Therefore, even in the face of these powerful Heaven's chosen ones, she had some confidence. Hearing her words, the Gord shook his head helplessly. "Sigh, you don't understand. If we really encounter something dangerous, we'll be fine, but you'll be finished." Nightingale listened and raised her eyebrows in confusion. She was about to ask something when Boxed Lunch's low voice suddenly sounded. "There's a situation, quiet." For a moment, all the players' faces became serious. Nightingale also became spirited. She cautiously held her machete, the one she looted from the human mercenary that day. Everyone fell into silence. At this moment, they vaguely heard a rustling sound. Boxed Lunch hesitated for a moment, turned his head to look at Nightingale, and whispered. Go to the back of the team. If there's danger, run quickly. Looking at his serious expression, Nightingale pursed her lips. I don't want to. If you're not going, why should I? Boxed Lunch was speechless. He was silent for a moment, then said, we can be resurrected if we die, but you can't. With that, he turned his head and continued to lead the team forward. Resurrected. Nightingale was stunned and subconsciously stopped in her tracks. The players did not stop moving forward. They did not explain anything, but they walked more carefully and quietly. Nightingale was stunned for a moment, then she reacted after a moment and quickly caught up with the team. This time, she obediently walked at the back, muttering to herself as she walked. Resurrected, what does it mean? Boxed Lunch led the team forward. As they moved forward, the rustling sound became louder. They turned a corner and finally came to the end of the mining road. When they saw the scene in front of them clearly, everyone's pupils could not help but shrink slightly. At the end of the mining road was a huge cave. And in the cave, countless crypt spiders gathered. They gathered together densely, thousands of them, and their scarlet eyes were like lanterns in the dark. It made one's scalp tingle. Among them, most of them were small crypt spiders, but there were also many large ones. Even deeper in, the players faintly saw creatures that seemed to be similar in size to the giant spider guarding the entrance of the underground world. This was the lair of the crypt spiders. For a moment, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. F***ck, Calabash subconsciously wanted to curse, but he quickly restrained himself. Boxed Lunch looked grim. He waved his hand and gestured for them to retreat. Everyone held their breaths and began to retreat slowly. At this moment, a player accidentally tripped on a stone while retreating, and a spider leg fell out of his backpack. The metallic spider leg hit the ground and made a crisp sound. Clank, clank. The sound was extremely clear in the mining road. **T. The players' faces turned green in an instant. At the same time, the rustling sound behind them weakened a lot. In the cave, pairs of scarlet eyes looked over. Run. Boxed Lunch turned solemn and ran. When he passed by Nightingale, he grabbed the stunned elven girl and used the sprint skill to run even faster. The other players were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly turned around and ran to keep up with him. After they ran for a distance, dozens of crypt spiders who heard the sound caught up. F***ck. Why is it a spider's nest? Let's run. We brought a lot of things this time. It'll be a big loss if we die. The players felt their scalps go numb. They ran for their lives and cursed. Nightingale, who was being dragged by Boxed Lunch, was also shocked. So many spiders. They ran desperately along the mine road, and the crypt spiders chased after them. Fortunately, the team members were prepared. They all changed into purple or blue shoes with the speed special effect, and they were barely able to avoid being caught. But they could not shake them off. Calabash. How many of them are chasing us? Boxed Lunch, who was pulling Nightingale, asked. Calabash cast detection behind him and then shouted, not many. About 60 or 70, no. 70 or 80. They're all small, 70 or 80, Boxed Lunch's eyes flashed. They can fight. Plan C, activate the patio at the corner in front. After that, he let go of his hand and pushed Nightingale. He slowed down and said, go ahead. You go first, crawl out. Looking at Boxed Lunch's confident look, Nightingale hesitated and nodded. She could see that these chosen ones had a plan. She ran in front and looked back to see what these chosen ones were going to do. Then, Nightingale saw one of the team members suddenly slow down. He came to the back of the team and took out a bulging leather bag from his backpack. He twisted open the bag and started to spread a black powder along the way. What's that? Nightingale was stunned. The players spread the powder as they walked until they came to the corner of the mine road. This was an open area that was connected to several other mine roads. At the top, there was a skylight that was dozens of meters wide. There were stone stairs on the wall of the open area that allowed people to climb. This was one of the exits of the mine. At the top was another ruin. Climb up. Boxed Lunch shouted at Nightingale from afar. Nightingale nodded and quickly climbed up the skylight. She quickly climbed up and turned around to help the other players. The other players followed her and climbed up one after another. When everyone climbed out of the mine, the spiders at the front also arrived. They began to climb up along the wall of the cave. Boxed Lunch's eyes flashed, and he took out a bulging cloth bag that looked exactly the same as the one before throwing it down. The other players followed suit, taking out identical bags from their bodies and throwing them down. "Calabash, light the fire!" Boxed Lunch shouted. "Okay." The calabash nodded excitedly. A fireball that was dozens of centimeters in size appeared in his hand. It was the first circle fireball that he had just chanted. At this time, the fastest spider was about to climb out of the mine. "Let's go." The gourd turned around and threw the fireball down. Then, it immediately lay down. "Lie down and cover your ears." Bento shouted at Nightingale again. Nightingale was stunned. When she saw the other players instinctively crouching down and covering their ears, she did the same. As soon as she lay down, she heard a deafening explosion, boom. The black powder touched the flame and instantly exploded. The air quickly heated up and expanded, causing a violent explosion in the narrow mine tunnel. As the earth shook, a flame that was several meters high rushed out of the mine, bringing with it a thick cloud of black smoke. The whole ground was shaking. What a powerful explosion! Nightingale felt the aftershock of the earthquake and subconsciously clicked her tongue. This intensity is comparable to the power of a third circle spell. What's going on? If she wasn't mistaken, the Chosen One had only thrown a one-ringed fireball. Wait, is it the black powder? Nightingale widened her eyes and looked at the Chosen One with a hint of shock. What did they come up with? They could make a first circle fireball have the power of a third circle spell. Is it some kind of alchemy product? After a moment, the aftershock stopped, and there was no more sound in the mine. There was a cloud of dust around. The whole air was filled with a pungent smell that Nightingale didn't like. Cough cough, cough cough cough, she coughed and finally took out a water bag and drank 2 mouthfuls before she felt better. At this time, she saw the players excitedly gathered at the entrance of the atrium and looked down. Are they dead? Are they all dead? There's no sound. F***ck. Amazing, it seems that technology is the key to prosperity. Sigh, it's a pity that we can't gain experience this way. They all died for nothing. There were dozens of them, there are gains and losses. There should be some spider legs left. Let's pick them up and bring them back. Hearing the Chosen One's strange words, Nightingale curiously moved closer. At the bottom of the patio, thick smoke was still rising from the tunnel, but there was no longer any sound coming from inside. The spiders are all dead. Nightingale was stunned. After the smoke dissipated, Bento called everyone to climb down the mine again. Nightingale climbed down as well. The smell below was still very strong, and she couldn't help but frown. When the girl reached the bottom of the atrium, she found that the place had completely changed. The nearby mine road had been completely blown up, and the corpses of crypt spiders could be seen everywhere on the ground. Some were still smoking, she couldn't find a complete corpse. All the crypt spiders were blown apart. So powerful, Nightingale covered her mouth in shock. At this time, the players began to peel the spider legs excitedly. These crypt spiders often fed on minerals, and the exoskeleton on their legs was made of minerals. The elf blacksmith Carlos said that it was an excellent forging material. So, although they couldn't gain experience from killing the crypt spiders, these materials were a consolation. How did you do it? Was it the powder just now? Nightingale couldn't help but ask as she looked at the spider remains. Hee, you haven't seen it before, right? That's gunpowder. The players answered proudly. Gunpowder? Nightingale was stunned. Hee, it's all thanks to Bento Boss. Bento Boss made it. That's right. This is the first time I've seen a strong person who can find his own materials to make gunpowder. I don't know what Bento Boss does in reality. The players were all talking at once. In reality? Nightingale tilted her head. She didn't quite understand the words of the Chosen Ones, but she understood one sentence. The mysterious powder that caused the violent explosion was made of wood. He knows alchemy? Is he so powerful? Nightingale's eyes were full of splendor. Bento Boss, who was being stared at by the NPC lady, felt uncomfortable all over. He stiffened his face, glared at the talkative player, and ordered, "Hurry up and collect." The players looked at the boxed lunches and then looked at Nightingale. Then, they began to laugh. Bento Boss, there were more than 80 spiders that caught up this time. After peeling off all the spider legs, the players awkwardly found that the backpacks given to them by the Inferno Elf couldn't hold them anymore. Awkward. I can't carry them. Sigh. The backpacks are still too small. Why can't we have a system backpack? Why don't we carry them back in 2 trips? Isn't it unsafe to leave them here? What if other people come and pick them up? Or we can just draw a magic circle and sacrifice them. These spider legs are made of metal, so the magic circle will definitely swallow them. Nightingale smiled when she saw that the players were distressed. Let me carry them. She took a step forward and touched the spider legs that the players had collected. Then, the players were surprised to find that the spider legs glowed slightly and disappeared. Gosh! How did she do that? It's gone? At this moment, Calabash's eyes lit up. Space equipment? Nightingale raised her head proudly and smiled. Humph. So. I can still help, right? Hearing the girl's words, all the players were excited. Awesome. There's space equipment. Boss Bento Boss. You've stolen a storage room. Bento Boss. Then, the players excitedly took out the items on their backs and handed them to Nightingale. Miss Nightingale, Miss Nightingale. Help us carry these too. Yes. Yes. It's too heavy to carry. Nightingale, Bento Boss didn't join the players' discussion but frowned and pondered. His pondering attracted the attention of the other players. Boss Bento Boss, what's wrong with you? A player stopped what he was doing and asked curiously. Spider legs can be sacrificed too? Bento Boss asked. Of course. After all, they're made of metal. The magic circle will definitely swallow them. It's just that the contribution points are a little low. The player replied. Don't talk about spider legs. Didn't we sacrifice beast bones before? Another player came over and said. Bento Boss's eyes flashed. I suddenly have an idea. If it's feasible, there might be a way to open the door to the underworld. Rivendell, the entrance to the underground world's cavern. It was dark and bottomless inside. Occasionally, rustling sounds could be heard, and pairs of red lantern-like eyes could be seen in the deep darkness. Boxed Lunch's team came near the cavern and carefully looked at the underground world through the entrance. They could not see deeper, but they could see crypt spiders wandering around. These spiders were very small, only a little bigger than a basin. But the players knew that behind these crypt spiders, there was a big guy. It was a terrifying giant crypt spider. In the eyes of the players, it was definitely the gatekeeper boss. That spider was extremely powerful, and no attacks had any effect on it. At the same time, it was very vigilant. Every time a player tried to sneak into the underground world without it, it would discover and catch them in advance, turning them into an elven meal. After that, the players did not dare to move forward. Some bosses speculated that this might be a mission boss in the later stages of the game, and it was not something that the players could deal with now. The players guessed that perhaps Rivendell still had other passageways to the underground world. This was also another reason why the players quickly gave up on entering the underground world through the entrance to the underground world and chose to explore Rivendell, to find other possible entrances. Apart from exploring the mineral veins, the other goal of Boxed Lunch's team was to see if they could find another path to the underground world. But now, Boxed Lunch brought his team members back here. As soon as they arrived, they took out the paint that they carried with them to draw the sacrificial magic circle and began to draw the sacrificial magic circle on the ground. However, unlike the previous magic circle, the magic circle they drew this time was very large, with a radius of 40 meters. For this, they used a lot of paint. They decided to make a big news. Since the sacrificial magic circle could swallow metal, could it swallow even a spider boss whose exoskeleton was made of metal? Boxed Lunch is amazing. Sacrificing the boss through the sacrificial magic circle. why didn't I think of this method? A player said excitedly. So you're not the team leader, boxed lunch is. Another player laughed. But, will it really work? If it doesn't work, we'll be hunted down by the spider boss again. Of course, there were still players who were skeptical. Boxed Lunch pondered for a moment and replied, we can give it a try. Let's give all the valuable equipment and items to Nightingale and let her take them away first. This was the longest sentence he had ever spoken. It was obvious that he attached great importance to this experiment. Seeing Boxed Lunchbox's insistence, the other team members no longer had any doubts and took action. Soon, all the players took off their equipment, leaving only their undergarments. Unlike before, with the return of the Inferno tribe's elves, the players now had other clothes apart from equipment. Although it was just simple underwear, at least the players wouldn't run around naked. This was because it was proven that when players ran around naked, elven NPCs' favorability would drop the fastest. When Nightingale saw the players handing over their equipment to her, she was stunned. Wait. What are you doing? Sacrifice? Are you going to sacrifice the big spider? To whom? Were they planning to sacrifice the giant spider? Sacrificing living beings. Did they recognize any evil god? Aren't they, the messengers of the Mother Goddess? Goddess, of course. One of the players replied. Mother. Mother? Nightingale was stunned. Wait. You guys can't be serious, right? You'll incur the wrath of the true god. She said nervously. Don't worry, it won't. I'm a druid, so I know a lot about the growth and development of plants. The goddess body is the world tree, and it's recovering. These spiders are rich in mineral elements and nutritious organic matter, so they're good fertilizers. Sacrificing them to the goddess will have a positive effect on her recovery. One of the players smiled and fooled her. Nightingale was speechless. Is that so? She was a little stunned. It sounded like there was no problem. But, she felt that something was wrong. At this moment, the players were ready. Stay away. Boxed Lunchbox said to Nightingale. Nightingale nodded subconsciously and moved away from the players. It wasn't until she was far away that she suddenly reacted. Wait. The Mother Goddess isn't an evil god. However, the players couldn't hear it anymore. Main tank, lure the big guy out. Gourd, prepare to pray. Druid, prepare to control. Seeing that Nightingale was far away, Boxed Lunch ordered. Hearing his words, the elven tank warrior in the team nodded and stepped forward with a serious expression. On the other hand, the other players were nervous. Gourd was excited. He knelt in front of the magic circle, held his breath, and was ready to chant the sacrifice at any time. Soon, the elven warrior player came to the entrance of the cave. He took a deep breath and roared loudly, "You're too weak. Bastard spider. I'm here." After roaring, he picked up a stone, aimed at a giant figure in the cave, and threw it hard. With a thud, the stone hit the spider. For a moment, countless scarlet eyes looked over, including 4 pairs of bell-sized red lanterns. With a rustling sound, all the spiders moved in full force and rushed toward him. The giant spider that was hit also let out a low hiss and followed after him. Seeing all this, the elven warrior's scalp went numb. He turned and ran. The spiders also followed, and it felt like they wouldn't stop until they caught him. That was the hunting instinct of magic beasts. Seeing that the monster was lured out, all the players were excited and their hearts were beating wildly. The elven warrior's face was solemn. He ran to the center of the sacrificial magic circle and stopped. The crypt spiders also moved quickly. They quickly caught up and surrounded the elven warrior. Even the giant spider followed them. Under the shocked gazes of the players, the elven warrior player was bitten by the spiders. The scene was bloody. At the same time, the spiders also noticed the gourd on the other side of the magic circle and began to rush toward him. Seeing the crypt spiders rushing toward the gourd, the druid player hiding at the side instantly cast a control spell that he had prepared beforehand to weaken their movement. The gourd took a deep breath and knelt in front of the sacrificial magic circle, praying rapidly. Praise Mother Nature, praise the goddess of life, praise the great elven ruler, Eve Yggdrasil. Beautiful and noble goddess, we found the best sacrifice and would like to offer it to you. With that, the magic circle suddenly bloomed with radiance. The City of Heaven's Chosen, Fantasy Manor. This was a private garden manor built by Salty Meow, the chairman of the Meng Meng Committee, and it was adjacent to the Babylon Sky Garden of the Meng Meng Committee's Union Station. The Fantasy Manor and the Babylon Sky Garden were already recognized as the pinnacle of infrastructure in the Elven Kingdom by the players. The two buildings took the players almost 3 months to complete. This time could be said to be quite fast. The players in the game always seemed to have endless passion when building. Even if it was boring and repetitive work, they were still very happy to do it. And during the entire construction process, the architects were almost tirelessly working on the construction. Of course, this rapid construction speed was also achieved with the assistance of various magic, as well as the greatly reduced design specifications and standards on the original drawings. If it had been according to the original design of the cuckoo bird, not to mention the manor, the Meng Meng Committee's Sky Garden would have been expanded several times. But in that case, it was estimated that it would take more time. And these two completed buildings had also become the landmarks of the City of Heaven's Chosen, as well as the classic scenic spots for the players to take photos with as a memento, on the top floor of the Fantasy Manor's main building. Eve was wearing the Wind Player avatar and sitting on an armchair. She was holding a wooden cup with flower tea while eating the barbecue happily and admiring the scenery in the distance. The manor's terrain was relatively high. Sitting on the highest floor of the 3-story main building, one could take in the beautiful scenery of the entire city. And further away, one could see the continuous forest and the layers of mountains behind the forest. It was incomparably magnificent and beautiful. This was not the first time she had slipped out. After the players gradually got on the right track, she also relaxed. Occasionally, Eve would put on the player avatar and sneak into the city to enjoy herself. And after getting to know Salty Meow, this rich player's manor became the best place for her to rest. She had once guided Salty Meow in the use of skills several times. After that, she was instantly shocked by the other party, thinking that Eve was some hidden expert player, or the kind with a relatively high status in reality. Later, Salty Meow showed the intention of roping her in and befriending her. Of course, because she was wearing an avatar, Eve didn't refuse. It felt pretty good to be treated as a normal player and interact with them occasionally. At the very least, his avatar that was disguised as a player had a foothold. The players really knew how to enjoy themselves. After getting used to the rhythm and freedom of Elven Nation, many lifestyle players started to develop all kinds of products. Barbecue and snacks were just the basics. Some even planned to use the fruits in the elven forest to brew wine. Eve ate her snacks while watching the busy players in the city. She looked down at the City of Heaven's Chosen, which was surrounded by greenery and filled with all kinds of fantastic buildings. She admired the forest scenery further away and secretly sighed at the rich imagination and creativity of the players. Although she could see everything around her from the perspective of the world tree, the sense of immersion brought by the god's perspective was completely incomparable to the first-person perspective. Not to mention, the roasted meat dipped in honey did taste good. No wonder the black dragon Meryl liked it. She took a bite of the juicy skewer with bright oil and chewy meat tendons, feeling extremely satisfied. At this time, she also somewhat understood why the players liked Elven Nation so much. Not to mention anything else, just the beautiful scenery and the excellent sense of immersion were enough to make people linger on and forget to go home. Imagine this. A dreamy city in a beautiful forest. This city was built by your own hands. And you still have a beautiful little home of your own in this dreamy city. Your character is an elegant and beautiful elf. You and your friends sit in the garden of your home, looking into the distance, drinking flower tea, eating barbecue, and playing pleasant background music. If you want, you can even perform crosstalk or watch videos or movies through the system network. Because of the 1-to-4 time flow rate, you don't have to think about the messy troubles in reality in a short time. You just need to empty your mind here and enjoy yourself. This kind of leisure and comfort that was far away from everything was indeed very attractive. Not to mention, this was just the fun of the lifestyle players. It's really enjoyable. Eve shook her head and drank the flower tea in the cup in one gulp. She yawned lazily and was very satisfied. Speaking of which, the mission has been issued for so long. I don't know how the players are doing, Eve thought while eating snacks. This time, she issued a lot of side missions through the system in one go. After that, she didn't peek at them one by one as usual. Because this time the mission was mainly for development and exploration, there was no potential threat. If there was a real threat, it would be the 2 exploration missions. However, with the lesson of the night roamer last time, she had already made a setting in advance. If the players encountered similar mental cues again, they would automatically disconnect in an instant. Now, she couldn't completely solve this problem for the time being. This was the most fatal weakness of the players at the moment. Fortunately, her enemies didn't know about it now. Actually, it's not that big of a problem. When I pull people in next time, I'll change the way the players connect and add protection. Rivendell's monsters seem to be very simple, and there are no mental control types. It's still considered safe, Eve thought. These days, she would receive waves of health feedback from time to time. Occasionally, Eve would also receive metal-like spider legs from the players as sacrifices. She knew that the players exploring Rivendell had clashed with the monsters of the underworld. Eve paid special attention to it. It was a monster called the crypt spider. There were no detailed records of underground creatures in the inheritance of the Yggdrasil, and Eve didn't know much about it. She roughly observed and found that these crypt spiders weren't very strong. The players could totally deal with them. However, there was a big guy guarding the entrance to the underground world. Eve saw it. It was a mid-silver level spider. The players couldn't deal with this strength at the moment. Eve planned to do a dungeon mission to target it. Mid-silver level. With this strength, Meryl can easily deal with it. But it doesn't seem to be willing. The black dragon definitely won't be afraid of spiders. It seems to be hesitating about something. Maybe, there's something wrong with these crypt spiders, Eve thought. Forget it, if necessary, she didn't mind letting her avatar show her face. After all, a god's chosen one could summon the avatar of a true god. If the players invited air, and air summoned her avatar, she could legitimately make a move without losing her cool. Monsters were just monsters. Unless they reached the gold rank, they couldn't gain intelligence. Without intelligence, they could only rely on instinct to survive. In this case, Eve didn't have to worry about her identity being exposed. Even if she was exposed, she would expose the existence of a new god first. I, Eve, am a new true god in charge of nature and life. I'm most likely a subordinate of the god of death. What does that have to do with the fallen Yggdrasil? And if there was something wrong with the crypt spiders, they couldn't hide in front of the power of a true god. She liked this kind of dungeon mission. Not only could she gain a wave of popularity and strengthen the believer's faith, but she could also stimulate the players' enthusiasm for the game. She could also use the mission to collect a batch of players' contribution points and drain all the boss life force, killing several birds with one stone. Just as Eve was thinking, she suddenly received a sacrifice notification. Faintly, the sound of a gourd sacrifice traveled across the void. As usual, Eve agreed to the sacrifice when she found out that it was a player. She had already made a sacrifice setting in the game system. It could automatically identify the player's sacrifice, and only things that were useful to her could pass through the sacrificial circle. As for what the sacrifice was, Eve could more or less guess. It could be old equipment, either antiques found in ruins or scrap metal that the players had used so much that they couldn't use it anymore. Or some basic materials such as metals and ores that could be used to fuse. Equipment. Eve accepted all these items and fixed them before putting them on the shelf. Not only that, Eve had also made a game system setting. It would automatically evaluate the player's sacrifice and reward them with the corresponding contribution points. Of course, the contribution points weren't much. However, what happened next was beyond Eve's expectations. In her perception, a large group of unfamiliar life forms suddenly poured into her god's kingdom. What's the situation? An invasion? Eve was shocked. She quickly dispersed her incarnation and returned to her original consciousness. When she focused her attention on her god's kingdom, she was surprised to find a large group of crypt spiders in her god's kingdom. There were spiders of different sizes. There were at least 200 of them, including the giant gatekeeper of the underground world that Eve remembered. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, running around in panic in the god's kingdom. They were like a group of panicked ants that had been caught and put down by humans. It was as if they had lost all sense of direction and judgment in an instant. What the hell? Eve was dumbfounded. However, something that surprised Eve even more happened. After the crypt spiders ran for a while, their bodies suddenly twitched. Then, they lost their vitality and fell to the ground, dead. Eve's interest was immediately piqued. She focused her attention on the bodies of the crypt spiders and began to check them out curiously. As he checked, the interest in his heart grew stronger. These crypt spiders don't have a complete soul? Could this be a bee colony consciousness life form? The hive consciousness was also known as the hive mind, or the insect's consciousness. This consciousness was a kind of collective thinking, and it was often seen in various science fiction novels and Blue Star. Creatures that had the hive consciousness were all group life. In this group, every individual had their own consciousness, but their consciousness was not independent. Sometimes, it was even incomplete. Above them, there was a stronger consciousness that controlled them, like a king. And this supreme consciousness that controlled all the individual thoughts was the hive consciousness. In many science fiction novels about the Zerg in Blue Star, the Zerg that devoured everything was regarded as a hive mind life form, and their supreme consciousness was their Zerg queen. And when Eve examined the bodies of the crypt spiders, she also found some similar characteristics. Unlike other independent creatures, these crypt spiders did not have a complete soul. Their souls were not formed, and strictly speaking, it was impossible for them to independently support the normal operation of a life form. This meant that above them, there was another stronger consciousness or soul that controlled them. And when these crypt spiders entered Eve's kingdom of God, all their connections with the outside world were completely cut off. Relying on their own incomplete souls, they could not survive normally. So, after struggling for a while, their souls naturally collapsed and they died. Not only that, when these crypt spiders were struggling, Eve could even faintly feel that there seemed to be an unknown existence in a distant place that was trying to send out some kind of thought signal to reconnect with them, and the direction of the source of the signal was from Rivendell, but it was obvious that the other party could not break through the obstruction of the kingdom of God and failed in the end. So, there is indeed a stronger existence or individual behind these crypt spiders. The last consciousness that I felt was probably it. It's a bit like the Zerg Queen. Eve's heart skipped a beat. At this time, she also understood why the black dragon Meryl was not willing to help the players deal with the crypt spiders. This sneaky silver dragon must have known the secret of the crypt spiders. He probably already knew that the middle-level silver-level giant spiders were just minions. Behind them, there was an existence that even the little black dragon did not want to provoke. It seemed that Meryl was not stupid. Spider Empress? Eve's interest was piqued. If it was really as he had analyzed, the insect queen that controlled so many crypt spiders was definitely not weak. At the very least, there would definitely be someone at the gold rank. Eve fell into deep thought. But then again, how did these crypt spiders get into his kingdom? Oh, right, he had just received the player's sacrificial request. Offer a sacrifice request. Eve, he vaguely guessed what might have happened. Thinking up to this point, Eve absorbed all the remaining life force in these crypt spiders. She then sank into her consciousness and found the player who had just prayed and entered his field of vision. Soon, he saw the scene in the eyes of the players. Rivendell, the entrance to the underground world. The deep underground cavern had long become empty at this moment. One could vaguely see the deeper underground scenery, and not a single crypt spider could be seen. 4 players were surrounding a huge sacrificial circle not far from the cavern with excited expressions. F***CK. Dada Bento, you actually succeeded. Oh my god. We sacrificed a big guy and more than 100 minions. The system actually gave us 1,000 contribution points each. Ha 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 ha. We really sacrificed the boss. Ha 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 ha. So it can be done like this. Awesome. If we encounter a boss that we can't defeat in the future, we'll sacrifice them. Ha 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 ha, Sister Goddess Sacrificial Circle is really omnipotent. Low-key. Low-key. This is our trump card in the future. Ha ha ha. If we don't like any monster in the future, we'll sacrifice it to the goddess. Don't be happy too early. Maybe not all living things can be sacrificed. Ha ha ha, anyway, the monsters that we can't defeat must have good things on them. If there are good things, the sacrificial circle will definitely swallow them. What's there to worry about? Hiss. Now that you mention it, it seems to make sense. The players discussed excitedly as if they had discovered a new continent. Nightingale, who was hiding at the side, was dumbfounded. He actually succeeded in sacrificing himself. Wait, someone was killed by the spiders. Aren't you sad? She was a little confused. Sister Nightingale, don't worry. We'll revive. The guy who died is probably in the city of Heaven's Chosen now. If you don't believe me, look, is his body still there? Ha ha ha, you'll see him when we return to the city later. The other players laughed. Nightingale was speechless. She was stunned and looked in the direction of the circle. She found that the elf warrior's body was gone, only a bloodstain. It's really gone. She muttered in shock. Wait, he couldn't have been sacrificed too, right? The elf girl's face suddenly turned pale. Ha ha ha. No, the sacrificial circle doesn't eat players. Someone has already tried it before. The other players replied. Nightingale was speechless. But soon, her face was filled with doubt again as she muttered to herself, that's right. She muttered to herself, those sacrificed spiders. Are they really good fertilizer? Does Her Majesty the Mother Goddess also need fertilizer? Eve was speechless. What the hell was fertilizer? What strange knowledge did the players transmit? She was confused. However, when she saw the huge sacrificial circle on the ground, Eve confirmed her guess. It was indeed sacrificed by the players. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only God knew that Eve's original plan was to let her believers sacrifice divine blood crystals to her, but it was actually played by the players like this. They actually sacrificed the monsters they wanted to fight. Should she say that the players were indeed a group of creatures used to looking for bugs in the game, from the trash at the beginning to directly sacrificing the monster boss? Wait. They wouldn't sacrifice living creatures every day in the future, would they? She imagined a group of living creatures being thrown into her god's kingdom every day by the players, and then running around in the god's kingdom. Eve was speechless. No, this loophole had to be closed. Although the life and death of the creatures sacrificed to the god's kingdom was completely controlled by Eve, and she could even drain all the life force of the sacrifice, the risk was too great. Because once this was done, the gamers wouldn't be able to calm down. She was afraid that when they encountered a difficult enemy in the future, they would think of ways to sacrifice the other party. If the sacrifice was successful, it would be fine, and Eve would happily accept it. But if the sacrifice failed and the sacrificial circle was exposed to the enemy, and the enemy happened to be Eve's enemy, then her existence would be completely exposed. The sacrificial circle was used on the body of a true god, and as the world tree, Eve's sacrificial circle had patterns that belonged to her alone, and those who were knowledgeable could see it. Moreover, this was like cheating, and it was not conducive to the growth of the players, and it was not conducive to her image among the believers. Accepting the sacrifice of living creatures, that was something only evil gods would do. Generally speaking, new gods who had become official would not accept the sacrifice of living creatures. This was a kind of respect for life, and it could be considered a standard among true gods since ancient times in the continent of Seekers. Otherwise, if everyone played with the sacrifice of living creatures, the entire world of Seekers would have been in chaos. Eve pondered, and she already had the idea of patching it in her heart. At this time, the players' discussion was still going on. Wait, if that's the case, why don't we go back to that mining road? There are so many crypt spiders in the spider nest there. If we sacrifice all of them, how many contribution points would we get? A player's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his attention to the underground nest. Hearing his words, the eyes of the other players were all moved. Even the eyes of the boxed lunches lit up. Sacrificing a metal spider leg, the game system would only give a pitiful 5 contribution points. Generally speaking, the players would still choose to give the spider leg to an elf NPC. Because as long as they helped in the forge, the elf blacksmith Carlos would promise the players to forge this spider leg into a powerful arrow, and then sell it to other archer players for 15 to 20 contribution points. Even if they sold it to Carlos himself, he would still give the players 10 contribution points, but there were probably tens of thousands of crypt spiders in that nest. 10,000 crypt spiders, and each spider had 8 legs. If they sacrificed one leg, they would get 5 contribution points. If they sacrificed all of them, that would be 400,000 contribution points. This did not include the legs of the larger spiders, as well as the legs of the giant spiders. If they lured all of them out and sacrificed them, how many contribution points would that be? Oh my god, it would not be a dream to be dressed in gold. F***ck. I feel like we're going to be rich. All the players came to their senses, and they were all excited. Is there enough paint to draw the magic circle? There's still a lot. Boxed Lunches clenched his fists, slapped his thigh, and made a decision. Let's do it. After that, he looked at Nightingale again. You go back first. It's going to be very dangerous, so I can't bring you along. His tone was unquestionable. After saying that, he led the group of people to turn around and run towards the underground mine tunnel in a grandiose manner. Nightingale was stunned when she saw Boxed Lunches and the other chosen ones running away in excitement. She stomped her feet angrily and scolded. This blockhead who talks to himself. Seeing the excited players rushing toward the tunnel, Eve felt strange. They found the nest of the crypt spiders? They don't know that there's a big guy behind these spiders, right? For Eve to vaguely sense the existence of the consciousness signal, it was probably at least a gold rank, that was a really high rank, and if it was a life form with a hive mind, it would probably have tens of thousands of underlings. In Eve's opinion, these guys were crazy about money. They were really a group of players who did not care about their lives for money. Wait a minute, it seemed like they were not afraid of death. Eve shook her head secretly. However, since Boxed Lunches and the others had discovered the nest of the crypt spiders and wanted to continue courting death, she did not intend to stop them. This might be a chance to lure out the mother behind them. Eve was ready to send her incarnation at any time. If they can really lure out the mother of the crypt spiders and give me a chance to subdue it, what's the harm in giving them some contribution points? If she could subdue the mother of the crypt spiders, Eve would be able to control the entire crypt spiders. And as the crypt spiders who had been entrenched in Rivendell for God knows how many years, they must know the situation around them like the back of their hands. Not to mention, this was not a weak force to begin with. Boxed Lunch's team was very fast. The temptation of contribution points was immense, especially with the new batch of black iron equipment in the exchange merchant shop. If they worked hard to earn contribution points, they would only be able to produce a set of purple epic equipment in a week, but now, they saw the hope of earning money quickly. To prevent any undue delay and to prevent the game officials from discovering the bug, they quickly took action. They followed the winding Rivendell ruins and returned to the mine tunnel that had been detonated. The mine tunnel built by the elves in ancient times was very sturdy. Though it had been bombed by the gamers, other than the destroyed mine cart tracks, the entire mine tunnel was intact. The path to the crypt spider's lair was still open. Boxed Lunch and his team planned to use the same method to lure the crypt spiders. This time, they drew the sacrificial array in the atrium. After drawing the sacrificial array, they excitedly followed the tunnel to the crypt spider's lair that they had encountered previously. It was the same as what they had seen previously. At that moment, there were numerous crypt spiders in the deep cave. They were densely packed, and it was impossible to count their numbers. They could only hear the rustling of their metallic spider legs as they moved on the rocks. It sounded very ghoulish. As far as the eye could see, one could only see rows upon rows of scarlet eyes of varying sizes. It was a scene that would drive a person with trypophobia crazy. Even Boxed Lunch, who had strong mental fortitude, felt his scalp tingle when he saw the scene in the cave. We'll take turns to lure the crypt spiders. Boxed Lunch took a deep breath and ordered in a low voice. The tunnel was narrow. It was fine for small and large crypt spiders, but only one spider of 7 to 8 meters could pass through at a time. The gamers didn't think that they could lure all the crypt spiders out at once. They could only do it like how they had lured the goblins. However, the crypt spiders were very fast, and they might lose their lives this time. After hearing Boxed Lunch's words, the other gamers nodded. I'll go first. Calabash stepped forward and volunteered. After Calabash stepped forward, the other gamers quickly retreated and hid behind the sacrificial array in the courtyard. Gord, we're ready. After hiding, they typed in the team channel. When the gourd received the message, it took a deep breath and shouted at the cave, "Ah!" As he shouted, rows upon rows of red eyes instantly turned to look at him. Being stared at by so many pairs of scarlet eyes, even though it knew that this was a game, the calabash's heart couldn't help but tremble. He shouted again, then turned around and ran. Behind him, there were nearly 100 crypt spiders following behind him. With the effect of speed and light body technique, the gourd slipped away very quickly. He led a large group of crypt spiders to the patio where the players were lying in ambush. "The monsters are coming. Quickly activate the formation," the calabash roared as it ran. The other players also began to kneel in front of the sacrificial array and pray to the goddess skillfully. "Praise be to Mother Nature, praise be to the goddess of life, praise be to the great ruler of the elves." With that, the formation glowed again, and the gourd led the spiders into it. Soon, the bodies of the crypt spiders glowed brilliantly, and then they were sacrificed. At the same time, a series of system messages appeared in the gamer's vision. "You've received contribution points +5 +5 +5. This feeling of being flooded with contribution points in an instant was even better than nothing. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of spiders were successfully sacrificed to the goddess, and the gamers were delighted to find that their individual contribution points had increased by 700 to 800 points. This was the result of the 5 of them splitting the contribution points equally. Damn! This is daylight robbery. At that moment, the members of Bento's team were all excited. Good job. Let's continue. Bento's eyes lit up when he saw the contribution points in his account. The other gamers nodded excitedly. They were overjoyed and started to lure the monsters again. After a while, they lured over 100 spiders and sacrificed them to the goddess, earning another 700 to 800 contribution points. Ha ha ha. Another 700 to 800 contribution points. Amazing. If we do this a few more times, it'll be equivalent to the contribution points from the previous main plot. TSK, aren't you too petty? I think if we keep farming here today, we might be able to farm hundreds of thousands. TSK. Bug. This is definitely a game bug that allows us to farm points. Shoo, we have to keep a low profile. It won't be good if the game officials find out. Stop talking, hurry up and lure the monsters. Hurry up and lure the monsters. I feel like the golden legendary equipment is waving at me. The gamers were excited and worked up as they continued the cycle of luring the crypt spiders. However, starting from the 4th time, the number of spiders they lured decreased greatly. This time, Bento did it personally, but he only lured a few dozen. The number is a bit low this time. Did we lure all the spiders in the periphery? Did you run too fast, Big Boss Bento? The crypt spiders didn't catch up? Bento, why don't we go a little deeper and try again? I'll do it. I'm slow. The gamers discussed for a while and continued to lure the monsters. However, this time, they lured out fewer spiders, only a few. The gamers, why can't we lure them out? Did we lure out all the crypt spiders in the periphery? How can it be? According to the number of eyes we saw just now, there are at least tens of thousands of them at the entrance of the cave. The number of spiders inside is definitely more than that. The gamers were puzzled. After luring the monsters a few times, they had almost earned 3,000 contribution points. This was almost as much as the reward for completing a main plot mission at this stage. However, the gamers' appetite had grown, and a mere few thousand contribution points couldn't satisfy them. There were probably tens of thousands of spiders in the cave. If they sacrificed all of them, they would be covered in golden equipment. The gamers didn't believe it and tried to lure the spiders again. However, this time, the team member shouted many times at the entrance of the cave, only to be stared at by pairs of scarlet eyes. Not a single crypt spider chased him out. The gamers, didn't they say that these magical beasts have low intelligence? Why aren't they coming out? Have they learned? Do they know that their companions are doomed? Do they realize it? But, isn't their behavior too consistent? They've all seen us, and all of them are looking at us. Why aren't they coming out? Could it be the game system's mechanism? That's impossible. All the mechanisms in Elven Nation follow a certain logic. It doesn't make sense that after luring some monsters, they won't come out. Didn't I succeed in luring goblins in the past? In the game, they are much more intelligent than these spiders. The gamers were puzzled. Eve, who was observing everything from their perspective, wasn't surprised. The crypt spiders were controlled by a higher consciousness. They must have realized that something was amiss, so they didn't chase after the gamers. Did they want to earn hundreds of thousands of contribution points? How could there be such a good deal? Why don't we lure some big monsters? A gamer suggested. D*MN, let's have a big monster. I don't believe we can't lure them out today. I'm still waiting to exchange for the golden legendary armor. The elf warrior who was the first to sacrifice gritted his teeth and said. After such a long time, he had rushed over from the elven forest after reviving. He also brought other items. He took out his backpack and took out bulging pouches. Seeing the familiar pouches, the other gamers were shocked. Gosh! You even brought the explosives made by the big boss of the boxed lunchbox? The elf warrior nodded. I thought it might be useful to lure the monsters, so I brought them all. The other gamers were speechless. You're not thinking of blowing up this cave, are you? The corners of their mouths twitched. What's there to be afraid of? It's only a few explosive pouches. The explosion will lure them out. The elf warrior said with a smile. The other gamers were speechless. You are stirring up a hornet's nest. But I like it. Let's try. As the warrior who suggested this, you'll throw the explosive pouches. The elf warrior was speechless. As the currency of Elven Nation, the attraction of contribution points was boundless. After discussion, the gamers decided to go big, blow up the nest of the crypt spiders, although a few pouches of explosives probably wouldn't kill all the spiders in the cave. The spiders would probably be lured out once the sky went down. Since the nest was blown up, the crypt spiders wouldn't tolerate it anymore, right? The gamers were looking forward to it again. Soon, they started to take action. This time, the entire team decided to let the Great Elf Tank Warrior take on the glorious task of luring the monsters again with a vote of 4-1. Under the admiring gazes of the other gamers, the Elf Warrior obediently brought the explosive pouches to the entrance of the cave. He took a deep breath and threw the explosive pouches into the cave of the crypt spiders. Then, he lit a torch and aimed it at the location of the explosives. As soon as the torch entered the cave, it lit up the entire cave. Countless crypt spiders were entrenched everywhere. The terrifying number gave the elf warrior goosebumps all over his body. Even deeper in, there were a few familiar giant spiders. They were entrenched in the depths of the cave, surrounding a giant spider leg that was dozens of meters long. Wait, giant spider leg. Seeing a corner illuminated by the torch, the elf warrior was slightly stunned. F***ck. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. Before he could say anything else, the torch ignited the explosives, and the sound of an explosion followed. Boom! With a deafening sound, the entire cave began to shake. Dazzling light accompanied by tongues of flame exploded into a huge fireball in the nest of the crypt spiders, tearing countless spiders into pieces. It exploded, it exploded. The gamers in the distance were excited. However, after the explosion, what greeted them wasn't the attracted spiders, but an angry scream, rip. The ground began to shake, as if something incredible had awakened. We've gone too far. Run. The elf warrior player's face turned green, and he ran past the others to escape. Box Lunch's expression turned serious when he heard the roar. Run. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. What was going on? The other gamers were stunned. Then, the entire world began to shake, and the stone wall above the mine was suddenly overturned by a mighty force. They looked up and saw a gigantic existence that made them tremble. The smiles on the gamers' faces froze. First, 8 huge blood moons lit up in the darkness. They shone with crimson light and hung high in the air. No, they weren't moons. They were 4 pairs of blood-red eyes. Their eyes were indifferent, ferocious, crazy, and furious, and they met the eyes of the players. In an instant, the players felt a chill run down their spines, and their minds went blank. F***ck. F***ck. What the hell is this? The players were stunned. All of a sudden, the giant eye moved. Accompanied by a loud boom, a huge shadow shrouded their tiny bodies. A frightening aura swept over them, and the players subconsciously shuddered. They even felt their movements become somewhat sluggish. They looked up and stared in shock at the horrifying existence in front of them. Its huge body covered the sky. Its ferocious metal-like spider legs shone with a cold light, and its barbed carapace was like a steel plate that shone with a cold light. This was a gigantic crypt spider that was dozens of meters long. In front of it, the players felt that they were so tiny, like ants under its feet in the previous life. Even when facing the black dragon Meryl, they didn't feel this way. Under its body, countless small spiders, many large spiders, and a few gigantic spiders started to gather. They clustered around the gigantic spider as if they were protecting their master. All the spiders stared coldly at the players. Their actions were synchronized, and their eyes were cold. It made the players feel a chill down their spines. We've gone too far, run. The players were horrified. They turned around and fled. Seeing that the gamers had fled, the gigantic cave spider let out a furious roar. Hiss. Its voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. If one looked closely, one could see a layer of burn marks on its carapace that was left behind by the explosion just now. Following its order, the countless spider army instantly chased after the players. As for the giant spider, it moved its huge and slender spider legs and followed them. As it moved and collided, the entire mine tunnel started to collapse. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. The magic circle drawn by the players was also torn apart by the collapse of the mine tunnel. F***CK. The formation was destroyed. Let's go. Why is there such a big guy? Isn't this body type too much like a bug? Stop talking and run. The players arrived at the patio and began to climb up with all their might. However, under the intimidation of the pressure, their speed was still too slow. The spider army quickly caught up and drowned them. Hiss. The giant spider let out another roar. At the same time, the entire Rivendell began to shake. What's going on? Earthquake? I think I heard something just now. Every player exploring Rivendell was on high alert. Then, they were surprised to see countless crypt spiders rushing out from all over the place. The crypt spiders' eyes turned red, and they started attacking the players in a frenzy. It was as if they didn't care about their lives anymore, which gave the players a fright. What's the situation? Are these spiders crazy? No, there are too many of them. Retreat to the outside of the ruins first. The players exploring the ruins fell into chaos and began to retreat under the threat of the sea of spiders. Hiss. At this moment, everyone once again heard an angry roar. The players retreated from the depths of the ruins and came to the surface of Rivendell. At this time, the entire ground shook even more violently. Suddenly, someone saw Bento Box and one of his team members scrambling out of a mine and running away frantically. The players were slightly stunned. As the strongest player team in the entire server, it was the first time they saw Bento Box in such a sorry state. Bento Box? What did you encounter? The players were curious. Run. The big spider is coming. The elf warrior player who fled with Bento Box shouted. Big spider? The other players were stunned. Did they encounter the giant spider guarding the entrance of the underground cavern again? Rivendell also has a gatekeeper spider? They asked. No, it's a bigger one. The elven warrior turned around and said before running even faster. Bigger one? How big was bigger? The players were stunned. They wanted to ask more questions, but they saw the surface of the ground suddenly tear apart. Along with the scattered rubble, a metal spider leg that was dozens of meters long stretched out. F***CK. F***CK. Looking at the spider leg that was dozens of meters long, they unanimously uttered the classic tone of the Celestial Empire people. Along with the spider leg, countless small crypt spiders crawled out of the cracks in the ground. They gathered on the ground, densely packed. Soon, their number exceeded 100, and in the blink of an eye, it exceeded 1,000. It was like a swarm of locusts that blotted out the sky. They were just short of flying. At the same time, the ground shook again, and a shocking figure broke out of the ground. It was a huge crypt spider that was dozens of meters tall. Its appearance was somewhat similar to an ordinary crypt spider, but its belly was bigger, and its appearance was more ferocious. The carapace on its body shone with a metallic luster, and its 8 red eyes were like blood moons hanging high in the sky. Looking at the huge figure, the players were stunned. How was this a big spider? It was simply super big, okay, compared to this guy. The gatekeeper spider of the underground cavern was like a little brother. They shuddered, and then ran away as well. As they ran, they exclaimed. This is a real boss, right? Is the gatekeeper of the underground world just an elite monster? Did the producers make a mistake? This difficulty level doesn't seem to be dark iron level. Could it be that a player provoked it in advance? However, the spiders moved faster. Hiss. With a sharp roar, all the crypt spiders started to chase the players. Oh no! They're so fast. There are too many of them. Ah! I've been caught. For a moment, the players' screams, fake, came from all over Rivendell. The gigantic crypt spiders followed closely behind. They raised their slender spider legs and stabbed at the fleeing players. Every stab was a hit. This boss is too powerful, isn't it? F***ck. It's this kind of bug-like monster again. Can't the developers do something more normal? Ha 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 ha. Look. Look. It's skewering candied haws. Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Stop looking. It's escaping. Otherwise, you'll be skewered too. The players were in chaos. It's finally out. Just as I guessed, it's the mother of crypt spiders. Looking at the super large crypt spiders in front of her, Eve, who was constantly switching between the players' views, was delighted. Probably, the peak of the upper gold level, and it has about 20,000 subordinates. However, most of them are small crypt spiders, and their strength is only at the apprentice level. After the players risked their lives to test it, she had a rough idea of the opponent's strength. The gold level was a watershed. Once one reached the gold rank, one would truly be a high-level existence. For magical beasts, reaching the gold level also meant that they had unlocked their wisdom. This spider. I must take it. With it, I'll have the entire crypt spiders community. And I might even get a gold level believer. Eve was tempted. Also, if I can subdue the queen of crypt spiders, I can also give the players some benefits. If I remember correctly, there have been closed beta players on the forum a long time ago, asking when the mount system would be introduced. Hee, I wonder if the spiders would like it. Eve laughed in her heart. She glanced at the players who were taking screenshots of the chaotic and excited scene, waved her hand and released a new mission. Frowny face sting. Warning. Warning. Players Boxed Lunch, Calabash, I'm Invincible, Optimist, and Chopin have triggered the hidden boss. Hidden boss mission activated. Mission description. As one of the most mysterious species of bees in the world of seekers, the crypt spiders have always lived underground. They have occupied Rivendell for thousands of years, and are a powerful enemy that the elves have to face in order to completely reclaim this great city. However, as a special species with collective thinking, as long as the Queen of Spiders is controlled, the elves have hope of controlling the entire crypt spiders community, and then quickly control the entire Rivendell. Now, the Queen of Spiders sleeping in the depths of the ruins has been awakened. It's time to act. Mission target, Queen of Spiders, level 100 upper gold level. Mission objective, defeat and subdue the Queen of Spiders. Mission reward, mount system, 3 times of perfect resurrection, a large amount of experience points and contribution points. Mission hint, the Queen of Spiders is very powerful, and only by summoning the incarnation of the goddess can you defeat and subdue it successfully. Brave Chosen One, for the honor of the goddess and the elves, fight. Ding, emergency system notification, players Boxed Lunch, Calabash, I'm Invincible, Optimist, and Chopin have triggered a loophole in the sacrifice system. The sacrifice system has been patched, and the sacrifice system will no longer support live sacrifices. Queen of Spiders? Mount system? Sacrifice loophole? Looking at the new messages, the players were stunned. Hidden boss mission. This is the hidden boss mission. Mount system. Are they finally going to activate the mount system? Don't get too excited. That's the reward for winning. This Spider Queen. Was it caused by Bento Box and the others? Live sacrifice? Did Bento Box and the others sacrifice the crypt spiders? Damn. That's possible. This spider's shell is made of metal, the sacrifice system will definitely swallow it. Why didn't I think of that? Ha 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 ha. Is that why they are being chased? Look. Thousands of spiders are chasing them. I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen Bento Box run so pathetically. So, did the officials patch up the loophole of live sacrifice? Of course we have to make it up. Otherwise, what's the point of this game if we sacrifice the boss we meet in the future? Can't live sacrifice. Then if we meet an undead boss or something else, can we still sacrifice? Pfft. You're a genius. But the magic circle doesn't swallow everything, right? Damn. I wonder if it can be sold as scrap. Scrap should still be sold, right? That seems to be the official recycling mechanism, or else it would have been patched long ago. I'm guessing it's a benefit for the players, right? Seeing the new mission notification, the players instantly stopped panicking. They discussed excitedly while hiding from the spider's attacks, hidden boss mission, and if the mission was completed successfully, the players would be rewarded with the mount system, mounts. Was the mount going to be released? All the players exploring Rivendell were in an uproar. As for what the mount would be, they probably thought of it as well. It would probably be the crypt spiders. Small crypt spiders were fine, but to be honest, a crypt spider the size of a human looked quite impressive. Of course, this was from the player's point of view. If the normal native creatures in the world of Seekers saw it, it would not be impressive, but horrifying. However, when the system gave the spider boss's strength rating, the players were still shocked. Level 100. Upper Gold. Previously, when Illur's divine avatar descended and when Demigod Walker attacked, the system did not give the boss's level rating. The former's strength was limited, and their HP bars were lit up. They would lose HP if they fought, so the players were not afraid. Although the latter didn't have a HP bar, he didn't fight the players directly. Instead, he was tied up and plagued by the goddess and taken away. Under such circumstances, although the players knew that they were definitely very powerful, perhaps even more powerful than the Spider Queen, they didn't have a direct sense of the difference in levels, but this time, he would truly experience the terror of a high-level existence. This incomparably huge crypt spider was simply like a Godzilla with a group of underlings. It rampaged all the way, either trampling to death or skewering the unlucky fellows it encountered. After accepting the system quest, some brave players turned their heads and attacked it, but it was to no avail. It was like scratching an itch for the monster. Instead, it was this kind of attack that angered the Spider Queen once more. The few players who attacked instantly attracted its attention, and it chased after them and skewered them. After the players died, the Spider Queen's slender spider legs left behind a row of human-shaped equipment. On the other hand, Boxed Lunch and the Elven Warrior took this opportunity to slip away. When it realized that it had lost its target, the Spider Queen let out a sharp, angry roar once again. All the crypt spiders turned incomparably frenzied as they launched a ferocious assault on the players scattered throughout Rivendell. It's going berserk. This hidden boss is going berserk. Isn't this too fierce? In a while, the whole Rivendell will be overturned. We can't beat it. Hurry up and summon the goddess's avatar according to the quest prompt. F***CK. But do you know how to summon it? Who knows how to summon it? Find air. That little Shota is the goddess's chosen one. He can summon it. Soon, the players thought of the chosen one elf NPC, Air Moonlight. Air Moonlight could summon the goddess's avatar. Hurry! Hurry! Does anyone know where Air is? He should be at Phelan Tsue. We can get Demacia to call him. Demacia has the highest affinity with him. I heard that it's more than 60 points. Pfft, didn't Demacia boast that it was 100 points? He dropped it, right? That guy is always looking for trouble. Oh right, where's Demacia? He's also at Phelan Tsue. I saw him when I went to find the blacksmith Carlos. I heard that he's been helping the NPCs there to gain affinity. Pfft, gaining affinity, this guy is so pitiful. Hurry up and contact Demacia. The players were still very fast. After accepting the system quest, they were unprecedentedly enthusiastic. Soon, someone contacted Demacia through the friend chat list. When a hidden quest was triggered, only players within a certain range would be able to see the quest's detailed information directly. Players in other places would only see a brief prompt of "so and so triggered the hidden boss quest." Of course, if they opened the message's detailed content, they would still be able to see the specific information. However, Xianxia, who was helping the elven NPCs to scrub the toilets at Xianxia, didn't have the time. He had already found a way for him to quickly increase the favorability of others. As long as he kept his mouth shut and helped the elves do some dirty work, he would be able to salvage the situation. After hearing the quest's content, Xianxia was instantly energized. Gosh! Mount system? He put down the tools in his hands, washed his hands, and rushed out excitedly. Air! Air! Rivendell is in big trouble. In order to successfully reclaim the elven cities, we need your help. When Xianxia and Air arrived at Rivendell through the teleportation portal, it was already half an hour later. In this half an hour, the players had been entangled with the Queen Mother and her army. They didn't know what Boxed Lunchbox had done, but the Queen Mother was completely enraged, and it seemed like she wouldn't give up until she killed all the players. In fact, almost all the players had died once, but they were afraid that the monsters would leave the battle and cause the quest to fail, so they rushed back through the teleportation portal immediately after they died. Of course, they didn't attack the enemy, but ran all over the map to attract the enemy's firepower. When Air and Xianxia arrived, they saw this chaotic and comical scene. One of the Queen Mother's slender legs was already strung full of equipment, and it had already switched to the other leg to skewer elven Tonghulu. When the players saw God's chosen, Air, rushing over, they grew excited. It's Air. He's here. Great! We can summon the goddess avatar. He's finally here. I've already been Tonghulu twice. Lord Air. This Spider Empress was too strong. If this goes on, the entire Rivendell ruins will be completely destroyed. Please summon the goddess avatar. Yes. This is a level 100 boss. Please summon the goddess avatar. The players shouted. Queen Mother? Level 100, that was the peak of gold, only one step away from legendary. The young elf sucked in a breath of cold air, his face dignified. Air looked at the chosen one, who was fleeing pathetically under the attack of the spiders, and then looked at the ruined Rivendell ruins under the sea of spiders. He nodded seriously. I understand, but it might take some time to wait for Her Holiness Mother's response. Please hold on for a while. After that, he knelt down and drew a tree symbol on his chest, then closed his eyes and started praying. Praise Mother Nature, praise the goddess of life, praise the great elven ruler, Eve Yggdrasil. Almighty Mother Goddess, your pious child, Air Moonlight, begs for your arrival. As Air prayed, his body suddenly began to emit a brilliant holy light, and a gentle and holy power began to condense around him. As if sensing something, the Queen Mother, who was chasing the players in the ruins of Rivendell, suddenly stopped. She growled softly, faintly uneasy. The endless army of crypt spiders also stopped and gradually gathered around the Queen Mother, surrounding and protecting their mother. At this moment, a bright light suddenly spread from Air to the whole of Rivendell, illuminating the deep canyon. A faint ethereal hymn was heard, and all the players suddenly had the urge to worship. At this moment, they were excited. Because this meant that the goddess had received Air's prayer and was paying attention to this place. The goddess is coming. Ha ha ha. Spiders, you're done for. With the illumination of the holy light, all the crypt spiders began to tremble. They seemed to have lost their ability to determine direction under the illumination of the holy light and fled in panic. The Spider Empress also let out a fearful roar. It turned around and moved its 8 slender spider legs, twisting and turning as it escaped into the cave that it broke out of the ground. F***ck, is it so obedient? It's escaping. Don't let it escape. Seeing that the Queen Mother wanted to escape, the players instantly exploded. However, with their strength, there was no way to stop it. But there was no need for them to stop it. Humph. All the players only heard a cold snort in their minds. That voice was crisp, dignified, holy, and had a sense of supremacy that could not be blasphemed. They recognized that it was the voice of the goddess Eve. 2 golden divine locks suddenly appeared out of thin air and tightly bound the Queen Mother the moment it was about to escape into the cave. Then, the bright light continued to gather in front of it, finally forming a figure wearing a holy dress, a flower crown on her head, and a magnificent scepter in her hand. Her entire body was overflowing with holy light. It was the goddess. Her appearance was as peerless as ever, and under the blur of the holy light, there was a sense of holiness and majesty that could not be blasphemed. All the players widened their eyes and excitedly admired the goddess's heroic appearance. The goddess's incarnation has arrived. The special effects are as gorgeous as ever. Haha. We're going to win. As expected of the goddess, a mere incarnation can instantly control the boss. The goddess Eve is the best. They let out a burst of cheers. Under the illumination of the holy light, the Queen Mother shrank into a ball, trembling as it let out a fearful growl. At this moment, the goddess gently raised her slender arm and placed her white palm on the Queen Mother's huge head. Submit, or die. Her dignified and holy voice was very calm. It was as if she was saying something that was natural and did not care about the outcome at all. Eve floated in the air. The holy light accompanied her, making her look even more noble and mysterious. Her ethereal voice echoed in the canyon, majestic and mighty. Wow, so domineering. A goddess is a goddess, her attacks are so different. I like the goddess's incarnation so much. When can we summon her too? Seeing that Eve had subdued the gigantic Spider Queen in an instant and hearing the indifference of a superior being towards the Spider Queen, the players became more and more excited. In Blue Star, Elven Nation had been open for more than a month. If there was an NPC in the game that was the most popular, it would undoubtedly be Goddess Eve. The flawless character modeling, the special effects that were even more gorgeous than those in movies, and the buff from the faction leader, as well as the almost perfect voice acting from an unknown big shot, made the players almost become the goddess lackeys. Even when they planned to log into the elf game, they would not say that they were going to enter the game or play Elven Nation. Instead, they would tease and say, "Bye-bye, I'm going to protect Goddess Eve," or "Bye-bye, I'm going to protect the World Tree." Of course, teasing was just teasing. The players all knew that although Goddess Eve was not in her best condition, she was still the top combat power in Elven Nation. Almost all of the enemies she had encountered had been killed by her in an instant. Moreover, when the plot was difficult, the goddess would appear and could be said to be the strong backing of the players. Speaking of which, it was not certain who would protect who in the game. Who cares? Anyway, helping the elves to develop their forces was helping the goddess to develop her forces. Helping the goddess to develop her forces, wasn't that protecting the goddess? There was nothing wrong with that. Of course, it would feel good to be protected by the goddess too. Not only was the goddess beautiful and powerful, but she could also issue missions and help the players fight the boss during the plot. Moreover, Limu had said that the NPCs in this game had their own independent emotional and memory system. There was no reason that Goddess Eve, who was the faction leader, did not have it. The goddess was not a simple background or symbol, nor was she an emotionless tool. She was a faction leader NPC with an anthropomorphic personality. How wonderful! Ever since they learned that the Chosen could summon the goddess avatar, many players had privately asked Air Moonlight about how to become a Chosen. Unfortunately, the reply was the same every time. Only by completely dedicating your body and mind to the goddess can you become her Chosen. Speaking of which, how can I completely dedicate my body and mind to the goddess? Does playing games count? The players couldn't understand. In order to trigger the possible plot, some people even prayed to the goddess statue in the temple every day when they had nothing to do, but it was to no avail. In the end, they could only conclude that it was impossible for players to become Chosen. At least, not now. After all, he couldn't possibly believe in the goddess Eve, could he? But then again, most people in the Celestial Empire didn't even know what faith was. Since it was free, he should at least trust her a little. What do you mean by trust? However, even if she couldn't become a god's chosen one, that didn't stop the players from chasing after the goddess. The goddess did not make many moves. It was a rare opportunity to witness the heroism of a goddess with his own eyes. All the players present widened their eyes and watched the goddess's movements with excitement. Taking screenshots and recording videos was the most basic operation. On the ground, the crypt spider that was imprisoned by the divine lock let out a low roar. That roar was filled with fear, and anger. It wanted to struggle, but it couldn't even move an inch. The divine lock that could imprison even a demigod was far from what a magical beast that had yet to break through the secular limits could contend against. Submit or die. When Eve asked this question, it actually had no choice. Because as long as a true God was willing, she could forcibly imprint the mark of a true God in its soul and take it as a servant. However, if it resisted desperately during this process, even if the mark was forcibly imprinted, it would cause damage to the spider-worm queen's soul and possibly cause it to lose the possibility of advancing further. And that was not what Eve wanted to see. Although as the goddess of life, Eve could also use divine power to repair the other party's soul after forcibly subduing it. But if she could successfully subdue it, why would she need to spend extra divine power? It was just a matter of asking one more question. If it really didn't work, she could just threaten it and save a few divine power points, and a few divine power points were enough for the players at this stage to revive many times. This was also why Eve didn't forcibly imprint the mark on the black dragon Meryl's soul back then, but only after subduing it. Like the black dragon, Eve was not only interested in the spider-worm queen's strength, but also its potential. It was already at the peak of the upper gold rank, and the next step would be to become a legend, and the strength of a legend was truly at the top of the continent, second only to demigods and true gods. Eve was currently lacking talents in this area. Although the players were the terrifying fourth calamity, they were still too weak. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that Eve hoped to take the other party as a believer. As a life form that thought like bees, the spider-worm queen's soul must be very strong to control such a large population. If she could take it as a believer, the power of faith it would provide would not be inferior to that of an adult megalosaurus. Therefore, in summary, Eve still hoped that the other party would voluntarily surrender and open its soul to her true God's mark. It was just that, she seemed to have underestimated the spider-worm queen's determination. Even after hearing Eve's threat and knowing how powerful Eve was, it did not choose to surrender. Through the palm on the other party's head, Eve could sense some of the emotions in the spider-worm queen's heart. It was fear, panic, humiliation, anger, and a strong sense of unwillingness. Eve was slightly stunned. She carefully checked the spider-worm queen's condition again and immediately found something wrong. This spider-worm queen was injured. However, it was not an injury caused by external forces, but an injury to the entire magic system within its body. In the world of seekers, every creature with magic had a magic circulation system within their body. This was a bit like the meridians of the cultivators in Blue Star fantasy novels. And through investigation, Eve found that the magic circulation system within the crypt spider queen's body was very chaotic. Not only that, but after further investigation, she found that the other party's soul was also slightly damaged, and after investigating clearly, Eve instantly understood what was going on. This spider-worm queen, which was at the peak of the upper gold level, was at the critical moment of its advancement. Previously, it was hiding under Rivendell, not to do anything else but to advance to legendary. Advancing to legendary required a large amount of resources, and Rivendell, which was rich in minerals, was obviously chosen. But it had now failed. And the reason for its failure, Eve also knew. That was probably because of the few explosive packs that they threw in the lunchbox. Although the power was at most a 3-circle to 4-circle explosive spell, it exploded at the right time. At the critical moment of its advancement to legendary, it could not move in the first place, and it could not be disturbed. No wonder it was so angry after that and crazily chased after the players. It was difficult for magical beasts to advance, and the injuries on its body were enough to completely cut off its path of advancement. Knowing this, Eve did not know whether to laugh or cry. She silently lit a candle for the crypt spider queen in her heart. This was really too tragic. Eve could imagine how unwilling it was in its heart. After all, once it advanced to legendary, it would be a whole new world. Looks like it really did consume some divine power points, but this might be better. Eve thought and had an idea in her heart. She pondered for a moment, and used her divine power to communicate with the Spider Queen. If you submit to me, I can help you heal your injuries and help you advance to legendary. The majestic voice resounded in the Spider Queen's heart, and its body trembled slightly. In an instant, Eve felt the emotions from her palm, which contained surprise and doubt. It was quite vigilant. Eve smiled in her heart and continued to communicate with the Spider Queen. I am the world tree that controls nature, life, and fairies, the ancient god, Eve Yggdrasil. Submit to me, become my dependent, and I will give you a chance to advance further. This time, the Spider Queen's body no longer struggled. Eve felt that its emotions seemed to have calmed down, and its anger gradually disappeared. At the same time, all the surrounding crypt spiders suddenly prostrated in the direction of Eve, thousands of crypt spiders prostrating together. This scene was shocking. F***ck. The spiders are all prostrating. Are they admitting defeat to the goddess? Amazing. The goddess subdued them with one sentence. The players exclaimed. Because the conversation between Eve and the Spider Queen was telepathic, they did not know about Eve's promise. Sensing the Spider Queen's surrender, Eve smiled and left her true god's mark in its soul. Very well, since you have chosen to submit, I will give you the power you deserve. This time, Eve spoke directly. With that, Eve removed the divine lock and extracted 5 points of divine power, transforming them into life energy that normal creatures could absorb, and injected it into the crypt Spider Queen's body. With the injection of life energy, the Spider Queen's body suddenly began to emit a green glow. The life energy quickly healed its injuries and nourished its injured soul, and then, gathered towards the magic crystal in its body. The magic crystal was the core of a magical beast's energy, and also the source of their power. The advancement of a magical beast was essentially the sublimation of the magic crystal, which then led to the advancement of the body and soul. With the gathering of life energy, the energy that flowed into the crypt Spider Queen's magic crystal was like the last force that pushed open the door, and its aura suddenly began to skyrocket. All the players felt a terrifying power begin to rise from the Spider Queen's body. What's going on? The goddess seems to have injected something into its body. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the crypt Spider Queen's body began to shrink rapidly, and soon shrank from a few dozen meters to a few meters. However, the aura on its body was far more terrifying than before, and its hideous carapace was dyed with a trace of gold, looking more noble. In an instant, the players all realized it. This Spider Queen had advanced. Damn. The goddess just touched it and it advanced? Oh my god, I also want to be touched by the goddess. Wait. What's the next step of gold upper level? They were all talking at once. Then, the players were shocked to see the Spider Queen's body begin to shrink further and change. Finally, it turned into a human form. Every legendary magical beast. They all had the ability to transform into a human form. Under everyone's gaze, the Spider Queen's body shrunk even further and turned into a human. However, her transformation was not complete. Her main body still retained the appearance of a spider, but only her upper body had transformed into a human female. She was definitely a demon lady. Her upper body looked like that of a 13 or 14-year-old girl. Perhaps it was due to the influence of Eve's divine power, she looked more like an elf. Her features were exquisite, and even a little cute. Furthermore, she had pointy ears just like the elves. She had a pair of scarlet eyes that had inherited some of the characteristics of a spider's eyes. They were crimson and translucent, like a pair of gems. Below her eyes, 3 curved lines could be seen on both sides of her cheeks. Those were the other 3 pairs of eyes that were not open. When they were closed, it was impossible to see them. Her hair was black, the same color as the insect armor on her body. Her long hair reached her shoulders and hung behind her. Her skin was very white, so white that it was almost transparent. It was a sharp contrast with the black insect armor and hair. Her upper body was not wearing any clothes, revealing her pure white skin and small navel. However, there were 2 rows of insect armor that shone with a dark luster wrapped around her body and extended all the way to her chest, covering the more important areas and forming a spider-shaped pattern on her chest. This was the current appearance of the Spider Queen. She had transformed into a human, and her face was still a little dazed. However, she quickly noticed the changes in her body and excitedly stretched out a pair of white arms. The 8 spider legs under her body moved along with her movements. Even her upper body kept turning as she kept turning her head to check her new form. Her happy expression looked a little cute. F***ck. F***ck. When the players in the distance saw the Spider Queen's transformation, they all opened their mouths wide in shock. Then, there was a strange excitement. Demon lady. It's actually a demon lady. Tisk, she's a little cute. Wake up. Her original form is a big spider. And she's a spider loli. She should be considered a young girl, right? No, her figure is not up to standard. It's affecting her growth. Sigh, the insect armor on her upper body is so annoying. What a pity, why didn't her lower body transform as well? Isn't that better? Demon Lady. Your taste is unusual, speaking of Spider Demon Lady. I think I've seen a similar book before, cough cough. Let's talk somewhere else, hey, can you guys be any more wretched? Eve, her mouth twitched as she listened to the gamers' increasingly excited and gentlemanly discussion. At this moment, the Spider Queen confirmed her new form and looked at the goddess floating in midair. As her body shrank, she could only look up at Eve. Of course, the string of equipment that was strung together by her legs had long been scattered to the ground along with her transformation. The Spider Empress bowed deeply to Eve, who was in midair. The tens of thousands of crypt spiders in the surroundings knelt down again. Their heads drooped even lower. At this moment, Eve suddenly sensed that another star had lit up in the sky of her divine kingdom. It was incomparably bright, that was, the faith of the Spider Queen. In just a moment, Eve received 3 divine power points from the other party's faith, and the strength of the Spider Queen's faith had crossed over to the level of a shallow believer, directly reaching the level of a devout believer. The legendary rank was an existence that transcended the secular ranks. After becoming a legendary, the level of life would be sublimated. Not only would one's lifespan increase greatly, but one would also gradually come into contact with the origin of the world, the power of laws. For every high-level magical beast that had unlocked intelligence, the legendary rank was the realm that they yearned for even in their dreams, and Eve's gift had completely captured the Spider Queen's heart in an instant. Eve was delighted to discover that although it was only at the level of a devout believer, the power of faith provided by the Spider Queen was already comparable to that provided by Alice, who was a holy disciple. As expected of a life form with hive mind, the power of the soul was indeed strong. Eve was very satisfied. Hiss. Ah, at this moment, Eve heard the spider broodmother let out a crisp and clear cry. Different from the form of a bug, her voice was now much nicer and sounded no different from a teenage girl. Can't speak, Eve was deep in thought. Not all magical beasts could speak like the black dragon Meryl. Although the Megalosaurus was a magical beast, it was actually a type of intelligent life form. They were born with the ability to speak, and the dragon clan's inheritance had a systematic inheritance of the common language. But normal magical beasts were unable to do so. Generally speaking, when normal magical beasts advanced to high level, they would gain the ability to communicate telepathically. Different life forms could rely on telepathy to communicate with each other. When communicating telepathically, even if there was a language barrier, they could still understand each other's meaning. The conversation between Eve and the Spider Queen earlier was based on this. And after advancing to the legendary rank, normal magical beasts would then gain the ability to speak like other intelligent life forms. Of course, they would have to learn the language from scratch. However, this was not a problem for Eve, who was a true god. She floated down from midair and once again came in front of the Spider Queen and reached out her hand to pat her head. The Spider Queen's body trembled and lowered her head even more to show her submission. Inheritance of the common language, Eve muttered in her heart. Following her will, her divine power was activated, and a gentle spiritual energy surged into the Spider Queen's mind. A few seconds later, Eve let go of her hand. The Spider Queen raised her head. Her eyes were blank for a moment, then a trace of joy appeared. She bowed to Eve again and praised her somewhat awkwardly. Thank you. Praise, you, the great World Tree. Thank you for your gift. Her voice was tender and crisp, like a singing oriole. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and her wicked sense of humor acted up again. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, and a dignified and sacred voice sounded. Since you have become my dependent and advanced to the legendary rank, I shall give you another name. From now on, you will be called Rose. Spider Queen, Rose. No problem. She looked young, so she was not called Rose, but Rose. Of course, it was the same to read and write in the common language of the Seekers. It was just that the Chinese language was different. Pfft. Only drows are left. Hearing the goddess name, a veteran Western fantasy enthusiast could not help but laugh out loud. However, he was quickly frightened by the hissing of the crypt spiders around him, and he quickly shut his mouth. After hearing Eve's words, the Spider Queen Rose bowed again. Rose. Thank you. True God. Your Majesty, for giving me a name. Eve was very satisfied. She nodded and continued, that's right. From now on, you will continue to oversee Rivendell and assist my other dependents in exploring the underground world. After that, she transferred the mount system that she had already prepared into Rose's mind, and activated her relevant game permissions, marking her as the second purple NPC other than the Saintess Alice. Rose trembled. She bowed respectfully to Eve and replied, I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Rose obeys the goddess's decree. Seeing Rose's performance, Eve nodded slightly. Then, she turned to look at the surrounding players and smiled at them. There was a hint of playfulness in her words. Please continue to work hard. Brave chosen ones. After that, her figure slowly shattered, turned into a bright holy light, and disappeared between heaven and earth. The sacred and majestic atmosphere also gradually dissipated with the disappearance of Eve's avatar. The players were excited. Oh my God, the goddess actually smiled at me just now. No, it wasn't you, she was smiling at me. The goddess smile is so beautiful. While they were discussing among themselves, the system prompt sounded. Ding, hidden boss mission completed. All players who participated in the mission will receive 3 perfect revivals, 10,000 experience points, and 1,000 contribution points. As the strength of the players increased, Eve also increased the EXP and contribution points of the quests to meet their needs. However, the system notification did not end there. Ding, Crypt Spider status changed to friendly. Spider Queen Rose's favorability display has been activated. Ding, mount system activated. Seeing the series of system notifications, the players were excited. Haha, mission completed, 10,000 experience points and 1,000 contribution points, not bad. The most important thing is that the mount system has been activated. Let's take a look. They all looked at it excitedly. As expected, in the system pane, there was a new mount function. At the same time, the players also realized that the crypt spiders had become the same as the elves. They could no longer attack them. Whenever they had the intention to attack, the players would lose their ability to move. And the mount that was currently online in the system was the crypt spiders. However, if they really wanted to get a mount, they had to find Spider Queen Rose and complete the corresponding mission. And the most important one was the issue of favorability. They had to at least raise Spider Queen Rose's favorability to 20 points. Wait. Raise favorability? The players were stunned and began to take the initiative to check their favorability with Spider Queen Rose. When they saw the favorability, they were all shocked, but at the same time, they felt that it was as expected. Damn. Minus 50 points. Damn. Me too. Damn. Why am I at minus 100? Pfft. Isn't this the gourd? It was your team that first provoked her. What did you do? Cough cough. We just threw a few homemade explosives into the spider's nest. The other players were speechless. Don't even think about getting a spider mount in this lifetime. Gourd, boxed lunch. And after seeing the favorability, the players finally understood what the goddess meant when she told them to work hard before she left. As it turned out, one had to pay for what they did. While exploring Rivendell, the players had a lot of fun killing the crypt spiders. While searching for the elves' treasures, they also treated fighting the crypt spiders and sacrificing their legs as a form of entertainment. In just a few days, countless crypt spiders had died at their hands. Although most of them were small crypt spiders that didn't even have a complete consciousness, it was enough to infuriate Lolth. Previously, she was at the critical moment of her advancement, so she didn't retaliate against the players' actions. Now that she had become Eve's dependent, she couldn't fight against the players anymore. However, this didn't mean that the players wouldn't be punished. At this moment, all the players at the scene realized that their favorability with the Spider Queen Lolth was below minus 50, all at the level of dislike. And the combat team of the boxed lunch team had all reached minus 100, reaching the level of dislike that only Demacia had experienced. Even the players who didn't choose the exploration mission had their favorability drop to minus 30 due to the Spider Queen's subjective impression of the chosen one. How to make up for the Spider Queen's favorability became the new goal of the players. Especially those players who desired the spider mount, For a while, the strategy and intelligence section of the official forum were flooded with the newly online NPC, the Spider Queen Lolth. Its popularity even surpassed that of the Goddess Eve's post. Later, this popularity was pushed to the climax by a screenshot. It was a close-up screenshot taken by a player who participated in the mission. It was the moment when the Goddess Eve placed her hand on the head of the Spider Queen Lolth, who had transformed into a Spider Queen, teaching her to speak. Needless to say, the angle of this screenshot was perfect. The holy goddess was like the light in the darkness. With a smile on her face, she reached out and stroked the head of the newly evolved Spider Queen Lolth. Lolth, who had transformed into a half-human, knelt down respectfully. Half of her body was hidden in the darkness as if she was receiving a baptism from the goddess, the majestic, holy, and peerless goddess, the Spider Queen Lolth, who was both hideous and mysterious and beautiful, half light, half darkness. The perfect lighting and shadow effects made this game screenshot a famous scene in Elven Nation. When he browsed through the forum, she also saw the screenshot of the player. His heart skipped a beat, and he saved it. These players chose a good angle. This screenshot is pretty good. I'll send an oracle and get someone to draw a relief sculpture in the shrine. The true gods of Seekers had the habit of drawing historical reliefs of the true gods in their shrines or holy lands. Not only could they be used to praise the true gods' epics and promote the true gods' mighty power, but they could also attract believers and gather faith. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Naturally, Eve decided to give it a try. After all, this kind of classic image of a legendary magical beast was simply a great tool for preaching. After further exploration, the players gradually discovered how to mend their relationship with the Spider Queen Lolth. After turning into a monster lady, the Spider Queen Lolth's intelligence had been further enhanced. Although she had chosen to hide in Rivendell under the influence of the goddess Oracle and the habits of the crypt spiders, she had shown more curiosity towards civilization. As long as the players found her and could bring her interesting items or interesting stories from the civilized world, they would find that her relationship with them would increase slightly. In addition, like the black dragon Meryl, Lolth also showed interest in food. The crypt spiders had two types of food. One was ore, and the other was other creatures. When hunting other creatures, the crypt spiders would spin silk and wrap it into a large cocoon. They would use acid to corrode the prey into liquid and then enjoy it. After further exploration, the players found that Lolth liked to boil the meat of magical beasts into a rich and delicious broth. Not only that, but she also retained her habit of eating ores. If they could find some rare ores and feed them to her, it would make up for some of her relationship with them. Of course, the latter method was too expensive. Almost all the players chose the former. As her relationship with Lolth was restored, some of the players gradually let go of the Spider Queen's wariness towards them and allowed them to go deeper into her nest. After going deep into the crypt spider's nest, the players found a new treasure. It was the spider silk left behind by the crypt spiders. After the spider silk was air-dried, it was very elastic and felt very good. After being appraised by the elf blacksmith Carlos, it turned out to be an excellent material for magical equipment. Not only was it tough, it also had excellent magical properties. Not only could it be used to weave beautiful clothes, but it could also be used to make magical equipment. For a time, more players poured into the underground and began to farm the Spider Queen's relationship with Lolth. They wanted to obtain her permission to enter the crypt spider's nest to search for treasures. This was especially true for some brave female players. However, even the players who progressed the fastest were still very far away from meeting the requirements to obtain a mount. The members of the boxed meal team were even more unlucky. They found that their relationship with Lolth could not be salvaged. Every time they tried to learn from the other players and tried to enter the Spider Queen's nest in Rivendell, they would be violently thrown out by a group of large crypt spiders. If Lolth had not become a follower of the goddess Eve, it would not have been as simple as being thrown out. And when they tried to farm her relationship with them, they would also be kicked out by the crypt spiders. Seeing this scene, Eve shook her head secretly. The boxed meal team players could forget about having spider mounts. They could just wait for the next race to be subdued by her, ruining the advancement of a high-grade magical beast to legend. The Spider Queen Lolth would remember this for the rest of her life. The boxed meal team players were not the only ones who were sad. The black dragon Meryl was also sad. This stupid black dragon, who thought of himself as a noble silver dragon, suddenly found that the number of players looking for him had greatly decreased recently. Even if he had issued a mission, there were very few players who came to roast meat for him. Those players, they had all gone to farm the purple NPC, Spider Queen Loltha's relationship with him. And after knowing the truth, the little black dragon was about to explode in anger. These long-eared forces. Humph. Don't even think about getting Meryl's mission rewards anymore. Humph. But very quickly, he hesitated again. How about I increase the reward? It was too difficult to live without roasted meat. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it was difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Meryl, who was already used to roasted meat with honey, could no longer eat any other magical beast meat. And after the crypt spiders were taken as dependents by Eve, the players' exploration of Rivendell became smoother. Without the obstruction of the crypt spiders, they found a large number of elven relics in the depths of Rivendell. There was no lack of various equipment, handicrafts, and even forging and magic equipment from the elven civilization thousands of years ago. Many of them were even well preserved, and these things were transported back to the City of Heavens chosen by the players. The destroyed items were sacrificed and recycled, and exchanged for contribution points. The equipment and handicrafts were auctioned among the players, and bought by the rich players. As for the forging and magic equipment, they were bought by the major guilds at a high price. In order to increase the attractiveness of their guilds, they had already begun to train their own blacksmiths. These equipment came at the right time. And with the further communication with the Spider Queen Lolth, Eve also had a certain understanding of the underground world. The entrance to Rivendell's underground world was connected to a relatively remote place in the underground world. There used to be a large number of monsters living here, but when the Spider Queen Lolth brought a group of monsters here to prepare to advance to legend, most of them were scared away. If they wanted to find them, they would have to go deeper into the underground world. And near the entrance to Rivendell's underground world, there was also a settlement of intelligent creatures. It was a tribe of dark dwarves living in the underground world. The dark dwarves were a branch of the dwarves. Their height was usually less than 1.5 meters, their weight was similar to that of an adult human, and their skin was grayish-black. Unlike their relatives on the surface, although the dark dwarves were also good at mining and forging, they didn't believe in the god of dwarves and forging. Instead, they believed in the Lord of Darkness and Shadows, Holder, an ancient god of the underworld. Of course, there were also some dark dwarves who didn't believe in Holder, but in the god of death and the lord of the underworld, Hela. Generally speaking, there were more dark dwarves who believed in the former, and most of them were the elderly. The latter was less, and there were more young people. The dark dwarves tribe living near Rivendell was a medium-sized tribe, and it was said that they believed in both gods. After the destruction of Rivendell, the passage between the surface and the underground world was opened, and they settled down nearby. Moreover, they had signed a non-aggression agreement with the Spider Queen Lolth, who later migrated to the nearby area. In addition, they often had dealings with the human smuggling caravans on the surface. It was also because of the non-aggression agreement between the dark dwarfs and Lolth that the human smuggling caravans could safely set up a small stronghold in Rivendell. After knowing this, Eve instantly became vigilant. I didn't expect to be able to come into contact with Hela's believer so soon. Looks like I have to be careful. I shouldn't use the identity of the god of death's chosen. At least, I can't use it underground. She could foresee that the entrance to the underground world had been completely opened, and the players would definitely have to deal with the dark dwarfs next. At this time, she couldn't lose her identity as the god of death's chosen. Just as Eve was deep in thought, suddenly, her attention was attracted by the vigorous vitality in her body. The source of vitality was a human-shaped light cocoon on the world tree. That was Eve's attempt to give birth to an original elf. She had a thought, and her consciousness returned to her body. Eve knew, the first true primordial elf was about to be born. Elf Forest, World Tree. On a huge branch, Nature's Saintess Alice Gale, Oak Guard Basaka, God's favored heir Moonlight, and Flame Tribe's patriarch Philocele Blaze were all gathered here. They looked excitedly at a cocoon of light that was constantly flickering on the branch. They were going to personally welcome the birth of the first elf. In addition to them, Limu and Cuckoo were also brought by Alice. They were the only two players who were completely recognized by the Saintess. They would be the representatives of the Chosen One and witness the birth of the elf. Although other players did not have this opportunity, Limu and Cuckoo had already started a live broadcast in the game system for other players to watch the plot animation. In the City of Heaven's Chosen under the World Tree, nearly 200 Flame Tribe elves had also arrived. They were excitedly waiting for the arrival of their new tribe members. Even most of the players who were online had gathered. They looked in the direction of the World Tree curiously and expectantly while waiting for the live broadcast in the game system. The World Tree was the mother of the elves. The elves were a long-lived and intelligent species born on the World Tree. There were different opinions on the meaning of the birth of the elves. The most widely known and accepted was only one. During the Twilight Era, the World Tree gave birth to the ability to create the managers and protectors of the world. Since the birth of the universe of Seekers, this ancient plane had gone through 6 eras. They were the Genesis Era, the Megalosaurus Era, the Titan Era, Giant Era, the Twilight Era, the Silver Era, and the Eternal Era. During the Immemorial Era, the Megalosaurus Era and the Titan Era, at that time, the creatures in the world of Seekers had not yet developed. The ancient gods who were active in various planes during the Genesis Era had all retired. The two great golden races, the immemorial Megalosaurus and the Titans, ruled the world. They waged war for many years and turned the entire world of Seekers into a desolation. Their own races also suffered heavy losses. After the war, the entire world of Seekers ushered in a long and dark Twilight Era. In order to repopulate the earth with greenery, and for the development of all things and the formation of civilization, the World Tree used its own incarnation as a template and created the elves who loved life and peace. Henceforth, the universe of Seekers ushered in the Silver Age of elves. Throughout the Silver Age, the elves had indeed made great contributions to the development of the Seekers. It was also in this era that the gods of faith gradually appeared and rose to power. On the other hand, the ancient gods that had existed since the creation era gradually decreased in number. They either died or fell into a deep slumber. Of course, all of this had become history. With the arrival of the Eternal Era, the intelligent species that had ascended to the center of the world stage had become the human race, who had caught up later. The humans who believed in the true gods had ascended to the pinnacle of the entire universe, while the defeated elves could only hide all over the continent. But now, the World Tree had returned. And after recuperating, she could finally give birth to a true primordial elf. Unlike the summoned Chosen One, this time, it was a true primordial spirit. And this meant that the World Tree was recovering further. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the cocoon of light on the World Tree flickered more and more intensely. Finally, as if reaching a critical value, cracks began to appear on the cocoon of light, and the aura of life began to surge around it. It's about to be born. Is the primordial elf a baby? I don't think so. Looking at this size, it should be close to adulthood. I'm more curious if it's a boy or a girl. I hope it's a girl. Humph, why can't it be a boy? In the livestream, the players also began to discuss. Especially, the male and female players were actually betting on the gender of the primordial elf that was about to be born. More and more cracks appeared on the cocoon of light. Accompanied by a dense light, finally, it broke away from the branches of the World Tree and slowly landed on the trunk of the World Tree. From midair before shattering with a bang. It's here. The elves standing on the World Tree were excited. The players in the livestream also widened their eyes. The cocoon of light shattered, and a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a male elf who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. He closed his eyes tightly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His long silver hair hung behind his back, and his fair skin was like that of a young girl's, enough to make all Blue Star women jealous. He had the handsome and beautiful appearance of a male elf, and as the primordial elf closest to the mother goddess, he had inherited certain characteristics of the true god, and his appearance was even more outstanding than the average elf. Even the elves standing on the World Tree couldn't help but be amazed when they saw him. He was wearing a traditional white elven robe that Eve had prepared for him. The robe was embroidered with exquisite patterns. Eve had put it on for him the moment he broke out of the cocoon, just like the players when they were born. The source of the robe was the waste product that the players had sacrificed. After breaking out of the cocoon, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were ice blue, similar to the eyes of the god's chosen one, Air. But if one looked closely, one would discover that there was a faint trace of purple in his eyes. That was the eye color of the true elven royal family. At this moment, the bullet screen in the player's livestream had exploded. Ha ha ha. Little brother. It's really a little brother. Male? It's not a girl, I'm a little disappointed. Damn. He's so handsome. Ah. My girlish heart is about to explode. What a handsome little brother. I'll be a fan first. No. I must go and increase my favorability. He's so handsome. Ah. The bullet screen in the livestream was already overwhelming. Of course, it was almost all the female players' bullet screen that exploded. The few male players' bullet screen had already been drowned out by the girls' cheers. Don't underestimate the power of a handsome guy. Even Eve, who was also spying on the players' livestream, was shocked by the enthusiasm of the female players. She had already foreseen that a new fan club was about to appear on the forum, and it was likely to be the craziest one in history. After all, the girls were much crazier than the guys when they went crazy. Royal family. It's actually a royal family. Looking at the newborn elf, the leader of the Inferno tribe, Felicia, exclaimed excitedly. The birth of the original elves was also divided into many types. And the most powerful, fastest growing, and with the highest potential was the royal family. As the first original elf to be born, Eve naturally raised all the standards to the highest, and she personally consumed her divine power, so naturally, it was also a royal elf. For this, she even consumed an extra point of divine power. The royal elves were the closest to Eve. They had the same long silver hair as her incarnation, and their icy blue pupils also had a hint of purple in Eve's pupils. And it was said that the royal elves were also the first batch of elves to be born from the previous world tree. However, although the royal elves had greater potential, they were also more difficult to reproduce than other original elves. In the world of seekers, the lifespan of creatures was inversely proportional to their reproduction ability. And as the most famous long-lived species, elves' ability to give birth to offspring was already more difficult, and it was even more difficult for the royal elves, who had greater potential. In history, the royal elves of the elven civilization were already few in number. It was also precisely because the elven royal family was difficult to reproduce that the previous world tree gave birth to other original elves with relatively lower potential but easier to reproduce. In fact, Eve also planned to do so. Whether it was for reproduction or to save divine power, she did not plan to give birth to a large number of royal elves. If she gave birth to elves next, it would be random. Of course, the low potential of other original elves was only relative. Every primordial elf was a genius to the current elves, the bodies of the players were the same type as them. And Eve, who was also paying attention, also clearly perceived the state of the newly born original elf. It's indeed level 40. The peak of the upper level of dark iron. Only one step away from silver. She was very satisfied. However, I can only transmit a certain amount of knowledge. Now, he's just a blank piece of paper. He only has natural loyalty to me. As for his personal worldview and personality, it will depend on him to develop in the future. Eve did not choose to instill inheritance and beliefs. The original elves were naturally loyal to her, and there was no need to instill beliefs. Moreover, as a new life, he was not a god's favored. His soul was not bound to Eve, and he could not enjoy the inheritance of the system. If she forcefully instilled inheritance and beliefs, it was very likely to distort his fragile soul. In fact, Eve suspected that the native elves of the world of seekers were so stubborn about life and kindness. Was it because they were influenced by the inheritance and beliefs that the previous world tree had forcefully instilled when the original elves were born? After all, the previous world tree seemed to be an existence that loved life and peace. Everything in the world is developing. Thoughts and beliefs are the same. This is a process of constant change. They should be allowed to learn by themselves and adapt to the changes in this world. Perhaps, in the Twilight Era, love of peace and cherishing life are what intelligent life needs, but, the times have changed, and the destruction of the Silver Civilization is not without reason. Anyway, as long as they are loyal to me, it's enough. Thinking of this, Eve's evil sense of humor acted up again, she stirred up her divine power again, and in an instant, everyone heard the majestic voice of the goddess again. Newborn child, in the name of Eve Yggdrasil, I bestow upon you a name, Farandir Moonlight. The players in the livestream were speechless. Farandir? Are you trying to cultivate an elven king? Ha ha ha. Yes. Hearing the voice of the true goddess, the newborn original elf raised his head and looked at the world tree with admiration and worship. He knelt down, and his mellow and magnetic voice was full of uncontrollable fanaticism. Praise you. Thank you for bestowing upon me a name, Great Mother, Her Holiness Yggdrasil. Hearing the gentle and pleasant voice, the girls in the livestream exploded again. Ah. So good. My ears are going to get pregnant. Isn't this voice too pleasant? Eve was speechless. She glanced at the livestream and continued to issue an oracle to the saintess of nature, Alice. Alice, you will be in charge of Farandir Moonlight's teaching. Alice was excited when she heard this. To be able to teach an original elf, and a royal one at that, this would be a great honor. It also represented the trust of the mother goddess. She took a deep breath, knelt down, and drew a tree symbol on her chest devoutly. Alice. I will obey the oracle. Your words are the direction of Alice's life. I will not disappoint your expectations. Eve nodded in her heart and said again. In addition, you will choose a trustworthy chosen one to teach Farandir Moonlight. Chosen one? Alice was stunned. Let the chosen one be responsible for teaching the new original elf, Celestial Moonlight, on the world tree. The elves who heard the oracle were stunned. This? Was Her Holiness Mother serious? Suddenly, Alice seemed to have thought of something, and her heart skipped a beat. A flash of realization appeared in her eyes, and then she knelt down devoutly. Her voice was solemn. I understand. I'll arrange a suitable candidate. Her Holiness Mother. Did she want the elves to learn some good points from the chosen one? Although these chosen one were rude, greedy, and rude most of the time, and even fierce in battle, they also had the decisiveness and straightforwardness that the elves lacked, and they also had some new knowledge. In addition, although they were oracles, they did not have any airs and were different from the proud and aloof elves. It seemed that Her Holiness Mother really wanted the elves to make changes. However, the candidates to teach Celestial Moonlight still had to be chosen carefully. Alice thought. Seeing that her believers understood her meaning, Eve was very satisfied. If she let the native elves, who had not completely changed their thinking, teach Celestial Moonlight, who was like a blank piece of paper, there might be another stubborn fellow. And the players were not useless. Some of their ideas were actually very suitable for the current development of the elves, not to mention that they also had the knowledge of the Blue Star. It was best to let both sides teach together and combine the strengths of the elves and the players. What kind of sparks would be produced when two different civilizations and different forms of consciousness collided? Eve was looking forward to it. She was still very assured of Alice. She left this matter to Alice, and it should be very smooth. Of course, Eve did not completely ignore it. She also added a new side mission under the main mission of develop forces, teach the original elves. The content of the teaching was also very clear. It was to impart some knowledge of the Blue Star. Anything was fine, but it had to be positive. However, unlike other quests, if players wished to accept this quest, they would first have to obtain Alice's approval and obtain the qualifications to accept the quest. Meanwhile, the completion of the quest would also have to pass Alice's assessment. Moreover, Eve had also stated in the quest description that players were not allowed to teach Celestial any strange knowledge or bad habits. Otherwise, the quest would be deemed a failure. If players failed the quest, not only would they not receive any rewards, but they would also receive a severe punishment. Of course, if the teaching was successful, the rewards would also be considerable. Apart from that, Eve also secretly reminded Celestial that he couldn't believe everything the elves taught him or the chosen one taught him. Instead, he had to think for himself, judge right and wrong, and finally come up with his own beliefs and report to him. After making all the arrangements, Alice brought Farandir Moonlight and left the world tree, surrounded by the crowd. After learning about the birth of the ancient elves and discovering the newly added mission, teach the ancient elves, the players were thrilled. This game is something. We can actually participate in the teaching of the NPCs. This is allowing us to participate in perfecting the knowledge and personality of the NPCs? Are the AIs now so powerful? Ha ha ha. They let us build the main city and teach the NPCs. The game officials are too lazy. What do you know? This is called participation. Now, the nicknames of the 301st beta gamers are still engraved on the stone tablet in the Chosen One square. Who knows how many second beta gamers are envious? Hehe, I must accept this mission. I want to be a teacher for my little brother. Celestial. Maybe I can even teach an elven king. Do you want to be a teacher? You're lusting after the ancient elf's looks and body. You're despicable. Ha ha ha. I remember that she likes BL and couples with NPCs every day. Ha ha ha. Don't turn the ancient elves gay. Ha ha ha. Both of you, get lost. But then again, this ancient elf's looks are really good. I heard from the elves that she's from the royal family. Even a guy like me is a little tempted. Ha ha ha, are you going to be turned gay too? How is that possible? We still have the beautiful goddess. Although she's good looking, she's still not as good as the goddess. I'll always like Goddess Eve. Agreed, Eve is great. As long as you like Goddess Eve, you're our comrade. The gamers were very enthusiastic in their discussion. Meanwhile, after the teaching quest went live, many players surrounded Alice, fighting to be the first to receive her recognition and accept the teaching quest for Celestial Randier. Of course, 90% of the people surrounding him were girls. Looking at the group of chattering female chosen ones, Alice was very surprised and had a headache. However, she also heaved a sigh of relief. At least, in her impression, female chosen ones were generally more reliable than male chosen ones. Most of the people who were looking for trouble were male chosen ones, while the females were much more honest. But after picking and choosing, not many of them passed in the end. In the end, the ones who really accepted the teaching mission were Limu and Cuckoo Bird. It couldn't be helped. Alice still felt that these two were more familiar and more reliable. One was recognized by the elves as the most cultured and amiable chosen one. The other was the most knowledgeable chosen one that Alice had seen. Before the teaching mission, Alice, Limu, and Cuckoo Bird had a discussion. Alice's request was to cultivate celestial elves into an upright, noble, brave, fearless, knowledgeable, and multi-talented queen. From then on, Limu and Cuckoo Bird had an additional mission to teach celestial elves while taking care of the child. This result made the other gamers very envious. However, although there was no way to teach celestial elves, many gamers still came over and tried to flirt and curry favor with celestial elves, intending to leave a good impression on celestial elves. Especially, the female gamers. This gave Limu a headache. Without the restriction of the teaching mission, these gamers let go of everything. They used all kinds of methods, which opened Limu's eyes. They flirted with celestial elves, and had a good grasp of propriety. Limu couldn't find fault with them. He was a little jealous of celestial elves, even though celestial elves was just an NPC. With good looks, it was easy to become a winner in life. Surrounded by girls, the two of them couldn't teach celestial elves well. In the end, they could only change the teaching location to Limu's house, hang a sign that said no unauthorized personnel allowed, and ask God's chosen one, Air, to guard outside. Only then did it become quiet. The division of labor between the two was very clear. Cuckoo Bird was responsible for imparting Blue Star knowledge, while Limu was responsible for cultivating celestial elf's personality. For this, Limu even searched the internet for things that ancient emperors learned. Celestial elves lived up to their reputation as celestial elves of the royal family. During the teaching process, the two of them discovered that no matter how difficult the things they taught were, celestial elves could learn them almost immediately. Celestial elves could even draw inferences about other things. Celestial elves displayed an extremely strong ability to accept and be curious about everything. Sometimes, celestial elves would even be left speechless by celestial elves' questions. For this reason, Cuckoo Bird was somewhat dejected. She had finally met someone with a stronger learning ability than her. Seeing her like this, Limu teased her. Why are you competing with an NPC? Although it's realistic, a game is still a game. Isn't it normal for an AI to learn things quickly? Hearing Limu's words, Cuckoo Bird came to a realization. She then sighed. You're right. It's just that after so long, I've almost forgotten that this is a game. Almost forgotten that this is a game? Limu couldn't agree more. In fact, he was often like this. That was why he chose to go offline and sleep after a period of time. Otherwise, he was really worried that he would not be able to distinguish between reality and the game. From this point of view, Elven Nation had really created a sense of realism and immersion to the extreme. Elven Nation had been in Blue Star for more than a month, but after so long, none of the 1,200 players had quit the game. It was really unprecedented. However, it was not that the players did not gain any benefits. This was because some of the skills learned in Elven Nation could be used in reality. The strength-based players felt that their reflexes in reality had improved. Although the spellcasting players did not have this benefit, they generally felt that their memory had improved. Although their consciousness had descended, there were also strong and weak consciousnesses. After training, the players' consciousnesses were far stronger than the ordinary people in Blue Star. Even their souls had received a lot of benefits. Moreover, the 4 times faster thinking speed had been fully utilized by the players. It was normal for little Salty Meow to seek tutoring from the Coop Bird in the game. Some college students even did their homework in the game. There were all kinds of tricks. Of course, they did this because the game time squeezed out their real time. In order to save more time to play the game, they had to do everything they could do in the game. Celestial. Randier's teaching was on the right track. However, there were also some small episodes. Apart from his homework, Celestial Randier liked to walk around the city of Chosen and was also happy to communicate with the players. When he was free, he would often be surrounded by female players. When he was walking around, there would be players who would pull him over to eat barbecued meat or chat with him. After knowing these things, Alice was very worried that Celestial Randier would learn bad things. She wanted Celestial Randier to cut off communication with the other chosen ones except for Cuckoo Bird and Limu. At least, before his worldview was really cultivated. However, Her Holiness did not stop Celestial Randier from communicating with the players. Therefore, Alice could only give up in the end. However, at the same time, she became vigilant. After all, Air's 2 younger sisters had developed the habit of secretly eating barbecue because they were too close to the chosen ones. Alice did not want Celestial Randier to repeat the same mistake. After thinking about it, she decided to check on Celestial Randier's homework regularly to prevent the future elf royalty from being spoiled. However, it turned out that Alice was overthinking. The communication with the chosen ones did not seem to have much effect on Celestial Randier. When she checked on Celestial Randier's homework every few days, she found that not only did Celestial Randier not go astray, but he also became more gentle and humble. At the same time, his knowledge also became richer. Perhaps it was because he had been interacting with female chosen ones for a long time. He always had a bright smile on his face. He was gentle and easygoing, and his posture was elegant. It seemed that he had learned how to get along with the opposite sex. Even Alice was a little moved by his charming appearance. His knowledge also started to improve rapidly, especially when it came to the knowledge of the chosen ones. Alice realized that there were a lot of things that she didn't understand anymore. This made Alice sigh at the growth speed of the elf royalty, and at the same time, feel relieved. This is good, although she did not know why she still felt uneasy. She kept having a feeling that something was not right. While Celestial Randier's growth was on the right track, Eve's Develop Influence mission also had a new breakthrough. The core area of the Elven Forest was about 4 kilometers away from the City of Heaven's Chosen. There used to be a high-quality forest that was very suitable to be used as building materials. It was straight and made of good materials. There was also a faint fragrance that could calm one's mind. When completing the daily quest of collecting wood, Alice would give more EXP and contribution points if the wood was turned in. Therefore, after players who discovered this place mentioned the location in their guides on the official website, many players who were looking for lumber would come here to collect lumber. Over time, the area was cut down by the players. Even on the day Eve was revived, many saplings appeared, but they were all dug up by the later second beta players and used as roadside trees in the City of Heaven's Chosen. However, although the trees were all cut down, there was a large empty space. Because it used to be a forest, the soil here was very fertile. It was chosen by the players as an experimental field to cultivate crops. Elves were natural magic creatures and were one of the many intelligent species of druids. Perhaps for ordinary humans, the cultivation of crops was a long process that depended on luck, but for players with nature magic, everything could be sped up. After obtaining some crop seeds from the captured human caravans, the Salty Meow Guild gave them to the trade players under the guild to accept the relevant side quests and try to cultivate them. When they were captured, the players received a total of 3 types of seeds. After identification, they were Mannia plain wheat, Mannia fast-growing rice, and Air sweet potato. Plain wheat and fast-growing rice were the main agricultural products in the Seeker's world and had a long history of cultivation. After being identified by the elf nightingale, who had once lived in human society, the smuggled goods were likely to be the latest crop variety cultivated by the official magic association of the Holy Mania Empire, which had been widely spread in human society recently. The third type, Air sweet potato, was a bit like the potatoes on the Blue Star, but it was gray in color and tasted sweeter than potatoes. It was said that this was a foreign crop from another plane. 1,000 years ago, before the plane passage was closed, it was introduced to human society by the legendary wizards of the Kingdom of Airs. Because of the high yield of this crop, it was soon widely planted in human society and was welcomed by the civilians. However, unlike potatoes, Air's potatoes needed seeds to grow. According to Nightingale's analysis, the potato seeds that the players had seized should be the improved variety of the Kingdom of Ariel. Thinking about it, it made sense. If it was not a good breed, how could it be valued by the Sauron caravan and smuggled? After all, the profits from magical items were higher. Wouldn't smuggling magic items be better? Only such a rare breed would catch the eyes of smugglers. Of course, the players had benefited from these items. The Chinese players were very interested in growing vegetables in the game. Moreover, although the elven forest was rich in resources, almost all of them were fruits and vegetables. There was indeed a lack of staple food. The people of the Celestial Empire were not used to having no staple food to eat. Therefore, the players had high expectations for these seeds. Moreover, unlike reality, there was magic here. The soil of the elven forest was extremely fertile, and the air was rich in mana. The growth of plants could be artificially accelerated, and there was no need to wait for a long time. In just a few days, the players saw results. In fact, the results were even better than what the players had imagined. Now, this land had become a field of farmland. Plain wheat, fast-growing rice, and potatoes grew separately. Moreover, because of the effects of magic, some players had obtained the feces of the black dragon Meryl, and with the help of the silver druid, Basaka the oak guard, these crops seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation. They grew thicker, and their fruits were more plump. Even the sweet potato seemed to have sprouted more lumpy roots. Under the players' experiments, they found that through various bonuses, the growth of these crops could be increased to a terrifying level. The fastest fast-growing rice matured in 3 days, while the latest flatland wheat matured in a week. One had to know that in human society, even the fastest fast-growing rice would take at least 4 months to ripen. Of course, this was because normal humans could not enjoy the bonus of magic. They also did not have the fertile soil and abundant mana of the elven forest, not to mention the feces of the black dragon, not to mention other things. Because of the revival of the Yggdrasil, the level of mana in the core area of the elven forest was already on a different level from the outside world. Under these conditions, everything grew well and quickly. And now, after the players had harvested the first batch of crops, they had chosen better seeds to plant the second or third batch of crops. After harvesting the crops, the oak guard Basaka the great druid identified that perhaps due to the abundance of mana in the elven forest and the fact that the players had used the black dragon's feces, these crops had faintly surpassed the category of normal crops and had a hint of the smell of magical plants. After eating these crops, there was a certain effect on the absorption of mana. Although the effect was weak, it was still very impressive. This made the players sigh again. The black dragon was really a treasure. Of course, only the players had the opportunity to use the black dragon's feces as fertilizer, and this further stimulated the players' enthusiasm for experimenting. After the successful planting, the new crop seeds quickly spread among the players. Many players used contribution points to purchase some seeds from the Mengmeng Committee and began experimenting in their own courtyards. They came up with all sorts of strange ideas and began to collect all sorts of magical materials in the elven forest to experiment with them as fertilizer. They wanted to see if it would cause the crops to mutate more violently. Even, some players had their eyes on the Yggdrasil and began to dig the soil around the Yggdrasil, only to be reprimanded by Basaka the Oak Guard. And on the official forum, the players who participated in the planting gradually summarized the different planting effects according to the progress of their fertilizer experiments. Needless to say, there really were some effects. The feces of the black dragon could increase the production of crops and increase the quality of the crops. The feces of the elves could greatly increase the growth rate of the crops. In addition, the soil under some special magical plants in the elven forest could mutate the crops to have similar magical characteristics as the plants and a different taste. Therefore, it was not unreasonable for the players to have their eyes on the soil under the Yggdrasil's roots. That was the soil where the true gods took root. Divine soil for short. In fact, some players had secretly obtained some when the NPCs weren't paying attention, and after using it, they were surprised to find that the crops grew wildly. The effect was even better than the feces of the elves, and then, even more players began to dig under the Yggdrasil when the NPCs weren't paying attention. Eve didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the situation. In the end, she set up a magical barrier beneath her so that the soil was immune to the players digging, and the players finally gave up. Basaka the Oak Guard was also very satisfied with the players' performance in planting crops. Except for those who wanted to dig the soil near the roots of the Yggdrasil. Basaka was the NPC that Eve had chosen for the planting crops mission, and was responsible for the entire process of the players' planting. Due to his sensitive identity, he couldn't join the expansion of the faction, and so stayed in the elven forest obediently to help the elves and players develop, doing his job as a druid. However, Basaka's appearance had changed from before. Worried that his exposure would cause the Mother Goddess's revival to be noticed, he prayed to Eve and asked her to pass on the transfiguration spell to him. Now, he had transformed into a 2-meter-tall, bald elf. He even looked a little scary. However, because transfiguration would limit mana, he couldn't use his full power when he transfigured, and so he had to do the logistics obediently. Basaka was very pleased with the players' enthusiasm for planting crops. He was also curious as to why the chosen ones liked to plant crops like humans. After all, the native elves basically only ate fruits, and the elven forest was so rich in produce that they couldn't finish all the fruits, and even if they finished eating them, they would grow again with a spell. But at least, with the crops, the chosen ones hunted less frequently. In fact, it wasn't that they hunted less, but that there was almost no place to hunt around. Now that the players had gone further away to hunt magical beasts, he wouldn't be able to see them if he stayed in the core area. The players completed the planting crops side mission very well. The related processed products were also quickly sent to the players' dining tables with the help of convenient magic. The spices collected from the human merchants also inspired the players, and they began to look for similar substitutes in the elven forest to use as seasoning. Soon, the players' talent for cooking was also revealed, and various common blue star dishes began to appear in the world of seekers, and some vegetarian dishes even attracted the curiosity and welcome of the native elves. However, compared to the successful planting, the animal husbandry led by the black dragon Meryl suffered a setback. During this time, the little black dragon led some players to mess with the mid-tier magical beasts in the elven forest, and every day they searched for magical beast nests to catch their young. Needless to say, they caught quite a few, but none of them were suitable for taming. Moreover, magical beasts weren't like plants. Plants were more sensitive to magic and could grow faster in a high magic environment, but magical beasts weren't so obvious. They were just slightly stronger. At this time, due to the precedent of planting crops, some players suggested that the little black dragon go to human society to catch some tamed animals, but they were quickly reprimanded by Meryl. Rua. Go to human society to catch tamed animals? Do you think that I, Meryl, am a robber like the Megalosaurus? Wasn't that the case? The players recalled the scene of the black dragon greedily plundering the treasures of the orcs and human merchants. Of course, they could think about it in their hearts. But, Meryl changed the topic and raised his proud dragon head. Robbing is impossible, but Meryl thinks that we can buy some from human society, but Meryl needs the permission of the true god, and you have to pay for it. You have to give Lord Meryl half, no, double the errand fee. Rua. He emphasized the problem of money. The player's eyes lit up. That was a good idea. after plundering the orc tribe and the human mercenaries, the players obtained a lot of common currency in human society. They didn't have much use for it, so they could use it to buy tamed animals. Buy tamed animals? Eve, who received the black dragon's request, was slightly stunned. She thought about it for a while and agreed. After signing the master-servant contract and becoming a believer, Merrill couldn't run away. Moreover, after knowing his true identity, Merrill kept his mouth shut, so there shouldn't be any problem. But, could he really buy them? Would he be besieged by the humans as an evil dragon once he appeared? Of course, Eve didn't discourage him and let him be. Knowing that the black dragon wanted to buy tamed animals from human society, the players were excited and clamored to go together. But after knowing the distance, they were disappointed. The nearest human country was 700 kilometers away from the core area of the elf forest, and the players' range of activity was only 300 kilometers. Sigh, we can only explore after the map of human society has been opened. The players were a little regretful. Although the players were regretful that they couldn't explore human society, the door to the underworld had been opened. The fastest adventurer players had also entered the mysterious underworld through the underground caverns. The underground world was also known as the Underdark. In the inheritance of the world tree that Eve had obtained, there were not many descriptions of the underground world. She only knew that the history of the underground world was not shorter than that of the surface world, and it might even be longer. It was said that in the earliest days, a few ancient gods who had been defeated in the founding era went deep underground and opened up this Underdark. However, with the passage of time, the ancient gods fell one after another, or fell into depravity and became evil gods. The underground world was gradually occupied by the new and other intelligent creatures that migrated from the surface world, and brought with them the faith of the true gods. Unlike the surface world where kingdoms had been formed, social order had been formed, and the overall war had been greatly reduced, the underground world was filled with blood and chaos. War, conquest, decline, and collapse formed a similar cycle of the kingdoms in the Underdark. There were no established countries here. There were only settlements formed by different races, or underground cities formed around a certain expert. The intelligent creatures here were generally more ferocious than those on the surface, and because of the existence of evil gods, even the true gods' preaching was difficult. In tens of thousands of years, only the underworld, which was connected to the Underdark through the plain channel, had a true god successfully taken root here. But even so, it was just barely. After the 1,000-year War of the Gods, the plain channels all over the world were closed, and it was even more difficult for the true gods to preach. Due to the lack of exploration and communication, the underground world only existed in legends to the intelligent residents on the surface. Even the old elves of the Inferno tribe, who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, did not know much about the underground world. They only knew that it seemed to be a dark world formed by huge caves, underground rivers, and lakes. Only the fluorescent stones brought dim light, and the rich underground water system connected almost isolated areas. In general, in the knowledge of the intelligent creatures on the surface, the underground world represented mystery, barbarism, and chaos. Just entering the Underdark and being able to come back and tell some stories was an achievement worth recording for the adventurers. Eve, on the other hand, only had a general impression of the underground world after a deeper conversation with the Spider Queen Lolth. The underground world under Rivendell was considered a remote area in the Underdark. This place was made up of a huge cave called the Deep Cave. The most important intelligent creatures were the dark dwarves that had migrated here in the past 1,000 years. There were also numerous monsters and magical beasts. After learning more about the underground world, Eve was very interested in it. The elven forest was no longer a threat for the time being. Moreover, the magic beasts in the north of the elven forest were too powerful for the current players to deal with. Moreover, what was the point of always dealing with the magic beasts of the elven forest? It's better to fight outside. Before facing Allure, the god of winter and the hunt's next counterattack, Eve had to further train the players. The underground world was a good choice. This place was chaotic to begin with, and the natives were ferocious. Players could do whatever they wanted here. However, in order to prevent any accidents from happening to the players during their exploration, as well as to avoid conflict with the believers of the Death Goddess, Eve promptly organized some of the information obtained from the Spider Queen Lolth and uploaded it to the information column of the official forums. After all, it was enough to provoke Allure, who was at the peak of the weak divine power. Eve was still a little afraid of Hela, who was at the middle divine power. Moreover, after using Hela's alias for so long, she felt a little guilty. To further stimulate the enthusiasm of the players, Eve added the achievement of exploring the underground world. The achievement system was activated when the players successfully built the City of Heaven's Chosen. The earliest achievement system was the construction of the beginner's village. Not only did the stone tablet in the central square record the nicknames of the 300 first beta gamers, but the first beta gamers could also find their names in the main city construction achievement in the system's achievement column. In the subsequent missions, those who contributed to the major missions would still be given relevant achievements, and their deeds would be recorded in the system's achievement column. For example, the few lifestyle players of the Meng Committee who completed the crop planting mission received relevant achievements. Their nicknames and deeds were recorded in the game system, and they even received the exclusive title of Planting Expert. There were also achievements in exploring the underground world. The First Legion Guild, which was exploring the frontline like the Boxed Lunch team, mobilized all the guild's forces to enter the new map. They wanted to obtain the first successful exploration of the underground world achievement. Eve was curious. While the players were exploring the underground world, she secretly moved into their field of vision and admired the local customs of the underground world. The entrance to Rivendell's underground cavern was only an entrance. If they wanted to enter the underground world, they had to continue walking down the cavern. The gamers walked downwards for about 3 kilometers before arriving at the real underground world. They were familiar with the beauty of the elf forest and the vicissitudes of Rivendell's miracle. They were once again stunned by the scene in front of them. This was a huge cave that stretched as far as the eye could see. The ceiling of the cavern was dotted with many fluorescent stones. They were embedded in the rocks and shone with a light blue radiance. They brought light to the dark underground world like the stars in the sky, beautiful and magnificent. In the cavern, there were hills, valleys, underground rivers, and even more rugged rock features made up of complex geological structures. And the one closest to the players was a subterranean forest of dark purple giant ferns of unknown names. These giant ferns were also fluorescent. Their bodies could emit faint purple light. Their bodies swayed gently with the wind in the underground cavern, causing the light to flicker faintly. It looked like a dreamlike world. Of course, if one could ignore the occasional roar of monsters from afar. Wow, I thought the underground world was just a barren cavern. I didn't expect it to be a world. There's a forest here. It has its own complete ecosystem. These underground plants look so cool. Some players exclaimed excitedly as they looked at the scenery of the underground world. Yes. These ferns look so beautiful. Let's see if we can dig some up and plant them on the surface. Another player expressed his agreement. Be careful. The official website said that we shouldn't underestimate any creatures in the underground world. This map is full of chaos and unknowns. Creatures that can survive are not easy to deal with. The guild leader of the First Army, Tomato Fried Tomato, said. Also, pay attention to the intelligent creatures that seem to be the Dark Dwarves. From the official website, they seem to be believers of the Grim Reaper. They are also the local tyrants of this area. They have the potential to become neutral or even friendly NPCs. Try not to provoke them. Otherwise, we will be wiped out in minutes. After being a red name once, this guy had become more well-behaved. Because more similar incidents later proved that although the red name system in Elf Nation was divided into levels, it was also very strict. He was considered lucky that time as he only had a small deduction of contribution points. When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. Other than him, there were other players who challenged the rules, but they all received different degrees of punishment. Moreover, as the player's level increased, the punishment increased exponentially. There was a high-level player who had a conflict with another player after a field battle. Even after the system's warning, he still killed the other player. Then, he was immediately banned by the game officials for 3 days. His accumulated wealth was almost bankrupted. 3 days. It was 12 days in the game. There were many things that could be done. Many players complained on the official website about his attitude of banning an account at the slightest disagreement. Many people thought that it was just killing a player. Was it necessary? It was just a game, of course, the official website didn't reply. Anyway, they just wanted to play and leave. There were so many players waiting for the open beta. Eve didn't lack 1 or 2 people. If she really wanted to chase people away or if some people quit the game, she could just replace them. She needed obedient fighters, not troublemakers. The purpose of Elf Nation was to motivate the players to work. It wasn't really to make money or to let the players have fun. In the end, the players could only enjoy it again. Who asked Elf Nation to be so unique? The game officials were willful and had such conditions. After a long time, the players accepted that it wasn't that they couldn't mess around in Elf Nation. However, if they messed around, they had to be prepared to be severely punished or even disabled, just like the chicken at the entrance of Creekwood Town in the classic Game Girl scroll. Not many old players dared to touch it, unless they wanted to experience the thrill of being the enemy of the world. Of course, if there were players who didn't care about their lives and messed around, Eve would tell them in advance why the flowers were so red. After listening to the advice of fried tomatoes, the other players nodded. Soon, they saw a horrifying scene. A small magical beast that looked like a mouse suddenly scurried out from the rocky path and accidentally fell into the forest. The beautiful ferns immediately stretched out their shining purple tentacles and entangled the magical beast. The small magical beast struggled for a while and stopped moving. Soon, it turned into a pool of sticky liquid and was absorbed by the ferns. Players, F***CK. F***CK. Sure enough. Beautiful things have thorns. Fried tomatoes looked solemn. He pondered for a while and said, let's bypass the forest and go deeper into the forest. Let's go around this forest and go deeper into the forest. We should be able to find traces of the underground magical beasts. With that, he led the team into another rocky path. That was the place where the rat-like magical beast had rushed out. If there was a living creature, it meant that the path was clear. After a few steps, he couldn't help but turn back to look around. For some reason, after entering the underground cave, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. However, after looking around, he didn't find anything. Is it an illusion? He shook his head and continued to lead the team forward. Fried Tomato led the First Army Guild's team to explore along the rocky path. As they walked, the players would use their identification skills on new species and scramble to collect detailed information about the underground world. This was the side mission of the Explore the Underground World mission, Monster Detection. It required the players to identify monsters, plants, animals, and other species. A total of 10 identifications were needed to complete the mission. The players had also identified that the giant fern that preyed on small monsters was a type of magical plant called the dark purplish fern. It could prey on animals that strayed into it, and was a great threat to creatures below the upper level of iron. Of course, as a magical plant, it was also a good magical material. However, with the players' strength, there was no way they could obtain it. However, they also planned to return after the exploration to see if they could ask the NPCs for help. In addition to monster detection, there was also the side mission of map drawing. This was simple. As long as the players passed by an area, a small map would open, and the system would automatically record their path. They only needed to use detection to scan the surrounding terrain and upload it to the system. As long as they could record a map with an area of 1 kilometer, the mission would be completed. These 2 missions seemed simple, but they also tested the player's hand speed. This was because once a player recorded a new species or map and uploaded it to the game system, the other player could not repeat the recording and had to find new species and new areas. This was Eve using the player's hands to explore the underground world. Although Eve had obtained some information about the underground world from the Queen of Spiders Lolth, it was actually limited and was far less detailed than the player's personal exploration. This place was far from her original body and was not within Eve's control range. There might be other true gods, so she could not use her divine power to scan directly. She could only rely on the players. As the player's consciousness was connected to Eve's game system, the information they collected would be reflected to Eve and recorded by her. This mode was quite useful. In any case, the players were having a lot of fun exploring the area. Win-win, win-win. If the players wanted to complete the main plot mission, Explore the Underworld, they would have to complete 50 side missions. Eve had calculated that with the maximum exploration distance she provided for the players, 50, map drawing, was just enough for the players to explore all the areas of the underground world that could be reached by the players. However, 50 side quests were not easy to complete. This number was not something that could be completed by 1 or 2 people. At this time, the benefits of a large guild were reflected. They had more people and a bigger team. In order to complete this mission, Fried Tomato had gathered all the high-level players of the First Army. There were more than 100 of them, and they had specially chosen a certain knight in Blue Star to go online and explore. He led the guild members and walked for about 3 kilometers before finally bypassing this strange dark purple forest. However, as he explored, the inexplicable feeling in Fried Tomato's heart grew stronger and stronger. He always felt that something was secretly spying on him. As the highest-leveled player in the guild, he trusted his sixth sense. After some hesitation, he asked the hunter player in charge of the frontline exploration. "Little 8, did you detect any living creatures nearby? Why do I keep feeling that something is watching us?" A hunter player with green Chinese characters above his head, 8 tyrants, used a few detection skills and said, "Guild leader, there are a lot of living creatures here." "Guild leader, there are quite a lot of auras around here. Perhaps a magical beast has noticed us. But there doesn't seem to be any strong presence. I don't think we need to worry." "Is that so?" Fried Tomato muttered. Then, he glanced at the names above the 8 tyrants, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "By the way, I suggest you change your nickname. Otherwise, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage when I call you by your name." The 8 tyrants were speechless. "Ha ha 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 ha." The other players laughed. The whole team advanced in a cheerful atmosphere. After bypassing the dark purple forest of giant ferns, they saw a huge mushroom forest that blocked their way. The smallest of these mushrooms was 3 meters tall and emitted a demonic light blue color. The mushroom cap also flickered with a deep light, illuminating the surroundings beautifully. Under the mushrooms, there was a soft, brownish-black soil. When they arrived here, the players also saw traces of magical beasts. They were very small and ran very fast. They shuttled between the mushrooms and looked at the passing elves with vigilance. Unlike the magical beasts on the surface, the magical beasts of the underground world were generally dull in color, as if they wanted to blend in with the environment. Moreover, they were generally very ugly. A player also entered the mushroom forest on a whim and hunted. He was a hunter and was very fast. In an instant, he caught up with a magical beast and killed it. Then, he found that these magical beasts were not very strong. This surprised him. "Didn't they say that there are many monsters in the underground world? It feels very peaceful," he said doubtfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. The soil where the player was standing suddenly flipped over, and a huge pincer stretched out. Under the horrified gazes of all the players, a ferocious magical beast that looked like a giant scorpion drilled out and used its pincers to snap the player in half. Blood and organs spilled all over the ground, and it dragged the player's body into the soil. All this happened in less than a few seconds. And in a further place, similar giant scorpions emerged one after another. It looked like there were almost 100 of them, but when they found that their target had been preyed on by their companions, they quickly drilled back into the soil and returned everything to its original state, and those vigilant small magical beasts swarmed forward, fighting to be the first to devour the flesh and organs that the player had spilled on the ground. Soon, all traces were wiped away and they continued to leisurely move through the mushroom forest, as if nothing had happened just now. F***CK. F***CK. The players were stunned. Fried Tomato's expression was solemn, and then his eyes lit up. "It's not that there aren't any powerful magical beasts, but they're hiding. Those magical beasts on the surface were deliberately left behind as bait to attract prey. When the giant scorpion appeared just now, he had appraised it. Its strength should be at the upper level of dark iron. With this strength, if it was a magical beast without intelligence, the players could find its weakness and fight it with numbers. It was not impossible to win." He took a deep breath and said excitedly, "Brothers! It's time to work. Let's lure 1 or 2 out to test the waters." One of the goals of exploring the underground world was to find more magical beasts to level up, not to mention that these giant scorpions were blocking their way. Hearing Fried Tomato's order, the players of the first army were instantly excited. They began to form teams according to their usual combat mode of hunting magical beasts in the elven forest. The mages first chanted spells and cast explosive spells at a corner of the ground to try to anger the magical beasts. Of course, the players were also prepared to run at any time because sometimes it was not just one magical beast that was angered, but a group of them. When that happened, it would be a competition of who could run faster. But this time, the players were lucky. A fireball spell blasted a big hole in the ground, and 3 giant scorpions were instantly angered. Magical beasts had no intelligence and relied on their instincts. They immediately drilled out of the ground, no longer hiding, and attacked the players. Fried Tomato's eyes lit up. There are 3 of them. Everyone, split into 3 teams and find one to fight. Main tank, pull the aggro. Druids, prepare to heal. Melee fighters, attack and disrupt. Ranged support. Change after 1 round, change to long-range explosive attacks. Melee fighters, support. 1 round at a time, see which one has the highest damage. Also, give priority to fire and light magic. Fighting with demonic beasts. Every day, the First Legion had a lot of experience. Although they had never seen a scorpion-like demonic beast before, and they didn't know its habits and fighting mechanism, as long as they followed the Elven Kingdom strategy and explored a few times, at most some people would die, and they would find a way. There were so many giant scorpions hidden here, and it was enough for them to collectively develop. The hundreds of players quickly split into 3 teams according to their usual combat mode, and they each faced a giant scorpion and started fighting. While the players were fighting, in the darkness, on the side of the cave wall, a pair of bright eyes appeared in a small cave. There seemed to be a hidden narrow tunnel, and someone was hiding there and spying on the players. It was a short figure wearing dark gray clothes. He looked at the players who were excitedly fighting the giant scorpions with surprise and astonishment. But very soon, his figure flashed and disappeared. The players who were engrossed in the battle did not notice that someone was spying on them. But Eve, who was constantly switching between the players' perspectives, noticed it. Was that a dark dwarf? She was a little interested. I didn't expect the players to attract the attention of the dark dwarfs so quickly. Eve was a little surprised. However, this also meant that the settlement of the dark dwarfs was not far from here. Looks like the map of the dark dwarfs might be opened soon. She thought for a while and turned on the language shielding function for the Fried Tomatoes team. She shielded words related to Yggdrasil and Yggdrasil that could easily expose her true identity. Although the players had accepted the setting to help the goddess keep her true identity a secret, God knew if there would be players who had lost their minds, so it was better to be cautious. Of course, the shielding was only the language conversion. When the players were summoned to the world of Seekers, they were still speaking Chinese, but, as the initiator who controlled the connection between the players' consciousness and their bodies, Eve could do something to the players' bodies. Although the players thought they were speaking Chinese, they would automatically convert to the local language of the world of Seekers when they opened their mouths, and vice versa. This local language was Elvish by default, but the players could also adjust the language system to the common language used between different races in the world of Seekers. For example, when communicating with the half-orcs, they would use the common language. Although the players felt that they were speaking Chinese and felt that the language system created by the game officials was a little strange, they accepted it quite well. The shielding was actually turning off the translation of related words. The players would speak Chinese directly, and the natives would naturally not understand. Of course, the players could also learn the spelling of the local language. That way, they would be able to write even without the system's language conversion, even if it was shielded. But, which gamer would be crazy enough to spend so much effort to learn a language that was probably a mess made up by the game officials, except for the genius Goo Goo Bird? Well, the mage players who wanted to learn the magic circle would also learn it, but they would mostly learn the runes in the Elvish language and copy them. In addition to the language function, Eve also shielded the sacrificial magic circle before one of the players was about to draw it, and informed the players through a system notification. The general idea was that the players had officially entered the underground world, and the sacrificial magic circle was temporarily banned, and it would be removed when they returned to the surface. There were also believers of the death god here, and if the players carelessly used the sacrificial circle, they would be exposed. The First Legion did not know that part of its language function had just been blocked by the beloved goddess. Although the sudden appearance of the system notification stating that sacrifices were forbidden underground was a little surprising, it was only a little surprising. They had already exchanged fire with these ferocious giant scorpions. These players were all experts in field warfare. Even if the 3 scorpions were dark iron-ranked monsters, they did not panic at all. After many days of battle, they were no longer the newbies who had just entered the game. They were already familiar with this kind of group fight. It was just that the species of the monster had changed, so they needed to test the opponent's attack mechanism and weakness. It was just a little more troublesome. The mages quickly prepared their fireball spells. With Loltha's experience, they already knew that most of the underground magic beasts had the highest destructive power of fire and light magic. The melee players surrounded the giant scorpion that had been lured over. They roamed around and attacked. After attacking, they retreated and attacked again. Their coordination was perfect. Even Eve couldn't help but marvel at the rapid improvement of the players. Actually, it was normal when one thought about it. To the players, this was just a game. The biggest psychological barrier that the new recruits had to overcome, fear, was already gone. After that, they could lower their pain level and revive themselves. This had vaguely increased their bravery and fearlessness, as well as their tolerance for mistakes. Therefore, after dying a few more times, the players' combat skills grew quite quickly. This also made Eve more and more satisfied. She felt that she was not far away from creating a scourge army that could make other true gods tremble. On the other side, the short existence that had been secretly spying on the players walked along the narrow man-made cave. When it finally walked out of the cave, it actually arrived in front of a small city made of rocks. The entire small city was made of black rocks. The style was rough, and it looked solemn under the illumination of the fluorescent stones at the top of the underground cave. Dwarves with dark skin, wearing rough dark brown linen clothes, carried pickaxes or carried goods on their heads. They were coming and going in the small city. This was a city of the dark dwarves. The dark dwarf, who seemed to be a scout, shuttled through the city. He greeted other dark dwarves that he knew in the small city, and without stopping, he came to the most solemn 3-story stone building in the center of the small city. What? You said you saw a team of elven mercenaries from the surface? There are hundreds of them? In the hall of the stone building, an old dwarf listened to the scout's report with a stunned expression. Compared to the common dark dwarves, he was short and stout, but he had a long beard. His skin was dark, and there wasn't a single strand of hair on his head. The old dwarf looked at the dwarf scout in front of him, and a hint of speechlessness flashed across his face. Copperhammer, did you drink too much ale? This is the Underdark. Where did the elves come from? And there are hundreds of them, mercenaries? The identity of the elves was so sensitive. How could they swagger over to be mercenaries? And there were hundreds of them, although there were Longyears who hid their identities and became mercenaries on the continent. That was an exception, not to mention, why would the elves go to the Underdark? The old dwarf didn't believe it at all. It's true. Grandpa Balin, I definitely didn't see wrong. Pointed ears, very tall, and very good-looking. There's no doubt they're elves. They're over at the dark forest. The dwarf scout called Copperhammer said with a red face. Impossible. The old dwarf shook his head. The dark forest is full of monsters. Although it's close to the entrance to the surface, there's a terrifying spider guarding it. Without us leading the way, the creatures on the surface won't be able to come down. It's true. Grandpa Balin. I can swear to the god of death that I didn't see wrong. It's really a group of elves. The armor they're wearing is very beautiful, much more exquisite than the ones in the human world. It doesn't feel any worse than our craftsmanship. They're definitely elves. Ironhammer drew a symbol on his chest that symbolized the god of death and the lord of the underworld. Swear to the god of death. Hearing his words, the old dwarf was startled, and his expression became more solemn. In the world of Seegers where true gods reigned supreme, swearing to the gods one believed in was the strictest oath. No intelligent creature dared to play tricks on this matter. Do they have the same hair color? The old dwarf asked. No, they have all kinds of hair color, Iron Hammer shook his head. Not the same, the old dwarf frowned and let out a sigh of relief. In that case, they're not elven tribes that were forced to migrate underground. Fully armed, could they really be mercenaries? But how did they come down? Why did they come down? If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look. They're fighting with the giant scorpions over there. Iron Hammer said again. Hearing his words, the old dwarf was slightly startled. Fighting with the giant scorpions? How did they get into a fight with those monsters? It seems that an elf accidentally entered the mushroom forest in the dark forest and was eaten by the giant scorpions. Then, the other elves angrily attacked. It was a fierce fight. The old dwarf was speechless. Are they very strong? Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, the human gods and the war god pantheon put a racial curse on them. Didn't they all fall to the iron rank? He asked again. Iron Hammer scratched his head. I didn't investigate carefully, but I felt that they weren't very strong. They seemed to be low-rank iron. The old dwarf was speechless. A group of low-rank iron elves provoked the high-rank iron giant scorpions. Were they crazy? Bahrain admitted that the elf silver culture and forging skills were definitely the best in the continent. Even after 1,000 years, the other races in the Seekers continent could not surpass them. Even the dwarves, who were good at forging, were barely on par with them in terms of ordinary forging. They were slightly worse when it came to higher-level magic equipment. But civilization was civilization, and forging skills were forging skills. These did not represent the combat power of a race. Compared to the same level of strength, the elves were famous for their weak combat power. Before they fell, the elves could rely on their higher starting point, better equipment, and strength to crush their opponents. But now was not the same as in the past. Furthermore, for the sake of one dead clansman, would they sacrifice even more clansmen? Was it worth it? No wonder these long-eared elves were getting worse and worse. He shook his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Take me to have a look." He was very curious about the elves. The dark dwarves were not easy to deal with, but the elves were different. They were a race that was famous in the continent for being naive, stubborn, and gullible. They were also very harmless. If it was really them, the old dwarf did not mind having a deep conversation. He had always been interested in some of the elves' manufacturing skills. Under the lead of Hammer, the old dwarf Bahrain quickly followed the tunnel to the place where he had been monitoring the players. As soon as he arrived, Bahrain saw the players fighting the giant scorpions through the small hole in the tunnel. He had to admit that the First Legion was very experienced. The three magical beasts were not their opponents. Even if it was a high-rank iron one, the First Legion annihilated it at the cost of 5 players' lives. Considering that they could not use the sacrificial array, the giant scorpions did not seem to have anything good except for their pincers and poisonous stingers. Therefore, when the players killed the giant scorpions, they set the experience gain to 100% and did not leave any loot. The giant scorpions were drained of their vitality by the war sacrifice and turned into ashes. Looking at the large amount of experience gained in the status bar, the players' eyes were filled with eagerness. The giant scorpions provided a lot of experience. There was a reason for this. The living environment of the underground world was much worse than that of the surface world. The magical beasts that could survive here generally had a lot more tenacious vitality. And Eve's war sacrifice instinct that she gave to the players relied on absorbing life force. Moreover, the players did not choose to leave any loot this time. Instead, they absorbed 100% of the experience. Therefore, it was very normal that the amount of experience gained was unexpected. Although 5 players had died, the players had basically figured out the battle mode of the giant scorpions. Therefore, they were all excited. Panting heavily, they continued to excitedly lure the monsters and fight. What the old dwarf saw was that after the players killed the giant scorpions, they threw a few fireballs into the mushroom forest. They attracted 5 more giant scorpions and fought with them. The excitement and anticipation, as well as the uncontrollable joy that could be seen from afar, stunned the old dwarf. This group of elves. What was going on? This did not seem like a battle for revenge. Would the elves seek revenge? The old dwarf Bahrain doubted whether the peace-loving and life-loving elves even had the concept of revenge in their minds. In any case, he didn't believe it. And the facts proved that these elves didn't look like they were seeking revenge. But why was that? In the old dwarf's understanding, elves would never take the initiative to start a fight. But the scene he saw just now completely overturned his understanding of elves. If he wasn't wrong, the 5 giant scorpions that attacked the elves were the result of them throwing fireballs excitedly. Their expressions when they threw the fireballs were very much like the naughty children in the dwarf tribe who played with mining bugs. After watching the battle from the sidelines, the old dwarf was even more surprised. After luring out the 5 giant scorpions, the elves were a little confused at first, but they quickly split into 5 teams under the command of their own accord, each taking on a giant scorpion. That proficiency and organization showed that this wasn't the first time they had done this. After that, an elven warrior from each team stood out, all kinds of protective halos on their bodies. They charged madly at the giant scorpions, taking on all the attacks from the other side. But how could low-ranked dark iron elves be a match for high-ranked dark iron magical beasts? Under the attacks of the magical beasts, even with all kinds of protective spells and the protection of their companions, the few elves in the front line were injured one after another. The old dwarf, Ba Lin, saw everything and shook his head. Since they couldn't withstand the attacks of the giant scorpions, why provoke them? Great, now that they couldn't take revenge, they might have to sacrifice some of their clansmen. No wonder they were declining. The elves were as stubborn as ever. Under the premise of bearing the racial curse, it was probably not easy for the elves to nurture a skilled low-ranked dark iron warrior. What a pity, what a pity. In his opinion, these elves wouldn't be able to survive. The reality was similar to what he imagined. The elven warriors who faced the giant scorpions were quickly seriously injured. But whether it was being hammered by the giant pincers until they vomited blood, or being poisoned by the scorpions that were almost certain to kill them, they didn't retreat even if they still had a breath left. At the same time, they didn't care about the injuries on their bodies that were gradually getting worse. Some of them were even abnormally pale, but they were still vomiting black blood and laughing loudly. What a good fight! This scorpion is much more exciting than the magical beasts above. Another big difference between Elven Nation and other virtual online games was that its simulation was very high, and the feeling of combat was very good. Many combat players also enjoyed the thrill of fighting to their heart's content other than the thrill of defeating a boss and obtaining rewards. This was already the specialty of Elf Nation. It was a pity that any demons in the core of the Elven Forest that could challenge the players were basically GG, while the rest were either small fries, unable to defeat the players, or too far away from the core. It wasn't until they reached the underground that the players encountered new targets. The old dwarf's eyelids twitched as he watched the battle between the players, and he became more and more surprised. The Lord of Darkness and Shadows, since when were the elves so unafraid of death and so passionate about fighting? Could it be that they believed in both the god of death and the god of war? Why did it feel like they were more like those battle-crazed orcs? Why do I feel that they are more like intelligent creatures who have adapted to the underground world than I am? Could they be lizardmen or orcs in disguise? The old dwarf rubbed his eyes and looked at them carefully through the gap. He found that they were indeed the elves from his memory. The elven warrior facing the giant scorpion didn't care about his own injuries, and even the other elves surrounding the giant scorpion didn't care about the injuries of their dying companions. Apart from the druids who had been healing the elven warriors, the other elves' minds were all on the giant scorpion as they crazily besieged it, as if they wouldn't stop until the enemy was exhausted to death. Even if one elven warrior who faced the giant scorpion head-on died with a smile, the other elves didn't even frown, and soon another elven warrior would take his place. No one cared about the bodies of the dead elves, as if they didn't care at all. Witnessing the death of their companions, they didn't feel the slightest bit of grief. Instead, as the injuries on the giant scorpion continued to increase, they gradually became happy. It's dying. Everyone, work harder. Kill it. The old dwarf was speechless. Watching the elves fight, he became more and more speechless. You still need to work harder? Your people are all dead, the corpses are all, wait, where are the corpses? The old dwarf's eyes widened, and he found that the elven warriors who were originally lying on the ground had disappeared, only a pile of equipment was left. What the hell? His face was full of shock. And the elf's subsequent performance made the old dwarf's expression even more interesting. When the giant scorpion was exhausted under the siege of the elves and was about to escape, the eyes of the elves who had been fighting excitedly turned red. That ferocious expression seemed to vaguely change from excitement to anger and urgency. At the same time, the old dwarf Bahrain could still hear their roars. Not good. It's trying to escape. Don't let it escape. Don't let it escape. Main tank, work harder. Hurry and pull them back. At this time, the voices of the elves had a hint of anger and nervousness that wasn't present during the fierce battle. And then, a scene that shocked Bahrain even more happened. He saw that the elves who were already seriously injured instantly charged forward after hearing the commander's words. They either hugged the giant scorpion's stinger or its thick thigh, and then under the indiscriminate attacks of the other elves, they were drowned in a sea of skills and magic together with the giant scorpion that had already reached its limit. They had probably gone to the underworld together. They actually killed them all indiscriminately. The old dwarf couldn't help but shudder, and the way he looked at these tall and handsome elves had completely changed. The Lord of Darkness and Shadows above, were they crazy? And then, the giant scorpion's body suddenly began to wither and age, and then turned into ashes, and the elves' corpses gradually became transparent and finally disappeared. Seeing this scene, the old dwarf's eyes widened again and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Disappeared. Disappeared. These fellows. Were they lured into depravity by the evil god? Living in the underground world all year round, the old dwarf had seen believers of the evil god, and he had even dealt with them, done business with them, and even hired believers of the evil god as mercenaries, and the scene of these corpses disappearing was somewhat similar to the scene of those believers of the evil god being sacrificed. For a moment, his heart was filled with fear and vigilance, and the original idea of fooling the elves and cheating them of some forging techniques was completely dispelled. And then, he saw the elves cheering one by one, and then they sat down while panting heavily. They chatted and laughed as they packed up the equipment left behind by their dead companions, and they didn't look sad at all, nor did they take out dry rations to eat. And when he saw what the dry rations in their hands were, the old dwarf's eyes were wide open. Jerky? The Lord of Darkness and Shadows above, the elves are actually eating jerky? Don't they eat fruit nectar as their food? Why are they eating jerky, these elves? Were they really depraved and became the followers of the evil god? The old dwarf was shocked, and he increasingly felt that his guess was very likely to be true. But although he was shocked, as a qualified underground dweller, he couldn't help but compare the combat power of these strange elves with his own people, and after comparing, he realized that although his own people were generally stronger than the elves, if they had the same number of people, they might not be able to defeat the elves, at least. From another perspective, the dark dwarves wouldn't be able to kill the 5 giant scorpions so easily like the elves, and even as an underground dweller, the old dwarf was shocked by the cold-bloodedness of these elves in battle. In the face of the death of their companions, they didn't even blink, but although the old dwarf sighed at the ferocity of these elves, he wasn't afraid of them. Elves had a long lifespan, and their fertility was even lower. In his opinion, using the death of an elf to kill a dark iron-level magical beast was simply stupid, but he had a bigger question in his heart. Looking at the happy faces of the players after killing the giant scorpions, the old dwarf was even more puzzled. These elves. What were they after? Was it to kill the magical beast? After killing the magical beast, they sacrificed it to the evil god, and at this time, he also heard the players' conversation. The magical beasts here are really powerful. Although they're only dark iron level, their EXP is close to silver. The last time I rode on Damasha's Jingtai to kill monsters, I killed a forest monitor lizard with this amount of EXP. Haha. This place is really good. Let's take a rest and continue killing monsters when everyone is here. Today, we must kill all the scorpions in this mushroom forest. SSS. I don't know how much EXP we can get this time. It's a pity that we can't sacrifice here, so we can only eat all the EXP. Otherwise, if we sacrifice it to Beep, Lord God, we can get some contribution points. Hearing this, the old dwarf was really stunned. Sacrificing magical beasts, a god whose name he didn't understand, these elves, they were really believers of the evil god. Evil god believers. Seeing the strange behavior of the elves, old dwarf Ba Lin's eyes flickered. There were 2 types of evil gods. One was a true god whose soul was tainted by the abyss will. The other was a powerful being who sought refuge with the abyss will in order to become a true god. But no matter which type it was, because their minds were intertwined with the chaotic abyss, they were usually paranoid and evil. In addition, they didn't rely on faith to strengthen themselves. They relied on their believers to sacrifice the flesh and souls of other creatures. Unlike other true God believers, evil God believers were often crazy because they were affected by the abyss will. Even in the chaotic underground world, evil gods were a rather sensitive topic. Many underground intelligent races' settlements had been destroyed by evil god believers. As an old dwarf who had dealt with evil god believers, Balin naturally knew that these fellows were a group of alchemy potions that could explode at any time. If they were allowed to enter the underground intelligent settlements and cities, it would cause chaos very quickly, but even a sharp iron sword had two edges. If he could make good use of this group of suspected evil god believers, it might bring him an unexpected surprise. When he thought of this, his gaze gradually became deep. "Grandpa Balin, how is it?" Looking at the old dwarf whose expression was changing, the young dwarf Hammer asked curiously and respectfully. After following Balin here, he didn't continue forward, so he didn't see the battle scene and didn't hear what the players said. Balin retracted his gaze, sighed slightly, and said in a low voice, "It's just a group of elves who mistakenly entered the underground world. It's not a big problem. Let's go back. I'll let the others keep an eye on this place." "It's really elves. Looks like I wasn't wrong." Hearing the old dwarf's words, Hammer was delighted. "I heard that they're the noblest race in the world. Perhaps our tribe can do business with them." Hearing Ironhammer's words, old dwarf Balin nodded and smiled. "Haha, Hammer, don't worry. Looking at them, it's only a matter of time before they enter the underground caverns. When that time comes, they'll definitely visit our tribe. Let's go back first." Having said that, he pulled Hammer, who wanted to go forward to take a look, and turned to leave. "Interesting," Eve looked at the old dwarf who had turned around and left. She withdrew her gaze with great interest. The players couldn't see the peeping dwarves, but Eve could. A true god was, after all, a true god. When he projected his consciousness onto the players, he could also see the surroundings clearly. And the series of changes of the old dwarf before and after were clearly seen by him. An elf who accidentally entered the underground world, previously, he couldn't help but look surprised. It didn't seem like he thought that the players were ordinary elves. This dwarf must have been frightened by the players' behavior, but his final reaction was very strange. "It seems that I have to remind the players to be more careful when interacting with the dark dwarves. Don't be used as a tool." Eve fell into deep thought. This old dwarf seems to be on guard against the young dwarves. Perhaps this involves the infighting of the dwarves. Perhaps there's also the entanglement of faith. Although the players aren't believers, it's still better for me to pay more attention to them. The main purpose of letting them enter the underground world is to increase their strength, not to expand their influence. If I can avoid conflict with the dark dwarves, I'll try my best not to. That's right. Eve had never thought of extending her influence deep into the underground world. In her view, the chaotic underground world was just a training ground for the players. There were many monsters here, and the main purpose was to draw monsters for the players to train their troops and absorb some vitality at the same time. Of course, it was also a good choice to do some business with the underground intelligent races. However, as for expanding in the underground world, forget it. At most, she would raise some races that were similar to agents and collect minerals and specialties. The surface world was so rich, and at the same time, it was more suitable for the elves to live. Wouldn't it be better to expand it on the surface? Of course, another important reason why Eve didn't intend to expand here was that she was afraid of the existence behind the dark dwarves, the true god of the underworld. There was a plain channel between the underground world and the underworld. Although this channel had been closed after the 1,000 Years' War, the few true gods of the underworld still valued the underground world. For the big bosses of the underworld, this was their bridgehead in the world of seekers. Eve, who had already gone against the god of winter and the hunt, Balur, didn't want to provoke another enemy and be attacked from both sides. The gods of the heavenly realm were destined to be enemies, but the true gods of the underworld were different. They didn't participate in the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago, and their foundation wasn't in the world of seekers. Strictly speaking, they weren't Eve's enemies. Of course, she had some thoughts in her heart. It was said that Hela wasn't interested in the gods of the heavenly realm. Even if she left a mark in the Pantheon temple, it was probably just for show. If there was a chance to connect with this true god, it might be a good choice, Of course, there was also a risk because Eve didn't know what Hela's attitude was toward the world tree and the gods. Moreover, she had been using Allur's disguise in front of him, so she felt a little guilty. But anyway, it's better to be careful when it comes to the believers of the god of death. This was the god of death. If the people living nearby weren't the dark dwarves who believed in the true gods of the underworld, but the lizard men who believed in primitive totems, or other intelligent creatures who believed in evil gods, Eve would definitely let go of the leashes of the players and let them go up and bite them as they pleased. The First Army Guild found a good place to farm monsters in the underground world, and the EXP rewards were extremely high, although Fried Tomato strongly asked the guild members not to leak this news, who didn't ask their friends from other guilds. Moreover, it wasn't just their guild that was exploring the underground world. There were other small guilds and some solo players as well. Therefore, not long after they farmed the giant scorpions in the underground world, the news spread. Suddenly, a large number of Liver Emperor players formed small teams and rushed into the underground world to join the army of monsters. The number of players farming the giant scorpions in the mushroom forest quickly exceeded 300 people. This made Fried Tomato depressed and helpless at the same time. He secretly scolded this group of players for being a bunch of cats that ran over when they smelled something fishy. Of course, he only scolded for a while. High-level players were vested interests of many of the rules and systems in Elf Nation, and they were also subject to the corresponding restrictions. Now, he wasn't the same person as before, so he was naturally more obedient. Moreover, there were indeed many monsters in the underground world, so there was no need to fight over these small monsters. After the players cleared all the giant scorpions in the mushroom forest, they quickly passed through the forest and arrived at a deeper area. In a deeper area, they saw a beautiful underground river. The underground river divided the cave into two parts. One part was an underground forest made up of all kinds of strange plants, and they could hear the continuous roars of magical beasts. The other part was an open field. After seeing the field, the players' eyes lit up. This was because they saw fields and small paths. There were underground world natives here. The crops in the fields were different from those in the surface world, and the players couldn't name them. It seemed to be a type of moss-like plant that looked very ugly. And further away in the wilderness, the players saw an underground city built with black stones. It's a city. Look. There are some people moving around there. They are very short, and their skin is very dark. They must be the dark dwarfs mentioned in the information. The players were very excited. At the same time, a new system message appeared in front of all the players. Ding, discovered Dark Dwarf City, triggered hidden plot, Dark Dwarves, plot description. Dark dwarves are intelligent creatures that live in the underground world. They believe in the god of death, the lord of the underworld, or the lord of darkness and shadows. They are good at mining and smithing, and they like good wine. Plot mission objective, gain the friendship of dark dwarves. Mission reward, experience points, contribution points, neutral NPC reputation points. Neutral NPC reputation points will affect the individual's overall reputation points. Mission hint, the forces in the underground world are very complicated. It is recommended that the chosen ones enter as elven mercenaries. You can trade with neutral NPCs, but please pay attention to the dignity of the elves and remember not to get involved in the conflict of beliefs. For some reason, the players felt that this plot mission was triggered very quickly. This was a dark stone house. A few short figures hidden in the darkness were discussing in low voices. A group of elves who believe in an evil god? Are you sure? It shouldn't be wrong. Anyway. You'll know once you see them. Those elves are very abnormal. They can only be explained as believers of an evil god. This is a good target to shift the blame onto. I wanted to wait a little longer, but I didn't expect this opportunity. If we can use them to create chaos, our plan will be much smoother. When do you think they'll reach us? They're killing magical beasts in the dark forest. With their speed, I'm afraid they'll kill all the giant scorpions in 2 days. Hiss. 2 days. Do you think these elves who believe in an evil god are very strong? At least, they're stronger than our people. Haha, it's good that they're strong. As long as we use them to create chaos and kill that one, we'll win. I'm afraid they won't do as we wish. Lord High Priest, you worry too much. I've seen that these believers of an evil god are very vicious and cruel. They're also paranoid and crazy. As long as we instigate them a little, they'll definitely be enraged. We'll do as you say. We'll act according to the situation. Anyway, we only have one goal. We must succeed this time. Just as the black figures were discussing in low voices, suddenly, another figure stumbled in. Lord High Priest. Lord High Priest. More than 300 fully armed elves have suddenly appeared outside the city. They're heading in our direction. How can they be so fast? 300? Didn't you say there were only 100 or so? Cough cough. Maybe I didn't see clearly. Sigh, forget it. 100 or 300 doesn't make a difference. As long as we can take back Black Rock City this time, it doesn't matter if we sacrifice a little more. After all, those who die are traitors to our Lord. That's it, you'll probably be summoned soon. Why don't you take the initiative to go over? Leave. Yes, Lord High Priest. After speaking, these figures slowly disappeared. Black Rock City, in a solemn black temple. A female dwarf wearing a black priest's robe was kneeling in front of a statue. It was a majestic statue of a female goddess, with a tall figure that was completely different from the dwarves. The statue was covered in a black hood. It held a magnificent pearl in one hand and a huge sickle in the other. It was majestic and lifelike. While the female dwarf was praying, a sudden rush of footsteps could be heard. Temple Master. Temple Elder. Bad news. The female temple master's movements paused for a moment. She stood up gently and looked at the person who came. Sir Balin, what happened? A group of fully armed elven mercenaries have arrived. They are very strong. I didn't manage to stop them and they have already entered the city. Please help us. Elf? The temple master was slightly taken aback. Within the dark dwarf city. After accepting the quest, more than 300 players excitedly rushed to the dwarf city. They moved quickly and aggressively, giving a fright to the dwarves who were guarding the city gate. The dwarves were stunned and didn't stop the players from entering the city. Only when the players entered the city did they react. They frantically ordered their soldiers to surround the players. The players were dumbfounded at the sight of a large group of nervous dwarven warriors crowding around them. Didn't they say they were neutral NPCs? Why do they look like they're going to fight? Could it be that they were frightened by our formation? Then why did they wait until we entered the city gate before surrounding us? Demon on demon? According to the information, many of the intelligent creatures underground are ruthless. After speaking, they looked at each other and instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Seeing the actions of the players, the dwarfs became more nervous. It was normal. The players who had just fought with the magical beasts had a murderous aura. Some of them were covered in blood, and they didn't look easy to deal with. In short, they didn't look easy to deal with. Seeing that many players were alarmed and the atmosphere was getting tense, Fried Tomato quickly changed his language to Elven and said loudly to the players, "No. This must be part of the mission. Don't be rash. This is a neutral NPC, and it's related to the neutral NPC reputation rating. Don't be rash and ruin things." According to the Western fantasy stories, the dwarves are very hot-tempered. Moreover, we have more than 300 people, and we're a big target and fully armed. They'll definitely be wary. Everyone, bear with it. As long as we negotiate with them, it'll be fine. This reputation rating is done collectively, and it's a good opportunity to increase our individual reputation rating. In a while, we'll do whatever they ask us to do. Everyone, be thick-skinned. Anyway, as long as we increase our reputation rating, everything will be easy. If anyone messes up and affects everyone's reputation rating, the First Legion will bear grudges. After hearing his words, the players were stunned for a moment before releasing their hands one after another. Since the improvement of the favorability system, the favorability of the NPCs had become more and more important. The individual reputation rating of the players was closely related to the speed of their advancement. Since it wasn't easy for them to encounter a mission that could possibly increase their overall reputation, the players naturally wouldn't miss out on it. Although many players were unhappy with the last sentence of Fried Tomato, they also understood that what he said was very reasonable. Because, the improved favorability was really not easy to increase. The reason was simple. This D*MN game, how could there be a first impression similar to reality? In Elven Nation, the first impression of the NPCs was really important. If the players had a good first impression of an NPC, then it would be twice the result with half the effort. If the first impression was bad, then it would be terrible, twice the effort for half the result. Demacia was an example. That guy was still scrubbing the toilet bowl in Feiland Sue. It was said that after scrubbing for so long and hugging the legs of the NPCs every day, he barely managed to increase his overall reputation rating to 1 point. Moreover, many NPCs still had negative reputation ratings. This time, most of the players who came to the dwarf city first were combat-type players. They weren't like lifestyle players who always stayed with NPCs, so their reputation value was generally low. The occasional contact was all for the sake of missions, so the NPCs generally didn't have a high favorability toward them. So, this was the first time they met the dwarves, and it was not easy to trigger a mission that affected their overall reputation rating. Naturally, it was very rare. While the players and the dwarven warriors were confronting each other, a group of armored dwarven soldiers escorted 2 dwarves who were clearly the leaders of the dwarven army. There were 2 dwarves, 1 male and 1 female. The male dwarf looked very old and was bald. He respectfully slowed down half a step behind the female dwarf. The female dwarf was wearing a black priest robe. Unlike the tall and burly male dwarves, the female dwarves were petite and petite. Many players were surprised when they saw her. Seeing the dwarf warriors around her, they thought, the female dwarf was also a burly carrot. However, it was a pity that the skin of the dark dwarfs was dark, which didn't conform to the aesthetic standards of the Chinese. At the same time, they were also curious in their hearts. This female dwarf who looked like a priest was the Grim Reaper mentioned in the information, or was she a believer of the god of darkness and shadows? The female dwarf was surprised to see the gathering of players. Without waiting for her to speak, the old dwarf took a step forward first and said in an unfriendly tone, "Elves? You, where are you from? Why did you break into our city?" The players looked left and right, and finally, Fried Tomato walked out. He subconsciously wanted to draw a tree symbol on his chest, but he quickly reacted and scratched his head with his outstretched hand. He smiled and said with a kind expression, "That's right. We're an elf mercenary group on the surface. We came underground for adventure. Because we saw your magnificent city, we were curious and wanted to visit. It would be better if we could make some deals or make friends." After listening to his words, the female dwarf's expression softened a little. She looked at the players' team and sighed, "I didn't expect the elves to have a mercenary group, and you can gather so many people." The old male dwarf shook his head and said firmly, "I know your intentions. But I'm sorry, the dwarf city doesn't welcome outsiders. If you want to visit and communicate, you can send a representative, but other people can't enter the city. Unless, you can remove all your equipment and weapons. Then, we'll allow you to stay in the city." After saying that, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became serious. The female dwarf also frowned slightly. In the underground world, for mercenaries and adventurers, equipment and strength were what they relied on. Asking people to remove their equipment was no different from a provocation. Equipment was their life. How could they remove it casually? The old dwarf's words seemed to be protecting the safety of the city, but in fact, it was too reckless. If it were other irascible underground races, they might have a conflict with the dwarves. Fortunately, these people were elves. The female dwarf looked helplessly at the old dwarf and sighed. She said to the players, "Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Grandpa Balin is an elder of our tribe. He only said that for the safety of our tribe. I know that the elves are noble, but the underground world isn't as peaceful as the surface world. A certain level of vigilance is necessary. Removing your equipment is just a joke. If you want to." She was stunned before she finished her words. The old dwarf who spoke for the first time was also stunned. Even the other dwarven warriors were stunned. Because they realized that the elves in front of them, they started to remove their equipment without hesitation. Not to mention the dark dwarves, even Eve, who was observing in the dark, was stunned. But soon, he reacted. In the first place, players were existences that would do anything in order to complete their quests and to continuously become stronger. Since they had accepted the mission, they would definitely seize any opportunity to complete the mission. When they triggered the mission to gain the friendship of the Dark Dwarves, they were prepared to curry favor with the dwarves and even become their lackeys. They must have done whatever the NPC told them to do. After all, to them, the dwarves that they had encountered were likely to become mission NPCs like the elves. Soon, the players took off their main equipment and handed it over to the First Legion and individual players for safekeeping. They only left behind some simple clothes. Seeing their swift actions, the female dwarf opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. In the end, she couldn't help but sigh. They're indeed the honorable elves. Humph, Temple Elder, they're so straightforward. Be careful of their schemes. At this moment, the old dwarf spoke again. His gaze towards the players was still filled with vigilance and his tone was filled with intense hostility. The female dwarf frowned and looked at the players. She was surprised to find that the players weren't angry even after hearing the old dwarf's words. The leader of the elves even smiled and said, "If you're worried about us, you can arrange for the dwarf warriors to monitor us. We only want to make friends with the dwarves." After hearing the words fried tomatoes, the female dwarf's expression softened. Temple Elder. Seeing her expression, the old dwarf wanted to speak, but she extended her hand to stop him. Elder Bahrain, that's enough. Then, she gestured for the dwarf soldiers to let go of the encirclement of the players and sighed. They're the true elves. I believe in the character of the elves and admire the former silver race. As a wandering race who lost their home, since they came with friendship, we, the dark dwarves, should welcome them warmly. The dark dwarves were a branch of the surface dwarves. In the beginning, they were chased away as losers and escaped to the underground world. Therefore, although they had settled down in the underground world, it was normal for them to mock themselves as a wandering race. Temple Elder, the old dwarf still wanted to say something, but looking at the determined female dwarf, he could only shake his head and turn away. Then, the female grand priest bowed to the gamers and said, "Thank you. Welcome, noble elves." At the same time, the surrounding dwarven warriors also put away their weapons. Seeing this scene, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the players. Some even couldn't help but cheer, but they were quickly stopped by the other players who coughed twice and whispered a reminder. Pay attention to your image, pay attention to your image. Then, with the company of the dwarves, they finally got what they wanted and entered the city. So, you really let them in? There was no conflict at all? In a dark secret room, a few short figures were discussing in low voices. The first to speak was a man with a deep voice. He was the one who had been called Lord Priest by the others. That's right. She agreed. After the elves took off their main equipment, she let them in, leaving only a few soldiers to monitor their movements. Furthermore, there was no conflict between the two sides. Another hoarse voice said. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, the deep voice sneered. Haha, they weren't angry even after being provoked like this, and they were even willing to put down their weapons and enter the city? Are these the followers of the evil god? After he finished speaking, an old voice stammered, Master, you're not the only one. This? Lord Priest. I definitely didn't see wrongly. These elves really have a problem. They were really cruelly killing the magical beasts and didn't care about the lives of their companions. They did mention offering sacrifices to the evil god. Enough. Tell me, what did those elves do in the city? A deep voice interrupted his words and questioned another hoarse-voiced being. Lord Priest, they were wandering around the city as if they were having fun. No one caused trouble, but they seemed to be very interested in everything in the city. In addition, there were many elves who pulled the residents and asked if there was anything they could help with. They were very enthusiastic. There was a hint of respect in the hoarse voice. After saying that, he sighed slightly. I've lived for more than 100 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a passionate, sincere, and unguarded race. I can only say, they're indeed the noble and upright elves. Even after becoming mercenaries, they're still so open. Open my ass. You didn't see how they looked when they were fighting. The old voice said in exasperation. Enough. The deep voice interrupted them. What we saw might be their disguise. Continue to monitor them. We'll discuss it tomorrow. The next day. In a deep secret room. What did they do again? For example, preaching privately, drawing sacrificial arrays, and the like. The deep voice asked. There was a hint of strangeness in the hoarse voice. No, they're still wandering around the city. They can be seen almost everywhere. However, the places they're most interested in are the blacksmiths and bars in the city, as well as the mines in the outer city. Although some elves seem to have had enough and chose to leave, most of them stayed in the city. However, most of them are still in the city. It seems that many of them have already made friends with the residents. Made friends? The deep voice was a little stunned. That's right. They're really too enthusiastic. When they see residents in trouble, they'll go forward to help. They don't even ask for anything in return. They even took the initiative to help the residents kill the magical beasts outside the city that were harassing the crops. There's also a lot of elves gathered at the blacksmiths. They seem to be doing something, some academic exchange? It attracted a large number of blacksmiths. In addition, there's also a large number of elves gathered at the market. They seem to be very interested in some goods, especially alcohol and some forging products. Oh right, they're also very interested in steam guns. They even used their equipment to exchange for a lot of them. Steam guns? That batch of clumsy alchemy weapons that have been eliminated? The deep voice was a little surprised. That's right. They like it very much and treasure it very much. Moreover, they're very generous when trading. Other than one elf who tried to bargain, the other elves all had a fixed price. However, they don't seem to have any common currency at all. They can only barter with others. One elf even took out a bag of wheat flour from the human world. The quality is very good. He traded it for a magic crystal. Also, I specially sent people to find these elves and found that they lack common sense. They're like a group of rookies who have just slipped out of their closed families to explore. The three figures fell into silence. Don't tell me, they didn't have any conflicts with the residents? The deep voice asked again. No, the hoarse voice answered. However, he hesitated for a moment and said again, however, yesterday, an elf stole something from the residents. It was a precious magical equipment. Steal? Elves also steal? The deep voice was very surprised. That's right. However, he was discovered by the city guards. Then, he was dragged away by other elves to apologize. Although they didn't succeed in recovering the stolen goods, the thief paid with his life. Wait, you're saying that they executed the thief's companion? That's an elf. The deep voice was filled with disbelief. Yes, they executed him without any hesitation. Then, they burned him to ashes. Hiss. These elves are indeed strange. However, it seems that they're really different. Let's wait for another day. Continue to monitor them. Also, try to cause some friction between them and the betrayer. The third day. How was it today? Did the provocation succeed? The deep voice asked. No, the hoarse voice had a hint of strangeness. These elves, their tempers are really too good. They're very tolerant. I sent people to provoke them several times but they all failed. However what? However, there were more thieves today. However, in the end, they were all captured and brought to the city square. They were then executed by their people. After that, there seemed to be a disturbance among the elves. They seemed to have quarreled for a while. After that, no one stole anything anymore. Also what? Today, a few hundred elves came to the city. How, where did so many elves come from? The deep voice sucked in a breath of cold air. However, the elves that came this time are slightly different from the previous ones. What's different? This batch of elves, although they call themselves mercenaries, many of them aren't wearing any equipment. Instead, they're carrying bags. Some are even pushing carts, which are filled with flour and potatoes. Then, they're doing business. It feels like a caravan. Also, I don't know why. When they were doing business today, they all learned to bargain. They're as smart as the merchants in the human world. Also, there's a group of mercenaries who call themselves Nature's Heart. There's a vice president who calls himself Xianxia. He's trying to rope in the residents and establish a merchant association. A merchant association? That's right. It's called Amway Merchant Association. They're trying to develop something online, offline. Anyway, I don't understand. However, they've attracted a lot of dwarf civilians. They've all spent money to buy shares. Are they still doing business? What did they buy in the city? Magic stones, some magic materials produced underground, and some alchemy products made by us dwarves. Also, their higher-ups seem to be discussing with the temple to establish long-term business relations. In short, although these elves are strange and have strange personalities, and they seem to have some small problems, they don't have any ill intentions. Moreover, they don't seem to be followers of any evil gods. Instead, they seem to be a merchant association of humans. After listening to the report, the deep voice remained silent. It wasn't just the few mysterious beings who were discussing important matters that were speechless. In the God's kingdom, Eve's deified figure sat on the throne and browsed through the official forum in front of her. She was speechless for a long time. Top post, how to resell items with the highest efficiency without affecting the Dark Dwarf reputation mission. Common bargaining techniques, dwarves only. 818, First Legion Guild member XXX almost ruined the entire reputation mission for equipment. Essence post, Dark Dwarves exchange notes on how to quickly become friends with them. Essence post, Black Rock City's specialties and places to sell them. Dwarf traffickers' coordinates and how to sell yourself for a good price. Daily record, I'm running an underground pyramid scheme. Eve was speechless. Ever since the players flooded into the underground city of the Dark Dwarves, all kinds of strange posts began to appear on the forum. Eve realized that she had underestimated the players. Unlike the elves, the Dark Dwarves were not Eve's believers. Because there was no connection between their faith and the game system, Eve could not instantiate likability points like the elves. There was also no mission system template, and she could not prohibit the players from attacking the dwarves like the nature believers. Therefore, her ability to restrict the players was greatly reduced. Fortunately, due to their preconceived notions of friendliness and the constraints of the reputation quest, the players did not treat the dwarves as enemies. Although the dwarves often caused mischief, at least the situation that Eve was most worried about didn't happen. Of course, one of the reasons was that they unloaded their equipment in the city. The players had not reached the point where they could defeat the dwarves with their bare hands. But even if Eve restricted the players in the form of the reputation mission, after dealing with the Dark Dwarves, they still had all kinds of tricks up their sleeves. Some stole things, some cheated things, and even worse, there were players who used their deaths to steal equipment. Fortunately, the Dark Dwarves did not know about usury. Otherwise, Eve felt that she would see a large number of elves going to borrow money from usury and then commit suicide on the spot. As for mixing some fake goods in the flour when trading with the dwarves, it was a common practice. Xianxia saw a business opportunity and even threw down the toilet and ran to the underground world to start a pyramid scheme. It was said that he relied on the rich knowledge of pyramid selling that he found on the Blue Star network, and used a batch of fruits that could be found everywhere in the elven forest to make products. Within a day, he developed close to 100 underlings among the Dark Dwarves, and as he continued to expand, he earned a large sum of money. After that, he used these coins to purchase large amounts of magic materials that were unique to Black Rock City. He then resold them to the elves of the Inferno tribe, earning a considerable amount of contribution points. He even relied on the cheap sale of magic materials to unexpectedly increase the favorability of a few elven NPCs. After he tasted the sweetness, a few other players saw a business opportunity and followed suit. Although they did not swindle as much as he did, they still made a small profit. However, the dwarves were not fools. Some of them had already faintly sensed that something was wrong. Although they had not yet exposed it, Eve seemed to have seen the dwarves coming to their senses and chasing after these players. It could be foreseen that it was only a matter of time before Xianxia became the most unpopular elf in Black Rock City. This made Eve not know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow, did he not consider the consequences when he sought death? In fact, he was not the only one who sought death. It was just that everyone was relatively restrained. After all, seeking death was a human instinct. Under the premise that there was no pressure of death, humans could do all sorts of things. As a race of the underground world, it was not that there were no dwarves who wanted to target the players. There were even some who wanted to take the opportunity to kidnap a few elves and sell them to the underground world's black market. However, what happened after that was very dramatic. A few dwarves did indeed plan to kidnap an elf, but the elf escaped at the last moment. This made them very nervous. They were worried that the elf would take revenge on them, so they were prepared to go into hiding. However, what awaited them was not revenge, but business with the elf. Suddenly, an elf came to them and wanted to do a big business with them, selling a batch of elf slaves. This made these dwarves, who were similar to the city's underworld, dumbfounded. Elves were actually selling elves. Then, after they spent a lot of money to buy these elves committed suicide one after another, causing the dwarven human traffickers to go bankrupt in an instant. Subsequently, the other dwarven slave traders in Black Rock City also encountered similar business, and elves came to their door one after another. The results were the same. Not long after, these dwarves no longer dared to have any ideas about these elves. As for those dwarves who were jealous of the players' gains, they tried to ambush the players outside the city and were killed one after another. They were shocked to find that these elves were extremely fierce once they fought. Moreover, after fighting with one, a group would quickly come running over. They did not know how they communicated with each other. They could not win at all, even begging for mercy was useless. However, the players were not very interested in attacking the dark dwarves. This was because after killing the dwarves, they did not gain any experience points. At most, they could only pick up some dropped items. The problem was, these dwarves who robbed them were often very poor. In short, although the image of the elves had not completely collapsed in the eyes of the dark dwarves, but, compared to the image in the legends, it was almost like heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Fortunately, on the whole, the dark dwarves' evaluation of the players was still quite positive. It was not that the higher-ups of Black Rock City did not know about some small conflicts, but on the whole, they turned a blind eye and let it go. In the underground world, strength was king. If they were killed, they could only say that they deserved it. However, what surprised the dark dwarves was that these elves were not stubborn. They could actually get used to the survival rules of the underground world. The dwarves found that even if an elf was killed in a dispute outside the city, these elves would not come to question them. This made many dwarves look at the players in a higher light. This was because the players' way of doing things was in line with the concept of strength being king in the underground world. Of course, although there were small conflicts, in the overall process of communication, both sides still had a lot of goodwill. The players still valued the neutral NPC's reputation rating that Eve had set. Therefore, although they were reckless, the players also had a sense of propriety. Not to mention other things, the first few players who used death to cheat for equipment were quickly stopped by other players. And with the influx of players, gradually, the dwarves also got used to the wandering of these strange elves. Anyway, the other party was only here to do business, and their overall attitude was good. Coupled with the traditional image of the elves, although the dwarves felt that these elves were very strange, but slowly, they also accepted them. The influx of players brought a lot of rich products from the elf forest. Objectively, it also improved the lives of the dark dwarves. Therefore, although there were conflicts on the whole, they were still quite welcomed by the dwarves. On the other hand, some of the dwarves' products were also welcomed by the players. Especially the steam gun, this kind of weapon similar to the Blue Star firearms, made the players very curious. Many of them traded for it and were ready to go back and try it out. A few weapon enthusiasts in the Cute Committee were said to be planning to modify the steam gun according to the dwarf steam gun to see if they could create a Blue Star firearm. In addition, the players also got wine from the dwarves. Like many Western fantasy works, the dwarves in the world of Seekers also liked good wine, and the players were also very interested in the wine in the game. However, after trying it, the players felt that the dwarves' wine was not tasty enough. At least, it was far worse than the wine in the Celestial Empire. In fact, it was very normal. Unlike the dwarves on the ground, the dark dwarves who lived underground lacked food to make wine. Most of the time, their wine was bought from human caravans, and the black-hearted human caravans would always sell some low-quality wine to them. Although there were some good quality wine, it was only available to the dwarves who were famous. The players could only buy the lowest quality ale in the tavern. The players who had long been addicted to the various wines in the Blue Star naturally looked down on the ale that tasted worse than beer. In fact, there were already lifestyle players who wanted to make wine. However, although the elf forest was rich in products, there was no food suitable for making wine. There were a lot of fruits, and some players tried to make fruit wine, but they always felt that it was lacking in flavor. However, after there were crops, some players had already started to look up information on the internet and tried to make wine. It was estimated that success was only a matter of time. When that time came, there would be one more product to sell to the dwarves. The higher-ups of the three major guilds had also started to discuss business cooperation with the higher-ups of Black Rock City. Some of the dwarves' minerals and magical materials were very attractive. Whether it was for equipment forging, equipment repair, or basic construction, they were all very useful. Some players had already calculated that if they could trade with the dwarves and train their own blacksmiths, they could more or less save some contribution points in their daily expenses to repair or exchange for equipment. Eve did not stop these things. Instead, she was happy to see it happen. Following the exchange between the two sides, the dwarves' Black Rock City had gradually become a stronghold for the players in the underground world. In the huge underground cavern, one side of the underground river was the stronghold of the dark dwarves, and the other side was the underground forest where the magical beasts lived. The magical beasts and monsters there would even harass the dwarfs from time to time, which was a headache for them. However, the dwarfs did not have the courage to kill all the monsters in one fell swoop. The entire Black Rock City had a population of a few thousand people, and the combat population was even lower. After all, the dwarfs were not half-orcs who were all soldiers. If they really fought with the magical beasts, the casualties would be huge. Of course, another reason was that these underground magical beasts were not only ferocious, but also tenacious. They did not have any valuable materials on them, so it would not be worth it to fight them. However, the players swarmed into the underground forest and started to hunt the magical beasts. The dark dwarves were very confused about this. They did not know why these strange elves were so interested in fighting the magical beasts. However, although they did not understand, they were happy to see it happen. The dwarves were very happy that there were people attacking the magical beasts that were entrenched nearby. However, as time passed, a group of people became more and more restless. In a dark secret room, the atmosphere between the few shadows was somewhat stifling. A moment later, the deep voice that seemed to be the leader's side so, these elves didn't have any conflict with the Church of Death at all. Instead, there are faint signs of cooperation with them? That's right. The hoarse voice replied, let's not talk about whether these elves have anything to do with the evil gods. Although their combat strength seems to be very impressive, it seems that they are really only here to do business, that is to say, our secret provocations have all failed? That's right. Even if we used the elven slave trade that the elves hate the most to provoke them, it didn't arouse their anger. Instead, it caused the few members who secretly supported us to go bankrupt. Bahrain, I heard that they even started selling elves themselves? The deep voice asked another person. That's right. However, those elves who were sold were very courageous. They all committed suicide. The old voice replied. I see, the deep voice was somewhat surprised. However, he quickly let out a sneer, they even sell their own people. It seems that they have also fallen. Caravans, mercenaries. Heh. However, perhaps this is also a good thing. What do you think, High Priest? The deep voice didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, I heard that the higher-ups of these elves have also entered Black Rock City? That's right. I've already inquired. These elves are actually formed by 3 elven mercenary groups and chambers of commerce. Their leaders have all come to Black Rock City. If that's the case, invite them all over. The deep voice said. Invite them over? The other 2 voices were stunned. Heh. After listening to your reports over the past few days, I can see that. These elves seem friendly, but in reality, they only have interests in their eyes. For some money, they can even buy and sell their own people. If that's the case, why can't we rope them in and use them for our own purposes? Black Rock City, which was also the dwarven city in the underground caverns. Salty Meow walked on the bustling streets and looked at everything curiously. She had just represented the Meng Meng Committee and signed a business deal with the dwarves under the witness of the Church of Death. She was very happy in her heart. Under the acceleration of magic, the Meng Meng Committee had accumulated a lot of wheat, rice, and potatoes these days, and it was impossible to eat them all. However, the discovery of the dwarf force made her see a business opportunity. The dwarf tribe lacked food, but they were rich in ores and magic stones, which were exactly what the elven forest lacked. Ores could be smelted into metals, which could then be used to forge equipment. Magic stones, on the other hand, could not only be used as a source of energy for teleportation portals, but they could also be used to assist players in their meditation training. Although there were still mineral deposits in the depths of Rivendell, it was not suitable for mining. Of course, the main reason was that the players didn't have the technology and manpower to do so. Mining was a technical job, and it took a lot of effort. Not to mention, processing was troublesome. Therefore, even if the players could find some knowledge on Bluestar, it would not be of much use to them. Unless, they had more manpower in the future and the help of the crypt spiders. Unfortunately, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, did not have a good impression of the players, and no one was able to hire her. There were many things that the players could do in the game, and mining was not worth the effort, so no one was willing to do it. Therefore, after discovering that the dwarves were good at mining and smelting, the players turned their attention to the dwarves. Using the crops they planted to trade with the dwarves for the metals, ores, and magic stones that the dwarves had smelted, it was a win-win situation. This time, it was the cooperation of the three major guilds, and with the help of Demacia, who was the best at bluffing, they finally reached a business agreement with the Underworld's dark dwarves. After reaching an agreement, little Salty Meow was overjoyed and began to wander around Black Rock City. This was the second time she had come to Black Rock City. Since a week ago, the players had opened up a new map here, and quickly became friends with the dwarves. The Underworld's dark forest had become a new place for the players to hunt magical beasts, and Black Rock City had become a transit point for the players to replenish their supplies and rest. Although there were occasional conflicts outside the city, both sides got along well within the city. Of course, another reason was the strength and sincerity that the players had shown. Until now, the dwarves still did not know the true origin of the elves. They only knew that the players came from above ground, from Rivendell's direction, and seemed to believe in a mysterious true god called Eve. They were also surprised that the players had bypassed the giant spider. However, there were also some dwarves who suspected that the true god that the players spoke of was actually a false god. After all, no one in the continent of Seekers had ever heard of the name Eve. However, as a member of the chaotic underworld, the dwarves did not care about the elves' beliefs. In fact, most of the dwarves themselves did not value their beliefs, and most of the residents of Black Rock City were only shallow believers of the god of death. It was not that there were no players who boasted that they had subdued the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, but the dwarves did not believe them. Subduing the Queen of Crypt Spiders, that was an existence close to legendary, and any further explanation would involve the goddess. Salty Meow shook her head, and continued to stroll around Black Rock City. Black Rock City was huge. Although the population was less than 10,000, it was not small. Moreover, from the appearance of the city's buildings, it was estimated that this place had a long history, at least a few hundred years. While she was having fun by herself, a short figure suddenly blocked her path. It was a dwarf wearing a dark gray robe, and his expression could not be seen clearly. When he noticed Salty Meow's puzzled gaze, he bowed slightly to her. "Respected elven lady, good evening." "Good evening." Little Salty Meow subconsciously raised its head to look at the sky. Above her head, only the fluorescent stones embedded in the walls of the cave sparkled. The entire underground world was always so dark and serene. She did not know how these dwarves could tell the difference between day and night. "Hello," she replied curiously, but at the same time, her heart was filled with vigilance and curiosity. Could it be that she had also met a dwarf slave trader? However, didn't these guys stop appearing after those guys on the forum started committing suicide to cheat money? She was puzzled. Salty Meow looked around and found that she was in a secluded alley, and there was almost no one around. In an instant, she became even more vigilant. Just as Salty Meow was hesitating whether to call out to the other guild members, the mysterious dwarf spoke again. "Elven lady, Are you the leader of the elven mercenary group? It's like this, my master admires the bravery of the elven mercenary group and wants to make a deal with you. A deal? Salty Meow was slightly taken aback. Then, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait a minute, could it be that she was about to encounter a hidden mission? This chapter is rather short, I need to sort out the plot. 2 days ago, I did not manage to control the pace of the plot, and in a rush, I messed up the pace. I also saw everyone's chapter, and I'm very sorry. A deal? What kind of deal? Salty Meow asked calmly. The other party smiled and said in a hoarse voice, it's a big deal. I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the price. Please follow me. Then, he turned around and walked away. Salty Meow hesitated for a moment before following him. Salty Meow followed the dark dwarf who was wearing a gray robe. Gradually, they arrived at the depths of Black Rock City. The buildings here were more dilapidated than the bustling area on the other side. There were fewer people here and they were very close to an abandoned mining area at the back of Black Rock City. However, Salty Meow was very alert. This was because she recognized that this was the most chaotic area of Black Rock City that the players had mentioned on the forums. It was a place where crooks and honest folk were mixed together. The dwarf who led the way turned here and there, and finally brought her to a deep and serene mine. Please come in. The dwarf smiled at Salty Meow and led her into the mine. Salty Meow hesitated. She first prepared the spell to self-destruct at any time and sent her coordinates to the other members of the guild. Then, she carefully followed the dwarf. The mine was very dark. Only the torches on the walls on both sides of the mine lit up everything. After walking for about a minute, they arrived at a slightly spacious stone hall in the mine. Please wait for a moment. Our elder will be here soon. The dwarf said to Salty Meow. Salty Meow hesitated for a moment before nodding and entering the stone hall. As soon as she entered, a trace of surprise and astonishment flashed across little Salty Meow's face. This was because she saw 2 other familiar faces in the stone room of the mine. Xianxia? Fried tomatoes? Why are you here? Her voice was filled with surprise. That's right. These 2 people who always disliked each other were actually together. Salty Meow did not know what had happened between Fried Tomato and Limu, but he knew that the 2 guild leaders of Elven Nation did not like each other. As Limu's loyal follower, Xianxia was even more disgusted than Limu when he saw the fried tomatoes. The 2 of them would mock and ridicule each other whenever they met. These 2 people are here too. Was he also called by the dwarfs like himself? Salty Meow had some guesses. She knew that the 2 of them were also in Black Rock City today. After all, the players were preparing to cooperate with the dwarves. The fried tomatoes represented the First Army. Limu had been holed up in the City of Heaven's Chosen every day. Therefore, the vice-chairman Xianxia represented the Nature's Heart, and Salty Meow represented the Meng Committee. Although there were other small guilds in Elf Nation, the 3 major guilds were enough to include 85% of the players in the closed beta. When they saw Salty Meow, a hint of surprise flashed across their faces, but it quickly turned into realization. Salty Meow. Looks like you were also called by the dwarves. Sure enough, Salty Meow was relieved, but he was soon overjoyed. This lineup, it might really be a hidden mission. The other 2 obviously thought of this as well, and their faces were filled with anticipation. Just as the few of them were about to exchange the information they had obtained, a low chuckle suddenly attracted their attention. Hee hee, welcome to the 3 elven mercenary leaders. The few of them were startled because they didn't sense anyone approaching them at all. When they heard the voice, they turned around at the same time and saw a very strange figure. It was a carriage chair that looked like a blue star wheelchair. A dwarf covered in a black robe sat on it. The players could not see his face clearly, but they noticed that there was a strange symbol on his black robe. It was a symbol in the shape of an eye, and its exterior was a triangular frame with a slanted shadow. The players who were familiar with the general knowledge of the Surg's world immediately realized that the symbol was probably like the tree-shaped symbol of the Yggdrasil, the bow-shaped symbol of Uriel, and the sickle symbol of the Dark Dwarves in the Grim Reaper Shrine. It belonged to a powerful existence. Was he an underground true god or a follower of an evil god? In an instant, the players were on high alert. This was because they clearly remembered that there was a mission hint in the Dark Dwarf hidden mission, do not get involved in the conflict of beliefs of the dark dwarves. Previously, the players were very confused. Because of some information on the forum, they knew that the dark dwarves worshipped two true gods. One was the death god and the lord of the underworld, Hela, and the other was the lord of darkness and shadows, Holdel. However, after entering Black Rock City, they only saw the death god shrine and the lord of the underworld's death god shrine. They did not see the shrine of the other true god. Although they were curious, with the mission hint in front of them, the players did not investigate further. After all, to most of them, they did not care about the beliefs of the dwarves. To them, Black Rock City was just a small map that was newly opened. Apart from trading with the dwarves, most of the players were actually targeting the large number of magical beasts in the dark forest of the underground world, but now, were they going to get involved in the conflict of beliefs of the dwarves? In an instant, the three of them had this thought in their minds. Seeing that Salty Meow and the others were looking at the symbol on his clothes, the mysterious dwarf laughed softly and said, "From the looks of it, I know your identity. Judging from your expressions, I believe that you have more or less figured out my identity." "That's right. I am a believer of His Holiness, the Lord of Darkness and Shadows, the Agent of Shadows, God's Chosen, Hearthstone." Pfft. Good name. Demacia could not help but laugh out loud. However, he quickly received the angry glares of the other two people, so he quickly covered his mouth. After glaring at Demacia, Salty Meow looked at the dwarf with a different gaze. It was a God's chosen one, and it was another true god that the dark dwarfs believed in. At this moment, if she did not know that she was going to get involved in the conflict of beliefs of the dwarves, she would be too stupid. The first thought that came to her mind was getting involved in the conflict. Was the previous hidden mission going to fail? Another thought came to her mind. Wait. Could this be the sequel to the Dark Dwarves? Her mood was similar to that of the fried tomatoes. It had been a few days since they accepted the Dark Dwarfs mission, but the players still had not completed the hidden plot. Now that they had triggered a new change, they could not help but have some new ideas in their minds. Looking at their changing expressions, the dwarf who claimed to be God's chosen one laughed softly and said, "I want to make a deal with you, and the existence behind you." As soon as he finished speaking, a new system message immediately flashed across the vision of Salty Meow and the other two as if it had been waiting for a long time. Ding, you have triggered the hidden main plot, the faith of the Dark Dwarves. Ding, entering story mode. Please select a conversation representative from Salty Meow, Demacia, and Tomato Fried Tomatoes. Seeing the triggered system window, the players were stunned. Far away in the core area of the Elven Forest, within the World Tree Kingdom, Eve looked at the vision of the three people with a look of realization. "I was wondering who had been messing around for the past few days, so, it's the followers of the God of Darkness and Shadows." After the players entered the city of the Dark Dwarves, Eve raised her guard and paid close attention to the movements of the players and the Dark Dwarves. After all, this was the first time that the players had officially come into contact with other forces in the Elven Kingdom. Although there were half-orcs before, half-orcs were regarded as enemies from the start. To the players, other than the fact that they could speak, they were no different from the demonic beasts that the players hunted. However, the Dark Dwarves were different. Eve did not have any major conflicts of interest with them, nor did she have any grudges against them. More importantly, there were other true gods behind them. The true gods of the underworld, compared to the gods of the heavenly realm, the gods of the underworld were much more mysterious and ancient. It was said that the earliest true gods of the underworld were actually a group of ancient gods. They had always been low-key and did not interfere with the power struggle in the world of seekers. They did not even participate in the siege of the Yggdrasil thousands of years ago. Although she had the inheritance of the Yggdrasil, Eve did not know much about the true gods of the underworld. She only knew that the Grim Reaper Hela was the main true god of the underworld in name, and the Lord of Darkness and Shadows, Hoarder, was another existence that was even more ancient than the Grim Reaper Hela. These two were the main true gods that the Dark Dwarfs believed in. However, according to the Spider Queen Lolth, these two true gods had conflicts over the beliefs of the Dark Dwarfs. It was also because of this that Eve reminded the players not to get involved in the conflict of beliefs when she gave out the mission. From her point of view, the two true gods of the Dark Dwarves might have already lost their minds in the conflict of beliefs. If the players were to get involved, it would only be harmful to them. However, when the real players entered Black Rock City, Eve discovered that the Grim Reaper Hela might have won in the conflict of beliefs of the Dark Dwarves. This was because the shrines of the Lord of Darkness and Shadows, Hoarder, had all been destroyed. However, as the players moved further in Black Rock City, Eve was surprised to discover that there seemed to be a hidden force in Black Rock City that had been targeting and provoking the players. These forces included Black Rock City's dwarven mercenaries, local ruffians, slave traders, and so on. They were all forces hidden in the dark. In the beginning, Eve suspected that this force belonged to the Grim Reaper Hela and was using it to test the players. However, she quickly dismissed the idea because there was no need for the other party to do so. From the players' point of view, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with clashing with these people. On the contrary, they were curious about the conflict. However, Eve had the overall perspective of the players and discovered some clues from the targeting of these forces. They seemed to be trying to provoke the relationship between the players and the Dark Dwarves. Not only that, but when some players were caught by the slave traders, Eve also secretly observed them. She was surprised to find that these slave traders even had contact with the human Sauron's caravan. In other words, as the dwarf tribe closest to the elven forest in the underground world, these slave traders also took on the responsibility of selling elves. They traded with the Sauron caravan and sold elves to other underground forces who needed them. Some slave traders were even underground members of the Sauron Chamber of Commerce. And this discovery made Eve have some guesses. Like the half-orcs, the Sauron's caravan in the human world was also the main force in selling elven slaves. If she remembered correctly, the black dragon Meryl once said that the reason why the Sauron's caravan could run rampant in the mainland was because they were riding on the coattails of a certain existence in the underworld. However, Eve didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, she strengthened the monitoring of the players in Black Rock City. And today, these people finally appeared. They were actually believers of the God of Darkness and Shadows. To be honest, this wasn't out of Eve's expectations. This result was similar to what she had guessed. And as a true god, even if this force didn't say anything, Eve could roughly guess what they wanted to do. A group of believers of a true god lurking in the sphere of influence of another true god with conflicting beliefs. What else could they do? It was nothing more than causing trouble and fighting for faith. However, after realizing that this true god was likely to be the backer of the Sauron's caravan, Eve felt a headache coming on. The Sauron's caravan had been labeled as an enemy by Eve. Perhaps the Sauron's caravan attacked the elves just for profit, but they were also accomplices of the half-orcs. And according to Nightingale, their hunting of elves was no less lenient than that of the half-orcs. Even the human mercenaries who destroyed Nightingale's branch of the Shadow tribe belonged to the Sauron's caravan. What else was there to say? Even if it was for the elves' loyalty, the Sauron's caravan was still an enemy. But now, it was likely that the God of Darkness and Shadows behind the Sauron's caravan had appeared. To be honest, Eve was indeed in a dilemma. When facing Ullr, Eve gave herself the identity of a god of death. And judging from the cooperation between the Sauron's caravan and the half-orcs, this true god might also have some dealings with Ullr. If Ullr wanted to win over allies and found this true god, then Eve would be in a dilemma. She couldn't really go to Hela, the god of death, right? Forget about Ullr, they were clearly hostile from the beginning. Although the God of Darkness and Shadows forces also persecuted the elves and indirectly led to the rapid decline of the elves, Eve did not intend to fall out with the other party for the time being. On one hand, he was still very weak, and on the other hand, he now had enough enemies. But, the identity of the Grim Reaper's subordinate god had hooked Eve up instead. If Ullr told the truth to the God of Darkness and Shadows, then unless she threw away the identity of a god of death, Eve would have to be hostile. However, throwing away the identity of a god of death would greatly increase the risk of exposing her true identity. Headache. Fortunately, at present, Ullr wanted to monopolize the priesthoods of life and nature, and he was confident in his strength, so it was estimated that he would not look for allies for the time being. And now, the believers of the God of Darkness and Shadows came to the door, which made Eve have some ideas. If so, then why not just try to ally with Hela? Although the identity of a god of death was fake, why not become real? Thinking of this, Eve made a decision. She had already planned to let the players and the believers of the God of Darkness and Shadows pretend to be polite, and then secretly report directly to the Temple of Death and let Hela's subordinates find trouble with them. At the same time, she could also do a favor to Hela and observe whether there could be follow-up cooperation. the true god's thoughts were in a flash. When she made these decisions, Salty Meow and the others also chose a candidate to talk to. The candidate was Salty Meow. It could not be helped, Fried Tomatoes and Xianxia did not like each other, and neither was willing to let the other talk, so in the end, it fell on Salty Meow. Fried Tomatoes could only reluctantly accept it, but he could not help but remind him, Salty Meow, be serious, don't choose the wrong option. Haha, country bumpkin, don't you know that the result is the same no matter who is the speaker? Xianxia mocked at the stir-fried tomatoes. The result is the same? Salty Meow looked at Xianxia strangely. She did not say much, but excitedly clicked on the confirmation of the candidate in the system with the other two. Confirmed candidate Salty Meow, the system message flashed again, and in an instant, the three of them found that they had temporarily lost control of their bodies. Candidate confirmed, starting interlude plot, another message flashed. Then, Eve used the game system to control Salty Meow's body. After establishing the kingdom of God and strengthening the connection between faith and the game system, Eve could now use the system to control the player's body. Then, Salty Meow was surprised to find that his body took a step forward uncontrollably, and at the same time, spoke automatically. What deal? Salty Meow? Wait a minute, so the plot is fully automatic? Assist us in overthrowing the rule of death here. Looking at Salty Meow, Blessed Hearthstone said in a low voice. Do you know who's behind us? Eve asked again in Salty Meow's body. Some time ago, the magic power of the world of seekers suddenly increased, and the great patriarch of our church made a prediction that a group of sleeping existences was about to wake up. Blessed Hearthstone said in a low voice. A group of sleeping existences. Eve raised her eyebrows, knowing that Hearthstone was treating her, who was behind the elves, as some evil god, or some ancient demigod who was pursuing godhood. Of course, that was for the best. What can we get? He asked again in Salty Meow's body. Friendship with the Church of Darkness and Shadows, a covenant with the Dark Dwarves, 100,000 pounds as the common currency for employment, and a permanent business agreement. Deal, but you need to sign a contract. Salty Meow replied straightforwardly. Leader, you're so straightforward. Here's the contract, and all our plans are written on it. Blessed Hearthstone nodded, and at the same time, he took out a contract of employment that he had already prepared. This was a blood contract commonly used in the underground world. With fresh blood as a guide, the contractor would be inflicted with a blood curse. If the contractor broke the contract, the blood in his body would boil and he would die. It was said that this contract originated from the purgatory demons and was very useful. Eve was very straightforward. After reading the specific requirements of the contract, she bit Salty Meow's finger and pressed it on the contract. Salty Meow, wait, why did they sign a contract? As for Fried Tomatoes and Xianxia, they cast looks of admiration at Salty Meow. By the way, the other two need to sign as well. Blessed Hearthstone smiled, took out 2 more servings, and handed them to Fried Tomatoes and Xianxia. We want it too. Both of them were stunned. Then, they realized that their bodies were moving as well. They bit their fingers and pressed their blood on the contract. Fried Tomatoes, Xianxia. The leaders of the elven mercenary groups were very straightforward. Shadow's agent, Dark Dwarf Hearthstone, realized that he did not even need to use the speech he had prepared. The other party had signed the contract. After the elves left, he looked at the blood contract that had been signed and remained silent. Lord Cleric, what are you thinking about? Another dark dwarf came before him. It was the grey-robed dwarf who had guided Salty Meow. Hearthstone was silent for a moment. I'm thinking. They agreed too quickly. The grey-robed dwarf nodded. Lord Cleric, you're right. I'm afraid that these elves have other plans. Besides, I feel that you telling them our plan isn't it a little too bold and reckless? Hearthstone smiled. The grey-robed dwarf nodded. We've been preparing for so long. If something goes wrong and we can't take control of Black Rock City, we'll lose the chance to resist. Hearthstone shook his head and said, Don't worry. I never intended to rely on these elves to do anything. The plan mentioned in the contract is fake. What? The grey-robed dwarf was stunned. Hee, how could I place all my hopes on these elves? I'm just borrowing their hands to cause trouble. Balin was right about one thing. Although these elves aren't very strong, they aren't afraid of death. If they cause trouble, it'll be a good opportunity. Hearthstone said. After saying that, he smiled again. However, Balin was right about one thing as well. There's a powerful existence behind these elves. Mission, sacrifice, true god. From the content of the surveillance, they mentioned these words quite a bit. Although the other party's real name has been concealed, they must be a mythical existence. Mythical existence, demigods and above were mythical existences. So, there's no need to worry too much about the blood contract. With a demigod-level existence, it'll be easy to break the blood contract we set up. It's better if they believe the words on the contract, but if they don't and tell the Shrine of Death everything, it won't harm us either. Anyway, the Death Shrine already knows that we're hiding in the dark, so this bit of information won't make a difference. Moreover, even if the elves don't know about the plan and the blood contract, that person in the Death Shrine will definitely know that it's all nonsense. The elves don't have any other evidence, so maybe the Death Shrine will suspect the elves instead. However, if the elves really believe the words on the blood contract and take the initiative to attack the Death Shrine in the city, we can use this opportunity to achieve our goal. What's wrong with giving them some benefits then? Hee, the blood contract only gave them 2 days. Let's just wait and see. Hearthstone laughed. Let's go. If we stay here any longer, we might attract her minions. On the other side. After signing the blood contract, Salty Meow and the others left. Under Eve's control, the 3 of them walked side by side until they reached a quiet and secluded alley in Black Rock City. We can't believe their words. Since we've already reached a friendly agreement with the higher-ups of the Dark Dwarves, we can't betray them. Salty Meow said righteously. She looked agitated and revealed 2 cute little canine teeth. That's right. We elves are a noble race. We can't betray our friends. Signing the blood contract just now was a helpless action from behind enemy lines. Now that we're free, we have to treat everything seriously. Demacia agreed righteously. He had a serious look on his face, but his comical afro broke the mood a little. Agreed. Even if we die once, we can't let the elves become a race that breaks their promises. Moreover, it's said that the god of darkness and shadows is also related to the Sauron merchant group. He's also an enemy of us elves. Fried Tomato nodded continuously. He looked the most normal. Then, the 3 of them said in unison, this matter involves a dispute over the belief of a true god. It's better to report it to the goddess and let her make a decision. There was silence in the air for a while. Suddenly, the 3 of them trembled and instantly broke away from the state of losing control. They regained control of their bodies. Salty Meow's eyes widened. She moved her limbs and said, I can finally control my body. I'm finally able to control my body. Is this the cutscene? What an awkward conversation. Ha ha ha. Tycoon Meow, your expression when you spoke just now. Ha ha ha. Seriously, it's too funny. The baby teeth you made are really not suitable for a serious expression. It's not intimidating at all. To be honest, it's just cute, especially those 2 little canine teeth. Ha 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 ha. I've already recorded it. Demacia couldn't help but laugh. Scram. Delete it for me. Salty Meow's face darkened. She gave him a hard kick and sent him sprawling on the ground. Fried Tomato looked at the copy of the contract in his hand and said, although the design of the elves is not bad, it's still not bad. Elven Kingdom is good in all aspects, but the plot design is still a little too rigid. I've learned for myself that the god of darkness and shadows is actually related to human caravans. It should be a plot bug, right? Maybe according to some of the official plans, we should know about this information first? It's possible that this hidden storyline was accidentally triggered. Salty Meow said as she stepped on Demacia's but with her high-heeled boots. So, the next part of the plot is to find the goddess? Fried Tomato's eyes flashed with anticipation. Eh? There's a blood contract curse debuff in my personal system. Do you guys have it? At this moment, Demacia, who was struggling to get up from the ground, saw the changes in his personal status bar. Eh? I have it too. Let me see the description. The blood contract curse with the Dark Dwarves. If the contract is broken, I'll die. It can only be removed by a great being. Time limit, 2 days. Salty Meow read. F***ck. I've been scrubbing the toilet and didn't do any other missions. My perfect resurrection count is already 0. I can't die in these 2 days. Damasia's expression changed. It's not expensive to use contribution points to exchange for resurrections. I've saved up more than 30 times. You're so active in your pyramid scheme. You shouldn't be short of money, right? Salty Meow said strangely. Tycoon Meow, it's not expensive for you. But I've just exchanged my contribution points for a dark purple armor. I've already spent them all. I can't die anymore. Why don't you lend me some? Demacia sighed. Get lost. Borrow from your brother Moo. Demacia was speechless. The curse. There should be a way to remove it, right? A great being. Could it be the goddess? The stir-fried tomatoes frowned. Just as he finished speaking, a new system notification appeared in front of the 3 of them. Ding, you've decided to report this information to Goddess Eve. She'll decide on the next step of the plan after making a decision. Seeing this, Salty Meow and the others perked up. Report to the goddess? Could it be the same as being summoned by the goddess and talking to her? Salty Meow's eyes lit up. That should be it. The last time I triggered a plot, I was summoned by the goddess to her temple. She even gave me a generous reward. Demacia said excitedly. The goddess should be able to remove the curse. And it's also the key to the next plot. Fried Tomato judged. With that, the 3 of them nodded and made a decision. Let's go, we'll go to the goddess temple now. With that, the 3 of them quickened their pace and quickly left Black Rock City. Another main plot mission. And it was a hidden main plot. The news of Salty Meow and the others triggering a quest quickly spread among the players. To be more precise, it spread among the 3 major guilds. Although they did not know what the specific quest was, it seemed to involve the internal problems of the Dark Dwarves. Salty Meow and the others even triggered the special plot of meeting the goddess again. This was a rare plot in Elven Nation. Based on their previous experience, the 3 of them would probably receive a generous reward again. Of course, this news was released by the complacent Demacia. This fellow triggered the plot of meeting the goddess twice in a row, making the other players gnash their teeth in envy. This incident also made the other players look forward to the hidden main plot mission this time. The previous mission had directly initiated a battle with the goblins, and a large number of players had advanced to the Dark Iron level at that time. It was conceivable that this time's plot mission would be a major event, and it was likely to be related to the dwarves. The previous time, they had advanced to the lower Dark Iron level. This time, perhaps a group of players would advance to the middle Dark Iron level. For a time, many players who were close to leveling up sped up their killing of monsters and leveling up, intending to increase their strength and gain more experience and contribution points in the next mission. Salty Meow and the others arrived at Eve's shrine. Alice, who had received Eve's message, was ready in the shrine. She nodded at the 3 players and said, Goddess Mary knows your purpose. Her Holiness the Mother Goddess is aware of your intentions. She has accepted your request. She walked to the front of the statue and knelt down devoutly. Salty Meow and the others suppressed their joy and followed suit. They knelt down beside Saintess Alice. Under the lead of the elven Saintess, the 3 of them faced the statue and prayed. Praise Mother Nature, praise the Goddess of Life, praise the great elven ruler, Eve Yggdrasil. In an instant, brilliant sacred light enveloped the shrine and engulfed the 3 kneeling players. They were dazed for a while and discovered that their surroundings had changed completely. When little Salty Meow and the others opened their eyes, they found themselves in the middle of a majestic temple. Demacia had been summoned by the goddess once, and the others had watched Demacia communicate with the goddess from the perspective of the plot animation, so they were more or less mentally prepared. However, when they saw their surroundings clearly, they were surprised to find that this was not the temple in the plot animation that seemed to be in the middle of the starry sky. Of course, the temple's style and scale were still the same, with a vast space, giant stone pillars, and sacred and majestic reliefs. The only difference was that the scenery on both sides was completely different. It was not a deep and magnificent galaxy, but an ancient and dense forest. this temple seemed to be located high up. Although it was high up, they could still see the majestic beauty of the forest below. This perspective was similar to looking at the elven forest from the world tree, but this forest was obviously more fertile. The forest was similar to the elven forest, but if one looked closely, they would find that the plants here were more ancient and dense than the ones in the elven forest. Moreover, there were precious and even legendary species everywhere. Some of the players even saw sunfir trees that were hundreds of meters tall. Hundreds of meters tall, these trees were extremely rare in the elven forest, and were usually no more than 30 meters tall. Any player who encountered them would be treated as a European king by others, but they could be seen everywhere. Some of them even subconsciously began to calculate how many contribution points they could exchange from the Saintus if they used these sunshirts as building materials. The result was a little scary. At least, Salty Meow felt that all of his belongings could not compare to a single tree here, not to mention, this was the most common and inconspicuous tree in this forest. There were even more precious plants that the players could not name, but they could tell that they were not ordinary at all. If the elven forest gave the players the feeling of a fantasy forest that was far away from the mundane world, then this rich, mysterious, ancient, and magnificent world in front of them reminded them of the Garden of Eden in the myths. Even though they were so far away, the players could still feel the vigorous aura of life in the forest. This overflowing life force even poured into the majestic shrine and combined with the unique sacred aura in the shrine, causing them to involuntarily feel a sense of reverence and insignificance. They were even shocked to find that with every breath they took, their experience points would increase by a certain amount, and their personal attributes would also increase by a small amount. This discovery made the players even more shocked and excited. They all took a deep breath at the same time, hoping to gain more experience points. In fact, they even had the urge to meditate and train here. Where was this place? How could the vitality and mana in the air be so dense? While they were still in shock, an amiable and dignified voice resounded in the hall, pulling them back to reality. Chosen one, we meet again. Salty Meow and the others suddenly raised their heads and saw the goddess sitting on a magnificent throne made of gold, stone, vines, flowers, and branches. Eve Yector here. Unlike the previous incarnations and the image in the first cutscene plot, the goddess now did not surround herself with bright holy light. She sat high up on the divine throne with one hand supporting her chin. She looked at them with a smile in her eyes. She did not put on airs or alienated herself, but the players did not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. On the contrary, the moment they saw the goddess, they were stunned and had an indescribable sense of reverence and worship. This emotion was very strange. Logically speaking, no matter how spectacular the scene was, the players should not have such emotions under the premise that they knew it was a game. At most, they should be shocked and appreciative. But, they now had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. This was very similar to the feeling that the goddess gave the players every time she appeared in the plot, but this time it was especially strong. For a moment, the players subconsciously calmed down, and their expressions became even more respectful. In fact, it was normal for the players to subconsciously have this kind of reverence. Because now they were no longer in the space of consciousness created by Eve, but in Eve's kingdom of God. The kingdom of God and the true God were one, and it was an existence between reality and illusion. It could also be said that the kingdom of God was the materialization of Eve's space of consciousness and divine power. As long as she had enough divine power, she could create anything she had seen and understood in the kingdom of God. Of course, these things were only effective in the kingdom of God. If they were out of the kingdom of God, Eve would have to spend extra divine power to materialize them. Materializing the items in the kingdom of God and bringing them out of the kingdom of God was the real source of many divine artifacts. In addition, the emotions of the true God would affect everything in the kingdom of God, which naturally included other existences that came to the kingdom of God. Therefore, even if they thought that they were in a game, after coming to the kingdom of God, the players could not help but be affected and developed a kind of reverence for Eve from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, this kind of emotional influence could not force people to become believers, but it was enough for Eve to pretend to be a ********. Salty Meow and the others saw Eve gently waving at them, and then they felt a gentle force enter their bodies, which swept away their fatigue. Then, they were delighted to find that the debuff on them had completely disappeared. Not only that, but their status was also fully recovered, and even their fatigue value was directly cleared. The few of them looked at each other, and unanimously bowed to Eve. Praise the goddess. Eve nodded and smiled at them. You may rise. Ding, after the goddess finished speaking, a system message appeared in their vision again, entering storyline, dialogue mode activated. Please choose a representative to communicate with the goddess. Salty Meow took a deep breath, and signaled to the other two to become the representative again. At the same time, Shi Hong's fried tomato and Demacia found that they had lost control of their bodies again. After the representatives were chosen, the goddess's solemn and sacred voice sounded again. I already know why you are here. You have made the right choice. The god of darkness and shadows is an enemy, not a friend. This is an enemy's conspiracy. Then, a dialogue box appeared in front of Salty Meow. Option A, Your Majesty the Supreme Goddess, what should we do next? Option B, Your Majesty the Supreme Goddess, how should we deal with this matter? Option C, Your Majesty the Supreme Goddess, please point us in the direction we should go. Salty Meow was speechless. She felt that, she seemed to understand why Demacia had once said that even a pig could choose the right dialogue. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she replied. Your Majesty the Supreme Goddess, please point us in the direction we should go. Eve nodded in satisfaction, and said, The gods of the gods are too weak. It's a conflict of faith between true gods. With your current strength, it's a little difficult for you to intervene. I'll send another chosen to negotiate with the believers of Death Goddess Hela. You'll have to listen to her arrangements from now on. With that, the goddess pointed to the side of them, and countless resplendent photons began to gather there. Under their astonished gazes, a tall figure slowly appeared. It was a female elf wearing a black skirt armor. She looked like a young girl of 16 or 17 years of age. She had dark silver hair and a pair of mysterious scarlet-purple eyes. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, and she carried an extremely frightening aura of murderous intent. If there were other gods present, they would have recognized that this was the aura of the death god's divine power. However, this aura of the death god's divine power was soon completely concealed, and the female elf became like an ordinary elf. The aura on her body turned into that of a passionate life force. This was another powerful god's chosen one. It was a new NPC. The eyes of the players lit up. After this mysterious elf appeared, she immediately bowed respectfully to the goddess, and said with a fervent expression. Praise be to you. Your Majesty the Great Mother Goddess. The chosen, Zero, will follow your arrangements. Hearing this, the goddess on the divine throne seemed to be very satisfied. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she smiled at the players again. This is Zero, and she will be my representative. I have already informed her of all the arrangements. From now on, you will follow her instructions. You may leave. With that, she waved her hand. Then, the resplendent light once again drowned the players. Ding, plot dialogue completed. You have received 3,000 EXP and 300 contribution points. A new system notification flashed across the vision of Salty Meow and the others. Accompanied by the system's beautiful voice, they returned to the temple. The most obvious change was that they no longer felt like they could gain EXP with every breath they took. This caused the players to feel a sense of loss. Salty Meow could not help but check his personal status bar. He was shocked to find that in just a few minutes of meeting the goddess, his EXP had increased by more than 30,000 points. He was almost level 20, if he added the 3,000 EXP from completing the plot dialogue at the end, it would be just enough. TSK. What was that place? How did I gain so much EXP? It's comparable to a main storyline. Before Salty Meow could sigh, Demacia's surprised voice was heard. She spoke her mind, and Salty Meow could not help but nod. The place you have just entered is the Mother Goddess's Kingdom. After the real recovery, the Mother Goddess's Kingdom has also regained its vitality. Just as the players were secretly regretting that they did not gain more EXP from the scene just now, a cold voice was heard. They turned to look and found that the one who spoke was the goddess's chosen, Zero. Her Holiness the Mother's divine kingdom is filled with the divine aura of the Mother. Any mortal creature that enters the divine kingdom will naturally be affected by the divine aura and absorb the energy dispersed by the divine kingdom. That's why, your strength has increased slightly. Zero explained. The players heard this and a look of realization flashed across their faces. Fried Tomato's heart skipped a beat. Doesn't that mean, if we stay in the Mother Goddess's kingdom, we will be able to increase our strength? Zero glanced at him and said calmly, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The power of a true god is incomparably strong. Even if the divine aura in the kingdom has been deliberately diluted by the Mother Goddess, you won't be able to withstand too much power with your endurance. It's fine if it's a little, but if it's too much, she said with a faint smile, you will be born on the world tree again, and you will lose the power absorbed in the kingdom. In other words, they would die if they could not withstand it. The players understood what was going on. However, a short stay won't do any harm to you. In fact, it will more or less help you improve your strength. Divine power is filled with the power of laws. Although you can't understand it, you can more or less be affected. In particular, after absorbing a certain amount of divine power, there is a certain chance that your attributes will increase. You may even comprehend new skills of a higher tier. Zero changed the topic and continued. Hiss, when the few of them heard this, their eyes widened one after another. They couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of surprise in their hearts. How could there be such a good thing, as expected? Any mission that was related to the goddess was a good mission. Goddess Eve is the tallest. With a thought, little Salty Meow chose to level up. A ray of light flashed across her body, and her aura changed. She had leveled up to level 20, low-level Dark Iron Peak. During the process of upgrading, Salty Meow felt a slight tremor in his brain, as if some information had entered his brain. She was delighted and immediately began to check her own status. She found that her physique, dexterity, and magic power had indeed increased. Not only that, there was a new skill in her skill bar, the second circle spell, Fire Shield. Wow! I really did learn a new skill. And it's a second circle spell. I don't even have a second circle spell yet. Salty Meow couldn't help but cheer out loud. A second circle spell? Fried Tomatoes and Xianxia heard this and couldn't help but look at her. In the world of Seekers, mundane skills were divided into 9 levels. The strength skills were divided into 9 levels, while the spellcasting skills were divided into 9 levels. The next level was legendary. Players from level 0 to level 10 could only learn apprentice skills. Players from level 11 to level 20 were only able to learn level 1 skills or level 1 spells. They could only start learning level 2 or level 2 spells when they reached level 21. However, Salty Meow was only level 20, and she had already learned a second circle spell. Disregarding everything else, just this second circle spell alone was enough to make it difficult for other players of the same level to defeat her before she reached intermediate iron rank. Eh? No, this girl was a tycoon. Even if she didn't have any skills that were beyond her level, she wouldn't be able to defeat her with her gold equipment. For a moment, Fried Tomatoes and Xianxia felt that their dishes were tasteless. However, the appearance of a skill that was beyond their level still made the players' hearts skip a beat. It was said that in the current version of the game, the level cap was level 40, Upper Iron Peak. If they made a trip to the Goddess Kingdom and advanced to the next level, they would have a chance to learn a new skill beyond their level. In other words, if they entered the Goddess Kingdom as an Upper Iron Peak, wouldn't they have a chance to learn a level 4 skill or level 4 spell that only silver players could learn? Damn. This was a skill. That was a whole level higher than a level 3 skill. It was definitely a trump card. Thinking of this, the few of them became excited. The players had seen the abilities of Oak Tree Guard Basaka and God's Chosen Heir, as well as Upper Iron Half-Orcs. They had experienced it firsthand, and knew that the Silver Standard was far beyond the Iron Standard. Seeing how excited they were, the corners of Zero's mouth curled up slightly. So, if you still want to have a chance to be summoned by the goddess, then work hard. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared and have the courage to work hard. What the goddess lacks the most now is talented people who are willing to work hard. She guided them patiently. There would still be opportunities in the future. Hearing the hidden meaning in Zero's words, the players' spirits were lifted. When we reach level 31, we must find a way to complete the mission of meeting the goddess again. Fried Tomatoes clenched his fists. In the future, I must find a chance to suck up to the goddess, Xianxia said in his heart. After the excitement and shock, Salty Meow and the others told Zero about the hidden plot of the Dark Dwarf's faith. Pretend you didn't see the information on the blood contract. The dark dwarves won't tell you the real plan. After listening to the player's words, Zero said calmly. It's actually a fake plan? Salty Meow and the others frowned. Of course, it's very likely that it's fake if they told us the plan so straightforwardly. Moreover, the conflict between faiths and conspiracies are all useless in the face of absolute power. Zero laughed. So, what do we need to do next? Salty Meow asked again. Zero looked at him and said, prepare the dark dwarves. Let the other chosen ones prepare for battle, but don't alert the dark dwarves. You can use hunting magical beasts as a cover. I will personally pay a visit to the temple of the death god. Just wait for my news. If I need your help, I'll contact you again. After saying that, she nodded at the players and left the temple. As soon as she walked out, Zero saw the nature saintess, Alice, standing guard outside the temple. Alice was not surprised by Zero's appearance. She had already received the oracle from Mother Goddess in advance and knew that a new goddess would descend. In the future, the other party would be mainly responsible for the mission of preaching faith to the chosen ones. She might even be responsible for communicating with the other true god temples. It seemed that Her Holiness was also considering looking for allies among the true gods. Which Her Holiness would it be? Alice had some guesses in her heart. Of course, Alice was also very curious about this new goddess. Looking at the other party's appearance, she seemed to be a mixed-blood elf, but had the characteristics of royalty. In addition, the other party's aura made her feel inexplicably close. However, she did not ask much. To be able to enter Her Holiness God Kingdom, this goddess must also be someone whom Her Holiness trusted greatly. Similarly, this meant that the other party was her partner as the nature saintess. In Her Holiness' words, this was called a comrade who fought for her faith and the future of the elf race. Thinking of this, Alice smiled at the other party and drew a tree-shaped symbol on her chest. May nature be with you, Lady Zero. The corner of Zero's mouth raised slightly and also drew a tree-shaped symbol on her chest. May nature be with you, Your Excellency Alice. After that, Zero's figure shook slightly and disappeared from everyone's sight. On the other side, the other players who learned about the reward of the meeting the goddess plot were also excited. Enter the God Kingdom, a large amount of free experience points, and there was also the possibility of obtaining an additional skill of a higher level. Damn. Long live the goddess. Sure enough, if you want to be strong, you have to hug the goddess thigh tightly. Previously, everyone wanted to get the main mission and obtain the opportunity to meet the goddess just to satisfy their vanity, but now, triggering the main mission had completely become the best mission in the hearts of all the players. It was just that they did not know who would have the opportunity to be the next lucky king. But one thing was for sure, and that was to hug the goddess thigh tightly. There was absolutely no loss. After all, this was the only gold NPC in the entire server. The underground world was always dark and gloomy. Only the fluorescent stones at the top of the cavern brought some light to the world. Deep Cavern, Black Rock City. Ever since a group of strange elves came here, the city had become more and more prosperous. In the city, the tall and slender elves had become an eye-catching sight. In fact, it was impossible not to attract attention. The elves had always been tall. Regardless of male or female, the lowest height was no less than 1.7 meters. Moreover, all of them had outstanding appearances. The tallest of the dark dwarves was no more than 1.5 meters, and the average height was only 1.3 meters. Black Rock City, which was suitable for dwarves to live in, actually looked small and exquisite. When the elves walked in the city, one side looked taller, while the other side looked shorter. The contrast was even more obvious. The dwarves had gradually accepted the elves who visited Black Rock City daily. To the ordinary dark dwarves, these elves were much better than the other mercenaries in the underground world. They would unload their weapons when they entered the city and would not cause trouble. On the contrary, they were very polite to the dwarves. This was something that many mercenaries could not do, but the elves did it naturally and without any hesitation. If you happened to be a dwarven blacksmith, you would find that the elves were even more polite. They would even chase after you, worship you, and take the initiative to do all kinds of things for you, just to ask you to teach them how to forge. The dwarf's forge house had long been surrounded by elves. The elves' enthusiasm for learning dwarfs' forging skills made the dwarfs feel flattered, but at the same time, they were also very proud. Of course, what made the dwarves even happier was the goods brought by the elves. Tough spider silk, plain wheat, fast-growing rice, sweet potatoes, and all kinds of delicious fruits that the dwarves had never seen before. These were either underground products that the dwarves could not obtain, or specialties from the surface world. The elves brought bags of these goods into Black Rock City to trade ores, magic materials, rare metals, and even forging knowledge with the dwarves. This caused countless dark dwarves to go crazy. When Zero arrived at Black Rock City, she was greeted by such a lively scene. God's chosen one, Zero, or Eve's incarnation. That's right, Zero was Eve's true god incarnation with the soul storage orb as the core. However, when she changed her appearance, she retained the characteristics of an elf. This time, Eve had made the decision to send out her avatar directly. She had even labeled her avatar as a God's chosen one after careful consideration. Eve couldn't trust the players to make contact with the believers of other gods, and Eve's believers weren't suitable for it either. The most suitable thing to do was to open a small sock puppet account. The reason why Eve labeled herself as a God's chosen was to better lead the players. Although the guidance from the system quests and NPCs was good, there were times when Eve needed to act personally to control the players' movements more accurately, or to have the most important first communication with other true gods. It was just that entering the arena as a true god was a little too degrading. At this time, it was a good choice to put on a sock puppet. A true god was still that high and mighty true god who was full of pretentiousness. It was just that he now had a fanatical chosen who issued missions under him. Of course, Eve had also set this sock puppet as the third purple NPC after the Saintess Alice and the Queen of Spiders Lolth. When Eve entered Black Rock City as Zero, she didn't attract the attention of the other players and dwarves. She wore a black-skirted armor and carried a fine and sharp longsword on her back. She swaggered through the streets, admiring the local customs of Black Rock City. Everyone acted as if they didn't see her and just continued with their own business. Even the pedestrians on the streets unconsciously made way for her, but they didn't know why they made way for her and who they made way for. Eve, on the other hand, simply swaggered all the way to the dark shrine in the center of Black Rock City. This dark temple could be considered as a landmark building in Black Rock City. The architectural style of the dark temple was completely different from the dwarf's Black Rock City. It was dignified and majestic. The main body of the building was made of stone bricks and carved with exquisite patterns and reliefs. The base color was black and carried a trace of solemnity and sternness, and in front of the dark temple, there was a small fountain. At the center of the fountain was a statue of a goddess wearing a black robe and holding an orb and a scythe. This should be the statue of Hela, Eve thought to herself. She looked at the base of the statue and saw two lines of words written in the Dwarven language and the common language: death is the end, and also the beginning. This was the most famous and widely spread saying of the Church of Death. If it was placed in Eve's Druidic order, it would be similar to "May nature be with you" or "May the goddess of life bless you." Eve looked at the statue for a while and then shifted her gaze. She raised her head and looked at the dark temple that belonged to the god of death, Hela. In her sight, this dignified dark temple was a little different. She could see that the dark temple was like a huge light source in the darkness. It also seemed to radiate a huge network that enveloped the entire Black Rock City. And there were flickering photons all around that were constantly converging towards the dark temple. This was the energy of faith. As a true god who had established a divine kingdom, Eve could see the energy of faith and the network of faith that ordinary people could not see. This dark temple was the center of faith of Black Rock City. The center of faith weaved a huge network of faith, absorbing the power of faith of the dark dwarves and storing it in the dark temple. At the same time, it would also be fed back to Hela, who was far away in the underworld, through the dark temple and converted into her divine power. If Eve's guess was correct, there should be a statue in the dark temple that was dedicated to storing the power of faith. That was the core of the center. In fact, when Eve collected the power of faith, she also used such a trick. The statues that Alice had built for her had the function of collecting the power of faith. They were also the core and nodes of the network of faith. In addition to collecting the power of faith, these statues that acted as nodes of the network of faith could also form a zone of true God's protection, which was also the sphere of influence of a true God. In the sphere of influence of a true God, the communication between believers and gods, the prayers and meditation of pastors, priests, and priests would be more efficient. In addition, a true God could also use divine power through the statues to directly turn the area into their sphere of influence. Although it was not a divine realm, it could still allow a true God to know the area like the back of their hand. They could also cast God's descent and summon their own followers, of course, because it required crossing realms. For a true God, this kind of operation would consume a lot of energy, so generally speaking, no true God would do this. Except for Eve, who was in the same plane as the Dark Temple, the totem guardian that Eve had killed, Demigod Walker, was actually summoned by the night roamer using a statue of Allure that the Grotto tribe had prayed to for hundreds of years as the core, and using other magic materials to construct a true God summoning array. For this, the night roamer directly consumed the power of faith that the Grotto tribe had accumulated for a long time in the statue. However, in addition to these functions, believers could also use a similar method to stimulate the power of faith in the statue, thus allowing the temple to possess great power and construct large-scale defensive divine spells, or cast offensive divine spells that could deal a fatal blow. Because of this, when an enemy attacked a city with a temple, they would first think of a way to destroy the statue in the temple. Otherwise, they would have to consider how to defend against the counterattack of the temple, or how to break the defenses of the temple. If the beastmen had used the statue at the last moment to cast defensive divine spells, they would not have been so miserably chased by the black dragon Meryl, and could have calmly evacuated more of their tribesmen. However, all of this was impossible now. Choosing to summon Demigod Walker meant that the energy of the statue would be depleted. While observing the shrine of the Grim Reaper, Eve was astonished. She noticed that the light of the core of faith in the Death Temple in Black Rock City seemed to be very dim, and the network of faith seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This situation meant that the energy of the statue that stored the power of faith in the Death Temple was most likely not much, or had been depleted long ago. Could it be that because of the existence of the Shadow Lord's believers, the Church of Death had not completely controlled Black Rock City? Or could it be that the Church of Death had once used the power of faith in the statue? Eve frowned slightly. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and she had some guesses. Eve retracted her gaze, then stepped lightly into the temple. To Eve's surprise, the Death Shrine was exceptionally quiet today. Although the temple had always been solemn, there should be no lack of believers praying, and there should be busy clergymen. However, the temple of the Death God was completely empty today. Even the rows of chairs in the shrine for believers to sit were all removed at some point, making the entire hall look empty. What he saw was a statue of the Grim Reaper and a short figure standing in front of it. She was wearing the black robe of the Death God, and her back was facing Eve, who had entered the shrine from outside, and her eyes were fixed on the orb in the right hand of the Death God statue. It was the female shrine chief of the Dark Dwarves. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she took the initiative to remove the high-level concealment spell on her. In the hall, only the sound of Eve entering the shrine and stepping on the black stone floor could be heard. "You're here, Yggdrasil." Hearing the footsteps, the shrine chief with her hands behind her back slowly turned around and looked at Eve. Her voice was calm and gentle, and there was no trace of surprise. Instead, it was as if she had already known, and the tone of her voice was as if she was facing an old friend whom she had not seen for a long time. The moment she heard the last sentence, Eve felt that her avatar was about to explode. The divine power in her body surged slightly, and she almost could not resist releasing her power to tear the guy who spoke to her into pieces. However, after thinking about where she was, she reluctantly suppressed the impulse and looked at the shrine chief of the Death Shrine who had spoken. However, when she saw the appearance of the dwarf shrine, she was slightly startled. The dark dwarf skin was dark, and they had grayish-black hair and pupils. Eve's impression of the dwarf shrine from the player's point of view was also like this. However, the appearance of the shrine chief now was very different from what Eve had seen before. The grayish-black hair had completely turned black, and the originally dark skin had become as white as a human's. The pair of grayish-black eyes had also turned into a pair of scarlet eyes, like a bottomless sea. His facial features were still the same as those of the dwarf temple, but he gave off the feeling that he was a completely different person. As she stood there, she exuded an indescribable sense of majesty and mystery, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of reverence. God's possession, Eve's pupils shrank slightly. However, she quickly reacted and instantly guessed the other party's identity. She first performed an elven etiquette and then said, "I'm sorry. Seeing that the power of faith stored in the temple was empty, I thought that it would be some heroic spirit guardian from the underworld who was summoned here by the believers, but I didn't expect that it would be the true God himself." After hearing Eve's words, the dwarf temple chief did not seem to be surprised. She looked at her hands, shook her head and sighed. "Borrowing the body and power of a believer, I barely managed to send down a strand of thought. It can't be compared to your direct creation of a physical body." After saying that, she waved her hand gently, and bones suddenly appeared on the ground of the temple out of thin air, forming a solemn throne of white bones, and she gently sat on it. However, the huge and majestic throne seemed to be very incompatible with the dark dwarf's physique. When the other party sat on it, her legs were in the air, which looked a little interesting. Seeing this scene, Eve's heart skipped a beat. Several vines broke out of the ground behind her at the same time, transforming into a divine vine throne brimming with vitality. She sat down on the throne. Looking at the divine power of nature around Eve, the dwarf temple chief raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked at Eve with a faint smile, and her cold voice had a hint of playfulness. "Divine power of nature. Should I call your highness Yggdrasil or Eve?" Even if she was mentally prepared, Eve's nerves could not help but jump slightly. However, she quickly returned to normal and smiled faintly. "Eve is fine. My current name is Eve Yggdrasil. Her Highness Hela." After saying that, the aura on her body flickered slightly, and her entire appearance changed again. She actually gave up on disguising herself and directly changed from the appearance of Zero, a god's chosen, to her original appearance. Seeing Eve's unique silver hair and purple eyes, as well as the sacred dress with nature, life, and elven symbols on her body, and the flower and tree crown on her head, and then looking at Eve's calm expression, the dwarf temple chief had a slightly complicated look in her eyes. "Yggdrasil, you've changed after all. Yes, you're her, but you're also not her. Perhaps it's more accurate to call you the successor of the world tree." After saying that, she sighed, and a trace of divine power also surged out of her body, and her entire appearance changed again. Her height suddenly increased from the original dark dwarf to a human girl with black hair and red eyes, and she was wearing a black robe with the pattern of the death god. Her current appearance was exactly the same as the statue of the goddess placed in the hall, the lord of death and the underworld, Hela. At this moment, there was no longer a trace of doubt in Eve's heart. Although she appeared very calm on the surface, Eve's heart was already in turmoil at this moment, and she was filled with all kinds of doubts and worries. Hela, the death god who had always stayed in the underworld, actually used the body of a believer to perform a god's descent. It was obvious that Hela was waiting for her and knew that she would come to visit. But how did Hela know? When did she know her true identity? And how did she know that she would come to visit her? No. To be more precise, Eve originally only intended to use her identity as a god's chosen to get in touch with Hela's believer to show goodwill in advance, but she did not expect to directly bump into Hela. Moreover, Hela had obviously been here for a long time, and knew that she was coming, so she was coming for her. The first sentence of "you're here" had already more or less expressed everything. However, the good thing was that Hela did not seem to be hostile. Perhaps seeing that Eve had suddenly fallen silent, Hela sighed softly and said, "Don't worry, Eve. Don't worry, Yekla. Her Highness Eve, I'm the only true god who knows that you've returned, and I have no intention of revealing everything. You know that I'm not on the same side as everyone in the heaven realm." Hearing this sentence, Eve first heaved a sigh of relief, but her doubts did not dissipate. "When did your Holiness Hela find out about my revival?" she asked. Hela raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "Probably, when the magic power level of the Seeker's world began to return. At that time I only had some doubts, and after using the power of a believer and seeing your suspected elven kin, I was 80 to 90% sure in my heart." She began to have doubts when magic power returned. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly thought of more. Hela would suspect. Would the other true gods? However, the other true gods probably don't know yet. After all, I'm the one who secretly assisted the fallen world tree to cast the cursed divine spell on itself. Of course, I'm more aware of the changes in the cursed divine spell than the other true gods. So, after a little observation, I found out about your return. Hela continued. The cursed divine spell that the world tree used to protect itself was actually cast by Hela in secret. After hearing this news, Eve's heart surged with waves. Wait. Doesn't this mean that Hela is half an ally of my predecessor? Seeing Eve's somewhat surprised expression, Hela continued. Actually, even if you didn't come to find me, I would have gone to the Elven Forest to find you after dealing with Holden's servants. But, since you're here, that's even better. Then, she propped up her chin and looked at Eve playfully. How is it? Is my soul storage orb useful? Eve knew that Hela had figured out what the core of her avatar was. If it were Hela's heroic spirit guardian, perhaps Eve would not be able to see through it. However, as the creator of the soul storage orb, it was normal for Hela to recognize that Eve's avatar used the soul storage orb as its core. However, Hela's words showed that she did not care. Actually, that was also true. In the Zerg's world, divine artifacts were still quite common. A divine artifact with just a few divine power values was really not placed in the eyes of a true god. Eve laughed dryly and said, a divine artifact that can create a divine artifact. To be able to create a divine artifact that can accept the soul of a true god, Your Holiness Hela's understanding of the law of the soul is indeed admirable. Haha, aren't you the same? Hela smiled and looked outside the temple. I still don't understand how you managed to summon these soulless dependents that look like elves. Did you hide their souls? I've observed them. They seem to have the ability to revive like my heroic spirit guardian, but they don't seem to have any side effects. Moreover, they seem to have their own inheritance of knowledge. Hela was deep in thought as she spoke. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Hela had noticed the players. Perhaps the players could hide their existence from others, but they definitely could not hide from Hela, who had a deep understanding of souls. Hela easily saw through the players' identities. The only thing missing was that she did not know the players' true origins. However, it was precisely because of this that Hela would never have guessed that these were hired thugs that Eve had summoned from another world's virtual network. Let's not talk about this. You must have a reason to visit my temple, right? Hela gave up on the topic of the players and looked at Eve again. Her scarlet eyes were incomparably deep. Eve nodded. That's right. The god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, is trying to rope in my followers to overthrow your majesty's rule of faith here. That's why I'm here to warn you. However, since Her Majesty Hela has personally come, I believe that mere mortal believers won't be able to cause much trouble. Eve said. Of course. After hearing Eve's words, Hela nodded. You came here personally, because you have other plans, right? Of course, if it's possible, I would like to show goodwill to Her Holiness Hela's church. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I have some issues with the god of darkness and shadows, Holder, Eve replied. Since Hela had good intentions, Eve didn't hide it anymore. She could also tell that although the god of darkness and shadows was also a true god of the underworld and in theory should be Hela's subordinate god, it was obvious that Hela hadn't subdued him. It was even possible that Holder was still coveting Hela's priesthood. Hela didn't seem surprised by this. She sighed. Holder. That's right. He's too close to the gods in the heavens. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been trapped in the underworld, so the god of death Hela wasn't really willing to stay in the underworld. Was there some kind of restriction? Eve's heart skipped a beat. Hela didn't continue in detail. Instead, she looked at Eve again and sighed. It seems that his prophecy was right, him? Prophecy? Eve raised her eyebrows. Without waiting for Eve to ask anything else, Hela continued. Actually, when the magic power of the world of seekers began to return, I've been waiting here. Now that I see you here, I more or less know your intentions. Are you looking for an ally? But, what kind of price can you offer? You should know that I'm now at the peak of mid-level divine power, but you're only a weak divine power, not to mention, although Holder is troublesome to me, he's still only a mid-level true god. But you, Hela's expression had a hint of playfulness. You're facing the gods of the entire heavens. I know that you have great potential, but potential is still potential. If my judgment is correct, the planar passage to the Zerg's world will reopen in 20 years at the latest, and the true gods will walk on the ground again. And If you become too powerful too quickly, I estimate that this time will be brought forward even further. 1,000 years ago, the world tree with great divine power couldn't fight against the gods of the heavens. 1,000 years have passed. They're even stronger than before. Under such circumstances, do you still think you can drag me down with you? Here comes the meat. Eve's heart skipped a beat. Goodwill was goodwill after all, but if there were no tangible benefits, it was indeed difficult to move another true god. Not to mention, from Hella's conversation, Eve also realized that the other party knew that she was not the world tree from back then, but her successor. Also, no matter how she looked at it, she did not seem to have any chance of winning. Taking a deep breath, Eve said the reason she had long prepared. Since Her Holiness Hella knows that I'm different from the world tree from 1,000 years ago, then she should also know that our personalities are different. What she can't do doesn't mean that I can't do it. After I've truly recovered, Eve paused for a moment, then said with deep meaning, I've already come into contact with the plain origin of the world of seekers. Hearing this, Hella's pupils shrank slightly. A look of realization flashed across her face, and she looked at Eve with a strange expression. I see. I forgot that you're not her. She won't flip the table, but you might. Although it's been 1,000 years, the world of seekers is still the main source of faith for true gods. This is really a huge threat to those parasites. Parasite, the corner of Eve's mouth twitched. Death Hella really doesn't hold back when mocking the true gods of faith. Eve paused for a moment and continued. Also, I know that Her Holiness Hella's priesthood isn't complete, so she can't cross the final step to become a true great god. Therefore, she can't completely control the underworld. Instead, it allowed the original Death's subordinate god, the god of darkness and shadows, Holder, to develop ambitions. Hearing this, Hella fell silent. The smile on her face gradually faded, and her voice carried a hint of coldness. What do you want to say? I think I can help Her Holiness Hella perfect her priesthood. Life and death are opposites, but at the same time, they're also connected. If Her Holiness Hella can form an alliance with me, help me hide the truth of the world tree's revival, and give me some support in the Seeker's plane, I can use the knowledge of the life priesthood to help Her Holiness Hella perfect her priesthood and become the true Death and Lord of the Underworld. Eve finally revealed the plan that she had planned for a long time. After hearing this, Hella fell silent again. A moment later, she sighed. That's a good idea, but how can I trust you? Life isn't death. How can you be so sure that you can really help me perfect my priesthood? This is just a possibility. More importantly, even if it's possible, how long will this process take? If your identity is exposed during this process, in order to continue perfecting my priesthood, won't I become an enemy of the gods in the heavens? Moreover, why can't I directly reveal your existence to the gods in the heavens in exchange for their help in perfecting my priesthood? After hearing Hella's question, Eve didn't hesitate and explained, it's not that bad. But at least, this means that there's a possibility, right? It's much better than Her Holiness Hella maintaining the status quo. Moreover, if Her Holiness Hella wants to deal with the god of darkness and shadows, I'll help. At least, I can target the power of faith in the Seeker's plane. As for revealing my existence to the heavens, does Her Holiness Hella really trust the gods in the heavens? If I'm not wrong, they're probably very afraid of Her Holiness Hella, right? They definitely don't want to see another greater god of death that they can't control. After saying this, Eve looked at Hella with a sincere gaze. Hella's expression was a little complicated. After a moment, she sighed deeply. I really don't know where His Holiness Yggdrasil found a successor. I admit, you've convinced me. She agreed. Eve was delighted. But, Hella changed the topic and smiled faintly. I can help you hide your identity, but don't think that I'll help you fight against your enemies, especially the gods in the heavens. At least, I can't help you fight against them on the surface. Even if you have a war of faith with other true gods and the Seekers, I won't participate. And if you expose your identity and attract the retaliation of the gods, don't blame me for leaving. What I can do is to help you hide your identity and rationalize it. Eve was speechless. Also, Hella changed her posture and crossed her legs. You have to fulfill your promise. First, help me deal with the believers of the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, in the Seekers, and help me perfect my priesthood. I heard that guy Uller seems to be secretly looking for the divine blood crystals of the world tree. You can start from here. Help me find some and analyze the divine blood crystals. It's also useful to me. Anyway, there's not much divine power in them, and I can't analyze the life priesthood. It's not a threat to you. Of course, I won't take your divine blood crystals for free. If you lack divine power, I can exchange some divine power with you, or even give you more as a reward. Eve was speechless. Also, Gila crossed her arms again and continued, that's right. This time, help me deal with Holdel's counterattack in Black Rock City. Their trump card is the Shadow Army. I can send people to deal with the Believers of Darkness, but you'll have to deal with the Shadow Army. I don't want too many of my believers to die. Anyway, your kin don't seem to be afraid of death, how about it? Hela looked at Eve and raised her eyebrows playfully. Eve was speechless. She thought for a while and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Her Holiness Hela is really meticulous. Eve understood Hela's importance to believers. After all, using the power of faith to perfect a priesthood was another path. However, the priesthood of death was too powerful, and this path wasn't easy. However, although Hela's conditions were a little harsh, Eve was satisfied. It was enough to get Hela's acquiescence and help her conceal her identity. The name of the god of death was very useful. It was enough to make most true gods wary, and Eve could use this opportunity to expand and strengthen herself. At this thought, she nodded. Deal. Hela seemed to be quite satisfied. She smiled and stretched out her hand to conjure a golden scroll of divine power. Then, let's sign the True God Oath. The True God Oath was a contract between true gods. This kind of contract was guided by the laws and was the strictest contract in the world. Violators would suffer a huge backlash to their divine soul. Even true gods would lose a layer of skin. Eve nodded solemnly. Soon, the two true gods signed the contract. There were 3 points in the contract. 1. Both parties signed the contract. From the day of the contract, Hela had to help Eve conceal her identity, and Eve had to disguise herself as a subordinate of the god of death. The believers of both parties signed a friendly agreement to not invade each other's faith. 2. Eve had to help Hela perfect the priesthood of the god of death. She had to provide Hela with divine blood crystals from the world tree on a regular basis, and Hela would use 1.5 times the divine power of the god of death as a reward. 3. Eve had to help Hela's believers fight against the forces of the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel, in the world of seekers. Hela's believers had to share information about the world of seekers with Eve. After signing the True God's Oath with Hela, Eve once again transformed into Zero and left the temple. Of course, she did not forget to cast a high-level concealment spell on herself. Only when she could no longer sense Hela's aura did Eve heave a sigh of relief. This was the first time she had truly interacted with another true god on the surface after her rebirth as the World Tree. Although Hela had only relied on the body of a fanatic to temporarily cast God's descent and possession. Hela seemed to have already known of Eve's arrival. No matter what this true god of the underworld was thinking, at least Eve could feel that she still had a certain degree of goodwill. And the oath that the two signed could be considered to be mutually satisfactory. After this, Eve could openly use the banner of Hela's vassal god without any worries. Although she could only use Hela's name, it could actually bring her a great deal of help. And the dark dwarfs of the underground world could be considered to have become an ally. Although Eve certainly could not count on them to participate in her future war of faith with Uller, she could do business with them in the underground world, or fight against the forces of the god of darkness and shadows together. According to Hela, the god of darkness and shadows, Holder, was in existence even more ancient than her. He had also made arrangements in the underground world earlier, so his forces in the underground world were also more powerful. Not to mention that Holder was also involved with many evil gods hidden in the underground world. Holder was also a potential enemy of Eve. For Eve, this was also an opportunity to borrow the power of Hela to stir up trouble in the underground world. Killing evil gods, devouring their divine power, or using war to absorb the enemy's life force was also a part of Eve's plan. Even the upcoming war of faith with Uller was essentially because of this. Expanding one's forces was illusory, the most fundamental thing was to strengthen one's own strength, and devouring life force and divine power was the fastest way. From this point of view, Eve and Hela were both win-win. The former devoured life force, while the latter expanded faith. As for assisting Hela in perfecting her priesthood, she could only focus on the god's blood crystals now. After destroying the cave tribe, the southern part of the elven forest had almost become Eve's backyard. And as the players explored, they were lucky enough to pick up some god's blood crystals in the forest. Other than the ones that were absorbed by Eve, there were still quite a few left. Eve planned to selectively remove the god of nature's laws from the god's blood crystals first, and then finally, after quelling the rebellion of the dark dwarves, they would be unified to give them to the Temple of Death. What Hela had sent down was only her consciousness. If she really wanted to fight against the enemy, she would still have to rely on her believers. Hela's god's god's blood. As for why Hela didn't send down a demigod-level heroic spirit guardian, it was actually a matter of profit and loss. After all, it was just a rebellion in a city, and it wasn't to the extent of sending down a demigod. The divine power consumed by sending down a demigod from another world might be far greater than the gains. Buller wanted to seize the opportunity to seize the priesthood of nature and life, so he sent Demigod Walker over. But Hela didn't need to do so. So, the end result was that the players had to attack again. The Shadow Army, it said that they were monsters born in the land of darkness at the border of the abyss and the underworld. I didn't expect them to be recruited by the god of darkness and shadows, Holdel. Eve pondered as she walked. But the dark dwarves' overall strength isn't strong, and they're all iron-ranked. The shadow creatures that they can summon should mostly be at this rank. At this level, it's within the player's capabilities. The Abyss was the collective name for the chaotic planes at the bottom of the Seeker's universe. The laws there were chaotic, and it was the home of demons and evil gods. It was said that the underworld was originally a layer of the Abyss, but it was purified by the original death god and turned into a normal plane. But even so, the underworld was still connected to the Abyss. The land of darkness at the border gave birth to creatures that were in between order and chaos. They were the shadow creatures. But if one wanted to summon these creatures from another world, they had to do the preliminary work and draw a complete summoning circle. The Death God's shrine had a strong control over Black Rock City. Although Hela's consciousness wasn't powerful, it was more than enough to identify traitors. So it wasn't a problem for the Death God's followers to eliminate the darkness believers in the city. The problem was outside the city. The accumulated power of faith in the Death God's shrine had been depleted with Hela's arrival. So in theory, Black Rock City's ability to resist external attacks had been greatly reduced. The darkness believers definitely wouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. They would definitely summon shadow creatures outside the city to attack, and the shadow creatures' army surrounding the city would be the target of the players. The fluctuation of divine power when the two of them met couldn't be concealed. Hela would definitely make her move, and Black Rock City would be plunged into chaos. So she had to hurry. Eve dispelled her advanced concealment spell and quickened her pace. She walked towards the place where she had agreed to meet with Salty Meow and the others. Deep Cave, Black Rock City, Dwarf Bar. Salty Meow and the others sat in front of the bar, bored. They were drinking ale as they chatted and waited. This was the place where they had agreed to meet with Zero before she left, while the few of them were gossiping about the Blue Star. The darkness believers who were secretly monitoring them were confused. Then, the door to the bar was pushed open. God's chosen, Zero, walked in. Seeing the elven girl in black armor, the eyes of the few players lit up. They quickly gathered around her. Master Zero, how did the negotiation go? Miss Zero, how did it go? They looked at her with a hint of anticipation. They were in the middle of the plot. Zero first looked around the bar, then walked to a table and sat down. The other players quickly followed her and sat next to her. God's chosen Zero pondered for a moment before snapping her fingers. Salty Meow and the others were shocked when a soundproof buff appeared on their status bar. They knew that the NPC had used soundproof magic. The negotiation is complete. The Death God Temple has accepted our friendship. They'll soon start searching for the darkness believers hiding in the city. Zero said calmly. Then, do we need to do anything? Fried Tomatoes asked expectantly. Zero glanced at him, nodded, and said, yes. Of course. The Death God Temple has also requested our help. Inform the other chosen ones to prepare for battle. There's going to be a big battle. Big. Big battle, the eyes of the three players lit up. It was indeed a hidden main plot mission. There was going to be a big battle. They still remembered the battle with the orcs. The first beta gamers had profited greatly from that battle. Miss Zero, what exactly are we going to fight? Xianxia asked excitedly. The Death God Temple has received news that the Darkness Believers will summon an army of shadow creatures to attack the city. Your mission is to resist and defeat them. God's Chosen said with a serious expression. As soon as she finished her sentence, a new system notification appeared in the vision of the three players. Ding, hidden main plot, the faith of the Dark Dwarves has been completed. You have received 3,000 experience points, 300 contribution points. Before they could rejoice, the door of the bar was suddenly pushed open, and a team of fully armed dwarf guards rushed in. This sudden turn of events gave the players a fright. They instinctively reached for their weapons, but they realized that their equipment was still at the gate of Black Rock City. The dwarf guards ignored them. Instead, they said solemnly to the surprised, frightened, and confused players, "We're following the orders of the Death God Temple. We're searching for the Darkness Believers." After she finished speaking, Eve clearly saw a few dark dwarfs' expressions change slightly. As if they had already confirmed it, the dwarven guards did not hesitate and ran straight to the few dwarves who were about to sneak away, tying them up one after another. The bar was in chaos. Looking at this scene, the players were both surprised and curious. Similar incidents began to happen all over Black Rock City. A true god was a true god. Hela's god's possession wasn't strong, but she had the ability to distinguish between friend and foe. The Darkness Believers hiding in Black Rock City were captured by the Dark Dwarves without the need for the players to attack. At this moment, the ground shook, and an obscure spatial ripple was transmitted from afar. "It has begun," God's Chosen said indifferently, raising a cup of ale and drinking it in one gulp. After that, a new system message appeared in front of the players' eyes. This time, it was a server-wide notification. Ding, players Salty Meow, Xianxia, Fried Tomatoes have triggered the hidden main mission, Shadow Army, plot description, the brave and witty Chosen One Salty Meow, Xianxia, Fried Tomatoes have seen through the plot of the God of Darkness and Shadows to bring chaos to Black Rock City. With the permission of the goddess, they have informed the Death God Temple in Black Rock City under the leadership of Zero. They have also gained the friendship of the Church of Death for the elves. The Church of Death has begun to search for the Darkness Believers. Black Rock City is about to fall into chaos. The Darkness Believers are about to summon the Shadow Army to attack Black Rock City. Now, it's time to show the friendship of the elves. Ding, hidden main mission Shadow Army has been activated. Mission objective, assist the Church of Death in resisting and defeating the Shadow Army of the Darkness Believers. Mission time limit, unlimited, mission participants, unlimited, mission level, 15+, mission reward, experience points, perfect resurrection, contribution, mission tip 1, shadow creatures are afraid of light and fire, but are resistant to darkness. Mission tip 2, there is strength in unity. There are many shadow creatures, please form a team with other players. Mission tip 3, the risk of death in this mission is very high. Please ensure that you have obtained a perfect resurrection before the battle. Black Rock City City Hall. The old dwarf Bahrain sat at his desk, his head lowered as he dealt with the daily affairs of Black Rock City. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the room, causing him to raise his head and frown. Hammer the dwarf stumbled into the hall, accompanied by faint noises and screams. Lord Bahrain! Lord Bahrain! A group of dwarven guards suddenly came to the city hall. They took Elder Celine and Elder Lothu away. They even said that they are followers of darkness, you should go and take a look. Dwarven guards, Bahrain's pupils contracted slightly, the quill in his hand being crushed in half. How many people came? Where did they go? He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart and asked. They should be here soon, you should go and persuade them. The city hall is loyal to the Church of Death, how could there be followers of darkness? You. Halfway through his words, Hammer was stunned. Because he saw the usually calm Elder Bahrain hurriedly turn around and open the window, intending to escape. Elder? Hammer was still a little confused. At this moment, several fully armed dark dwarven guards rushed in. On the orders of the church leader, We are here to arrest the followers of darkness. Ba Lin, you have nowhere to go. Surrender now. What happened? How could they have been exposed? Hearing the voice of the guards behind him, Bahrain's face was filled with fear. The elder was actually a follower of darkness? Hammer was stunned. Bahrain panicked and hastened his actions. However, just as he flipped out of the room, he was surrounded by another group of guards and was quickly tied up. Similar things began to happen in various parts of Black Rock City. The dark dwarven guards seemed to have eyes. They accurately captured a large number of followers of darkness in a mine at the back of the mountain in Black Rock City. A few followers pushed the wheelchair-bound Hearthstone as they fled in panic. Hearthstone's face was filled with disbelief. How did we get exposed? What's going on? His plan was very good. If the elves could cause chaos, he would order the followers of darkness to take the opportunity to sneak into the Church of Death and destroy the statue. After that, he would launch a pincer attack from both inside and outside, summoning an army of shadows to completely eliminate the followers of the Church of Death in Black Rock City. And if the elves didn't act according to plan, he would obediently lay low for a period of time and wait for the Church of Death and the elven mercenaries to become careless before thinking of ways to intensify the conflict between both sides. But, how did all of his men get exposed in the blink of an eye? Hearthstone panicked. Surrounded by his trusted subordinates, he fled out of the city through a secret tunnel. It's over. If I lose my foundation in Black Rock City this time, I won't be able to destroy the statue. Hearthstone's face paled. As long as the statue of the Grim Reaper still had its power, Black Rock City would be almost unbreakable. The Dark Believers would not be able to completely overthrow the Grim Reaper's rule of faith here. Even if he had an army of shadow creatures as his trump card, it would be difficult for it to work. This was because the power of faith of a true god was a great threat to shadow creatures. It was extremely lethal. He could already imagine the wrath of the true god if he failed his mission. Death was not frightening, because the true god had ways to make you suffer even more after death. Although Black Rock City was not large, it was still one of the sources of faith for the god of darkness and shadows, Holger. After the believers of the Grim Reaper completely expelled his faith here, this ancient true god felt angry and humiliated. The retaking of Black Rock City this time was an oracle personally issued by this true god for his believers. If they failed, as the leader, Hearthstone, he would definitely meet a miserable end. But, what was going on? Hearthstone could not understand. He could only flee in panic with his trusted subordinates surrounding him. When he finally arrived outside Black Rock City through the secret tunnel, he was stunned. Someone was already waiting for him here. Hearthstone, you have nowhere else to go. A clear voice rang out. It was the female Church of Death's high priest. She led a group of dark dwarven guards to block the exit of the secret tunnel. However, at this moment, the dwarf high priest had completely returned to her original appearance. She had removed the possession of the Grim Reaper Hela. Hela's consciousness had already returned to the underworld. You. How did you discover us? Hearthstone gnashed his teeth. The Church of Death's high priest looked at the red-eyed Hearthstone and sighed softly. A hint of fanaticism appeared in her eyes. Under the gaze of a true god, you have nowhere to hide. True. True god, Hearthstone was stunned. He then noticed that the Church of Death's aura seemed to be faintly discernible. In an instant, he came to a realization. So that's how it is. You really used the power of a true god from the idol. The Church of Death's high priest neither admitted nor denied it. Instead, she said, surrender, Hearthstone. We've already captured all your believers of darkness in the city. Surrender? Hearthstone sneered at the Church of Death's high priest. After confirming that the Church of Death had really used the power of the idol, he calmed down. Hearthstone narrowed his eyes and said, I don't know if you're smart or stupid. To actually use the power of the church to capture us, but how much power does the Church of Death have left? No matter how much is left, you have already failed. The Church of Death's high priest said. Heh, Hearthstone laughed. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes. We still don't know who will win. With that, a deep energy began to gather on his body. Not good. Hide. The dwarven high priest's expression changed. Upon hearing her command, all of the dwarven guards retreated one after another. Under the solemn gazes of all the dark dwarves, this dark god's chosen ignited her own power of faith. Her entire body turned into a mass of black flames, and a deep light soared into the sky. It's a signal. The dwarven high priest's expression was solemn, but she did not panic. It was as if she had expected this. It's an emergency signal. In an underground forest outside Black Rock City, a dozen dark dwarves in grayish-black robes looked in the direction of Black Rock City with solemn expressions. It's Lord Hearthstone. I'm afraid something has happened in the city. He ordered us to summon the Shadow Legion immediately. A deep and hoarse voice spoke. With that, the dark dwarves looked at each other, then nodded. They stepped forward and swept away the fallen leaves on the ground. As the fallen leaves were swept away, a large magic circle that had been drawn long ago was gradually revealed on the ground. They came to the magic circle and knelt around it. They began to pray softly and chant a rhythmic incantation. As they chanted, the magic circle gradually emitted a deep light, and a chaotic and cold aura began to gather. At the same time, the center of the magic circle suddenly lit up. The ground began to shake, and a dark gray energy soared into the sky. In Black Rock City, the players who were still watching the dark dwarfs fight in surprise and curiosity suddenly felt the ground shake. Look, what's that? Someone pointed to the sky. The players looked up and saw 4 dark gray energy pillars rising into the sky from all directions. A cold and chaotic aura came from afar. Following that, the top of the 4 energy pillars collapsed one after another, as if they had turned into 4 erupting volcanoes. Streaks of even smaller, dark gray arcs rained down onto the ground like rain. Some of them even fell directly into Black Rock City. As soon as they landed, the dark gray energy began to change like squirming jelly. Finally, they turned into dark gray translucent humanoid monsters wrapped in thick black smoke. On the city walls of Black Rock City, the dwarf guards saw the sudden appearance of a dense group of strange monsters, and their expressions changed. Shadow creatures. It's an army of shadow creatures. Not good. Blow the alarm and close the city gates. Inform the temple to activate the defensive divine spell. With the loud sound of the horn, the guards on the city walls began to move. Guard captain, this is bad. The energy stored in the temple has been used up. What? But the temple master said that the elves will help us defend the city. Elves? Just them? What can they do? The dark dwarf's guard captain was speechless, and his expression was furious. In Black Rock City. The city had already fallen into chaos with the arrival of a small number of shadow creatures. These shadow creatures that had suddenly appeared were incomparably strong. Normal attacks could not cause any significant damage to them, and they began to kill wildly in the city, devouring everything. They roared, bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They climbed on the houses and galloped on the ground, using their sharp claws that were shrouded in black fog to tear apart all living things in sight. The dwarf guards had no choice but to gather in 2s and 3s to fight against the shadow creatures. Wails, screams, roars, the clashing of weapons, and the chanting of spells could be heard everywhere. Seeing this chaotic scene, the players were stunned. F***CK. Are the special effects so scary? Although they had experienced a great battle with the orcs, these terrifying monsters still gave them a fright. Don't just stand there. Go get the equipment. There's a war. There's a war. Demacia cursed and hurriedly ran toward the city gates. The other players also came to their senses. They suppressed their fear of these ghost-like shadow creatures and followed after them one after another. On the city walls, the dark dwarf's guard captain led his soldiers to cut down a shadow creature that was trying to climb up the city walls. Looking at the densely packed shadow army in the distance, his expression was very unpleasant. I'm afraid there are at least a few thousand of them. It might even exceed 10,000. His voice trembled slightly. Without the temple's defensive divine spells, how could Black Rock City defend against them? At this moment, the surrounding guards suddenly cried out in alarm. Captain, be careful. The dwarf guard captain's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of danger suddenly arose. He swung his sword and turned around, only to see a shadow creature that had descended in the city pouncing toward him. Caught off guard, he was suddenly knocked down, and even his weapon was knocked away. The shadow creature waved its sharp claws that were shrouded in black fog and stabbed at his body. Just as the dwarf guard captain was horrified and thought that he was about to die, he saw a huge fireball suddenly fly over and hit the shadow creature. The fireball exploded, and the shadow creature let out a mournful cry. Half of the black fog surrounding its body dissipated, revealing a dark gray translucent body. The dwarf guard captain took the opportunity to break free from the opponent's claws, picked up his weapon and fled. He panted heavily as he looked in the direction that the fireball had just flown from. He saw a pink-haired elven girl wearing a magic robe and holding a magic staff 3 to 4 meters away. The elven girl was excited. She looked at her magic staff and murmured happily, "I hit it! I hit it!" The guard captain was speechless. Behind them, more fully armed elves rushed up the city walls. Their expressions were very strange. Some were nervous, some were excited. Warriors, mages, hunters, and all kinds of professions, but they were all brimming with high morale. They waved their weapons and roared as they climbed up the city walls, beginning to assist the dark dwarves in their defense. At the same time, the dwarf guard captain also heard one after another in the common language. "Support the dwarves! Quick, quick! Spread out and defend! Don't let a monster in! Kill them! Hurrah!" Looking at the elves who were even more spirited than the dwarven soldiers, the guard captain was stunned. The shadow army arrived quickly. The players had only just accepted the quest when the shadow creatures were summoned. Many of them did not even have time to retrieve their equipment. "How is it so fast?" Eve, who had transformed into Zero, was surprised. She casually crushed a shadow creature in front of her and looked at the 4 gray energy pillars in the distance, frowning slightly. After some thought, she avoided the crowd and arrived at the Death God's shrine in Black Rock City. Black Rock City had been mobilized, and the clerics in the Death God's shrine were also busy. Some were treating the injured, some were passing on messages, and some were trying to activate defensive divine spells. When she arrived, Eve saw the dwarf shrine master who had returned from capturing the leader of the Dark Believers. This fanatic who had once been possessed by the death god Hela had an ugly expression on her face. "It's my fault. I was careless. I didn't think that the god of darkness and shadow's chosen one would burn her own faith as a signal to command the believers outside the city. As a result, I accidentally exposed the shrine's real situation." Eve was speechless. She glanced at the dwarf and noticed that the death god's divine aura had not completely dissipated. She wanted to say something but stopped herself. It was likely that this shrine master did not accidentally expose it. It was very likely that the death god Hela had deliberately hinted before returning. Of course, this poor shrine master probably did not notice that she had been hinted by a true god. She did not even know that the mysterious god's chosen one she was facing was actually the true god himself. As for the reason Hela had hinted, Eve could more or less guess it. Since Eve had a true god's clone here, no matter how the dark believers jumped up and down, Eve would definitely not sit idly by when they summoned the shadow army. This was decided by the oath of the 2 true gods. How could a true god's clone not be able to resist a group of mere iron-ranked shadow creatures summoned by a group of believers? Things like "your kin isn't afraid of death" and "let your kin take action" were all excuses. Hela must have seen Eve's clone and sensed that it had the power of a demigod. That was why she made such a decision. In other words, Hela didn't need to consider anything else as long as Eve's avatar was here. All he had to do was to hint to his believers and lure out the opponent's trump card before forcing Eve onto the stage, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise. Of course, it was also possible that Hela knew that Eve had been using her name to cause trouble recently and expressed her dissatisfaction. "I didn't expect that after signing the true god oath, you would still try to trick me before leaving." Eve sighed as she sensed the hordes of shadowy monsters outside Black Rock City. The shadowy monsters had already numbered in the thousands. Even if all of Zero Wings players joined the fray, they wouldn't be able to deal with so many shadowy monsters. Therefore, an even more powerful existence had to make a move. Eve understood. Hela wanted her to deal with the shadow army herself, and if he really did make a move, he would have completely fallen out with the god of darkness and shadows. But relatively speaking, he would be tied to the same war chariot as the death god Hela. There were pros and cons overall. The pros outweighed the cons. At least the underworld had Hela's forces blocking the door, and the dark believers wouldn't be able to cause trouble for the elves on the surface. However, after killing another shadowy monster, Eve dispelled the idea of personally joining the battle. To be more precise, she dispelled the idea of directly using the power of a demigod to end the battle quickly. After killing the shadowy monster, a gray translucent shard appeared in her hand. It was left behind after the shadowy monster's death. This shard was known as the Shadow Gem Shard. It contained chaotic and cold energy and was the source of the shadowy monster's power, similar to the magic core of a magical beast. With a thought, Eve absorbed the shard. After being filtered by the power of faith, it turned into pure energy that flowed into her body. Eve's eyes lit up as she sensed the energy entering her body. I can use my absorb ability to devour the energy in these shards. I can also devour the life force of the shadowy monsters. If I can devour the entire shadowy army, perhaps my divine power will increase by a lot. But, if I directly use the power of a demigod, it will consume too much of my divine power. It's not worth it. If I want to maximize the results of the battle, it's best not to destroy the shadowy army in one go. Instead, I should fight a war of attrition with them. It's best to let the players fight. I can give them some enhancements. Let the enhanced players keep the shadowy monsters alive and let them continue to be summoned. Then, they will endlessly die to provide me with power. With this thought, Eve made a decision. She turned to the shrine master of the death god and smiled. Don't worry, leave it to us. However, I need to set up a teleportation circle here. Teleportation circle? The dwarf shrine master was stunned. That's right. Teleport our warriors. Eve said with a smile. The shrine master hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although she did not know what happened when she was possessed by the true god, she knew that Her Highness Hela had signed an oath with the mysterious being behind the elves. They had become allies in the fight against the god of darkness and shadows. Before she returned, the true god had also instructed her to listen to the arrangements of a gods chosen by the name of Zero for the defense of Black Rock City. Until the enemy was completely defeated, the shrine master was hesitant at first. However, when she found out that the gods chosen by the name of Zero was an advanced professional, she became respectful. In the entire Deep Chasm Cave, the strongest dark dwarves were only at the upper silver rank. With the dark dwarf's permission, Eve immediately set up a teleportation circle in front of the Death God's shrine in Black Rock City to connect Rivendell to Black Rock City. After setting up the teleportation circle, Eve immediately sent a new system message to the players. Ding! The teleportation circle connecting Black Rock City and Rivendell has been set up. Players can use the teleportation circle to teleport to Black Rock City. The Battle of Black Rock City has officially begun. After that, Eve once again used her divine power. In an instant, all the players on the wall suddenly felt their bodies brimming with power. Their various attributes in their personal columns had greatly increased, especially in the area of defense. A layer of faintly discernible magic shield had appeared on everyone's body. At the same time, another message appeared in the vision of all the players gathered in Black Rock City. Ding! Unyielding and unyielding, brave and fearless. The goddess has decided to grant battle blessings to all players who participate in the defense of Black Rock City. You have received a buff, the goddess blessing. Your weapon has received a buff, the goddess blessing. Effect: all players in Black Rock City will receive a magic shield. Their various attributes will be doubled. All skill damage will have a purify effect. Brave Chosen One, for the glory of the goddess and the elves, charge. Under the surprised gaze of the dwarf shrine master, the elves on the city walls suddenly cheered. They shouted "Long live the goddess" as they fought against the shadowy monsters that had climbed up the city walls. At the same time, the teleportation circle began to shine. Soon, fully armed elves rushed out one by one. They did not care about anything. Instead, they waved their weapons and jumped excitedly as they charged towards the city walls. The dark dwarfs were speechless. Looking at the elves who did not care about their image and excitedly charged towards the city walls, the dark dwarfs were stunned. These were the players who happened to be in Rivendell and received the system message. There were also some players who were planning to ambush the shadow army from outside the dark forest. When they saw the sea of shadowy monsters, they gave up on suicide and turned to rush towards Rivendell. They planned to directly teleport to Black Rock City to participate in the defense of the city. After setting up the teleportation circle, Eve entered the temple with the Death Shrine Master. "Where is the central defense of the temple?" she asked. The Dwarf Shrine Master hesitated for a moment and said, "In the rear. However, the power stored in the statue has been used up. I'm afraid it can't be activated." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw that Eve had already walked towards the rear of the temple. The Dwarf Shrine Master hurriedly followed behind her. Eve arrived in front of the central defense of Black Rock City that was connected to the rear of the temple. This was a cube core that was similar to a hexahedron. There were mysterious patterns drawn on it. In the underworld, similar defense cores were very common. Almost every dungeon would have one. This type of defense core had another name, Dungeon Core. Under the shocked gaze of the Dwarf Shrine Master, Eve suddenly extended her hand and inserted it into the core of the defense core. With Eve's insertion, a surge of power surged out from her body and poured into the defensive core. Under the incredulous gaze of the Dwarf Shrine Master, the defensive core blossomed with a brilliant light and a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky. Then, the golden pillar of light turned into a semicircular cover that covered the top of Black Rock City. At the same time, another pillar of light rushed underground and connected with the ground. In an instant, it spread in all directions and finally extended to the walls of Black Rock City, dyeing the entire city wall with a faint layer of gold. In this way, the entire Black Rock City was enveloped by a layer of golden magic shield. The number of the Shadow Army was simply too great, and the number of players and dwarves was limited. In a situation where there was no magic shield, it was impossible to resist the enemy's attack very well. It was likely that the Shadow Army would soon break into the city. Therefore, Eve chose to inject her own divine power into the defensive core to stimulate the power of the shield. However, if one looked closely, they would find that this cover that looked like a sealed bowl was actually not completely sealed. There were several holes on the city wall, as if the shield's effect had reached its peak and did not completely seal off the entire defensive system, and these holes on the city wall were enough for the shadow monsters to drill in. Of course, even so, the dwarven soldiers on the city wall could not help but feel their morale rise. Magic defense shield. It's a magic shield. The attack of the Shadow Army was obviously affected. The gray-black figures that fell from the sky could no longer enter Black Rock City. They could only hit the magic shield, causing faint ripples, and then slowly slide down in all directions. The shadow creatures on the ground could no longer cause any damage to the city wall, and they could not even climb the wall that was protected by the magic shield. After that, they could only stack up hits under the city wall in an attempt to climb over the few gaps on the city wall and enter Black Rock City. Of course, these gaps were deliberately created by Eve. She deliberately did not seal off the entire magic shield, leaving the area where the players and the shadow monsters clashed. This way, it would be easier for the players to harvest the shadow creatures and provide her with an endless supply of life energy. It also prevented the Shadow Army from giving up their attack because of the existence of the magic shield. The reality was just as Eve believed. After seeing the activated magic shield, the dark believers controlling the Shadow Army at the rear could not help but be shocked. Spell shield. Black Rock City has raised a magic shield. However, they soon noticed that the magic shield was not perfect. Don't panic. Look, the magic shield isn't completely sealed off. It must be Lord Hearthstone's doing. Quick, order the Shadow Army to attack those unsealed areas. For a moment, the shadowy creatures swarmed toward the areas where the shields weren't sealed. However, the well-prepared dark dwarves and players had already gathered in these areas and were engaged in battle with the shadowy monsters that were climbing up from the human pyramid. As for the shadowy monsters that were slaughtering everywhere in Black Rock City, they were completely trapped within the city after the spell shield was formed. They had lost their backup and were besieged by the dwarves and players. In the end, they were besieged and killed. The situation that was about to collapse gradually stabilized. The dwarf temple master arrived outside the temple. She looked at the situation in the city that was gradually stabilizing, then looked up at the magic shield in the sky and the players who were fighting the shadowy creatures in front of the cracks in the city walls. Then, she subconsciously turned back to look in the direction of the temple. In an instant, the High Priest of Death with silver-level strength had a look of surprise and curiosity. Who was that God-favored person named Zero? She actually activated the defense core of the dungeon with her own power. How much power did that require? Was she really just an advanced professional, or did she borrow the power of a true god? Eve did not care about the thoughts of the high priest of death. After activating the magic shield, she did not choose to leave. Instead, she stayed there with the excuse of maintaining the shield's operation. As for the reason, on one hand, she was personally in charge of the defense corps and could reduce the consumption of divine power to a minimum. On the other hand, she was interested in the dungeon core. What an exquisite and complex design. It only requires a certain amount of energy to activate and form a magic shield, and it seems that it can even counterattack. Who exactly designed this dungeon core? Looking at the glowing hexahedron that looked like an exquisite piece of art, Eve's heart was filled with curiosity. I can learn about this core and reverse engineer the structure, principle, and material composition. After figuring it out, I can put up a design in the exchange shop so that the players can collect the materials and make one in the City of Heaven's Chosen, Xianxia, and Rivendell. It can greatly strengthen the city's defense. Moreover, the principle of this shield is also enlightening to me. If I reverse engineer it, my avatar's use of power can be more exquisite. Even my use of divine power may be enlightened. Thinking of this, Eve simply divided half of her attention and studied the dungeon core. Unlike other magic instruments, the dungeon core could be driven by divine power. This meant that the principle was worth studying for Eve. Although she was a true god who had inherited the legacy of the world tree and had mastered the laws, she was still young and her use of divine power was still somewhat rough. Perhaps her main body's use of instinct was still alright, but her avatar was slightly worse and could not compare to such a sophisticated magic instrument. Therefore, studying it would be beneficial. Of course, the other half of Eve's attention was still on the defense of Black Rock City, and she was wary of any sudden accidents. On the city walls of Black Rock City, the Dark Dwarf guards were completely subdued by the elven mercenaries who were supporting them. The dwarf city guard captain was completely convinced. When the elves first entered Black Rock City and saw them obediently take off their weapons and equipment, he subconsciously looked down on them. Later on, the elves were amiable and began to trade. This made the guard captain feel that the elves were more like merchants than warriors, and he was deeply suspicious of their strength. However, the elf's current performance had completely overturned his understanding. Because he realized that the elf's cooperation and combat power had far exceeded that of his guards, in fact, there was not much difference in the strength of both sides. In fact, the dark dwarfs were slightly stronger, and many of them were mid-level dark iron, death god above. How many battles have these elves been through? Why are they so passionate about fighting? He widened his eyes and looked at the players around him. The players' bodies shone with a faint light, and they excitedly crowded around the gaps in the shields on the city walls, fighting with the shadow monsters that squeezed in. Most of them worked together in small groups of 5. Every time a shadow monster came in, it would be attracted by the elven warriors, and then slowed down under the control of the druids. Then, the other elves would swarm in and attack the shadow monsters with their own abilities. However, if one observed carefully, they would find that they were quite orderly and practiced. Other than the chaos at the beginning of the battle, they slowly grasped the rhythm. The players were no longer the rookies they used to be. After a few months of playing the game, they had accumulated a considerable amount of combat experience and teamwork experience. Not only that, many players had formed their own fixed combat teams of 5. This was done spontaneously by the players. As the game progressed, the players found that this fixed combat team mode could bring them greater benefits. Elven Nation was too focused on teamwork. If a few players could work together for a long time and work together skillfully, their combat power would be far greater than the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Many middle-level dark iron magical beasts in the elven forest were killed by the players in the same way. Unlike other races, the players were not afraid of death. Therefore, they were more relaxed in their usual battles. This resulted in their rapid growth. Moreover, with the lowered pain level and a stable mentality during the game, the combat power and teamwork of the players were unexpectedly good. Compared to when they fought against the goblins, the current players had transformed. Eve believed that if the players fought against the goblins now, it would be as easy as chopping melons and chopping vegetables. Even if it was a one-on-one fight against the orcs, it might not be easy. However, if a small team fought against a small team of the same level, the players' chances of winning would be higher. The improvement of individual combat power and teamwork made the players stronger, and this kind of point-to-point defensive battle stimulated the advantages of the players. Of course, this was not what shocked the Dark Dwarfs the most. What shocked the Dark Dwarfs the most was the enthusiasm of the elves for combat and their determination to kill their enemies. In their eyes, the shadowy creatures were not only enemies but also prey. The elves who called themselves players fought over the shadowy creatures that had climbed up with great difficulty. Sometimes, they even had conflicts. Whenever the Dark Dwarves suppressed the shadowy creatures, the elves would enthusiastically support the Dark Dwarves and help them kill the shadowy creatures. In the end, as more and more players arrived at the city walls, they felt that the Dark Dwarves were too weak and restrained. Therefore, the Dark Dwarves who were originally guarding the city walls were pushed out. Only a group of players was left on the city walls to fight against the shadowy creatures through the gaps in the magic shield. The dwarf warriors who were pushed out could only watch helplessly. Of course, what impressed the Dark Dwarves was the calmness and fearlessness of the elves in the face of death. It was not that no one died in battle, but the Dark Dwarves had never seen an elf fearful of death. Not only that, even if they died, they would fight until the last second and fall with a regretful expression. Death is above. What a group of fearless warriors. After witnessing another elf die with an excited expression, the dwarf guard captain sighed with emotion. Hey, hey! Our team saw this monster first, wait for the next one to climb up. Hold it, hold it. Don't let it run into the city. Kill it on the city wall. F***ck. I'm out of mana. Retreat and rest if you're out of mana, don't waste time here. Did anyone bring black dragon potato? Lend me some mana. This monster is so hard, my sword cracked. Who else has a sword? Lend me one, a white one, let me use it first. On the city wall, the noise of the elves rose and fell. Although they were noisy, they didn't hesitate when they fought. In this battle, there were no house sacrificial players. On one hand, the players' strength had really improved, and they could fight against the shadow monsters without the house sacrificial players. These monsters were different from the orcs, they had almost no intelligence and were similar to magical beasts, so the players could deal with them in small teams. On the other hand, the players were distressed about the contribution points consumed for a perfect resurrection, with the new equipment. On the shelves, everyone's contribution points were tight, and no one wanted to spend too much. Even the mages who had used up their mana did not choose to commit suicide to recover their mana. Instead, they walked down the city wall and found a quiet place to eat the black dragon potato that could slightly improve the effect of meditation while meditating to recover their mana. With a large number of players, when someone retreated, there were others who took up their place, supporting the entire battle. Although they could still see the huge army outside the city wall through the magic shield, they were blocked by hundreds of brave players outside the gaps of the shield. All the shadow monsters that entered Black Rock City were destroyed by the elves. The Dark Dwarves were completely reduced to spectators, however, they quickly reacted and spontaneously began to support the players. I have a sword. I have a sword. This is my dwarven scimitar, warriors, please use it. I'm an apothecary, I have alchemy potions that can restore mana, however, our mana potions are inferior and have strong side effects, and they're very unpleasant to drink. Overuse will damage the magic circuit and affect meditation and advancement. Hearing the Dark Dwarf's words, the player's eyes lit up. Dwarven scimitar? Not bad, quickly give it to me. F***ck. So this game has blue potions. Give me a bottle, give me a bottle. It's fine even if there are side effects. Oh. Wait, do I need money? No need, the side effects are too great. Just take it as a gift. That's good. Bring it over, bring it over. With the support of the Dark Dwarf's equipment and potions, the morale of the players soared, and their attacks became more fearless. Usually, the players would maintain their equipment in battle because they were worried about the durability of their equipment. However, after equipping the weapons of the dwarves, there was no need to worry anymore. Since it's free, I'll chop whatever I see. As long as I'm happy. And the mages and druids were no longer stingy with their magic power after receiving the dwarf's magic potions, and they began to pour out magic to their heart's content. The players didn't care about the side effects of the mana potion. Overuse would damage the magic circuit and affect meditation and advancement. He was fine. Let's have some fun first and complete the mission. It's free anyway. If the negative effects were too great, he could just kill himself after accumulating a large amount of contribution points and experience points. It was better than killing himself to recover magic power. The dwarf apothecary looked at the elven mages and druids who had used up all their magic power and gulped down the mana potions he provided as if they were drinking water. He sighed and praised, "That's right. As expected of a warm and friendly race. You're willing to sacrifice your own potential and future for your allies. You're the true friends of the dark dwarves." Of course, no one knew what he was really thinking. After all, there were no fools in the underground world who would drink potions like this. Moreover, it was the most inferior mana potion with the greatest side effects and the worst taste. Under the magic shield provided by Eve and the player's battle, the attack of the Shadow Army was stuck in a quagmire. Even the dark believers who were remotely controlling the shadow monsters outside the city gradually realized that something was wrong. For a moment, the dark believers who were maintaining the summoning array started whispering. "No, we're too passive if we continue fighting like this. Although there's a loophole in Black Rock City's defensive divine spell, we still can't break in. The consumption of magic stones is too fast. Even with the blessings of His Holiness the True God, summoning across worlds consumes too much energy. I can feel that the shadow creatures that rushed in have been destroyed. When did the dwarven guards of Black Rock City become so powerful? It seems like the elves are helping them. I can't see clearly, but there seems to be elves on the city walls." "Elves? Are they the elves that Lord Hearthstone mentioned who might be the followers of the evil god? They're on the side of the Grim Reaper shrine?" Hearing the discussion of his companions, a dark dwarf who was obviously the leader looked at Black Rock City in the distance with a gloomy expression. "How many magic stones do we have left?" he asked. His voice was hoarse. He was the third person who had discussed the players with Hearthstone and Elder Bahrain. Although he was not a god's chosen one, he was a fanatic loyal to the Lord of Darkness and Shadows. "Not much, 2/5 left," the other dark believers replied. The leader of the dark dwarfs hesitated and gritted his teeth. "Use all the magic stones we have and summon all the shadow creatures we can. There's a loophole in the defensive divine spell, which means that the idol in the Grim Reaper shrine might not have enough faith energy. In this situation, as long as we increase the number of our troops and exert more pressure, the spell shield won't be able to hold up." Hearing his words, the other dark believers looked at each other. One of the believers thought for a moment, then said solemnly, "My lord, summoning shadow creatures from another world is fraught with risks. Although we can barely control them with the blessings of the true God, if we activate the summoning formation to the maximum and summon too many shadow creatures, we might not be able to control them." Leyland explained. "That's right, we can still maintain the current number. If we summon more, it'll be very difficult. Moreover, we might even attract powerful shadow creatures that we can't control." "That's right. If things go out of control, even if we manage to conquer Black Rock City, the city will probably be massacred by the shadow creatures that have lost control. His Holiness the True God needs the faith of a city, not an empty one." The other believers agreed. After hearing the words of the other believers, the leader of the dark believers struggled for a while and sneered. "It's fine, just do as I say and use all the magic stones." After saying that, his expression became fanatical. "If we can't conquer Black Rock City, we might as well destroy it. Anyway. Although there's no official declaration of a war of faith, His Holiness and His Holiness have been opposing each other for a long time. His Holiness the True God will eventually declare war on His Holiness to take back control of the underworld and the godhood of death. So, if His Holiness can't get it, we can't let His Holiness get it either. As for the summoning formation that might attract powerful shadow creatures. Haha, isn't that better? It'll help us destroy Black Rock City. Anyway. The believers of death in Black Rock City aren't powerful, and those elves aren't much of a threat. The Church of Death only has a silver-ranked cleric here. Before the War of Faith officially starts, His Holiness won't make a move on the battlefield. Unless he decides to fall out with His Holiness. If the true God doesn't participate, we'll definitely win this war. It's just a defensive shield that's on the verge of collapse. I'd like to see how long it can last." The leader of the Dark Believers sneered and said, "I'll say the same thing again. If we can't conquer Black Rock City, we might as well destroy it." After hearing his words, the other believers looked at each other and fell silent. On the walls of Black Rock City, Salty Meow retreated from the city wall, wiping her sweat as she took the mana-restoring potion from the Dark Dwarf. She opened the bottle and gulped down a mouthful. However, very quickly, she frowned and almost spat out the medicine that she had just drunk. This potion was bitter and astringent, it was simply too disgusting to drink. Salty Meow hurriedly turned off her sense of taste in the system settings and forced herself to drink it. As the potion entered her stomach, she could feel her mana recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, she also noticed that a debuff had appeared in her status bar: inferior potion poisoning, meditation effect -100%. However, she didn't really care. After all, she could revive many times and she could just commit suicide once after completing the mission. However, while she was recovering her mana, she saw Cuckoo Bird looking at the potion, deep in thought. For this battle mission, Salty Meow had also brought Cuckoo Bird along. However, this player who was completely immersed in life did not seem to have much interest in battle. Instead, she was researching potions. Salty Meow's heart skipped a beat. "Sister Cuckoo, do you see anything?" Cuckoo Bird shook her head. "No, I'm just thinking. Since the dwarves can make mana-restoring potions, can we make them too?" Regarding mana-restoring potions and mana-restoring potions, the players had already asked the Inferno tribe after they had received them. Unfortunately, the Inferno tribe was known for forging elven equipment and engraving inscriptions and magic circles. They did not have much research on potions. In fact, as a long-lived species that had healing magic and rarely fought, the elves had no need to make these potions. Therefore, for a long time, the players thought that Elven Kingdom was not like other fantasy games that had blue and red potions. Until today, in fact, even the Dark Dwarfs rarely used mana-restoring potions. This was because no matter how good the quality of these potions were, there would always be side effects. In fact, the dwarf alchemist pharmacist who provided the potions usually used these mana-restoring potions to cultivate magical plants. No one drank it. The Dark Dwarves also did not have any mana-restoring potions of a higher grade. This was because there were very few mages among the Dark Dwarves. Other than the alchemist pharmacist who had a small need for it, the others did not need it at all. However, Cuckoo Bird had made up her mind to ask the dwarf pharmacist how to make mana-restoring potions after the battle and see if there was any way to improve it. Just as Salty Meow was recovering his mana, suddenly, the whole earth trembled slightly again. The players and dwarves on the city wall let out a cry of surprise. The already dim underground world suddenly darkened again. Salty Meow subconsciously looked over, and then shockingly saw the 4 grayish-black energy pillars in the sky suddenly grow larger. In an instant, an even larger number of shadow creatures descended on the battlefield. "This is troublesome." Looking at the densely packed shadow creatures outside the city wall, the dwarf temple master's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. The earth trembled slightly, and all the players on the city walls could feel the violent spatial fluctuations caused by the 4 grayish-black energy pillars outside the city. After the Dark Believers used up all their magic stones, the summoning circle was activated to the maximum. As if a critical point had been reached, the shadow creatures swarmed out at a scale far beyond their imagination. Even the leader of the Dark Believers paled. Tens of thousands of grayish-black shadow creatures sprayed out like rain, instantly drowning the outside of Black Rock City. F***CK. F***CK. Isn't this too much? Can the shield hold? The players widened their eyes and looked at everything outside the city through the magic shield in shock. As far as the eye could see, there were only grayish-black monsters. Although the players had seen the scene of an army attacking a city in movies or other games, when faced with an army of tens of thousands, especially when these enemies were terrifying monsters, this kind of shock was indescribable. The scene of 5,000 Rohan knights charging at the enemy in Lord of the Rings was already exciting enough, and tens of thousands of 2-meter-tall shadow creatures charging at them was even more terrifying. This spectacular and terrifying scene was almost beyond the imagination of the players, causing everyone to pale. This was the psychological suppression brought about by the difference in numbers. The shadow army was like a flood, completely surrounding the entire Black Rock City. They were like ants that had encountered a delicious meal, madly charging at Black Rock City. Eve did not activate the magic shield to the maximum, so when the army charged, the pale golden magic shield began to flicker and emit creaking sounds, as if it was about to collapse. Seeing this scene, even the dark dwarves in Black Rock City began to panic. The dwarf temple mistress looked at the shadow army with a pale face, her voice filled with disbelief. Are they crazy? Do they want to destroy Black Rock City? With such a large-scale summoning, aren't they afraid that the deep cave will be eroded by the shadows? Hordes of shadowy creatures swarmed over. They scrambled to climb up the city walls protected by magic shields, bringing unprecedented psychological pressure to everyone in Black Rock City. A small number of them seemed to have completely lost control, and began to fly throughout the entire deep cave, killing everything in sight. At this time, the number of shadow creatures killed by the players through the gaps of the magic shield was a drop in the bucket compared to the entire shadow army. Temple Mistress, quickly borrow the power of the true God. Otherwise, I'm afraid Black Rock City will fall. Seeing more and more shadow creatures outside the city, the priest of the Death God's temple said with a grim expression. The dwarf temple mistress expression, but she could only shake her head. I'm afraid, there's no other way. I've received the power of the true God's power once before. I'll need at least a month to recover. What? The priest's priest by the death's priest. Upon hearing the conversation between the dark dwarves, little Salty Meow, who was recovering its magical powers, was moved. She thought for a moment, raised her head and looked around. She found a figure wielding a broadsword. She stood up, trotted all the way to the back of a certain someone, and shouted, Demacia, hurry up and call air to summon the goddess incarnation. Dark Black Shadow? Demacia was stunned. That's right. There are too many shadow creatures now. We definitely can't defeat them. The magic shield looks like it won't last much longer. We can only look for help. Salty Meow said. Hearing this, Demacia smiled bitterly. Lolf? Salty Meow's eyes lit up again. That works too. Go and summon Lolf. She's so strong, and she has so many crypt spiders. She'll definitely be able to defeat them. No. Even Brother Moo's affinity with her is barely positive. Mine is still negative. I can't summon her at this level. Demacia shook his head. Salty Meow was speechless. But, Demacia changed the topic and looked at the Grim Reaper's temple. There's another person who might be able to borrow the dark priest's power. Who? Salty Meow's spirits were lifted. I saw Zero enter the Grim Reaper's temple earlier. Isn't she a god's chosen one? And she seems to be closer to the dark priest. If Air can summon the dark priest's incarnation, she can too. Demacia said. But then he shook his head and said, but once the dark priest's incarnation attacks, it'll definitely be an instant kill. We won't be able to farm monsters to gain EXP. Why would we need EXP? If this goes on, Black Rock City will collapse. Completing the mission is the most important thing. Salty Meow said. That's true. Based on Elven Kingdom's history, if the shadowy monsters really attack, Black Rock City might really be wiped out by the game officials. Demacia's expression was grave. That's right. It's not easy to meet a friendly force. I haven't had enough fun in Black Rock City. But this mission didn't prompt us to summon the dark priest's incarnation. I don't know if the NPC will help us. We have to give it a try. I'll go to the Grim Reaper's temple to ask. I heard the dwarf's conversation just now. It might be the mission prompt. Salty Meow said and ran towards the Grim Reaper's temple. Eve didn't know that after the discussion, the players had placed the idea of clearing the dungeon on her. At this moment, she was still immersed in her research on the dungeon core. However, a true god was still a true god. Although the structure of the dungeon core was very complicated, Eve's exploration and deduction allowed her to gradually draw a complete design of the core in her mind. Some of the ingenious ideas in the design of the dungeon core even gave her some new ideas on how to use her divine power. If she used her demigod power now, Eve felt that she could last longer. Not only that, but Eve also felt that she could reduce the energy consumption required to maintain her demigod incarnation. Eve was very satisfied with this. At this moment, she noticed that the energy consumption of the dungeon core in her hand was increasing rapidly. Eve frowned and focused half of her attention outside the city. Then, she was shocked by the army outside the city. Are they crazy? Why did they summon so many shadow creatures? She could feel that the energy she injected into the dungeon core was depleting at a rate that exceeded the benefits she received from the gamers killing the shadow creatures. It's a loss. Eve's face was gloomy. Although she could continue to maintain the mana shield, and with her full power, no matter how many shadow creatures there were, they would not be able to break through the defenses of Black Rock City. However, it was a loss. No, there are more shadow creatures now, but there are too few gamers. It's a loss to rely on them. Perhaps it's time for me to act. After studying the dungeon core, Eve had some ideas that she wanted to test. She felt that if she used her demigod power, she would be able to conserve a lot of divine power. If there were enough shadow creatures, she would be able to recoup her losses or even make a small profit. However, Eve felt that it was a pity. If there were enough gamers, I wouldn't have to act. They could kill all the shadow creatures. That would be a great gain. Not only could I train the soldiers, but I could also absorb their energy. It's a pity. Eve shook her head. She decided that after this mission, she would summon the gamers for the third time. The number of players was already stretched thin. This time I don't have to act in a hurry. I'll suppress the summoning formation for a while. The potential of the summoning formation is not depleted. I'll act when there are no more shadow creatures. Moreover, I have to find an excuse to act. I can't act too abruptly. Eve pondered. At this moment, a familiar figure stumbled in. It was Salty Meow, who had decided to seek help from the NPCs. Lord Zero, the shadow creatures outside have increased in number. The situation is very bad. Can you summon the goddess avatar? Under the guidance of the dark dwarf, she ran all the way to Eve, who was at the back of the temple, and asked breathlessly. Looking at Salty Meow in front of her, Eve was slightly taken aback. Could this be considered as finding an excuse for him to enter the arena, outside Black Rock City? Looking at the densely packed shadow creatures that they had summoned, the believers of darkness were horrified. At the same time, they were extremely excited. Black Rock City is doomed. I didn't expect that, by activating all the magic stones at once, the summoning effect would be amplified several times. If that's the case, why did Lord Hearthstone ask us to summon steadily? I don't know, I've heard of it. It seems like it might attract even more powerful existences, however, it seems that we're quite lucky. The monsters summoned this time are all dark iron rank. I think it's time to retreat. This number of shadow creatures is slightly beyond our control, the believers whispered to each other. Hearing his subordinate's words, the leader of the believers of darkness nodded. Don't worry too much. The summoning has reached its end. At this time, there won't be any more powerful shadow creatures attracted. When these energy pillars start to weaken, we'll give the shadow army the final charge and then close the spell formation. Just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled again. Everyone felt a heart-palpitating cold energy descend into the deep cracked cave. The leader of the believers of darkness stiffened. He slowly raised his head and saw the largest energy pillar in front of him suddenly start to tremble violently. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge claw wrapped in grayish-black smoke suddenly stretched out from within. A terrifying power instantly tore the smoke into pieces. Even the surrounding space was distorted and torn apart by its power. Then, an existence that was far larger and more terrifying than ordinary shadow creatures poked its head out from the torn space, bat wings that covered the sky, a thick body wrapped in grayish-black smoke, and a power that made one tremble. Shadow. Shadow Dragon? Looking at the huge shadow above his head, the leader of the believers of darkness was speechless. As the intersection of the underworld and the endless abyss, the chaotic laws of the land of darkness also bred a large number of powerful monsters. Some were degenerated from the underworld's dead, some were creatures that strayed into this place and were gradually eroded by the shadows and lost their minds, and some were simply shadow monsters that were naturally born in the land of darkness. However, the number of the first two was not considered many compared to the numerous shadow creatures in the land of darkness. This was because the land of darkness was originally remote and the laws were chaotic. Creatures that could stray into this place were extremely powerful and were at least legends, and their numbers were extremely small. Therefore, most of the shadow creatures in the Land of Darkness were native shadow monsters, which were the humanoid shadow creatures summoned by the Believers of Darkness to attack Black Rock City. However, although there were few dead creatures or creatures that strayed into the Land of Darkness and became shadow creatures, once there was one, it meant that it was definitely a powerful being in the Land of Darkness. For example, this shadow dragon that suddenly appeared. In the universe of Seekers, any monster that was related to the Megalosaurus could not be underestimated. And this shadow dragon was actually some Megalosaurus that strayed into the Land of Darkness and had its soul eroded, becoming a shadow creature that only knew how to devour and kill. The thing that the Believers of Darkness were most worried about still happened. When the summoning array was about to lose its effect, it actually attracted a terrifying existence from the Land of Darkness. This huge shadow dragon was more than 100 meters long, far more than an adult Megalosaurus. It was actually a fallen ancient Megalosaurus, and every ancient Megalosaurus was at least at the peak of legend, and the most powerful even reached the level of demigod. Feeling the frightening pressure from this shadow dragon, all the Believers of Darkness realized that they were in trouble. Run! The leader of the Believers of Darkness did not hesitate and hurriedly ordered his subordinates. All the dark dwarves who believed in darkness gave up control of the summoning array in an instant and turned to flee deeper into the underground world. Once the Believers of Darkness fled, the summoning array that was barely maintained lost its maintenance and immediately collapsed. The shadow dragon only glanced at them coldly, its tyrannical and chaotic eyes flashing with brutality and excitement. Roar! It let out a deafening roar, then took a deep breath in the direction of the fleeing dark dwarves. A powerful suction force came, and the fleeing Believers of Darkness were immediately sucked back. The stones and soil on the ground, the plants in the underground forest, and even the scattered shadow monsters flew up under the terrifying suction force. Accompanied by the terrified screams of the Believers of Darkness, they turned into a whirlpool and were swallowed by the shadow dragon. In the blink of an eye, a semicircle of empty space appeared in front of the darkness of darkness. Without the control of the Believers of Darkness, the shadow creatures fell into chaos. In the face of the shadow dragon's aura, those that were further away hurriedly fled, while those that were closer could only crawl on the ground and tremble under the pressure of the shadow dragon. On the other hand, the shadow dragon seemed to be very satisfied with what it had devoured. It roared again and began to devour the surrounding shadow creatures. The vast army of shadow creatures was like a group of ants facing death in front of the shadow dragon, collapsing in an instant. Everyone in Black Rock City was dumbfounded by the chaotic and spectacular scene. Of darkness looking at the dragon-shaped monster wreaking havoc in the distance, the players were stunned. Megalosaurus? That's too big. Compared to it, Meryl is like a chihuahua. Could it be a boss? How do we fight it? It's covered in black smoke. Is that a black dragon? Is it Meryl's relative? Look. It's swallowing those shadow monsters. Haha, could it be an ally? Upon hearing the player's words, the dwarf shrine master's expression turned solemn. No. It's not an ally, nor is it a Megalosaurus. There are related records in the Death Code. This is a shadow monster formed after the Megalosaurus fell into the Land of Darkness. It's called the Shadow Dragon. Although it's called the Shadow Dragon, it's no different from the shadow monsters that besieged us. It only knows how to devour and kill. Speaking of this, her voice had a hint of bitterness and trembling. It's more troublesome than the shadow monsters that besieged us. It forcefully traversed space and consumed too much energy. That's why it devoured the shadow monsters. After it replenishes its energy, I'm afraid it'll command the rest of the shadow army to target us. The shadow monsters inherited some of the characteristics of the abyss creatures. They also had a strong desire to devour the living beings of the material world. Black Rock City, with its divine spell shield lit up, was like a lighthouse in the dark. It would definitely attract the attention of the shadow dragon. The dwarf temple master's words were quickly verified. The shadow dragon merely swallowed a few mouthfuls of the shadow monsters. Then, it lifted its head and looked in the direction of Black Rock City. Looking at the murderous intent and frenzied desire to devour in its murky eyes, everyone on the city wall felt their hair stand on end. At the same time, as though they had received a new order, all the shadow monsters stopped fleeing and regained their order. It subdued the shadow monsters. In an instant, the dwarf temple master's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and looked at the players. "Where does your teleportation portal lead to?" The players looked at each other and said, "Rivendell." "Rivendell? Is that the former elf city?" "If I remember correctly, that's the territory of the Crypt Queen." "It's a little close, but it's enough for us to escape," the dwarf temple master murmured. Then, she issued an order. "Black Rock City can't be defended. Everyone, escape through the teleportation portal. If you're lucky, you might be able to escape." After hearing her words, the gamers looked at each other in dismay. "Escape? Are we giving up?" The dwarf temple master looked desperate. I'm afraid this is a shadow dragon that's close to the strength of a demigod. It's not something we can resist, do you know? 800 years ago, the human magic kingdom was destroyed because it summoned a shadow dragon that was close to the strength of a demigod at the peak of the legendary realm. Tens of millions of people were slaughtered, and the Holy Mania Empire overtook it and became the most powerful kingdom in the human world. As for that shadow dragon, the Pope of the Church of Eternity used God's descent to take it down with him. This time, I'm afraid the deep cave will be destroyed. I'm afraid the nearby elf forest will be destroyed as well. So, let's escape," the dwarf temple master said. "Close to the strength of a demigod? The peak of the legendary realm?" Hearing her words, the players' expressions were a little strange. "Don't underestimate the peak of the legendary realm." The dwarf temple master looked serious. "In the era of the return of the true gods, this is the top power in the world of seekers. Its destructive power is comparable to that of a demigod." A demigod, the players' expressions became more and more strange. However, what puzzled the dwarf temple chief was that after she mentioned the possible strength of the shadow dragon, the elves seemed to be relieved. "What is this? Are these elves scared silly by my words?" Soon, she heard the elves talking again, and the content of the conversation made her heart skip a beat. "Hey! It's close to the strength of a demigod. Then it's not something we can fight against." That scared me to death. I was worried about how to complete the quest. Looks like we have to go through the process again. Let's feel sorry for the boss. It's time to summon the goddess. Who's going to find Air to summon the goddess avatar? Air can't do it anymore. It seems like he can only summon once a month. However, a new God's Chosen was added to the faction yesterday. Salty Meow has already gone to find him. Sigh, it's a little sad. The goddess is going to be killed instantly again. If we can deal the final blow, how much experience points can this demigod boss provide? You're thinking about Peach. Hurry up, kill as many shadow monsters as you can before the plot ends. After saying that, the players who were originally planning to escape stopped running. Instead, they once again faced the shadow army that was attacking Black Rock City and continued to fight. However, this time, their battle seemed to be much more urgent. True God? Avatar? Plot. After listening to the players' discussion, the dwarf temple master was a little confused. However, she quickly reacted. These elves seemed to have a way to summon the power of a true god. Was it the mysterious true god behind them who had formed an alliance with her? Holiness Hela, she could not help but have some guesses in her heart. However, before she could think of anything else, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The gigantic shadow dragon suddenly took a deep breath and then spat out a grey dragon's breath in the direction of Black Rock City. This dragon's breath had a radius of almost 10 meters and was extremely terrifying. The icy and chaotic energy arrived in the blink of an eye and instantly struck Black Rock City's defensive magic shield, shattering it into pieces. Black Rock City was instantly exposed to the shadow army. Oh no! The dwarf temple master's heart sank. At this moment, a clear and cold snort suddenly sounded in the cave. Humph! Above the death god's temple, a female elf wearing a black skirt armor slowly rose into the air. As she rose into the air, her aura continued to rise and golden divine power surged. Vaguely, a holy figure shrouded in holy light seemed to appear behind her. The shadow dragon roared and aimed in the direction of Black Rock City. Once again, it spat out a huge dragon breath. The female elf in the air gently raised her hand and the blurry holy figure behind her did the same. the shadow of a huge palm slowly appeared and instantly blocked the dragon's breath. God's possession. The dwarf temple master's eyes widened. She blocked it with one palm? Damn. Where did this NPC come from? Eh? Seems like the new chosen one that Salty Meow and the others mentioned. I saw it in the video they uploaded yesterday. Is she that powerful? Is the shadow behind her the goddess? Seeing the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar figure, the players were shocked and began to discuss curiously. Divine possession. It's divine possession. But, her appearance is not that of a true god. She should still be controlling her own body and only borrowing the power of a true god. Hearing the words of the elves around her, the dwarf temple master explained. Then, her eyes gradually brightened. Maybe, there's hope of defending. Borrowing the power of a true god, the players were stunned for a moment before realization dawned on them. So, she did not summon the goddess avatar. However, borrowing the power of a goddess could be considered as the goddess making a move, right? But this time, they did not see the goddess avatar, and many players were slightly disappointed. They thought they could see the goddess again. They even turned on the recording screen, and this was all they saw. Of course, Eve purposely did not directly raise her avatar to the demigod level and transform it into a true demigod avatar. Perhaps in the eyes of the dwarf temple master, her current appearance was that of a true god's possession. But in reality, this was a method that she came up with after studying the dungeon core and combining it with Hela's previous method of descent. It could maximize the use of divine power and unleash the power of a demigod. Previously, when she fought with Demigod Walker, she directly borrowed the divine power of her main body to raise the power of her avatar to the demigod level. But in the process of maintaining the avatar at the demigod level, it consumed too much divine power. But now, it was different. Eve had chosen a shortcut, and her avatar was still at the lower gold level. But imitating Hela's possession, she could summon divine power directly from her main body when the avatar used its abilities. This way, it could reduce the dissipation of divine power and reduce the consumption. This was a clever way of doing things. Under the gaze of everyone, Zero, who was in mid-air, raised her hand again. The shadowy figure behind her became even more sacred. The dazzling radiance almost lit up the entire deep chasm cavern. At the same time, an ethereal holy light faintly came from the void. Golden holy light poured out and shone on the shadow creatures. It was a shocking scene. At this moment, the god's chosen one in the sky seemed to have turned into a sun in the darkness. To the shadow monsters, the power of faith of a true god was poison. Eve's holy light, which was mainly powered by the power of faith, was the best weapon against them. For a moment, all the shadow creatures that were illuminated by the light screamed in fear. Their bodies trembled, black fog churned, and their auras became chaotic. As for the weakest ones, their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. The entire Shadow Legion fell into panic and chaos. It was the light of faith. This was the power of a true god. All the believers of the god of death suddenly realized and cheered. Seeing the sudden reversal of the situation, the dwarf temple master's spirit was refreshed. He also had endless guesses in his mind. This light of faith seemed to be full of vitality. Behind the elves was a true god of faith, and it should be related to life or nature. God of death, are you working together with a true god related to life? Her expression was somewhat interesting. Seeing the shadow creatures that couldn't move, the players' eyes lit up. The monsters are weakened. Good chance. Quickly finish them off. Haha. Free EXP. For a moment, all the players excitedly rushed out and fought the shadow creatures. No, it couldn't be called a battle. Under the suppression of the light of faith, these shadow creatures had lost their ability to resist. Even their defense was greatly weakened. They could only be chopped up by the players like vegetables. There were even some excited players who directly jumped off the city wall and began to madly slaughter the shadow army. Seeing this scene, the dark dwarfs were dumbfounded. The Death Temple Master was also slightly startled. These elves were so fanatical. Was the will of a true god able to stimulate their fighting spirit to such an extent? But, if the power of a true god appeared, what's the use of fighting those shadow creatures? Were they so passionate about killing the monsters? And, the shadow dragon was still in the distance. Just the light of faith couldn't deal with that fellow. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly looked into the distance. as if to verify the Death Temple Master's thoughts. Soon, an earth-shattering angry roar echoed in the deep cave again. The Shadow Dragon was furious. As an existence that was extremely close to a demigod, even if it had lost its mind, the Shadow Dragon still had its own pride. The golden light of faith might be able to suppress ordinary shadow creatures, but it couldn't cause any harm to it. Not only that, but it also stimulated its ferocity. And the dragon breath that was thwarted previously made the Shadow Dragon more and more manic. The Shadow Dragon roared and raised its dragon head high. Its entire body suddenly emitted a cold and chaotic aura. With it as the center, the plants in the surrounding area suddenly began to turn pitch black and gradually surrounded by a layer of smoke. Even the ground was gradually stained with a layer of grayish-black. The shadow creatures that were close to it instantly broke free from the deterrence of the light of faith and continued to expand. They gradually grew dragon scales and dragon tails, and they actually mutated on the spot. Shadow Realm. It opened the Shadow Realm. The Dwarf Temple Master exclaimed. A true god had a divine realm. A demigod also had a demigod realm. And a legendary powerhouse had a legendary realm. The Shadow Dragon's Shadow Realm could allow it to pollute the surrounding area and strengthen its defense and attack. The smoke on its body suddenly began to churn, and then it opened its huge ferocious mouth again. Accompanied by heart-palpitating waves, a black energy ball kept gathering in its mouth and gradually absorbed the drifting black smoke. It emitted a cold, evil, and chaotic aura. Even from a distance, the dark dwarves and players could feel the heart-palpitating aura. However, with the NPC in the air as their backer, they were not so afraid. What's this dragon doing? By Jadama? Now that you mention it, it really does look like it. However, unlike the heartless players, the Death Shrine Master's eyes widened as he recalled a certain legend he had read in ancient books. In an instant, her face turned pale again. No. It's going to use a forbidden spell. This is the Shadow Dragon's unique forbidden spell, Shadow Magic Ball. Hundreds of years ago, the human magic kingdom was destroyed by this forbidden spell. Even the eternal Pope who used God's descent was the same. Speaking of this, she looked at the elf in the air with an anxious expression. After all, God's descent was only God's descent. Apart from being able to use a demigod's ability, it was not a real demigod. And this forbidden spell was not something a god's chosen one could resist. However, she was soon speechless. Because the elf god's descent in the air moved. The holy shadow flashed slightly, and the god's descent suddenly disappeared. In the next second, she actually directly passed through the Shadow Realm and appeared in front of the Shadow Dragon. She stretched out her hand and manipulated the huge holy shadow into a huge palm, which instantly blocked the Shadow Dragon's mouth. At the same time, the Shadow Dragon happened to spit out the magic ball. However, the palm of the holy shadow was like an unbreakable barrier. It directly stuffed the magic ball back into the Shadow Dragon's mouth and crushed the magic ball. With a loud bang, the magic ball exploded in the Shadow Dragon's mouth. A gray light suddenly burst out, and everyone was instantly blinded. What followed was a chaotic energy storm. The violent storm spread out with the Shadow Dragon as the center, blowing over everything it touched. The army of shadow creatures that were affected were instantly thrown off their feet. The more miserable ones were directly sent flying, creating an empty space around the Shadow Dragon. Even in the distant Black Rock City, countless roofs were overturned by the energy storm, and the scene was a mess. The players who slipped out of Black Rock City were even more unlucky. They were directly blown into the air by the storm. After flying for a while, they fell to the ground with shrill screams and directly died, returning to the Yggdrasil. F***CK. F***CK. The gamers who barely managed to escape were dumbfounded when they saw the disaster-like scene. At this time, they finally realized how terrifying the Shadow Dragon's strength was. In front of such an existence, they were simply a bunch of ants. However, what shocked them even more was that this newly joined NPC actually managed to block the attack. Not only that, but she also seemed to have used the Shadow Dragon's skill to hurt the opponent. So strong. TSK. So it's possible to be so strong by borrowing the power of the goddess? I wonder if we can reach this level one day, so powerful. I suddenly feel that the goddess is much more powerful than I thought. After all, she's a true god. The players were all shocked. This was the first time they directly witnessed the power of a forbidden spell, even if it was an incomplete version. although they had previously encountered the incarnation of the god of Allure and the demigod Walker, the players didn't see their true strength before they tragically left. This time, however, the shadow orb really scared them. Even if they knew that this was a game, the feeling of being in the game couldn't be erased. It was like watching a horror movie. You clearly knew that it was fake, but you couldn't help but be frightened. The ignorant were fearless, only now did the players realize how terrifying the Bijadama that they had just joked about was. Just the aftermath alone was enough to make the entire Black Rock City experience a storm disaster. However, even so, this skill was easily blocked by the NPC who borrowed the power of the goddess. This also made the players, who didn't pay much attention to legends, demigods, and even true gods because they often dealt with the goddess, have a clear understanding of this level of strength and feel envious of such strength. At the same time, this also made the players who were complacent about their leveling up completely calm down. Compared to the true powerhouses in the game, they were still a bunch of ants, a boss of this level. When would they be able to fight against it? When would they be able to be this strong? They still had to continue leveling up. The catastrophic destruction caused by the aftermath of the forbidden spell shocked the players. At the same time, it also made them yearn and excited for this power that they could not have in reality. However, compared to the excitement of the players, Eve, who took the initiative to attack, was not satisfied with her own power. Although this trick can exert the power of a demigod, because it lacks the support of a demigod's body, although the consumption is reduced, the power is also reduced. At most, it can be regarded as a pseudo-demigod. This mode is good for dealing with existences below demigod level. If it's really against a demigod, I'll probably still need to use my demigod avatar, Eve sighed in her heart. At least, if that palm had been cast by her demigod avatar, it was estimated that it would have completely blocked the attack of the shadow dragon, and the aftermath of the forbidden spell would not have spilled out. Not only that, the forbidden spell might even have directly killed the shadow dragon. Of course, if that was the case, because the power was restrained, the players might not really feel the power of a forbidden spell. However, although Eve could not use her full strength in this mode and could not let her avatar fight against a real demigod, it was more than enough to deal with existences below the demigod level. Although the shadow dragon opposite her was very powerful and close to a demigod, it was not a demigod after all, but only at the peak of the legendary level. And if it was not a demigod, even if its life level had transcended the mortal world, it still had not entered the highest level. In this case, facing Eve, who was immune to the legendary domain and had the power of a demigod, the shadow dragon had no chance of winning. In fact, even the enraged shadow dragon was aware of this. The forbidden spell that exploded in its mouth made it let out a mournful whimper. Large amounts of black blood flowed down its ears, eyes, nostrils, and the corners of its mouth. It was extremely miserable. As the black blood dripped onto the ground, it corroded and left black patches on the ground, giving off sizzling white smoke. Although it could not be said to be a serious injury, it was quite a serious injury. The shadow dragon, who was originally angry and impulsive, calmed down in an instant. Falling into a shadow creature and losing the consciousness of an intelligent creature did not mean that the other party had become a fool. It quickly realized that the glowing mosquito in front of it was very strong. It was not something it could compare to. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, this shadow dragon that had eaten his forbidden spell actually twisted its huge body and turned around to flee into the spatial rift behind it. That was the unstable spatial passage created when it tore through space with the help of the summoning circle. On the other side was the intersection of the underworld and the endless abyss, the dark land where shadow monsters were born. Seeing the cowardly dragon turn around and flee without hesitation, all the players had strange expressions on their faces. You want to escape? Why do I feel like this scene is familiar? You're right. He looks like a larger version of Meryl, as expected of the Megalosaurus. Why are the bosses in this game so embarrassing? On the other hand, the dwarf temple master's mouth was wide open and he was completely stunned. She was already surprised that the elves chosen could block the shadow dragon's attack. But the shadow dragon's following performance refreshed her understanding. The shadow dragon that was close to the strength of a demigod, one of the strongest in the dark land, a giant monster that had the strength to destroy a kingdom, actually chose to flee at this moment. Wasn't the legendary shadow dragon an evil, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty existence? The dwarf temple master once again looked at the elf's chosen one floating in the air, and his gaze gradually became respectful. this could only mean one thing. It was not that the shadow dragon was too cowardly, but that the existence it was facing was too strong, to be able to force the shadow dragon, which was close to the strength of a demigod, to choose to flee in an instant just by relying on the descent of a god. What kind of existence was this true god behind the elves? Wait, could it be? For a moment, a thought suddenly popped up in the dwarf temple master's mind. Could it be that the one in the elven forest has awakened? However, the dwarf temple master quickly rejected this idea as soon as it came to mind. It shouldn't be. If it's that one, the gods in the heavens would have already acted. I learned from the elves that they destroyed a tribe of half-orcs. If it's really that one, the god of winter and the god of the hunt wouldn't sit idly by, and how could that one lead the elves to this state? It's not that these elves are bad, it's just that, how should I put it? Anyway, these elves are too different from the elves in my impression. I always feel like something's missing. Forget it, after this, I'll find a chance to pray and ask the true God. If I want to deal with these elves for a long time, I'll have to figure out who the true god behind them is. The dwarf temple master made a decision in his heart. Eve didn't know that the dwarf temple master had some guesses about her identity. In fact, even if she knew, she wouldn't care. Because according to the true god's oath, Hela would definitely help her hide her identity. As long as she didn't take the initiative to expose herself, she could always keep her disguise. Now, she was more concerned about how much divine power the shadow dragon in front of her would provide her. The life force and energy contained in a shadow dragon that was close to the strength of a demigod was not a small amount. Of course, Eve wouldn't let it escape. She stretched out her hand again and manipulated the holy shadow behind her to grab the shadow dragon. The holy shadow grew bigger again and turned into a giant energy hand hundreds of meters in size. It lifted the shadow dragon up as if it was picking up a chick. For a moment, the shadow dragon let out a roar of anger and fear. However, because the forbidden spell had just exploded in its mouth and it was in pain, the roar turned into a low whimper. Its huge body kept struggling, but it couldn't break free of the giant hand's grip at all. The dark dwarves, the players, looking at this scene, they became numb instead. At this moment, everyone could see that this shadow dragon was no match for the elven NPC who had cast God's descent. It was probably done for. In a strange and sullen way, Eve manipulated her avatar and secretly used this ability in her heart. However, at the same time, she threw out a ray of holy light that enveloped the shadow dragon to conceal the phenomenon displayed by her absorbability. The others in Black Rock City only saw the golden light enveloping the shadow dragon. Then, it let out a shrill scream, and its whole body kept shrinking. Finally, it disappeared with the holy light. It was destroyed just like that? On the city wall, there was silence. After relying on the World Tree's ability to eat the shadow dragon, Eve looked at the shadow army that was still crawling on the ground, trembling under the dual effects of the holy light and pressure, a total of 10,000. With just a glance, Eve clearly understood the specific number of shadow monsters. Previously, she didn't fight these monsters personally because she considered the problem of the loss of divine power and to let the players provide her with a continuous supply of power and train her troops. However, now that Eve had the improved divine power control method and summoned all the shadow army, it was convenient to wipe them out in one fell swoop. There was no need to worry about anything else. After all, the opponent was just a group of monsters with no faith. Even if she used the means of a true god to clear them out, it wouldn't cause any resistance from other powerful beings. She didn't want to waste any more time. She might as well destroy them herself and make a small profit. At this thought, Eve had a thought. The holy shadow behind her suddenly shone brightly and transformed into thousands of rays of holy light. These rays of holy light flew out and enveloped all the shadow monsters. The entire underground world was as bright as day, accompanied by sharp screams. These shadow monsters' bodies began to emit white smoke under the light, then, countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Black smoke kept churning but was instantly purified by the light. After struggling for a moment, their bodies began to shatter and emit rays of light. Finally, they completely dissipated and turned into gorgeous fireworks. For a moment, the entire deep cave was illuminated by the fireworks. They kept flickering and disappearing. This magnificent scene made everyone on the city wall completely speechless. Of course, in a place where they couldn't see, an obscure magic circle had already appeared under the holy light. The remaining life force and energy of these shadow monsters, and even the shadow gem fragments left behind after their deaths, were all swallowed up. A moment later, the entire deep cave was completely silent. The surroundings of Black Rock City were in a mess, but not a single shadow monster could be seen. The dark dwarves and players were in a daze, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock just now. A moment later, outside the city wall, Xianxia slapped his thigh and said sorrowfully, F***ck. That's it. It's all EXP. I haven't killed enough yet. The dark dwarves were silent for a moment, then burst into cheers. Black Rock City was finally saved. The dwarf temple chief was excited. She looked at the sky again, but she didn't know when that god's chosen by the name of Zero had disappeared. I thought I was close enough to a true god and was proud of myself for being able to use God's descent. Today, I finally know, what is a true God's descent, what is borrowing the power of a true God. The dwarf temple chief was excited. For this god's chosen to be able to do this, she's probably a true saint herself. Perhaps one day, she'll become a true demigod. With such a powerhouse holding the fort, and the protection of a true god, the elves. It seems like they're going to rise. The dwarf temple chief sighed as she looked at the elves who were rummaging through the battlefield outside the city. Eve didn't immediately remove her clone. She only removed the state of borrowing divine power and descended to the ground. This was the place where the believers of darkness used to summon the shadow army, but now it had been eroded by the shadows. Everywhere she looked was dyed with a layer of deep darkness, and it gave off a cold and chaotic aura. If a weak creature was here, it was likely that their body and soul would be corrupted, and they would degenerate into a shadow monster that only knew how to kill and devour. Although the summoning circle was damaged, there was still a black spatial rift in the summoning circle. That was the spatial rift left behind by the shadow dragon when it tore through space. She could faintly hear the howls of the shadow monster from the other side. It left behind a spatial rift that connects to the land of darkness. Eve was a little surprised. However, she didn't use her divine power to destroy the spatial rift, but left it behind. Since there's a rift here, there'll probably be more shadow monsters coming out. Just as well, I'll use this rift to design a permanent instance of shadow monsters in the underworld for the players. Early morning. The golden sun slowly rose from the east, shining brightly and dispersing the white fog in the elf forest. The lights in the city of Heaven's Chosen were gradually extinguished as the sun rose. Under the illumination of the morning sun, the city was full of vitality. From time to time, players who had pulled an all-nighter in the game walked out of the forest in 2s and 3s. They yawned while looking for NPCs in the city who had just woken up to hand in their quests. Then, they looked at their status bar, which had long exploded, and helplessly returned to their homes in the town to catch up on sleep. In Elven Nation, players had to let their in-game bodies sleep every once in a while. Otherwise, their bodily functions would be greatly reduced. The spirit was willing but the flesh was weak. This was probably the helplessness of many players. However, more players had gradually adapted to the work and rest in the game. It was nothing more than going offline for 2 hours to sleep to recover their physical strength. It was just a rest. In a 2-story villa in the southwest of the city of Heaven's Chosen. Boxed Lunch, who had just come online, got up from his bed. He first habitually checked his personal status, then got up, put on his equipment, and opened the door to walk out. This villa was Boxed Lunch's home in the game. However, this villa was not owned by him alone. It was shared by the 5 members of his combat team. This kind of home mode was not rare in Elven Nation. Many independent combat teams, as well as poor second beta players, and even players who were friends in real life, did this. When Boxed Lunch finished washing up and came to the villa hall, the other players had already been waiting for a long time. They sat around the dining table, each doing their own thing. Some players were watching videos online in the game system. Their eyes were empty, and from time to time, they would laugh foolishly at the air. Some players were looking for strategy information on the official website, staring intently at the air. There were also players chatting with each other. Have you heard? Brother Mu of Nature's Heart has gotten a crypt spider as a mount. What? So fast? How did he do it? Gaining favorability. He relied on telling stories to the Queen of Spiders Lolth and imparting some common knowledge. He forcibly raised her favorability from -20 to +40. Then, the Queen of Spiders Lolth gave him a large crypt spider as a mount, the strength of an iron upper level. F***ck. I'm envious. No wonder he was the best at sucking up to NPCs in the entire server. But, won't the crypt spiders be greatly weakened on the surface? Even if it's weakened, it's still a mount. The surface was weakened, but the underground was strengthened. Furthermore, large crypt spiders could even spit out silk. Spider silk is good stuff. That's true. Sigh, it's a pity that we can forget about it. Our favorable impression of him is still -100, there's nothing I can do. I'll just have to wait for a new mount in the future. Both of them sounded helpless. After blowing up the Spider Queen Lolth, their party was thoroughly hated. Even Rivendell and the others did not dare to explore too deeply, afraid that the crypt spiders would backstab them. Sigh, Boxed Lunch sighed as he listened to his teammates' conversation. It was his idea to throw the explosives, but he didn't expect it to backfire. Until now, he still felt sorry for his teammates. However, although the other players in the party were regretful, they did not blame their leader. After all, everyone had agreed to it back then. Of course, Boxed Lunch's prestige was also part of it. As the leader of the party, Boxed Lunch was responsible and reliable. Under his leadership, the party's average combat power was the best in the entire server. Seeing Boxed Lunch arrive, the other players put down what they were doing and greeted him. Good morning, leader. Morning, Boxed Lunch boss. They were very enthusiastic. Boxed Lunch boss put aside his regrets and nodded at his teammates. Morning. Then, he sat down in his seat. The players continued chatting, but they changed the topic. I wonder what we're eating today. I'm hungry. It's about time. They should be here soon, right? Sigh, I'm a little embarrassed to freeload every day, we have to thank Boxed Lunch boss for this. A group of people sat neatly in front of the dining table. They were actually waiting for their meal. Not long after Boxed Lunch boss sat down, the door of the villa was pried open skillfully. Then, a cheerful voice suddenly sounded. Yo! You're awake. You're so early today. Boxed Lunch boss's movement was slightly sluggish. Although the other players were still doing their own things, they glanced over from the corner of their eyes. At the same time, their pointed ears were raised high as if the fire of gossip was burning. A tall figure walked in from outside the villa in a hurry. She was wearing a hunter's outfit and looked valiant. It was Nightingale Shadow. She saw the 5 people sitting around the dining table and slightly raised the corner of her mouth. Are you all ready? The players looked embarrassed and smiled dryly as they greeted her. They were already familiar with each other. Ahem. Good morning, Miss Nightingale. Morning, Miss Nightingale. Sigh. We can't refuse the kindness of the beautiful Miss Nightingale. Yes, I'm hungry and waiting for food. Nightingale raised her head and grinned. Humph, I'm in a good mood today, so I learned to make some snacks. I heard it's called steamed bun or something. It seems to be a specialty of your world. My brothers and sisters all think it's good. I think you'll like it too. After she finished speaking, a light flashed in her hand and a wooden basket with steaming steamed buns appeared in her hand. The players saw it and their eyes lit up. What the F***ck? Miss Nightingale, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Sigh. I'm so sorry to ask you to bring us breakfast every day. Nightingale smiled. She glanced at someone who was a little surprised, coughed lightly, and distributed the steamed buns. Okay, don't say anything nice. Try it. The players quickly started eating, then, their eyes lit up. Oh, delicious. Mushroom stuffing? Yes. It's very authentic. Miss Nightingale, why don't you just stay here with your brothers and sisters? Yes. Whoever marries Miss Nightingale in the future will be blessed by the heavens. The players laughed as they talked. Nightingale's ears turned slightly red as she listened to the players. Then, she snorted and turned her head. In your dreams, I don't want my brothers and sisters to learn bad things from you. Ahem. You guys eat first, I'll get you some water. She said and ran away as if she was escaping. Hee, ha ha ha, In the hall, the players' laughter could be heard. Then, they all looked at a certain someone who had been silent all this while. Boss Bento. I think Nightingale's behavior is too obvious. Why don't you say something? Yes. They're all here for you. Sigh. The power of the hero saving the beauty is great, yes, yes, how many days has it been? Bento, eat your food. He said with a dark face. The others just covered their mouths and laughed. Soon, Nightingale returned with a water bottle. Her expression had returned to normal. Are you going to the underground world today? Nightingale asked curiously as she poured honey water for the players. Yes. We'll continue to farm the instance dungeon with the shadow monsters today. Oh, thank you. Calabash took the water and answered. Ever since the players completed the hidden main mission, the Shadow Army, and the hidden storyline, the Dark Dwarves, a week ago, the Cracked Cavern had become an instance dungeon for farming monsters. According to the storyline, although the players had successfully resisted the invasion of the Shadow Army, the power of darkness had also eroded the underground world, forming a spatial rift in the Cracked Cavern that led directly to the Land of Darkness. The material plane had a fatal attraction to the shadow creatures and abyssal creatures. Not to mention, this was the underground world where the nature of magic leaned towards darkness, therefore, although Zero had borrowed the power of the goddess to seal the spatial rift and prevent high-level monsters from entering the material plane, there were still low-level shadow creatures that would often run out and pose a huge threat to the safety of Blackrock City. Fortunately, under the goddess' instructions and with the help of the Dark Dwarves, Zero had set up a magic circle to seal off the spatial rift within a radius of a few kilometers. All the shadow creatures were trapped in the sealed space and could not escape. They were separated into different areas according to the monster's level. Of course, the materials used to set up the magic circle were provided by the dwarves. After all, they had a lot of ores and did not lack magic stones. The dwarves were very willing and deeply grateful for this. After all, if not for the elves' help, this spatial rift would have brought endless hidden dangers to Blackrock City. The area where these shadow creatures gathered was the player's dungeon, Shadow Creature Clearing. The dungeon's content was very simple. It was to enter the seal and clear out the shadow creatures that had escaped from the spatial rift. These monsters ranged from low iron to high iron rank, making them ideal for players to grind for EXP. Moreover, the shadow gem fragments they dropped weren't just excellent darkness-type magic materials, but they could also be sacrificed to the goddess of darkness for a considerable amount of contribution points. Hence, this place had become the first choice for combat players to grind. After the appearance of the Shadow Creature Dungeon, it had become the hottest topic in Elven Nation. Beta testers had joined the army of monsters, vainly hoping to advance to mid-level iron as soon as possible. As for the combat players who had advanced to mid-level iron by relying on the hidden main storyline of the Shadow Army, they also hoped to farm more contribution points to exchange for purple and black equipment as soon as possible and successfully graduate. These days, Boxed Lunch's combat team had been farming the Shadow Creature Clearing Dungeon. After hearing Calabash's words, Nightingale drank a mouthful of honey water and frowned slightly. I really don't understand why you guys like fighting and killing so much. Because we need to level up quickly and become stronger. The Optimist, who was the taunting tank of the team, said matter-of-factly. Sigh, I don't know when we can be as strong as Lord Zero. God's Chosen is really amazing. I wonder if the profession of God's Chosen will be available in the future. Chopin, who was the team's druid, said enviously. God's Chosen is not a profession, but a blessing from the Mother Goddess. Hearing the player's words, Nightingale's mouth twitched as she added. Okay. Then let's put it another way. I really want to be blessed by the goddess. I don't know when the priestess profession will be available. I want to be a healer. Nightingale was speechless. Anyway, let's hurry up and level up. Those people from the First Legion are almost catching up with us. Hey! Boxed Lunch's team must remain strong. I really want to reach level 40 immediately. I feel uncomfortable all over when I'm not even level yet. But, level 40 is only the peak of high-level iron. Well, it will definitely be available in the future. The players discussed with each other. Strong, Nightingale's expression was a little complicated. She glanced around at the Chosen Ones and saw their overflowing enthusiasm. she sighed in her heart. It was their fighting spirit that allowed the elves to rise again. The instance dungeon that Eve created with the help of the spatial rift worked better than she had imagined. Because they were worried that the Shadow Army would come again, the Dark Dwarfs not only helped her to maintain the instance dungeon's magic circle, but they were also grateful to the players who helped to clear the shadow monsters every day. Of course, if the Dark Dwarfs knew that the spatial rift was created by Eve on purpose, and that she had even tampered with the magic circle to ensure that there were enough monsters in the sealed space, perhaps the Dark Dwarfs would have a different expression. However, Eve reckoned that even if they knew the truth, the Dark Dwarfs would not choose to completely destroy the spatial rift on the basis that the spatial rift was still intact. This was because they had also gained benefits from the players' missions. The shadow gem shards that were dropped after killing the shadow monsters were also good magic materials for the Dark Dwarves who were generally of the dark attribute. After discovering that the Dark Dwarves were also interested in the shadow gem shards and were willing to buy them at a high price, selling the loot to the Dark Dwarves became the third way for the players to sell their loot. Therefore, after the players had gotten used to killing monsters, the spatial rift became another source of shadow gem shards in Black Rock City. If it was not for the polluted land and the sealed space that would affect the soul, the Dark Dwarves would have sent their own team to kill the low-level shadow monsters. The Instance Dungeon's mission continued as normal, and with the help of the Dark Dwarves, the map of the Deep Fissure Cave was also completed by the players. In fact, the structure of this underground area was very simple. The Deep Fissure Cave was bounded by an underground river, and to the west was a vast underground forest where countless magical beasts and monsters lived. To the east was the gathering area of the Dark Dwarfs with Black Rock City as the center, and the area was very small. It was said that in the southeast corner of the cave, there was a hidden underground lake that led to other areas of the underground world, and the Dark Dwarfs were the first to migrate from there, and their original intention was to avoid the war in the underground kingdom. Of course, Eve did not intend to let the players go deeper into the underground world. She had established a new Instance Dungeons mission with the Dark Dwarves, and even discovered the underground forest where magical beasts and monsters gathered. She was already very satisfied with being able to continuously gain vitality for herself. Apart from that, the other reason was that the players couldn't travel that far and Eve wasn't interested in expanding in the underworld. After devouring the Shadow Dragon, which was close to the strength of a demigod, and destroying the Shadow Army, Eve's condition had also changed. Name, Eve Yggdrasil, Race, World Tree, Ancient God, Level, 150, Mythical, State, Weak Divine Power, Clergy, Nature, Life, Elf, Titles, Mother Nature, Goddess of Life, Elven Ruler, Divine Power, 6733000, Number of Believers, 552, Saint 1, Fanatic 4, Devout 144, Shallow Believers 403, Abilities, Absorb, Communicate, Bestow, Enlighten, Heal, Summon, Divine Descent, Divine Domain. Apart from the consumption, the devouring of the Shadow Dragon had increased Eve's divine power by almost 60 points, and the Shadow Army had also increased her divine power by more than 50 points. Together with the vitality provided by the players, the faith provided by the believers, and the void energy that she slowly absorbed, Eve's divine power had directly soared to 673 points. Of course, what surprised Eve the most was the change in the number of believers. After the old priest, Samir, left Fei Lingzue with a group of devout elves from the Flame tribe and began to search for other scattered elves, Eve had been looking forward to whether they would bring her a surprise. And after so long, she finally got a response. Following the memory and the unique mark of the elves, Samir and the others, who had dispersed, finally found some elves who were hiding in the Elven Forest and the Dark Mountain Range. Although they didn't find any elven tribes like the Inferno tribe that still maintained their organization, there were more than 100 of them in total. And after Samir and the others had shown their miracle, most of the elves had also chosen to return. However, most of the elves were still on their way, and it would take some time for them to return to Fei Lingzue. And after clearing the cave tribe at the southeast exit of the Elven Forest, Eve was no longer worried that the elves would encounter the same crisis as the Flame tribe. Of course, the Dark Dwarves also played a huge role in recruiting the elves. This time, the elves had saved the entire Black Rock City. Although the underworld was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, and backstabbing allies was a common practice, the Dark Dwarves who had the faith of the Death God were much stronger than those who believed in darkness. With the acquiescence of the death god, Hela, they accepted the request of the elves and began to help the elves find and redeem the elves who were sold as slaves in the underworld. As for Eve's identity, the dwarf temple master also received a clear answer after praying to the true god. She is a new true god, the successor of Yggdrasil, the protector of the elves, the god of nature and life, Eve. There was nothing wrong with this statement. The only mistake was that she didn't inherit the priesthood, but the Yggdrasil itself. At this point, under Hel's oracle, Eve's disguise was set in stone. A new god who inherited the priesthood of nature and life. There was falsehood in the truth, and truth in the falsehood. However, it was uncertain how long this title would last. As time passed, the gamer's exploration had reached its limit, a radius of 300 kilometers. With the Yggdrasil as the center, the radius of 300 kilometers had been completely explored by the 1,200 veteran gamers. For this reason, the official forum of Elven Nation had also updated the game map, including the distribution of various plants and the activity points of magical beasts. Of course, it was only a cursory exploration. A radius of 300 kilometers wasn't a small area. Besides the 30-kilometer safe zone, the northern region of the Elven Forest had a large number of magical beasts that the gamers couldn't deal with. It was said that there were many high-level creatures further away. Currently, the player's view of the world was as follows. The center of the map was the Yggdrasil, and under the Yggdrasil was the main city, the City of Heaven's Chosen. 30 kilometers to the northeast of the Yggdrasil was the former Holy City, the current gathering place of the elves, Feilungsue. With Feilungsue as the boundary, a radius of 30 kilometers was a safe zone. Eve maintained absolute control over this area, and there were no magical beasts there. It was a heaven for lifestyle gamers. Beyond the 30 kilometers, there were still magical beasts, and as they moved further away, their strength gradually increased. Among them, the north was the most obvious. The north was a large forest, and it belonged to the Elven Forest. About 100 kilometers to the north, silver magical beasts began to appear. Players would take a detour around those big guys if they didn't have the backing of God's chosen heir. On the contrary, in the south of the Yggdrasil, the strength of the magical beasts was generally lower. Most of them were at the iron or apprentice level. The land in this area was also relatively barren. 270 kilometers to the southeast of the Yggdrasil was the southeast exit of the Elven Forest. The former Grotto tribe, now the Black Dragon Castle, was located here and protected the southeast passage between the Elven Forest and the outside world. 250 kilometers to the south of the Yggdrasil was the Gloom Mountain Range. The magical beasts near the Gloom Mountain Range were generally strong, and there was no lack of silver magical beasts, especially near the Gloom Canyon that bordered the Elven Forest. Rivendell was located in the canyon, and so was the Spider Queen Lolth. About 3 kilometers to the south of Rivendell was the deep chasm of the underworld. This was all the maps that had been unlocked in Elven Kingdom. For 1,200 players, a radius of 300 kilometers was quite a large area. With the Underworld Instance Dungeon, more and more players began to experiment with lifestyle games, and Eve finally felt that she was lacking in manpower. 1,200 players were ultimately too few, and it was time to recruit new coolies. However, in order to maintain order, Eve did not plan to directly launch the open beta. Instead, she continued to recruit the third round of closed beta players through registration and selection of the lucky ones. However, with the abundance of divine power and the need to prepare for the future war of faith, she planned to increase the number of players she recruited by a few times. For the third closed beta, she would recruit 9,000 players. Of course, in the name of selecting the lucky ones from the netizens who had signed up, Eve had actually chosen them based on the information she had gathered. It was just that she would lower her standards and not be as strict as the first and second beta testers. Not only that, but Eve would also further optimize the game in this closed beta. She would also improve some of the game's loopholes and hidden game mechanisms, such as the perfect number of resurrections. As the level of the players increased, the perfect number of resurrections gradually showed some flaws, and Eve intended to use this opportunity to fix it. After having a detailed plan for the closed beta, Eve logged onto the Blue Star network and posted the news of the third closed beta on the official website. Once the news was out, the Chinese gaming community was once again in an uproar. Elven Nation would have its third closed beta on July 25, recruiting a total of 9,000 third beta testers. Eve did not leave a long time for the closed beta registration. In fact, when she announced the third beta, it was already July 20th in Blue Star. The third beta was in 5 days. To the netizens in Blue Star, this was a rather sudden piece of news. However, as a large-scale virtual MMORPG that had the advanced technology of thinking acceleration, and the degree of freedom and realism were recognized by many netizens, Elven Nation had already attracted a large number of fans. When this news quietly appeared on the official website, it immediately attracted the attention of the netizens who were staring at the official website every day, waiting for the closed beta notification. In an instant, all the major gaming forums and news networks reposted this news. Many well-known game streamers, video uploaders, and Weibo influencers also reposted it immediately, expressing their anticipation for the third closed beta of Elven Nation. In an instant, Elven Nation was once again on the headlines of all the major websites. The netizens' attention was instantly attracted, and the level of discussion was even higher than a few days after the launch of the first beta test. This virtual reality game that was slightly less popular on the internet after a month of settling down immediately became popular again, 9,000 people. This was not a small number. Compared to the 300 people in the first beta test and the 900 people in the second beta test, the probability of 9,000 people being selected was much higher. In an instant, many netizens flooded the official website of Elven Nation to register for the third closed beta test, hoping to be one of the 9,000 lucky people. In just one day, the number of people who registered for the third beta test of Elven Nation exceeded 300,000. On the second day, the number of people who registered soared even further, exceeding 2 million. However, the number of people who registered did not stop, and it was still increasing rapidly. The number of comments under the official website announcement was also increasing at the speed of a rocket. Ha ha ha. Look at what I've gotten. This stupid game is finally out for the third closed beta test. It's worth it for me to check the forums first thing every morning. Wow. The third beta test is finally starting. I've been waiting for so long. I can only watch the closed beta players' videos on the video website every day. I'm so envious. Although I haven't entered the game, I've already entered the game through watching the videos. I've already registered, hoping to be blessed by the Emperor of Luck. I was caught off guard. I missed the registration period when I saw the news of the second beta test last time. I can't miss it this time. 9,000 people. There are quite a lot of people this time. I feel like there's hope. Let's pray to the goddess in the front row. After hearing the news of the third beta test of Elven Nation, the closed beta players were excited as well. Haha, finally, of course, 9,000 people at once. This is good. That's great. I feel like we're lacking in manpower after the expansion of the map. This closed beta news is too timely. Hehe, now we have a coolie to do our dirty work for us. A Elven Nation will Elven Ven Nation Elven A battle between legions was no longer a dream. It's exciting. July? There are still 5 days left. I'm really looking forward to it. Elven was of the nation of the Chinese Elven Nation Elven of the game every day. There were videos submitted by the closed beta players on various video websites, and the number of views was very high. Although she knew that Nation of the Elven was popular, she did not expect it to be this popular. However, the popularity of the game was a good thing for Eve. This time, she filtered the applicants based on the information that the netizens filled in when they registered. Her first choice was still those who had a long history of online gaming. Just as Eve was happily using the system to filter out the high-quality leaks on a large scale, she suddenly heard a murmur of prayer. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She immediately withdrew her attention from the internet and shifted it to the space of the Kingdom of God. In the sky of the Kingdom of God, a bright star of faith kept flashing, and Eve heard a clear and rough prayer. True God, Meryl is back. Meryl traded a lot of treasures. Bull. Sheep. Chicken. Meryl bought them all. It was the little black dragon. Its prayer voice was filled with excitement that could not be suppressed. Meryl? This guy really bought them back? Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she was shocked again. More than 10 days ago, the black dragon Meryl volunteered to go to the human world to buy a batch of breeding stock, and Eve agreed without hesitation. However, Eve did not have much hope. It was the black dragon, with its ferocious appearance, coupled with the notorious reputation of the black dragon. It would probably be regarded as an evil big boss in the human world. As for trading, Eve did not think that it would work at all. But now, it seemed that this guy really did get something. Thinking of this, Eve immediately sent her consciousness over and saw the black dragon Meryl's vision. At this moment, the little black dragon was hovering in the air, and from time to time, it would let out an excited roar. It had reached the border between the elven forest and the Gloom Mountains, but it did not go any further, nor did it enter the area of the black dragon's castle. It just hovered in the sky. And below it, there was a long line of people. It was a line made up of livestock. There were cows and sheep, and there were no less than 300 animals in total. Eve even saw a few ox carts carrying wooden cages in the line, and the wooden cages were filled with chickens, ducks, geese, and other poultry. He really bought them back. And there were so many of them? Eve was very surprised. She knew how much common currency Meryl got from the players. In fact, it was just some taken from the mercenaries of Sauron's caravan, and it did not even add up to 1,000 silver coins. It was just that, the purchasing power of common currency was so high. Chickens, ducks, and geese were not counted. These were hundreds of cows and sheep. However, soon Eve realized that something was wrong. The whole line was mighty. In addition to the livestock, there were more than a dozen humans who helped drive the carts. They were wearing tattered clothes, and many of them were patched up. Except for the leader whose clothes were slightly neater, the others looked very miserable. These humans had dark circles under their eyes, and their faces were pale. There was confusion and fear in their expressions. Eve was speechless. Why did it feel like Meryl had stolen them? Meryl proudly circled once before landing on the ground, causing a cloud of dust and causing the livestock to panic. The cows and goats trembled under the faint dragon's aura, but they didn't dare to move at all. They only clamped their legs together, and the ground beneath them was covered in a foul stench. The chickens, ducks, and geese that filled the cages were cooing, quacking, and squeaking nonstop. Their wings were trembling, and the ground was covered in chicken feathers, duck feathers, and goose feathers. It was an exceptionally messy scene. Even the humans herding the cows and goats couldn't help but become restless. If they weren't hugging their heads and squatting down, they were hiding behind the cows and goats, as if they were extremely fearful of Meryl. Seeing the humans like this, Meryl revealed a smile that he thought was friendly, but was actually exceptionally frightening. What are you afraid of? The great Meryl won't eat you. The only human who looked decently dressed asked in trepidation. Lord Black Dragon, you need us to send your goods, to where? It's over. Hearing the human address her, Eve silently lit a candle for him in her heart. As expected, the little black dragon's face instantly turned sullen. He turned his head and bared his fangs at the human leader as he roared. Idiot! How many times have I told you? Meryl is the great silver dragon. If you dare to call him black dragon again, Meryl will definitely eat you. The little black dragon grinned, and his dragon's aura soared. His saliva splattered everywhere, and his stinky breath and sticky dragon saliva sprayed all over the human's face. The pitiful human leader was so frightened that he immediately lost control of his bowels. Then, he started crying with snot and tears. As he cried, he hugged his head and shouted. Yes. Yes. It's the great silver dragon. Lord Meryl the silver dragon. I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have called Lord Meryl's name wrongly. I'm old and greasy, and my meat doesn't taste good at all. Lord Meryl, please spare my life. Humph, that's more like it. Meryl raised his proud dragon head with a smug look on his face. Don't worry, Meryl is a righteous silver dragon and an honest merchant. As long as you help me deliver the goods to my family, I will let you go. Also, didn't Meryl give each of you a silver coin for running errands? This was an employment. It was a trade. Meryl is quite merciful and just. The little black dragon said proudly. Eve, an errand fee of 1 silver coin, if he remembered correctly, even in the Black Rock city of the dwarves, a large cup of ale would cost a silver coin. Although the road from the nearest human village to the Black Dragon Castle was smooth, it was still a few hundred kilometers away. Along the way, even if they only ate dry rations, they would have consumed more than 1 silver coin, right? What a touching righteous black dragon. Thinking of this, Eve let her voice resound in Meryl's heart. Meryl, where did you buy the livestock, and how much did you spend in total? Hearing the conversation in his heart, Reimer's eyes lit up. He looked in a certain direction and nodded slightly in greeting. Then, he shook his head and replied in dragon language, Rua. Lord true God, this is a trade between Meryl and a border count of the human world. Those humans were very generous and enthusiastic, and Meryl made full use of his superb bargaining talent. He only spent less than 1,000 silver coins to make this trade with the other party. Not only that, Meryl also used 20 silver coins as a commission to hire the retainers of the border count, who are these cowards, to assist Meryl in transporting the goods. Eve, there was no need to ask about the detailed process. She could roughly guess how the bargaining was done. However, she didn't care too much. Whether it was a trade or a forced sale, since Meryl brought the goods back, then they were hers. Rua. Lord true God, please send your followers to receive these goods. Although Meryl is a righteous megalosaurus, I still don't want these humans to see Meryl's great castle. Otherwise, it will definitely attract despicable human thieves. Meryl said again. Hearing his words, Eve was stunned at first, then she understood. No wonder Meryl contacted her through prayer before he reached home. It turned out that he didn't want to reveal his identity. Also, it was common knowledge in the world of seekers that Megalosaurus would collect treasures and hide them in their lairs. Once there was news about the lairs of Megalosaurus, there would be countless human adventurers who would rush forward to explore, dreaming of becoming a dragon slayer and making a fortune from the treasures of Megalosaurus. Although there was a great existence as a backer, Meryl wasn't afraid of dragon slayers. But if the lairs were discovered by humans, it would attract a group of people who overestimated themselves and disturbed its happy dragon life. It would still be very annoying. Although the little black dragon was stupid, it wasn't stupid. Thinking of this, Eve contacted Nature Saintess Alice and asked her to send players to receive them. The Black Dragon's castle also had a teleportation array that led directly to the City of Heaven's Chosen. The place where Meryl stopped was about 10 kilometers away from the castle. Therefore, after waiting for a few hours, Meryl saw dozens of fully armed elves rushing over. They were the players who accepted the mission. These players were still jumping all the way, and some of them were waving large swords and releasing skills in the air like a group of bandits. However, after noticing that there were some humans beside Myrtle, they immediately restrained themselves and got into formation. Their expressions also became more serious, and they seemed to be a little more serious. When they saw the long line of livestock, their eyes lit up. Gosh! So many livestock? Amazing! Meryl really bought them? So many? Didn't he rob a village? Ha ha ha, now the animal husbandry mission can be completed easily. Good job, Lord Meryl. Hearing the praises of the players, Meryl raised his head higher. Humph. With Lord Meryl's help, naturally everything will be easy. Many of the players who rushed over were those who usually hung out with Meryl. They often accepted the little black dragon's mission to serve him and had a friendship with him by grilling meat skewers and farming scales. They were almost treated as one of his own. Therefore, the black dragon Meryl was very familiar with them when he chatted with them. Seeing the dozens of players rushing over, the 20 humans subconsciously widened their eyes. Elf? Elf? So many? At this moment, they thought they had seen wrongly. But, the tall figure, pointed ears, and the appearance that was as beautiful and elegant as the Empire's most beautiful and elegant aristocrats all told them one thing: it was really an elf. They actually saw the legendary elf in the wilderness, alive. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. An elf, this was an elf, the most beautiful and noble race in the world of seekers. For a moment, the people's curiosity even overshadowed their fear of the black dragon. Among them, the leader of the humans who wore the most decent clothes and was scared witless by Meryl was the most. He was a retainer of the Holy Mania Empire's border count and a second-level butler in the border castle. At this moment, looking at this group of players, his breathing became heavier. Elves, There are actually so many elves near the elf forest, and they are all so young. As a butler, he was also responsible for the management of the servants and slaves in the castle, so he naturally had a good understanding of the slave market. In the Holy Mania Empire's black market, even a male elf could be sold for more than 5,000 gold coins. As for females, the price was several times higher. Every single one of them would be bought by the aristocrats. Therefore, the moment he saw the elves, he almost had an occupational disease and subconsciously calculated how much these elves would be worth in the black market. Of course, he only thought about it. Because even a fool could see that the black dragon had a close relationship with this group of elves. The shock brought about by this discovery was even greater than the shock of seeing dozens of elves gathered together. Oh, Lord of Eternity, when did the noble and kind elves mix with the evil and tyrannical black dragon? And there are so many of them? Wait, these elves are so well equipped. Could they be the followers that the black dragon said it had taken in? A black dragon had actually subdued a group of elves as subordinates? How did it do it? Thinking of this, the butler's eyes widened, feeling that it was extremely absurd. And then, the discussion of the players shattered his worldview. Haha. Cows and sheep, now we have steak and mutton skewers to eat. I'm a bit tired of eating magical beast meat every day. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. These are breeding animals, bring them back to breed. Hee hee, I'm just kidding. But, raising sheep and cows, they grow slower, right? Go back and slowly explore. Anyway, we don't lack magical plants, chickens and ducks grow faster, we should be able to raise a group soon, but, when the third beta testers come, I feel that there won't be enough to eat. It's better than nothing. It's good enough to have meat to eat. The butler was speechless. Eat meat? The butler's eyes widened. What did these elves say? They wanted to eat meat. These livestock were not food that the black dragon prepared for itself, but food that the elves wanted to eat. Oh, Lord of Eternity, the elves who had always been vegetarians said that they wanted to eat meat. Were they crazy? But shortly after, the players focused their attention on the humans. Speaking of which, Myrtle, why did you capture humans as well? Sigh. I'm used to the modeling of elves, these humans are so ugly. Hearing the players' words, Meryl looked at them as if they were fools and said, these are the humans I hired to herd livestock. This is a human I hired to drive livestock. Do you want me, a noble dragon, to drive livestock? Hearing this, the players laughed embarrassedly. But when they looked at the butler and the others again, their strange gazes made the butler's hair stand on end. They're very surprised and seem to have recognized us as elves. Do we need to silence them? Yes, the humans seem to be the enemies of the elves. Silence. Silence? The elves wanted to silence them? The miserable butler felt that he was about to have a heart attack. But the black dragon's words instantly sent him from hell to heaven. Rua. What nonsense are you talking about? These are the humans I hired. If you want to gain EXP, go to the underworld. Meryl is a righteous being. He'll never kill innocent lives. After saying that, the black dragon once again looked at the dozen or so trembling humans and bared his teeth, saying, don't worry. Okay, you've completed your mission. Lord Meryl is very satisfied. You can leave. Scram. Scram. After hearing the black dragon's words, the humans heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly turned and fled, afraid that the cruel black dragon and the strange elves would kill them in the next second. After escaping far away and confirming that they could no longer see the black dragon and the elves, the old butler rubbed his chest and muttered, I saw a ghost. Ghost? I must have seen a ghost today. Today's discovery must be reported to the Earl. The black dragon returned with a bountiful haul. When Meryl and dozens of gamers returned to the black dragon's castle with 200 cows, sheep, and a few carts of chickens, ducks, and geese, many gamers who heard the news came to watch. Rua. How was it? Meryl, how was the transaction? The little black dragon was very proud of the Heaven's chosen ones. The transaction was a success? And he bought so many at once? The purchasing power of silver coins is so strong? Awesome. The Megalosaurus is indeed different. The gamers were very excited. But soon, everyone focused their attention on the placement of these livestock. Lord Meryl. My backyard is very big. How about giving me a cow to raise? I used to let sheep go. I can be in charge of these sheep. Lord Merrill, the chickens in the cages look drowsy. They seem to be suffering from heatstroke. Why don't get lost? Merrill protected the livestock he had bought and bared his fangs at the players who were talking. Merrill bought them, so you have to listen to Merrill. Don't think that I don't know what you cunning guys are up to. The gamers were speechless. In the end, the gamers didn't get a single sheep or chicken from the little black dragon. The black dragon Merrill arranged for the livestock to be placed near the black dragon's castle under Eve's oracle. It was a small border area between the Gloom Mountain Range and the Elf Forest. It was rather secluded. Under the black dragon's orders, the gamers cleared the trees and opened up a breeding area. However, breeding was different from planting. In the world of seekers, the elves could use magic to accelerate the growth of plants, but it was different for livestock. It would take time for the livestock to be self-sufficient. For a long period of time, if the gamers wanted to eat meat, they would have to rely on magical beasts. Fortunately, although some magical beasts in the underworld didn't taste good, they were easy to catch and barely satisfied the needs of some meat lovers. Although most of the magical beasts in the safe zone had been killed, there was still a large number of magical beasts in the north of the Elf Forest. As the mana in the core area of the Elf Forest increased, more and more magical beasts started to migrate here. This made the forest area that the gamers could explore more lively. In short, the completion of the livestock breeding mission meant that the last mission, faction development, was completed. What was left was the recurring daily missions in the Develop Forces mission, such as resource gathering, main city construction, livestock raising, and so on. Lifestyle players were increasingly addicted to farming, relying on quest experience and contribution points to level up. The deranged main committee's construction team was even more addicted to construction. After completing the basic construction of the City of Heaven's Chosen, they began to meticulously carve the entire city, making this dreamy city full of blue planet style more and more beautiful and spectacular. Even Fei Lungsue was gradually restored to its former grandeur with the help of the gamers. On the other hand, the combat players were concentrated in the underworld, farming shadow instance dungeons or hunting magical beasts and monsters in the underworld forest. Of course, there were still gamers who continued to head north to search for new magical beasts in the Elf Forest. With the migration of magical beasts, there were many new species of magical beasts that entered the gamers' area of activity. There were even people who said that they saw creatures that looked like unicorns. This incident caused a sensation among the players, but when they swarmed over to search again, they were disappointed to find that they couldn't find anything. In short, with the opening of the underworld map, there was a clear direction for the gameplay of Elf Kingdom. Of course, the gamers were still exploring the details. For example, the life profession gamers explored cooking, brewing wine, and even making potions. For example, the combat players continued to explore the depths of Rivendell, or went deep into the underworld forest to challenge powerful magical beasts. Eve's faction had entered a relatively stable period of development. The trade with the Dark Dwarves also made the entire elf forest more prosperous. Even the elves of the Inferno tribe could clearly feel the sudden increase in their standard of living. Although there was no main storyline for the time being, the entire elf forest became busier, and there were many things that required manpower. Eve understood that this meant that the expansion of the elf forest had reached a bottleneck. The bottleneck was none other than manpower. However, the third closed beta test was approaching. The new leaks that Eve and the closed beta players were looking forward to were about to arrive, south of the elf forest. After crossing the long and narrow dark canyon and the continuous dark mountain range, what came into view was a boundless desert. This was the Death Desert, and it was also the largest desert in the entire Seeker's world. It was said that this desert was a dense rainforest in ancient times. During the Titan era, it was where the Titan Empire was located. Unfortunately, the war between the Megalosaurus and the Titans destroyed everything. The Titan civilization that had ruled the continent for tens of thousands of years disappeared. The Titan Empire turned into ruins, and the rainforest became a desert. There were only a few oases that barely maintained the vitality of the desert. The intelligent creatures that ruled the Death Desert were the orcs that migrated from the north with the help of the elves during the peak of the Silver Civilization thousands of years ago. The orcs were once a branch of the orcs in the north. They were the descendants of the orcs who plundered the human race and the human slaves. Unfortunately, the orcs seem to have inherited all the shortcomings of the orcs and humans. They had the ugliness and stupidity of the orcs, but they also had the greed and weakness of the humans. That's right, weakness. Compared to the real beastmen, the half-beastman's physique was already considered weak. As a result, the orcs were discriminated against by both the humans and the orcs. Until 2,000 years ago, a great hero was born in the orc tribe, Ullr. Ullr was not an orc. In fact, he was a tribal totem that had awakened in the orc tribe. Or rather, a fake god. With his efforts, the orcs who migrated to the Death Desert spent 100 years to unify their own country. They also built the Orc Empire in the core oasis of the Death Desert, Wakatekana. The orcs who had become powerful finally had their own foothold in the world of Seekers and became a force that could not be underestimated. Ullr relied on the orcs' faith to condense the hunting priesthood and successfully became a god. He was then called the god of hunting Ullr. After that, he led the half-orcs to join the orc forces again and became one of the subordinate forces of the Orc Alliance. He was also rewarded with a new clergy of winter by the orcs' main god, the god of destruction and war, Lord, and became the god of winter and hunting. Similarly, Ullr also became a god under the god of war, one of the three major god systems in the heaven realm. 1,000 years ago, in the War of the Gods, Ullr joined the Heavenly Realm's coalition army and defeated the elves. After the war, the half-orcs gained the right to rule the Gloom Mountain Range and the southern part of the Elven Forest. For hundreds of years, the orcs had been working hard to clean up the remaining elf forces in these two areas. Until today. This was the history of the orcs, Wakatekana, the Orc Empire. The 73rd monarch of the half-beastmen, Lionheart King Imsh, was sitting on his throne. He looked at the tied-up half-beastmen warriors, who were shivering, and remained silent. After a while, he took the Lionheart sword from his subordinate and pointed at the orc warrior kneeling in front of him. His rough voice was emotionless. So, you mean, you were defeated by a group of elves? The entire rock cave tribe was destroyed? Yes. Yes. King, those elves will not die. The orc warrior trembled as he said. It seemed that he still had endless fear of what he had seen at the beginning. After hearing his words, the Lionheart King sneered. Will not die? You still want to find excuses for your weakness? Will they not die? Are they undead? No, undead can also be purified. Even the god of death's family is not eternal, you stupid guys. No. It's not like that, I really saw them come back to life after death. The orc warrior insisted. And there seems to be a powerful false god behind them. Even the summoned totem guardian, Lord Walker, also, seems to have fallen. The orc warrior's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Totem Guardian Walker, hearing this name, the Lionheart King Amash's pupils shrank slightly. Demigod Walker was the most valued messenger of His Holiness Father, and he had been responsible for the encirclement and suppression of the remaining elves for hundreds of years. As the fortress of the orcs in the elf forest, the Rock Cave tribe had naturally summoned this great demigod more than once over the past hundreds of years. Although the demigod was not a true god, he had also embarked on the road to becoming a true god. His life level had reached the peak of the Seeker's world. Slandering the fall of a demigod, especially when this demigod was a messenger of a true god, would be severely punished for any believer, just that. Seeing the orc warrior's expression that was on the verge of collapse, the Lionheart King Amash's heart could not help but beat faster. He suddenly had an absurd feeling. He suddenly felt that, what the other party said might be true. At this time, a female orc wearing a luxurious priest robe entered the big tent of the royal court. She wore a bone crown on her head, her face was painted, and her expression was very serious. Seeing the person who came, the orc king Amash immediately put down the long sword in his hand, got up from the throne, and respectfully saluted her. Your Excellency Chief High Priest, why are you here? The female half-orc priestess looked at the tied-up half-orc warrior, then at the submissive Lionheart King Amash. She sighed, then said with a solemn expression. His Holiness the Father has issued an oracle. A new true god was born in the elf forest. He is gathering the elves on the continent and destroyed the Rock Cave tribe 2 months ago. Even Lord Walker fell at his hands. A new true god? A demigod fell? Lionheart King Amash looked sluggish. He took a deep breath, and his face gradually became serious. And then? The chief high priest looked at him, and her expression gradually became fanatical. His Holiness the Father is extremely angry and intends to start a war of faith to kill the new true god of the elf forest. In the big tent, there was a dead silence. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard outside the tent. The rolling clouds in the sky covered the sunlight, making the tent flicker. The rainy season was coming. The Desert of Death was going to change, Volume 2, and, haha. I got it. Blue Star, China, Imperial Capital 2nd Ring Road. In an ordinary residential building. A 17 or 18-year-old boy looked at the message on his phone excitedly. The boy's name was Ji Dong. He was a high school graduate who had just finished his college entrance examination and was waiting to enter university. He was currently staying at home. After his college entrance examination, he got into Imperial Capital University. As a reward, his father and mother gave him the most popular stealth cabin. Now, he was addicted to virtual games and could not stop himself, hugging his smartphone. He was so happy that he rolled around on the bed. The content of the message was very simple. Congratulations! You have been selected to be the third batch of closed beta players for Elven Nation. The invitation code is 130-114-504. The third batch of closed beta players for Elven Nation. He could not help but be surprised. Elven Nation was a virtual online game that had suddenly become popular in the past few months. It had become a hot topic on China's internet. This virtual MMORPG, which used a lot of advanced technology, had already left similar games in the dust with its unique accelerated thinking technology, its realistic game modeling and physics engine, its anthropomorphic NPC system, its insanely detailed settings and game details, and its high degree of freedom and participation. It had become a hot topic in the gaming world. In the industry, some people even joked that this was a game that transmigrated to another world and was a plot by aliens. Before the college entrance examination ended, Ji Dong had seen videos about this game on the bullet screen. He was very interested in Elven Nation. Unfortunately, when he signed up for the beta tester, he was preparing for the exam. However, even if he had not prepared for the exam, it would have been difficult for him to become one of the first batch of closed beta players. This was because this game was praised by many live streamers and professional players as a masterpiece in the industry. However, there were too few players for the closed beta. For example, during the first closed beta, only 300 players were recruited. However, there were nearly 800,000 players who signed up. It was truly 1 in a million. Those who were chosen were almost all European emperors. During the second closed beta, the number of players increased. A total of 900 people were recruited. Ji Dong, who had just finished his college entrance examination, also signed up immediately. However, the number of people who signed up for the second test was even more exaggerated. Although the number of people recruited increased to 900, the number of people who signed up for the second test was 3 million. In the end, the probability of being selected was even lower. Naturally, Ji Dong wasn't chosen. After a period of time, the officials finally announced the third closed beta test. This time, Elven Nation directly released 9,000 slots. This made many people very excited. These days, the first thing many netizens did when they woke up every morning was to refresh the official forum of Elven Nation. It could be said that they had been waiting for the stars and the moon, and finally, the new closed beta test was about to begin. Overjoyed, Ji Dong also chose to sign up again. However, when he saw the words, "You are the 14,346,755 player to sign up for Elven Nation, thank you for your participation," his heart sank. There were more spots, but there were also more people signing up. What the hell was 14 million people who signed up? Wasn't this too horrifying? Although the invention of the stealth cabin and the advent of the virtual world had opened a new door in the gaming world, and the highest number of online players in the virtual world had broken the record of 10 million a year ago, however, a virtual reality game that had tens of millions of users in the beta testing phase was unprecedented. Moreover, when Ji Dong signed up, it wasn't even the last day of registration. When the registration deadline arrived, the total number of people who signed up for the third beta test of Elven Nation had already exceeded 20 million. It was said that there were even many foreign netizens among them. After watching the game videos that Chinese netizens posted on the internet to show off, they specifically thought of ways to sign up in China. Good games were popular everywhere. Not to mention China, which was the first to develop the stealth cabin and enter the virtual world. The quality of the game videos of Elven Nation completely crushed the virtual reality online games overseas. On the other hand, fantasy themes were more popular with foreign gamers. Naturally, they were highly curious and sought after. There were even many foreign gaming gods who strongly requested for Elven Nation to open up an international beta test server. Unfortunately, Elven Nation, which had always been low-key, never responded to these requests. In the end, the number of people who signed up for the third beta test of Elven Nation reached a shocking 22 million. Although there were more chances in the third beta test compared to the second beta test, it was still terrifying. Even if it wasn't 1 in 10,000, it was 1 in a few thousand. However, Ji Dong's luck had changed this time. When he felt that there was no hope for him, he received a text message that he had been selected and became one of the 9,000 lucky people. July 25, noon. Ji Dong, who had already read all kinds of strategy guides on the official forum and had done her homework, finally welcomed the third closed beta test of Elven Nation. While eagerly waiting, he looked at the time and impatiently entered the game cabin, opening the already downloaded Elven Nation. Activate. Elven Nation. Ding, game successfully connected. Discovered a new version, Elven Nation 1.3, version updating. Ding, update successful. Update log v1, optimize the game resurrection function. Cancel the perfect resurrection count and change it to a resurrection coin system. A perfect resurrection will consume resurrection coins. Resurrection coins can be exchanged at the contribution store. The higher the player's level, the more resurrection coins will be consumed for a perfect resurrection. Update log v2, optimize the exchange and job change system. Set the world tree as the new exchange point. Players can directly pray to the world tree in the City of Heaven's Chosen and enter the exchange store and job change interface. There is no need to enter the nature temple to find the goddess statue. Update log v3, optimize the red name punishment mechanism. The red name punishment is related to the player's level. The higher the level, the more serious the red name punishment. Update log v4, optimize the face pinching mechanism. When creating a character, the appearance of the character will be scored. The system's basic character score is 60 points. If the score is lower than 50 points, the character cannot be created. Resurrection coin? Exchange system? Red name mechanism? Face pinching? Ji Dong was a bit surprised. Because he had done some homework, these things sounded familiar to him. But because he was a newbie, he felt it was a bit unfamiliar. However, he didn't care too much. With the melodious music, Ji Dong's eyes darkened and then lit up. He felt his consciousness suddenly fade as the gravity changed and he arrived at the character creation interface. I'm in. Ji Dong's heart was filled with joy. The only race that could be chosen in Elven Nation was the elves. However, the appearance could be set by oneself. However, Ji Dong didn't understand why there was a score for the face pinching, and why the character creation was not allowed if the score was low. Is it to prevent people from pinching too ugly a face? The officials are too obsessive, aren't they? It's okay if it's ugly, what's the big deal? Ji Dong complained. Of course, he would definitely pinch his own face properly. After all, who wouldn't want a handsome character in a game? It was like raising a daughter or a son. Except for some weird players. After spending half an hour to pinch a handsome face that he was very satisfied with and was scored 65 points by the system, Ji Dong chose to confirm. And his game nickname was Shapeshifter Ji Gang. The screen darkened and Ji Dong officially entered the game. His consciousness shook violently and an indescribable sense of weightlessness rushed into Ji Dong's heart. In his vision, the cutscene animation of Elven Nation began to play. Ji Dong had seen this cutscene animation countless times on the bullet screen video network, so he subconsciously wanted to skip it. But for some reason, he finally suppressed his impatient mood and decided to watch it again. Accompanied by familiar and pleasant music, a magnificent scene appeared in front of Ji Dong's eyes. The towering world tree, the beautiful elven city, the glorious silver civilization, and the regrettable battle of the gods. Ji Dong, who had seen this plot countless times, already knew it by heart. However, Ji Dong noticed that this plot seemed to have been edited a lot compared to the one circulating on the internet, and it was shorter. The cutscene animation has been cut? Ji Dong was curious. However, just as the battle of the gods ended, the world tree withered, and he thought the opening plot was about to end. The style of the entire cutscene animation suddenly changed. The plot was not over. The background music gradually became passionate and majestic, and the plot animation showed an unprecedented scene, the Saint's Prayer. The towering world tree shone brightly. In an instant, 300 chosen ones descended. They shuttled through the forest and battled with magical beasts. They explored the ruins and fought with the goblins. They defeated the incarnations of the gods and revived the holy city, Feiling Sui. Brick by brick, they built their own city of heaven's chosen. Then 900 chosen ones descended for the second time. They defeated the orc hunting team and rescued the returning elves. They subdued the black dragon and fought with the orcs. The elven forest was recovered, the incarnation of the goddess descended, the world tree was revived, and all creatures worshipped. The chosen one's footsteps started to step out of the forest. They explored Rivendell and subdued the crypt spider queen. They went deep into the underworld and befriended the dark dwarves. Looking at the wonderful scenes and listening to the stirring background music, Ji Dong was so shocked that her jaw dropped. As a game fan who often watched Elven Nation videos, Ji Dong naturally knew that these scenes, these animations, these were the game plots experienced by the first and second batch of beta testers. The official Elven Nation actually turned the gamers' game scenes into the cutscene animation of the third beta tester. Not only that, these edited scenes were not inconsistent with the earlier cutscene animation and were connected perfectly, as if it was really an epic legend. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a fantasy movie written by the gamers and starring the gamers. In an instant, Ji Dong felt a strong sense of epic and participation in the movie. At the end of the scene, his vision suddenly turned dark. A line of golden words appeared in front of his eyes. Chosen one, are you ready? At that moment, Ji Dong felt his blood boiling. After the plot animation, it was time to choose a profession as mentioned in the strategy guide. Ji Dong also saw the faction leader of Elven Kingdom for the first time in the game's profession selection, which was the goddess, Eve Yggdrasil. It was different from the game videos on the bullet screen. In the game, perhaps because of the three-dimensional and realistic feeling, the goddess looked more sacred, majestic, beautiful, and dignified. Not only that, but her voice was gentle, pleasant, and very intimate, coupled with the legendary super strength. No wonder the goddess was the most popular character in Elven Kingdom. Who wouldn't like such a faction leader? Ji Dong curiously admired the goddess modeling for a while and took a series of photos to show off in his circle of friends. After that, he chose his profession as the strength class. He chose the strength class for a reason. At present, the strength class was recognized as the most popular profession in Elven Kingdom. This was because strength class equipment was the most common in the game, especially the captured and modified half-orc equipment, which had long overflowed. Under such circumstances, new players would be able to purchase suitable equipment at a lower price. This was clearly stated in the game's strategy guide. After choosing his profession and being randomly given the two skills, cross/, and identify, by the goddess, Ji Dong officially entered the world of Elven Kingdom. Now, he was no longer Ji Dong, but shapeshifting Ji Gang. A slight dizziness came from his brain, and shapeshifting Ji Gang's consciousness was slightly dazed. Then, his five senses gradually became clear. He heard the noise coming from all directions, and a fresh air that made people want to take a few more breaths hit his face. Shapeshifting Ji Gang opened his eyes, and then he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. He found himself in an open square densely packed with players. From time to time, there were flashes of light, and new members appeared. Most of them were like him, wearing simple hemp robes or wooden armor, and holding wooden staffs or wooden swords in their hands. They were new players in the third closed beta. Of course, there were also some fully armed, gorgeous, and high-grade closed beta players, which made him very envious. The square was very noisy for a while. Shapeshifting Ji Gang, who had read the strategy guide, knew that this was the central square of the City of Chosen. He looked down at his hands and clenched them tightly, looking excited. It's so realistic. No wonder everyone jokes that it's like transmigrating to another world. Then, he curiously studied the newbie city that he had arrived in, which was said to have been built brick by brick by brick by brick by the closed beta players, exquisite oriental gardens, orderly Western-style manners, restored miraculous buildings, and player residences of various styles, buildings of different styles gathered together and combined perfectly under the hands of a skilled designer. It didn't look out of place at all. Coupled with the animated wooden buildings, it really looked like a fantasy city. Spectacular. There were so many closed beta players. How long has it been since the server opened? They've already built such a city. That's amazing. G-Gang couldn't help but exclaim. He turned around and looked behind him. Then, he saw the world tree that was said to be 1,000 meters tall. Thick and solid branches covered the sky, and clouds floated around the emerald green treetop. It was a spectacular sight. Occasionally, a black dragon would fly across the sky and roar, making G-Gang, the shapeshifter, feel as if he had really come to a fantasy world. Awesome. This is a fantasy world. He was very excited. G-Gang wasn't in a hurry to do the mission. Instead, he curiously wandered around the city of Heaven's Chosen. If he remembered correctly, the strategy guide said that after new players joined, the old players would receive the mission of guiding the new players. Therefore, he just had to wait for someone to come to him. G-Gang walked in the city while admiring the scenery of the main city in the game. On both sides of the street, there were many small shops opened by old players. Some sold fruits, some sold equipment, some sold materials, and even small restaurants and newly opened hotels that could be stayed in. On the hotel, there were words written in Chinese, "Warmly welcome new players. All third beta players have a 50% discount." It was an eye-opener for G-Gang. Is this a hotel opened by old players? Specifically for new players to stay? After that, the shape-shifting G-Gang also saw old players hurrying past him from time to time. Their eyes were bright and sharp, and they were wearing exquisite standard equipment. Many of them were covered in blood, carrying bulging bags, and exuding a murderous aura. G-Gang couldn't help but take a few more glances at them. At the same time, he also felt an indescribable sense of fear. Are those players who came back to hand in the mission? It looks like they've been through a battle. They feel so strong, just like the mercenaries in novels. He muttered to himself excitedly. Then, he saw a handsome silver-haired male elf riding a spider pass in front of him. The spider under him was the size of a human. It looked ferocious and mighty. It quickly passed through the crowd and ran very fast, giving him a fright. Is this the crypt spider mount mentioned on the internet? I heard that there aren't many people in the entire server who have it. G-Gang looked at it enviously. However, when he looked at the other party's nickname, he found that the other party didn't have a green name. No name? G-Gang was slightly stunned. Could it be, not a player? Was it an NPC? At this moment, he heard a shout behind him. Sarandir. Put down my mount. You're sneaking away again. The class isn't over yet. Then, G-Gang saw the elf riding the crypt spider stop, turn around, and reveal a warm smile. Teacher Limu, I've finished today's class. I heard that someone in the north of the forest saw a unicorn again. Unicorns are the best companions of the elf royal family. I want to take a look, so I'll borrow your mount. After saying that, he turned around, patted the spider under him, and slipped away. This guy. He's getting better at slipping away. The player called Limu who caught up with him had a helpless look on his face. Limu? Brother Mu? G-Gang's heart skipped a beat, and then he was delighted. Wasn't this the famous big shot in Elf Nation? He was about to add him as a friend when suddenly, a group of fully armed veteran players passed by him. Excuse me. Excuse me. Urgent, urgent. Thank you. After this group of veteran players passed by, G-Gang could no longer see Limu's figure. This made him feel slightly regretful. He wanted to get to know the legendary big shot. Oh, right, the name Sarandir felt a bit familiar. Was it an NPC? That expression just now was so vivid, it really didn't feel like an NPC at all. With a sense of novelty, G-Gang continued to walk around the city of Heaven's Chosen curiously. Gradually, he passed through the streets and arrived in front of a flickering magic circle. The magic circle was surrounded by veteran players with all kinds of equipment. Their shouts rose and fell one after another. Shadow Instance Dungeon. A level 15 mage who knows Fireball. For waiting for one. Come quickly. Level 20 graduating team bringing the boss to clear the dungeon. 2,000 contribution points for 1 hour. The price is fair, and the speed is fast. Buying Shadow Shard gems, bring the price. G-Gang curiously looked at these players and understood that this was probably the teleportation point of the map. After looking at the small map, he also got confirmation. This magic circle was the teleportation circle that led to Rivendell. I remember in the game video that Rivendell seemed to be the ruins of an elf city in a canyon. Seeing G-Gang stop, a few veteran players' eyes lit up. They hurriedly came over and said enthusiastically, "New player? Clear the dungeon? Boss team, for leading one, 2,000 contribution points for 1 hour, guaranteed to send you to level 11 within a day. If you're new, you can exchange it for RMB. Bring a new player to clear the dungeon? You need to pay contribution points." G-Gang was slightly stunned. However, he quickly waved his hand. "Oh, no, I plan to do missions to level up." G-Gang had watched a lot of videos in advance. He knew that contribution points were equivalent to the currency in Elf Nation, and the current exchange rate between players' contribution points and Chinese RMB was 5-to-1. In other words, 2,000 contribution points were 400 renminbi. G-Gang still didn't want to spend this money. It was too expensive. Moreover, he had always felt that doing missions while playing online games was more interesting. He could understand more of the plot and story. Do missions? Then you'll have a lot to do. If you don't work hard for 5 to 6 days, you won't be able to reach level 11. If you can't reach level 11, no one will take you to the underground forest to fight monsters. It's still the fastest for new players to level up. Hearing his words, a few players shook their heads. G-Gang smiled, turned around, and fled. When the veteran players saw him like this, they didn't say anything else. After leaving the area of the teleportation circle, G-Gang wandered around the city again. Looking at the players coming and going around, he scratched his head and was a little puzzled. Remember the strategy guide said that there would be veteran players taking on missions to guide new players? Why don't I see any veteran players guiding new players, but there are players guiding new players to clear dungeons? Thinking of this, the shape-shifting G-Gang looked around again and finally found a problem. It wasn't that there weren't any veteran players enthusiastically guiding new players to familiarize themselves with Elf Nation. The key was that, the new players surrounded by veteran players were almost all third beta players. No one seemed to care about a rough man like G-Gang. G-Gang was speechless. Isn't this too realistic? In fact, because the third beta players recruited 9,000 people in one go, 1,200 veteran players were simply not enough to guide them. Moreover, as the map became bigger, there were more missions, and after he'd built the Shadow Monster dungeon, many players went to do all kinds of missions or to clear dungeons. Even if there were missions to guide new players, considering the benefits, not many people took on the missions. However, even so, the game system kindly provided a beginner's guidebook. Now that the mission system was becoming more and more complete, even without the guidance of veteran players, new players could actually find their way. After wandering for a while, G-Gang gave up on the idea of relying on veteran players and began to follow the beginner's guide in the game system to find beginner missions. The beginner's guide said, new players can go to Xianxia to find elf NPCs to accept daily missions, or they can directly accept some resource-gathering missions from the system in the City of Heaven's Chosen. I remember that the strategy guide said that the mission system of Elf Nation is automatically generated according to the player's construction progress. The more advanced the mission, the more rewards. Oh. Raising livestock? That's not bad, the rewards seem to be quite high. Suddenly, G-Gang's eyes lit up as he had a goal. With the system's prompt, shapeshifter G-Gang followed the small map and came to the teleportation portal marked Black Dragon Castle. This mission seems to be to find the Black Dragon Merrill to receive it. There's a friendly reminder? When receiving the mission, you must call him Lord Silver Dragon. Otherwise, there's a chance of failing the mission. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was a little confused. However, although he felt strange, he quickly entered the portal. The portal flashed with light, and Shapeshifter Ji Gang felt dizzy. When he saw his surroundings clearly again, he found that the scene had changed. It was no longer the city of Heaven's Chosen, but an ancient castle. This castle was very tall and seemed to be for the entry of some large creatures. The interior was very spacious, and even the castle gate was more than 10 meters high. When Shapeshifter Ji Gang teleported over, he saw a few well-equipped veteran players barbecuing meat around a bonfire outside the castle. Beside them, there was a cart piled with barbecued meat that was half the height of a person. So much barbecued meat, Shapeshifter Ji Gang was stunned. Noticing the light of the portal, a few veteran players looked over. When they saw Shapeshifter Ji Gang's initial equipment, their eyes lit up. Newbie? Third beta gamer? One of the female players, who was wearing a dazzling, gorgeous magic robe, asked curiously. Above her head were the words Salty Meow. Salty Meow? This name is so familiar. I seem to have seen it on the internet. It's probably another big shot. Shapeshifter Ji Gang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly smiled. Yes, big shots. That. I'm here to find the Black Silver Dragon NPC to receive the rearing mission. Hearing his words, a few veteran barbecued meat players suddenly understood. Salty Meow instructed a few players to flip the meat and smiled. Then you'll have to wait. Meryl went out for a walk. He'll probably be back in a while. Mealtime, Shapeshifter Ji Gang's expression was strange. He looked at the barbecued meat in the player's hands and guessed in his heart. Noticing his gaze, Salty Meow smiled. We're also doing a mission. It's Meryl's personal mission to prepare lunch for him. The reward is not bad. If your barbecuing skills are good, you can receive it when he comes back. So that was the case. Ji Gang nodded. After doing his homework, Ji Gang knew that there were 4 types of missions in Elf Nation. The most important one was the main storyline quest. These quests were more or less related to the goddess Eve. They were randomly triggered as the players continued to explore and develop, and could drive the entire game's story. Every player who triggered the main storyline or hidden main storyline would usually earn a huge sum of money. They would even be summoned by the goddess and obtain enviable abilities. Therefore, the main plot quest was the best quest in Elven Nation. Secondly, there were side quests and daily quests. These 2 types of quests usually relied on the main storyline quest and were usually directly issued by the game system. The former could be completed in one go, and the rewards were considerable. The latter, on the other hand, had lesser rewards, but could be repeated. The rearing mission that Shapeshifter Ji had just received was a daily mission. Then, it was a personal mission. This was a quest that NPCs issued to players based on their own needs. The bountiful rewards of the quest were related to the rarity of the NPC and the favorability between players and NPCs. Generally speaking, veteran players preferred to find NPCs they were familiar with to accept such quests. It was said that the rewards of private quests issued by purple-stenciled NPCs were even close to that of main storyline quests, and these barbecued players were carrying out the personal quests issued by the Black Dragon. Just as Shapeshifter Ji Gang and a few veteran players started chatting, a dragon's roar came from afar. Rua dash. Accompanied by the violent sound of the wind, a huge shadow shrouded Shapeshifter Ji Gang and the others. He looked up and saw a behemoth with a wingspan of more than 20 meters pouncing over. The black scales, the hideous skull armor, and the heart-palpitating dragon aura made Shapeshifter Ji Gang's legs tremble and his face turn pale. The Black Dragon. This was the Black Dragon. Although he had seen the other party flying in the air in the city of Heaven's Chosen, he had been far away at that time and could not feel anything, but now that the other party was in front of him, the pressure that the behemoth brought about and the deterrence that came from a superior creature still made Shapeshifter Ji Gang's heart aghast. Even though he knew that this was a game, the sense of immersion was too strong, and he still felt frightened. Hey, hey! Meryl! There's a newcomer, you're scaring him. Salty Meow shouted at the Black Dragon. After saying that, she disdainfully fanned the dust stirred up by the Black Dragon's wings with her hand. How many times have I told you to stay away from us when you descend? It's all dust. Your barbecued meat is also covered in dust. you're such a big dragon, be more particular. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was stunned when he saw the female player talking to the terrifying black dragon in a familiar tone. Then, to his surprise, this hideous and evil black dragon did not get angry. Instead, it grinned embarrassedly and revealed a frightening smile. Ahem, it's nothing. Be careful in the future. The Great Meryl doesn't mind a little bit of dust, but, did you put honey in the barbecued meat? Yes, come and eat. A few players pushed a cart full of barbecued meat over. Shapeshifter Ji Gang saw the black dragon's eyes light up. Then, like a husky that had seen its owner's food, it instantly pounced on it and began to eat with gusto. At the same time, a few veteran players took advantage of the time when the black dragon was eating barbecued meat to sneak to its side. They used a few large steel brushes to scrub its back while happily picking up some shiny triangular scales on the ground. Those had fallen off Meryl's body. Some players even dug directly on its body and plucked off shiny dragon scales. Shapeshifter Ji Gang was speechless, his eyes widened as he watched. These players. How could they be so bold? Of course, he did not know that the black dragon Meryl had reached a new stage of growth. During this period of time, the little black dragon's body would continue to grow rapidly. Its body would become bigger, and the old dragon scales would gradually fall off and grow new, bigger and harder dragon scales. However, only Salty Meow and 2 northeastern players who were good at barbecuing would dare to touch Meryl's dragon scales. Meryl would only turn a blind eye to their little tricks. After all, they had to eat with him. Salty Meow could provide him with unlimited amounts of the best magical beast meat. The 2 male players were the best at barbecuing and were the servants that he was most satisfied with. Anyway, the scales that fell off were useless, so he would just treat it as a reward. Oh, right, Meryl, this new chosen one is here to receive a feeding mission from you. You can give it to him later. Salty Meow said as he happily picked up the scales. The new chosen one? Is the worker finally here? The black dragon turned its head and looked at Ji Gang the shapeshifter with its bell-like eyes. Oh, cough cough. That's right, Lord Silver Dragon. I'm here to receive a feeding mission. Ji Gang the shapeshifter coughed twice and then showed a silly smile. Ji Gang the shapeshifter successfully received the mission. According to the mission's instructions, he came to the forest near the black dragon's castle and saw a large-scale farm. There were more than 200 cows and sheep in the farm, and a considerable number of chickens, ducks, and geese. Why would the elves in the game have a farm? Is it for eating? Ji Gang the shapeshifter looked at the farm curiously while collecting fodder, processing the fodder, and feeding the livestock and poultry according to the mission instructions. While feeding, Ji Gang the shapeshifter recalled the black dragon NPC that he had just seen. Although I knew that the NPC system in Elven Nation was very powerful from the game videos, I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Dialogue without any sense of strangeness, simulated expressions and emotions. It feels like they're not just NPCs, but real life. They can communicate, talk, and even become friends with players. No wonder people say that Elven Nation is like a second life. It really lives up to its reputation. A game like this, coupled with the godlike thinking acceleration technology, it's hard not to be popular. Ji Gang the shapeshifter sighed. I wonder, what's the main mission like? When I watched the video, I felt that the main plot was quite exciting, especially the big scene with the half-orcs. It was super exciting, and the goddess animation was great too. I'm looking forward to it. I really want to level up quickly. Thinking of this, Ji Gang the shapeshifter's heart was full of enthusiasm. Ji Gang the shapeshifter was not the only new player who chose this mission. After about an hour, he completed his part of the mission and successfully received his first experience and contribution points since entering the game from the Black Dragon. Of course, the contribution points could not be used at the moment because players would only be able to officially activate the exchange system when they reached level 11. This also meant that before new players reached level 11, they would either have to join the boss team of the old players and spend money to become stronger, or they could only obediently complete missions. It was said that when the game first opened, there were many magical beasts near the safe zone that were suitable for new players to level up. Unfortunately, other than the Shadow Instance dungeon, the other monsters in Elven Nation basically did not respawn. The magical beasts in the core area were all killed by the old players. The game guide said that there were many magical beasts further north, but it was very dangerous there. Not to mention new players, even the old players could fail, therefore, for normal new players, before reaching level 11 and reaching the minimum level to go to the underworld and the Shadow Instance dungeon, they could only rely on missions to level up. The good thing was that the game's missions gave a considerable amount of experience. Ji Gang the shapeshifter had successfully reached level 2 with just one feeding mission. However, the daily missions in Elven Nation were still not quite what he had imagined. Many of the daily missions did not have much of a storyline. They just had to do some work, and it was quite time-consuming and energy-consuming. For example, feeding livestock, collecting wood, transporting goods, moving bricks, and so on. Why, do I feel like I'm doing manual labor in the game? After completing the feeding mission, Ji Gang the shapeshifter returned to the farmland near the City of Heaven's Chosen to do the sowing mission. He looked at the crop seeds in his hands and fell into deep thought. Finally, we have sufficient manpower. Eve was very satisfied. The large influx of third beta players greatly alleviated the problem of labor shortage, especially some of the most boring physical work. The City of Heaven's Chosen had reached saturation. Due to the influx of third beta players, there was a trend of further expansion. Eve put on the character Wind and walked in the City of Heaven's Chosen. The City of Heaven's Chosen was now several times more lively than before. The city, which had become slightly deserted due to the expansion of the map and the dilution of players, was suddenly shrouded in noise and clamor. Of course, most of the people were third beta players. They were busy in the city, doing the daily missions they received. Their faces were full of novelty and joy. Well, even if it was just carrying bricks on the construction site. Every time an old player who returned from outside passed by, they would attract envious gazes. Then, they would work more efficiently. Only by working hard could they reach level 11. After reaching level 11, their strength would have a qualitative leap and unlock more game functions. All the third beta players were working hard to level up. While wandering in the city, Eve also noticed that the hotels opened by the old players were full. After she announced the news of the third beta test, some smart old players urgently renovated some city buildings and organized to open them. They had no choice. The third beta players had to have a place to stay when they went offline. Although the City of Heaven's Chosen still had the official morgue, it was too small and crowded. Therefore, players who were slightly more hardworking would group up and choose to rent a room in the hotel opened by the old players. After all, the hotel rooms were not only spacious but also well equipped. During the second beta test, there was already such a trend. Therefore, during the third beta test, more old players noticed this business opportunity to earn extra money and formed a partnership to open a hotel. It was still very important to find a safe place to go offline. It was not that there were no third beta players who did not care and chose to find a corner in the city to go offline. But it turned out that, if you did not want to be stripped of your equipment after going offline, you had better go to the morgue or the hotel. After all, even the basic equipment provided by Eve was worth 400 contribution points. In the Elven Kingdom, there was no such thing as equipment binding. If you were too careless and slept outside for a night, it was very likely that you would wake up in the morning and find yourself stripped naked. After all, there were all kinds of birds in the sea, and the players who had gone offline were sleeping like dead pigs. They were completely defenseless. Although there was a red name mechanism, if the thief only stole equipment and did not cause any damage to the player's body, the system would not judge him as a red name. Since they didn't know who the culprit was, the players couldn't even report the culprit and could only accept their loss. This was a loophole in the game system, and Eve knew about it. However, Elven Nation was not a real game after all. She could not find a way to bind the equipment and items to the players, let alone create a storage space for the players. That would consume too much energy. Therefore, if there was a loophole, there would be a loophole. It wasn't a very serious loophole, and there were pros and cons. It just so happened that players who wanted to sleep in the open and affect the city's appearance would consciously find a place to stay. One had to know that on the first night of the third beta testing, there were a large number of corpses lying in the central square. The scene was indescribably horrifying. Of course, after the second day, very few people would do that. However, in view of the fact that the players who were stripped were indeed miserable, Eve simply opened a new function. She could find the Saintess Alice and spend 500 contribution points to redeem a new set of basic equipment from the temple. 500 contribution points were very easy to earn. Even a new player could earn it after working for a day. Eve walked on the street and spent 10 contribution points to buy a cup of freshly squeezed juice from a player. She drank it while admiring the lively city. She was very satisfied. What made her satisfied was not only the enthusiasm of the third beta testing players, but also the value of the veteran players' lives. This made Eve feel much better. After the third beta testing started, the death rate of the veteran players was greatly reduced. It didn't mean that the players had become more powerful, but they didn't dare to be too reckless. This was all thanks to the modified resurrection system. Eve removed the number of perfect resurrection times and changed it to resurrection coins. One resurrection coin required 100 contribution points to redeem. Each player could redeem it up to 10 times a day, and it couldn't be traded. The number of resurrection coins required for a perfect resurrection was the same as the player's level. If the resurrection coins weren't enough to support a perfect resurrection after death, the player's level would be reduced according to the number of resurrection coins they lacked. This system instantly increased the contribution points required for a perfect resurrection of high-level players. Not only that, players could only redeem it up to 10 times a day, and it restricted the unlimited resurrection of high-level players and tycoons. According to this condition, even if a player reached the gold level in the future, it would take at least a week to earn enough for a perfect resurrection chance. When this update was released, the players on the forum were scolding. Everyone felt that the game's restrictions on the resurrection mechanism were too strict and that the game experience was terrible. However, the official explanation was only one sentence: to balance the game mechanism. Anyway, it was just that capricious. If you want to play, play. If you don't want to play, get lost. There were more than 20 million players waiting for her. Eve was now very confident. After that, the players who were scolding on the forum were, of course, "It's so good. Who asked Elven Nation to be unique?" Just the thought acceleration technology alone had attracted so many people. In a sense, this was equivalent to 4 times the life, not to mention the heaven-defying quality of the game. Of course, the original number of perfect resurrections of the veteran players would be directly exchanged for the corresponding resurrection coins through compensation. For example, Salty Meow, this guy had accumulated a total of 70 perfect resurrections and was now level 21. In the end, the system exchanged for 1,470 resurrection coins according to his level. In addition, Eve didn't completely turn off the Fourth Calamity's infinite resurrection bug. After all, this was one of the Fourth Calamity's trump cards. If she encountered a strong enemy who needed to play with life piles, she would still consider giving the players an infinite resurrection buff in the short term. The problem of resurrection was solved, but there was still the problem of equipment. With the influx of 9,000 third beta players, the consumption of equipment wasn't a small number. I can exchange for a batch of low-level black iron equipment in the shop. Previously, the players sacrificed a lot and repaired a few thousand sets. Many of them are purple epic. However, it's still not enough. I can encourage the players to find the dark dwarves to tailor their equipment, or simply learn how to make equipment themselves. Looking at the players coming and going, Eve thought. Relying only on her to provide equipment was definitely not a long-term solution. It was best for the players to gradually become self-sufficient. Eve mainly provided some rare items to capture the rich and skilled players. It could be said that Eve's final hope was for the players to build a force that could be self-sufficient, with strong combat power and cohesion. Also, there are the orcs. I'll find a few more orc tribes to fight a few more battles, and the equipment will come again. Perhaps without waiting for me to find them, they'll come on their own. If Euler is in a hurry, he might send an army to attack me before winter. If he still has the consciousness of a true god, he might even send his believers to hand in a declaration of war of faith in advance. However, this matter needs to be considered at length. Let's wait for the third beta players to level up. Now that the daily mission rewards are quite good, they should level up faster. When they reach level 11, they can go to the Shadow Instance dungeon to train their troops. After training the troops, I can further expand their range of activities. Eve had now accumulated a lot of divine power. With her current ability, she could actually further expand the range of activities of the players. However, considering that the current territory was enough to digest 10,000 players, she decided to wait for the time being. Food had to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, and roads had to be taken step by step. The players' strength had to be improved step by step, and the maps had to be opened to the players bit by bit. Oh yes, there's also the design of the city defense core that was analyzed from Black Rock City. I have to issue a mission to encourage the players to have a set in the City of Heaven's Chosen, Fei Ling Sue, and even Rivendell and Black Dragon Castle. Eve thought. Although she had put the design of the city defense core on the exchange shop, perhaps because the price was too high, or perhaps because the players did not have a need for it, anyway, no one was interested. Just as Eve was thinking and strolling in the City of Heaven's Chosen, a commotion in front of her caught her attention. Eve stopped thinking and looked in the direction of the commotion. She saw a few old players and native elves at the city entrance talking excitedly about something. Demacia, Limu, and even Sarandir, the first elf, were among them. There were also many others around them. What's going on? Eve raised her eyebrows. Out of curiosity, Eve wore the wind character and walked over quietly. After taking a few steps, Eve could clearly hear the players' discussion. Amazing! Sarandir, how did you catch it? The loud voice belonged to Demacia. His voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. How many times have I told you? I didn't catch it. I only brought it back because it was injured. Sarandir's tone was somewhat helpless. His voice was mellow and gentle. It was very pleasant to the ears. Do you have to tie it up with a rope when you bring it back? Limu's voice was somewhat speechless. I have no choice. It's too uncooperative. I haven't learned any healing magic, so I can only forcibly bring it back to find someone to heal it. Also, didn't I already release it? Sarandir spread out his hands. But then again, it's really handsome and beautiful. It's worthy of being called the holy beast of Western fantasy. If we can tame it as a mount, it'll be much better than the crypt spider, right? Demacia's voice was filled with excitement. Mount, Eve's heart skipped a beat. She took a few steps forward and arrived behind the players. Finally, she could see what they were looking at. It was a snow-white animal with a slender body like a white horse. There was a spiral horn on its head. It was kneeling in the corner, vigilantly watching the players surrounding it. There was an obvious claw mark on its hind leg. The wound was very serious, and it was still dripping with dark red blood. This is a unicorn. Eve was slightly stunned. Unicorns were a type of magic beast unique to the elf forest. When they reached adulthood, they had the strength of iron to silver. If they signed a contract with other intelligence, they could even grow further. They were snow-white, and their appearance was like a white horse with a spiral horn on its head. However, their mane and tail were much longer than ordinary horses. They looked very noble and beautiful. Unicorns were proud and stubborn. They liked to live in forest areas with a high concentration of magic. They could run very fast. They were wind and nature dual elemental magic beasts. The horns on their heads could also release healing and detoxification magic. However, the magic of the unicorns could not be used on themselves. Instead, they would often use their magic to help their companions in need. The World Tree's inheritance that Eve had obtained had mentioned this beautiful creature. During the Silver Civilization, many elves would raise their own unicorns and call each other companions. However, after the 1,000-year War of the Gods, the World Tree had fallen, and the elven race had declined. The unicorns had also suffered the same fate as the elves. With their beautiful appearance and unique healing magic, they were also regarded as excellent magic pets by other races. Even if they couldn't be kept as magical pets, their horns were still the best magical materials and were highly sought after by many races. Especially humans. With the support of the humans, the beastmen started to capture unicorns on a large scale and sell them to the human world. However, unicorns were arrogant and stubborn. They would only follow those they approved of. They were cautious and vigilant. They were very sensitive to the emotions of other creatures. If a unicorn was offended at first sight, it would be difficult for them to become companions. Because of the stubborn and vigilant nature of the unicorns, there was a saying in human society that unicorns only liked pure and innocent virgins. Only beautiful and kind girls could capture their hearts. Of course, this was all just a rumor. However, it was true that unicorns were very difficult to tame. Other than powerful great druids who were generally friendly with magic beasts, other intelligent creatures could only become friends with them by luck. If they were caught by force, unicorns would not accept being tamed or enslaved. In the end, they would choose to go on a hunger strike and die. Recalling the World Tree's inheritance, Eve looked at the unicorn that was surrounded by the players. This was a unicorn. It was small in size and looked like it had not yet reached adulthood. Its strength was at mid-level dark iron. Because of its injuries, it was estimated that even a low-level dark iron player could easily subdue it. However, looking at this unicorn, Eve thought of something else. Unicorns were social creatures. If the players encountered one, it meant that there must be an entire tribe behind it. After the decline of the elves, the level of magic in the core area of the elven forest gradually decreased. Unicorns also gradually disappeared from the forest. There were rumors that they had migrated to areas further north of the elven forest. Now it seemed that with the increase of the level of magic in the core area of the elven forest, they might have migrated back from the north. Eve could understand why the players were so excited. No matter from which perspective, such beautiful creatures were the best choice for mounts. Their compatibility with the elves was much higher than that of the crypt spiders. However, it was not easy to gain their approval. Unicorns were amenable to persuasion but not coercion. Moreover, they relied on affinity. It would be difficult for the players to tame them with their violent means. However, unicorns were also creatures that valued gratitude. If you helped them, you could easily gain their friendship. We'll talk about other things later. Let me treat it first. Looking at the wound on the unicorn's hind leg, Limu muttered. However, as soon as he took a step forward, the unicorn began to struggle. While groaning and panting, it twisted its body and revealed its sharp horns, making a defensive posture. It did not allow Limu to approach it at all, let alone treat it. No. It seems to have a bad temper. It won't let anyone get close to it. Come, let's hold it down together. Let's treat it first. Demacia suggested. Instantly, a few players came forward to hold it down, wanting to treat it by force. The injured unicorn was no match for the players. The players quickly restrained it, and it could only struggle and groan while twisting its body. Hurry up. Brother Mu, treat it. Limu nodded and chanted a spell to cast the first circle spell, Heal Wounds. Light green energy gathered in his hands and flowed into the unicorn's wound under his command. However, to everyone's surprise, the unicorn's wound did not weaken. What's going on? Limu was slightly stunned. Let me try. Another druid player said. Then, he also chanted a spell. However, his healing spell had no effect at all. Why can't it be treated? The players were very surprised. Of course, you can't treat it like this. While the players were confused, a soft sigh came from behind them. They turned around and found that it was the nature saintess Alice who spoke. She was wearing a noble nature priestess dress and had appeared behind the players without them noticing. After seeing who it was, the players immediately put on a warm smile and subconsciously bowed respectfully. Good afternoon, Lady Alice. As a rare purple NPC in the whole server, Alice had already established a reputation among the players. Everyone wanted to build a good relationship with the saintess, increase her favorability, and then ask for a few rare private missions. Therefore, their attitude was very respectful. Eve, who was wearing a vest and watching the players, also followed the crowd and bowed to the elven girl. Good afternoon, chosen one. Alice nodded to the players in greeting. Then, she looked at the unicorn with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would have the opportunity to see the unicorn again. Could it be that, as the favored children of nature, they also sensed the return of Her Holiness Mother? Then, she ordered the players, let it go first. The unicorn has a special constitution. If it's unwilling, your healing spells won't have any effect on its body. F***CK. A magic immune constitution? Demacia subconsciously cursed. Alice ignored him and said to the other players, therefore, you can't force it. Therefore, you can't use force. You have to communicate with it first. With the NPC's order, the players quickly let go of the unicorn's control. Seeing the players' actions, Alice looked at Limu again. If I remember correctly, you should have mastered Nature's Whisper. You can use this spell to communicate with it. Limu came to a realization and slapped his head. Yes, how did I forget about this? After spending contribution points to exchange for a few powerful druid skills, he almost forgot about the weak skill given by the goddess. Limu quickly cast Nature's Whispers and said to the unicorn, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We're going to heal your injuries. After hearing Limu's words, the unicorn lifted its head slightly. It seemed to have calmed down, but its eyes were still wary and vigilant when looking at the players. It's effective. Limu was delighted. However, just as he was about to step forward to treat the unicorn retreated once again, showing signs of resistance. Limu was speechless. This still won't do. It's too sensitive. Seeing the unicorn's reaction, Alice wasn't surprised. That's normal. The unicorn is cautious and vigilant. You took strong actions previously, which made it wary of you. Then, what should we do now? Alice sighed and said, now, it won't trust you. Now, it won't trust you. It won't even come close to you. You're too close to it. Step back. I'll heal it. Hearing her words, the players had no choice but to take a few steps back and make way for Alice. Alice added as she walked to the unicorn. With the crypt spiders before, I can roughly guess what kind of mentality you have when looking at the unicorn. I can only remind you that the unicorn is the traditional companion of the elves. It symbolizes nobility, beauty, and purity. The elves are naturally more likely to gain the favor of the unicorn compared to other races. But, if you treat it with the idea of enslaving it from the start, then you'll never gain its approval. Only a true great druid, a friendly, sincere, pure-hearted, and nature-loving person can gain the favor and recognition of the unicorn at first sight. There aren't many of such people among the traditional elves, not to mention you, the chosen ones. Alice came to the unicorn and squatted down to cast a divine healing spell on it. However, the moment the elven girl squatted down, the unicorn struggled to stand up. It actually did not accept her treatment and directly limped away from her. Seeing the unicorn in this state, Alice frowned slightly. This is troublesome. Perhaps you gave it too much of a scare. It doesn't trust anyone now. Perhaps we can only find Barca. Alice didn't finish her sentence. Because the unicorn moved again. Under everyone's surprised gaze, it limped to Eve, who was wearing a vest, and lay down obediently at her feet. At the same time, it raised its head and rubbed against her calf in a fawning manner. Limu, Demacia, Sarandir, Alice, Eve. End of chapter 208. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.